Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Kenoha's Second Son. Kenoha Year 51. Early autumn. Night had fallen over the Hidden Leaf Village. The moon was bright, the stars were few, and the moonlight spilled across the Hokage rock, carving deep shadows into the faces overlooking the village. Less than a year had passed since the war ended, yet Kenoha had already recovered much of its former prosperity. This quiet night seemed no different from any other. Lamplight shone from the staggered rows of houses, adding a touch of warmth and life to the stillness. Every so often, the figures of patrol shinobi flashed over the treetops before vanishing back into the darkness. There were not many people on the streets this late at night. A drunken villager staggered along, swaying from side to side. When he passed a certain figure, he glanced over casually, only for most of his drunken haze to clear in an instant. Muttering under his breath, he hurried away. Damn it. Just my luck, running into that guy here. The drunkard's words drifted into the figure's ears with the wind, but he acted as though he had not heard them. His steps did not change in the slightest. On a nearby rooftop, two patrol shinobi stopped and looked down at the slightly thin figure of a young boy. Under the moonlight, their faces carried a solemn, wary look. Is that him? Yeah. That's him. The Uchiha oddity. It's this late, and an Uchiha kid is still wandering around outside. Should we go down and ask what's going on? Are you insane? Do you not know how terrifying that guy is? Don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong. If you run into him from now on, pretend you didn't see anything. Don't ask for trouble. Got it. With that, the two patrol shinobi quickly left with the body flicker jutsu. From the look of it, neither of them had any desire to face the boy below. On the street, only the boy remained. The patrol shinobi had spoken softly, but he had still heard them clearly. Under the moonlight, the boy raised his head. He was 13 or 14 years old, slender and upright, with black hair loosely tied behind his head. A few stray strands fell over his smooth, full forehead. His face was strikingly handsome, with sharp brows, a high nose bridge, and deep black eyes. Yet those eyes were calm, so still they resembled a lake without the slightest ripple. The boy's name was Wataru Uchiha. He was an orphan of the Uchiha clan, and from a young age, he had known he was different from everyone else. Because he possessed memories from a previous life. Or rather, he himself was a transmigrator, and he knew exactly what world he had been reborn into. In his previous life, he had also been an orphan. In this life, after being born, he had once had a happy family. Unfortunately, all of that had been ruthlessly taken from him when he was 6 years old. That was Kenoha Year 43. The Second Great Ninja War had already ended several years earlier. His parents in this life had gone out together on a mission. But only 2 corpses came back. From that moment on, Wataru understood that his connection to this world had been severed. To him, this world was nothing more than a place like a game board. The ninja world. Kenoha. Ninja. These terms had once felt somewhat fresh to him, but because he had been special since childhood, none of it truly felt surprising. Nor did he care. He simply lived each day step by step. He was not happy, but neither was he in pain. It was all very ordinary. Sometimes, when the mood struck him, he would do something a little different. Just like tonight. He had suddenly wanted a late-night snack, so he went out to buy some ingredients. At this moment, he was carrying a vegetable basket and walking home. Wataru glanced at the moon and silently sighed. The moonlight tonight really was beautiful. Perfect weather for moon viewing. Then he looked in a certain direction within the village. Combining that with the increased number of patrol shinobi tonight, he had already guessed what was going to happen. The child of prophecy is about to be born, huh? He shook his head. Forget it. It has nothing to do with me. Wataru quickened his pace. At the same time, with a thought, a screen visible only to him appeared before his eyes. Host, Uchiha Wataru. Abilities, Sage Body SS, Fusing, Mangekyo Sharingan S, Water Style A, Fire Style A+, Earth Style B, Lightning Style A, Wind Style B, Yin Release A+, Yang Release S+, Super Strength. Lottery draws, 0. It was a very simple system panel, and it had existed since the moment Wataru was born. The way it worked was just as simple. Lottery draws. It could draw all kinds of abilities that existed in the shinobi world. The Sage Body, the Sharingan, the 7 Chakra Natures, and so on. He received 1 lottery chance every year. The many abilities Wataru possessed now had all come from those draws. It was precisely because of this that he had seemed special since childhood. After all, when he was 1 year old, he had drawn the sage body. And it was SS rank. That corresponded to the level of the Sage of Six Paths, in other words, the same level of sage body as Otsutsuki Hagoromo. Just imagine it. What would happen if a 1-year-old child possessed a body of that degree? From that day onward, natural energy poured into Wataru's body every moment, as if it cost nothing at all. The problem was that Wataru was only 1 year old. His body was still in the earliest stages of development. There was no way for him to digest that much natural energy, much less control it. But an ability granted by the system was absolute. In other words, although a 1-year-old child could not fully control all that natural energy, once the natural energy entered his body, it could not leave either. The result was accumulation. Yet because of the system's absolute ability, that accumulated natural energy could not harm Wataru, the host. Instead, as his body grew and developed, he would gradually gain control over it. In theory, that process should have gone smoothly. But as everyone knew, a person's growth required time. The natural energy piling up inside him, however, increased with every passing day. As a result, the natural energy stored within Wataru's body had already reached an absurd level. Yet because his body had not fully developed, he could not enter sage mode and release that natural energy through it. This continued until Wataru turned 6. His parents died, and he reached the age to enter the academy. At the entrance ceremony, after the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, finished speaking about the will of fire, he personally taught the incoming academy students their first lesson as Hokage. Chakra refinement. Wataru tried it for the first time. Then he exploded. Literally exploded. At the time, Wataru realized something was wrong and, at the critical moment, barely managed to guide the chaotic natural energy inside his body high into the sky. That day, another sun appeared above Kenoha. Its name was Uchiha Wataru. That day, the Ninja Academy, which had stood in Kenoha for decades and had been established not long after the village itself was founded, was destroyed. That day, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage advisors, many Kenoha shinobi who had escorted their children to school, and even the accompanying ANBU all nearly lost their minds. After that, Wataru was expelled. Fortunately, Hiruzen was still in his prime at the time and reacted quickly enough. It also helped that Kenoha's yellow flash had already begun to make a name for himself, and that there were many powerful shinobi present. In short, there were no real casualties. Only the academy buildings and facilities had to be rebuilt from scratch. But from that day onward, all of Kenoha knew the name Uchiha Wataru. Of course, his expulsion from the academy was not decided without some twists and turns. Since the academy had been destroyed, Hiruzen, as Hokage, offered up an old compound belonging to the Sarutobi clan to serve as a temporary school building. On the first day of class, Hiruzen and a group of Kenoha's higher-ups personally attended. It was still chakra refinement. It was still Wataru. And it still exploded. For the second time, the people of Kenoha saw a sun. It was not as exaggerated as the first time, but it still blasted the Sarutobi clan's old compound into ruins. Kenoha's higher-ups were shaken beyond words. Some were delighted. Some were uneasy. Some were terrified. But no matter what, they had to figure out why this was happening. And so, after several more explosions in succession, Kenoha's higher-ups finally understood the reason. Wataru was born capable of absorbing natural energy, but he could not use it. The moment he refined chakra, the natural energy inside him would run out of control, triggering an explosion. This result left both Kenoha's higher-ups and the Uchiha clan utterly helpless. In the end, for the safety of the academy students, Wataru could only be expelled and sent back to the Uchiha compound to study on his own. It was also from that point onward that Wataru grew increasingly unwilling to interact with others. Thinking back on all this, Wataru did not feel anything in particular. His steps were quick but steady as he walked toward the Uchiha compound. The night was like water. Under that night, Kenoha seemed even more peaceful. But in the next instant, a thunderous boom exploded within the village, accompanied by a sweeping gale. At the same time, a piercing beastly roar rang out like a clap of thunder. Roar. Rumble. As if a hurricane had torn through the village, countless buildings in the southern part of Kenoha were instantly destroyed. Countless sleeping villagers woke in terror. A gigantic beast raised its head and howled at the sky. Behind it, 9 tails lashed wildly. The earth shook, and the mountains trembled. Chapter 2, Don't Bother Me, Damn It. The thunderous roar and the beast's howl shattered the silence. In that instant, all of Kenoha was plunged into panic. Countless people were jolted awake from their sleep, while many more lost their lives before they ever opened their eyes. The gigantic beast roared and bellowed, its 9 long tails lashing through the air and causing tremendous destruction. Houses beneath those tails were as fragile as paper, torn apart with ease. The villagers inside did not even have time to scream before they were shredded by the violent shock waves. One shinobi after another leapt onto the rooftops, reacting quickly as they looked toward the source of the sound. But when they saw that enormous beast, their faces changed drastically. No. That's. It's the Ninetales. Damn it. Why is the Ninetales inside the village? Anyone who recognized the Ninetales, whether civilian or shinobi, was filled with endless fear and despair in that moment. The sight made them feel as though they had fallen into a nightmare. But the duty of a shinobi still drove them to make a choice. The brave ones charged forward first, throwing caution aside as they unleashed ninjutsu in an attempt to stop the Ninetales. But the gap was too great. Their jutsu struck the Ninetales, yet could not even damage its fur. The fierce winds created by the casual movements of its Ninetales alone were enough to send the approaching shinobi flying. Fortunately, that scene fell into the eyes of those still dazed and managed to snap them awake. Some swallowed hard. Some trembled. Some were consumed by terror. But at least some began to move. We can't let the Ninetales stay inside the village. Right. We need to drive it out first. Shouts rang out from every direction, and more shinobi began taking action. In the northern part of Kenoha, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had already changed into his combat gear. Around him, several ANBU shinobi knelt on one knee. What's happening outside? One of them immediately replied, Hokage-sama, it's the Ninetales. For some unknown reason, it has appeared inside the village. Hiruzen's expression changed, and his voice grew urgent. No. Buwako. He suppressed the unease in his heart and quickly gave his orders. Immediately organize the evacuation of the villagers. Notify the shinobi of every clan to assemble. Get every shinobi in the village moving. No matter what, we must stop the Ninetales from destroying Kenoha. Yes. The ANBU answered, then vanished with the body flicker jutsu. Ninetales. Hiruzen's expression was grave. Without the slightest hesitation, he left as well. The scene entered Uchiha Wataru's eyes, causing his steps to pause slightly as he turned to look. With his eyesight, he could clearly see the pair of Sharingan reflected in the Ninetales' eyes. As someone who possessed the Mangekyo, he naturally understood that this was the result of a Jinjutsu overlay. In other words, the Ninetales was currently being controlled by someone using Sharingan Jinjutsu. TCH, Kenoha really is cursed with disaster. Wataru only looked a couple more times. He had no other thoughts about it. Whether it was the Ninetales' rampage or the birth of the child of prophecy, neither had much to do with him. As long as it did not disturb his peaceful life, that was enough. In any case, the Ninetales would be driven out of the village. The Ninetales incident would pass. Kenoha would be rebuilt. After tonight, life would return to its usual calm. For him, that was enough. As for having the ability to save others, don't be ridiculous. When he was young, he had not seen anyone come to save his parents either. People died. Sooner or later, it was all the same. Thinking this, Wataru withdrew his gaze and continued walking toward home, as though the huge commotion over there had nothing to do with him. However, he was soon stopped. Uchiha Wataru, by order of Lord Third Hokage, you are not permitted to approach the Ninetales. A shinobi squad appeared in front of Wataru. Each of them wore a mask and was dressed like ANBU. He stopped and looked at the leader. And who the hell are you? The leader seemed completely unmoved, but still paused for a moment before speaking. I am a subordinate of the ANBU deputy commander. Codename, Axe. And who the hell is he? The men paused again. The ANBU deputy commander. Before he could finish, Wataru interrupted him. I don't give a damn who he is. Move. After saying that, he directly walked around the men and continued forward. The others instinctively reached for the ninja blades at their waists and closed in on Wataru in a surrounding formation. Yet Wataru acted as though he had not noticed their movements at all and simply kept walking. All of you, stand down. At that moment, several figures walked out from the shadow of a nearby alley. The leader had brown hair and neatly trimmed sideburns. His head and right eye were wrapped in bandages, leaving only one narrow eye exposed. A cross-shaped scar marked his chin. As his voice fell, the others stepped aside. The newcomer walked up to Wataru. Wataru recognized him at a glance. Konoha's pot-stirring shadow, the man known as the Darkness of the Shinobi, Shimura Danzo. Wataru, in my capacity as Hokage advisor and leader of Root, I order you. Wataru did not stop walking. He continued forward, and the distance between them rapidly closed. Seemingly not expecting Wataru to react this way, not even halting his steps, Danzo's words caught in his throat. A dark, sinister look flashed through his eye. Move, you old dog. Don't make me slap you just because I'm bored. Wataru did not give Danzo the slightest bit of face, because there was already bad blood between them. After all, with Wataru's special nature, there was no way an old dog like Danzo would fail to notice him. What happened afterward was only natural. Danzo had once set his sights on Wataru. When Wataru was 8 years old, Danzo sent people to abduct him and bring him into a root base. Then, when Danzo showed up and was about to do something to him, Wataru exploded. That blast heavily injured Danzo, blew off one of his arms, and destroyed the root base. Afterward, Wataru calmly walked out of the root base. Facing Hiruzen, who had arrived with a group of shinobi, he only explained why he had appeared there. That old dog Danzo tried something with me, so I hit him hard. If you go in now, maybe the old bastard can still be saved. After saying that, he left. Since then, Danzo had never appeared in front of him again. Until now. Hearing those words, Danzo's face instantly darkened. Stop right there. It was clear from his voice that Danzo was angry. As soon as he spoke, the ANBU who had spread out earlier quickly surrounded Wataru again. Sigh. Wataru finally stopped and let out a soft sigh. Why is it that you never listen to a word I say, you old dog? It was like this last time, and it's the same this time. I already told you that if you tried anything again, I'd make you regret it. Why don't you ever believe me? As his words fell, Danzo's expression changed, and he instinctively took a step back. He was deeply wary of Wataru's ability. That self-destruction power of his was far too terrifying. It was enormously destructive, and no one else could control it. Perhaps sealing techniques could work. But how did one seal an explosion comparable to a tailed beast ball? That was the reason he feared Wataru. Mind your status, Wataru. Danzo's face was gloomy. I suspect the Nine-Tails appearance is connected to the Uchiha clan. And among the Uchiha, you are the most unusual. You need to be investigated. It was a perfectly righteous-sounding reason. But Wataru only turned his head and looked at him. I hope you don't regret this. Before he could finish, another earth-shaking beast roar erupted in the distance. The ground trembled amid a deafening rumble, and a terrifying wave of air swept over them. At some unknown point, the Nine-Tails had actually charged in their direction. The tremendous commotion interrupted Wataru's words. Danzo's expression changed sharply. Without even thinking, he vanished from where he stood with the body flicker. The other ANBU did the same, retreating decisively. Only Wataru remained where he was, facing the charging Nine-Tails head-on. I already told you. Wataru's figure disappeared. In the next instant, he appeared beneath the Nine-Tails and stomped on the ground. Boom. The ground collapsed and split apart. Wataru shot upward like a bolt of lightning. His long leg lashed out like a whip, twisting from below as it slammed into the Nine-Tails' massive lower jaw. Boom. Roar. A pained howl rang out. The Nine-Tails' enormous head snapped upward as though it had been struck by a giant hammer. Its upper body followed, then its entire massive frame was knocked 30 or 40 meters into the air by that single heavy blow before crashing backward. Don't bother me, damn it. Only then did the second half of Wataru's sentence leave his mouth. Chapter 3, A mere tailed beast ball can't beat my self-destruct. Rumbling explosions, terrified screams, desperate sobs. All kinds of sounds merged together, turning Kenoha's night into utter chaos, as if the end of the world had arrived. At this moment, nearly every shinobi in Kenoha had their attention fixed on the Nine-Tails. That terrifying giant beast, which they had been unable to stop even with everything they had suddenly been kicked into the air by someone. The impact of that scene was already beyond words. Anyone with working eyes who saw it was left dumbfounded, as if they had been caught in a Jinjutsu. Release. See. Someone really did form a hand seal to dispel the illusion. Only after discovering that it was not Jinjutsu but reality did the shock and disbelief truly become impossible to describe. Fear and unease. Disbelief. And right after that, wild joy. Who is that? Why does he look like a kid? It's that one from the Uchiha clan. Who? The one who destroyed the Ninja Academy a few years ago. Hiss. The many shinobi were shocked, but at the same time, they felt their spirits rise. From the moment the Nine-Tails appeared until now, only a short time had passed, yet the damage it had caused to the village was already impossible to estimate. Who knew how many villagers had been killed or injured? Even if these shinobi gave everything they had, they still could not stop the Nine-Tails' advance. But now, finally, someone had appeared who could make the Nine-Tails halt its steps. Whoosh. Whoosh. Amid the sound of bodies cutting through the air, several figures landed on a nearby rooftop. The one leading them was Sarutobi Hiruzen. Behind him were Mitokado Hamura, Udatane Koharu, and several others. All of them were dressed in combat gear, looking toward the Nine-Tails with tightly furrowed brows. It's Uchiha Wataru. Koharu spoke, her voice grave. Why is he there? No one gave her an answer. The others also knew that there was no time to think about too much else right now. Hearing this, they nodded in agreement. Whoosh! Several more figures appeared with the body flicker jutsu. It was Danzo, leading members of Root. Hiruzen. Danzo spoke directly. I've already had Root pass down orders. The Uchiha are not allowed to take action. Hiruzen's hands did not stop moving. After biting his finger, he rapidly formed hand seals and asked at the same time, "What did you find?" "The Ninetales is being controlled by the Sharingan," Danzo said. As soon as those words fell, the expressions of everyone present changed. Hiruzen frowned. "Are you certain?" "It has been confirmed. Since the Jinchuriki was giving birth tonight, I made preparations long ago. Unfortunately, we still overlooked the Uchiha." Every word was meant to throw suspicion onto the Uchiha clan. Hamura and Koharu glanced at each other. The former said, if it involves the Uchiha, then making preparations in advance was necessary. Koharu nodded as well. Danzo did the right thing. The corner of Danzo's mouth lifted almost imperceptibly. Then he immediately replaced it with a heavy expression. "I told Wataru to return, but that brat refused to listen. After tonight, both he and the Uchiha clan should be punished." Hiruzen pressed one hand to the ground. Cursed markings spread outward, and with a bang, white smoke exploded. A humanoid summon more than 2 meters tall appeared within the smoke. It was the Monkey King, Enma. "Deal with the Ninetales first. Something has happened on Kushina's side, and Minato still hasn't shown himself. He must have run into trouble." Unease weighed on Hiruzen's heart. After saying this, he turned to Enma. "Adamantine staff." "Humph." As soon as Enma appeared and saw the Ninetales, he wasted no words. He leapt high into the air, his body bursting into white smoke mid-flight. By the time he fell, he had already transformed into a pitch-black staff. "Everyone, move out." The adamantine staff rapidly extended toward the Ninetales. "Yes." The others behind him scattered. Even Danzo quickly left with his Root personnel to support the various areas. The Ninetales was falling. Below it, Wataru landed and immediately leapt up again. This time, he jumped even higher than the Ninetales. One was falling. One was rising. The two crossed paths in midair. Wataru twisted his body again, spinning rapidly through the air like a loosened screw. After 2 full rotations, he lashed out with another kick, as heavy as a hammer blow. Bang. A muffled impact rang out, accompanied by the Ninetales' roar. Wataru's leg slammed into the Ninetales' cheek. For this strike, Wataru used every ounce of technique behind his monstrous strength. Combined with the power unleashed by his SS rank Sage body, the force was terrifying. The Ninetales' enormous body was actually sent flying backward again. And it was not over yet. Wataru landed on a nearby rooftop, then pushed off once more, leaping high into the air. With speed surpassing the Ninetales' backward flight, he quickly caught up to it. That old dog Danzo had run away, so Wataru needed to find something to vent his anger on. The Ninetales was perfect. It could not be beaten to death, and it could not hit him back. What a wonderful punching bag. Wataru did not care about many things, but that did not mean he was someone who would just swallow his anger. If he was pissed off, naturally, he had to let it out. He landed on the Ninetales' head, grabbed a handful of fur, and was about to swing his fist, letting the beast properly taste the iron fist of a transmigrator. Just then, a long black staff shot in from the side and slammed viciously into the Ninetales' flank. The enormous force made the Ninetales roar. Its massive body, which had yet to land, was forcibly pushed backward. Boom. The Ninetales smashed through Kenoha's outer wall and fell outside the village. A brief cheer rang out from within Kenoha. Every shinobi knew who had made that move. Seeing the Ninetales finally driven out of the village, they naturally felt their spirits soar. Wait. I haven't gotten off yet. Wataru, who was currently riding on the Ninetales' head, frowned. He realized something was wrong, but before he could think too much about it, the Ninetales had already tumbled to the ground. He could only grip its fur tightly to keep himself in place. Roar. The Ninetales was furious. It dropped to all fours and raised its head with a roar. When it discovered the tiny thing on its head, it immediately shook violently, trying to fling him off. Wataru felt as if he had been thrown into a washing machine. The shaking was beyond ridiculous. No need to overthink it. A few punches first to warm up. Bang. 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 One punch after another landed, every strike hitting flesh. Each punch carried the full peak of his monstrous strength. The huge force smashed into the Ninetales' head, producing heavy, muffled sounds. The vibrations were anything but small. This time, the Ninetales was truly suffering. Compared with it, Wataru looked tiny. But Wataru's fists were not light. Even the Gold and Silver brothers, who only had incomplete sage bodies, could injure the Nine Tails. As for Wataru, whose sage body was comparable to Otsutsuki Hagoromo's level, the damage he could deal needed no further explanation. 3 punches in a second was not Wataru's limit. But by this point, the Nine Tails had already begun to howl. Even the 3-tomo Sharingan pattern in its eye socket started to tremble slightly, showing just how heavy Wataru's punches were. Whoa. The Nine Tails frantically shook its head, trying to break free from Wataru's grip. Unfortunately, Wataru was too small, and it simply could not throw him off. Then it opened its mouth and, ignoring everything else, aimed toward Kenoha. In front of its huge jaws, natural energy rapidly gathered, gradually forming a single point. That point was like a flame being lit. It instantly grew dazzling, swelling outward amid the violent howl of the wind. A tailed beast ball. Not good. Hiruzen, who was rushing toward the Nine Tails location, saw this and his expression changed drastically. At the same time, Wataru also saw it. Naturally, he knew exactly what a tailed beast ball was. As for how powerful this thing was, perhaps no one understood it better than him. Fine, fine. So that's how you want to play. Wataru was also pushed into a ruthless mood. With a thought, chakra was instantly refined within his body. With his ability, something like this was practically instinctive. It was only a matter of whether he wanted to do it or not. As someone with a sage body, his chakra refinement speed far exceeded ordinary people's. In almost an instant, the chakra inside him reached the point where it could draw out the natural energy within his body. At that moment, Wataru became light. That radiance was not the slightest bit weaker than the tailed beast ball. Wait! Hiruzen shouted, trying to stop Wataru. Although he had personally witnessed Wataru's self-destruction before, every time he faced it, lingering fear still gripped his heart. No one knew whether Wataru's next self-destruct would be the one that killed him. And right now, this was the scene Hiruzen least wanted to see. The next instant. Rumble. An earth-shaking explosion spread outward. Before the thunderous sound arrived, blazing light came first, filling the eyes of almost everyone who witnessed it. Beneath the moonlit night, everyone in Kenoha saw the sun outside the village. Chapter 4, Good People Don't Live Long. The light was so dazzling that even the black of night was dyed as bright as day. Kenoha, being the closest to it, bore the brunt of the radiance. For a moment, it truly seemed as if the village was standing beneath the noon sun, illuminated by that blinding light. Those who faced the glow could even feel a scorching heat coming from it. That alone showed just how terrifying Wataru's self-destruction was. Rumble. The light reached the eyes of everyone in Kenoha before the sound did. Only then came the deafening roar, followed by the trembling of the earth. At that moment, heaven and earth seemed to lose all color. Everything they could see was swallowed by a piercing white. The shockwave from the explosion was extremely violent. In an instant, everything around the Nine Tails was destroyed. Whether soil or trees, all of it was reduced to dust. The gale swept outward. Trees at the edge of the blast were torn from the ground and flung high into the sky. Large stretches of earth were lifted and rolled outward like waves. Hiruzen and the others were still some distance from the Nine Tails. They had only just crossed Konoha's outer wall when they saw the explosion's light. Before they could dodge or respond, the rapidly approaching wind swept them up like heavy objects and scattered them in every direction. Some slammed into the high wall. Some were thrown dozens of meters away. Others barely managed to steady themselves and avoid looking too pathetic. Hiruzen flipped in midair, then drove the adamantine staff, transformed from Enma, deep into the ground to stabilize himself. His eyes locked tightly on the area ahead. That was where the Nine Tails stood. At this moment, flames shot into the sky. After the massive explosion, a sea of fire remained. It was like a huge rising fireball, swallowing the Nine Tails within it. From Hiruzen's position, he could clearly see the Nine Tails raising its head and roaring within the flames. 2 of its 9 tails had already been blown apart, but the remaining one still whipped through the air like long lashes, stirring up fierce gusts of wind. Where is that child? Although Wataru was an Uchiha, Hiruzen still did not want anything to happen to him. After all, a natural-born sage body was far too special. To Kenoha, Wataru had value. Immense value. Boom. Roar. Another earth-shaking roar rang out. The Nine Tails charged out from the center of the explosion. Many parts of its body showed clear signs of being caught in the blast, leaving it scorched and mottled. But it was not dead. That was the vitality of a tailed beast. Hiruzen saw Wataru still standing on the Nine Tails' head. Compared to before, he did look a little more disheveled now. His clothes were torn, his hair hung loose, and there were traces of smoke and fire across his body. But from the look of it, he had not suffered any real injuries. That was the strength of an SS-rank sage body. When all the natural energy in his body erupted, it was like igniting hot oil. The explosion caused in that instant came from the inside out. And Wataru was the inside. Because the natural energy would only ignite after leaving his body, the force of the blast was directed outward. That was why the explosion looked terrifying, but the very center of it was actually not too dangerous. At most, he suffered a powerful impact. For a sage body of Wataru's level, that was not much of a problem. Seeing Wataru alive, Hiruzen clearly sighed in relief. Without any hesitation, he quickly rushed toward the Nine Tails. Enma. Hiruzen fiercely threw the adamantine staff in his hand while rapidly forming hand seals. Humph. A response sounded from within the adamantine staff. Then it rapidly expanded. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, a series of explosive sounds rang out. The adamantine staff split from 1 into 2, 2 into 4, and continued multiplying until it became a dense cluster, descending toward the Nine Tails. At this moment, every adamantine staff transformed from Enma looked like a massive pillar. They quickly spread apart, and as if they had eyes, each one landed above the Nine Tails' four paws. Ninja art, adamantine prison wall. Hiruzen landed on the ground and completed his hand seals. Click, click, click. Amid a series of crisp sounds, the adamantine staffs crossed and stacked over one another, firmly sealing the Nine Tails' four paws in place like a set of locks. Roar. 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 The Nine Tails struggled desperately and raised its head to roar. Quiet down. Wataru, still standing on its head, showed no politeness at all. He brought his fist down hard again. Bang. The blow smashed into the Nine Tails' head, making it stiffen for an instant. 5-style, great combo barrage. Bang, 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 bang. Another series of explosive sounds rang out. 4 shadow clones appeared beside Hiruzen and formed hand seals at the same time. In the next moment, 5 different elemental ninjutsu, fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind, were launched by Hiruzen together with his clones. Flames surged. Gales howled. Boulders shot forth. Lightning crackled. Water dragons swept forward. They represented the pinnacle of chakra nature transformation for the 5 basic styles. One step further, and they would reach the level of Kekkei Genkai. Each took shape, and all of them targeted the Nine Tails. Ninjutsu of this level, and 5 types at once, would naturally produce an obvious result if they converged. Under the glow of many colors, the 5-style ninjutsu struck the Nine Tails, hitting its flank at the same point. 5 different chakra natures mixed together. Aside from the destruction caused by the jutsus themselves, their fusion brought about a chain reaction. It was like gasoline being ignited in an instant, except the explosion was concentrated in a very small area. The result was obvious. Explosion. Rumble. Firelight surged, and smoke billowed. A huge burst of light exploded at the Nine Tails' side, instantly making its body tilt to one side. Yet because its 4 paws were restrained, its whole body ended up in an awkward half-fallen state. Naturally, this explosion could not compare to Wataru's self-destruction just now. But to be fair, the title of Professor of Ninjutsu was not empty praise. This single move was enough to reveal Hiruzen's strength as Hokage. However, it was clearly still not enough to deal with the Nine Tails. Wataru steadied himself and was just about to move when the corner of his eye caught sight of the Nine Tails' eyes. The pair of eyes that had been covered by the 3-tomo Sharingan pattern had now returned to the Nine Tails' original eyes. Wataru understood the reason clearly. Obviously, this was not caused by the 5-style combo. Has Minato already dealt with Obito? No sooner had the thought appeared than he heard the sound of something cutting through the air. In the next instant, a figure wearing the Hokage cloak appeared on the Nine Tails. The newcomer had blonde hair and refined features, though his expression was extremely serious at this moment. It was Namake's Minato. Wataru-kun. The moment Minato appeared, he also noticed Wataru standing on the Nine Tails' head. Why are you here? Perhaps because he had only just escaped his battle with Obito, when Minato saw Wataru, someone who also possessed the Sharingan, his first thought was suspicion. After all, the timing was simply too coincidental. Okay. I've had my fun. Seeing that the person who came was Minato, Wataru naturally noticed the suspicion in his eyes. Just like that, he lost any interest in continuing. It was a bit of a shame, though. He had not gotten to witness the famous scene of Minato beating the hell out of that bastard Obito with the second stage of the Flying Raijin. Since the main actor had arrived, Wataru naturally did not want to stay any longer. For no other reason than that he was too lazy to explain. You handle the rest yourself. After saying that, Wataru prepared to leave. Wait. Minato was just about to stop Wataru, but the latter spoke before him. Don't look at me. This has nothing to do with me. Ask the third if you want answers. I'm leaving. Coincidentally, Hiruzen had arrived at that moment. Seeing that Hiruzen did not attack Wataru, Minato naturally understood that he had somewhat wronged Wataru, so he did not say anything more. There was no time to explain further. He only nodded to Hiruzen below, then bit his finger and quickly formed hand seals. Summoning Jutsu. Bang. A massive toad descended from the sky and crashed heavily onto the Nine Tails, pressing it down against the earth. Taking this chance, Minato formed hand seals again while saying to Hiruzen, "Lord Third, I'll find a way to seal the Nine Tails again. I'll leave this side to you." Hiruzen hurriedly asked, "What happened on Kushina's side?" Minato's expression darkened. Someone with the Sharingan appeared and attacked Kushina. In a few brief sentences, he explained the cause and sequence of events. Then, seeing the Nine Tails already beginning to struggle, his expression changed at once. There's no time to say more. As his words fell, he pressed one hand onto the Nine Tails. The next instant. Whoosh! A tremendous rush of wind sounded. The Nine Tails' enormous body disappeared together with Minato. Boom! The giant toad landed on the ground with a rumble, then vanished into white smoke with a bang as the summoning ended. Wataru landed on Konoha's outer wall and looked from afar in the direction where the Nine Tails had disappeared. The chaos in the village behind him had no effect on him. He shook his head, as if sighing with emotion. Sure enough, good people don't live long. Chapter 5, Beating the Hell Out of Danzo. Wataru had a pretty good idea of what would happen next, but he had no intention of getting involved. The reason was simple. It had nothing to do with him. That was all. Even if Minato would die afterward, causing the village's only Hokage who still held goodwill toward the Uchiha to perish, and thereby making the Uchiha clan situation even worse, Wataru did not particularly care. To be honest, after his parents in this life passed away, it was not as if Wataru had never thought about the Uchiha clan. He had indeed once considered changing the Uchiha. But the Uchiha clan was honestly too hopeless. From Uchiha Fugaku, the clan head, to Uchiha Setsuna, the hawkish elder, all the way down to the many ordinary clansmen who had not even awakened their eyes, every single one of them possessed a baffling level of confidence in themselves and in the Uchiha clan. No, it was more than confidence. It was arrogance. They clearly knew the Uchiha clan's situation. They knew the village's attitude toward them. Yet they continued to live inside the arrogance of the Uchiha name. It left people speechless. Wataru had given Fugaku suggestions several times, but every one of them had been treated as the words of a child and ignored. After that, Wataru completely gave up on the idea. If they wanted to die, then they could die. It no longer had anything to do with him. At this moment, after being ravaged by the Nine Tails, Kenoha was in complete chaos. Everywhere he looked, firelight burned. Cries and screams mixed together, making the entire village look as though the end of the world had arrived. Wataru jumped down from the high wall and walked along streets that no longer resembled their original appearance. Casually, he propped up a wall that was about to collapse, pulled a dusty, soot-covered brat out from underneath it, and pointed toward the Hokage rock. "Go over there and take shelter." After saying that, he walked away without looking back. He did similar things several times along the way, saving a few people. Wataru was indifferent to Minato's death because that was Minato's own choice, and he respected it. As for these ordinary villagers who had suffered because of the Nine Tails, he did feel a little more sympathy for them. It was not that he was especially kind-hearted or could not bear to see suffering in the world. It was simply that if he could save someone in passing, then at most, it only cost him a little effort. It was not a big deal. Again, it came down to one thing. He felt like it. Simple as that. It's actually still here. Returning to the street from before, he found the bag he had dropped in a corner. The vegetables inside were actually mostly undamaged. That saves me another trip to buy groceries. Wataru picked up the bag and was about to head home. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just then, several figures landed around him. The one leading them was Danzo. It seemed this guy had been keeping an eye on Wataru from the very beginning. The moment Wataru arrived, he immediately showed himself. "Are you ever going to stop?" Wataru put down the bag and tilted his head slightly as he stared at Danzo. His eyes, however, were fixed on the man's neck. Danzo spoke with a gloomy expression. "The Nine Tails' appearance is inseparable from the Uchiha. And tonight, you appeared alone in the village. I have reason to suspect that this entire incident is related to you. Now, you had best come with me for investigation." Wataru clicked his tongue and said nothing more. Because in the next instant, his figure suddenly disappeared from where he stood. No one had expected Wataru to be so direct. He had actually attacked without even bothering to say another word. The root shinobi surrounding him moved immediately. Some formed hand seals. Some threw kunai at Wataru. Others rushed straight toward him, trying to block his advance. As root shinobi, protecting their leader had already become instinct. But Wataru was too fast. His charge tore through the night wind. Several root shinobi threw a net of shuriken at the same time, but the instant it touched the edge of his clothes, the boy's left foot stomped hard against the ground. Amid the shattered fragments of exploding stone pavement, his figure became an afterimage and slipped through the gaps between the ninja tools. The root shinobi at the front swung his blade down, only to cut through empty air. Wataru's figure merely flickered. Under the moonlight, he seemed to turn into a passing shadow. But his knee had already crashed into another man's jaw. The sound of cracking bone and the dull impact of a body smashing through a wall rang out at the same time. Danzo's single eye suddenly contracted. Fast. Too fast. So fast that even he was caught off guard. One root shinobi had yet to finish forming hand seals when Wataru twisted his body and swept out with a spinning kick. The wind from his leg cut across the man's neck. Amid a sharp boom in the air, the body flew into the ruins like a puppet with its strings cut. A third man rushed in, the blade in his hand just appearing, only for his wrist bones to be crushed by a palm like an iron vice. Wataru borrowed the force and rose into the air, stepping on the crown of a fourth root shinobi's head as he vaulted forward. 10 meters. Danzo finally raised his right hand. The scorching airflow of a great fireball tore through the air, but Wataru dropped from midair in a way that seemed to defy inertia. The chakra-formed heatwave brushed past his hair. The moment he landed, both feet released force, and the tiles within 3 meters collapsed into a spiderweb pattern. Using the rebound, he shot forward like a cannonball and smashed through the last 2 Earth-style walls. 5 steps. Danzo's hand seals were broken by the fist wind that had suddenly arrived before his face. Arrogant brat. As Danzo retreated violently, a kunai slipped from his sleeve to block the blow. Amid the wail of metal, the steel-forged blade was actually shattered by Wataru's fist. Wataru changed his fist into a claw and reached for Danzo's throat. Danzo hurriedly stepped back and threw out a substitution log, his true body already forming hand seals several meters away. Amid the exploding splinters of the wooden log, Wataru pursued like a ghost skimming low over the ground. Wind style, vacuum. Before Danzo could finish calling out the technique's name, Wataru's whip-like kick, launched from a wall-assisted rebound, had already swept toward his temple. Danzo hurriedly raised his arm to block, but it felt as though he had been struck by lightning. For a moment, he felt as if his arm had broken. Under that immense force, he staggered back several steps. At the same time, Wataru's elbow followed like a shadow, drilling into his ribs and causing a crisp crack to sound from Danzo's chest. 7-hit combo. His fists tore through the air, one after another, seemingly endless. Danzo's blocking forearms gradually went numb. Every collision felt like being struck by a battering ram. It was as if he had lost all sensation, leaving only intense pain behind. When Wataru spun and chopped down with a sweeping leg, Danzo was finally forced back into a corner. The brick wall shook from the impact, dust falling from it in sheets. Something sweet and metallic surged up Danzo's throat, and the sinister gloom in his lone eye finally burned into fury. Enough. His angry roar was answered by a resounding slap. Smack. The slap was especially crisp, and the force behind it was far from light. It sent Danzo flying backward, his body spinning several times in midair before crashing to the ground. This result, one could say, was something Danzo had brought upon himself. Perhaps his long years in a high position had made him lose his vigilance. He thought everyone would bow to his status and choose to obey his orders. Yet he had forgotten that the person he faced was Wataru. A person who did not care in the slightest about Danzo's identity or position. In the end, he could only blame himself for underestimating his opponent. It was true that Wataru could not use ninjutsu, but his taijutsu was anything but weak. Add in his SS rank sage body, and he could even beat the Nine-Tails half to death. How could Danzo, a man who had long since stepped away from frontline combat, possibly compare? Stop. Wataru was just about to rush forward and give Danzo a few more brutal hits when the sound of someone cutting through the air arrived. That sound was very familiar. Wataru did not need to turn around to know who had come. Sarutobi Hiruzen. But what did that have to do with him? Wataru did not stop. In an instant, he appeared in front of Danzo, grabbed him by the neck, and lifted him up. Only then did he have the leisure to turn around. The newcomer was indeed Hiruzen. And it was not only him. Hamura, Koharu, and several others stood beside him, all of them from Hiruzen's generation. Apart from them, there were also more than a dozen shinobi from various clans in the village. Every one of them was a jonin. Being stared at by so many people, an ordinary person would naturally feel nervous, perhaps even uneasy. But Wataru did not care at all. Bang. Without another word, Wataru slammed Danzo into the ground. He used no small amount of force, and the earth cracked beneath the impact. Gah. Danzo violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Uchiha Wataru, I order you to stop. This time, it was Uchiha Koharu who spoke. Anger had already appeared on her face. Hiruzen, on the other hand, saw this scene and his cheek twitched slightly. To be honest, walking in only to find Wataru beating the hell out of Danzo was so absurd that even he, the Hokage, did not know what to say. Chapter 6, This is Karma. It would have been better if Koharu had not said anything. The moment she did, Hiruzen's heart sank. Crap. Sure enough, Wataru paid no attention whatsoever to the fact that the people present were all high-ranking members of the village. With one hand, he lifted Danzo off the ground again and held him up high. What are you trying to say? That I should let this old dog go? Wataru sneered at Koharu, then looked toward Hiruzen. What about you, third? Is that your attitude too? The truth was, when a person had no attachments and also possessed enough power to suppress everyone present, there was only one way to describe him. Invincible. Whether it was Koharu or Danzo, when facing Wataru, they were still operating on old, ingrained habits. They thought Wataru, like everyone else in the village, would be intimidated by their status and position. That he would obey their orders. Unfortunately for them, if there was anyone in the shinobi world who saw through that entire set of rules most clearly, it was Wataru. He did not care at all. Put Danzo down, child. Hiruzen sighed. Too many things had happened tonight. Every single one of them pained him. And now, seeing his old comrade held in Wataru's hand like a sack of broken meat only made him feel worse. As Hokage, Hiruzen understood exactly what Danzo was thinking. Especially now, when the fourth Hokage, Minato, was dealing with the Ninetales and the outcome was still unknown. If another mess broke out here, it would naturally be bad for Kenoha. The corner of Wataru's mouth lifted. Perfect. Since everyone's here, then I'll ask properly. As he spoke, he directly threw Danzo to the ground at Hiruzen's feet. This old dog already made a move against me when I was 6. Don't tell me none of you knew about that. You all saw what happened that time. As he said this, he gave a cold laugh. And now this old dog is using the Ninetales incident as an excuse to persecute me again. What, does he think I'm easy to bully? At this moment, Danzo's whole body was covered in injuries. Several of his ribs were broken, and his body was stiff and unable to move. Blood had soaked his forehead, making him look utterly miserable. No matter what, he was still the leader of Root, and someone from Hiruzen's generation. Naturally, he was not weak. The reason he was like this now was because Wataru had done something to his body. It was very simple. Just now, Wataru had sent a little natural energy into him. Not much, but enough to ensure this guy could not move. Aside from settling a personal grudge, Wataru had also done it with a bit of probing intent. And that probe had indeed revealed something real. Danzo had already begun modifying his own body. There were Hashirama cells inside him. Perhaps not many, but the power of Hashirama cells had to be balanced through special methods. Therefore, Danzo's body must also contain a Sharingan. The two had formed a subtle balance. Under normal circumstances, the amount of natural energy Wataru injected was not enough to make an ordinary person lose the ability to move. But Danzo had fallen for it. That could only mean one thing. The fragile balance inside his body had been disrupted by that little bit of natural energy. Wataru, who knew the situation well, naturally understood everything. After Wataru finished speaking, the expressions of Hamura, Koharu, and the others immediately turned ugly. His words were no different from pointing at their noses and cursing them. Unfortunately, Wataru was special. He was an Uchiha, but also an oddity among the Uchiha. Add in his identity as an orphan, along with the fact that he had never received a proper Will of Fire education at the academy, and he simply did not buy into the Will of Fire at all. And they had no way to deal with him. The Ninetales just now was the clearest proof. If he disagreed, he self-destructed. Who could endure that? Nothing to say. Wataru stepped forward. The shinobi around them immediately grew tense. Some had already drawn their ninja blades, while others had taken out their ninja tools. But Wataru acted as though he had not seen them at all. He looked straight at Hiruzen. Third, I'll show you something good. After saying that, he had already arrived in front of Danzo. Under the latter's furious, shocked gaze, Wataru directly tore away the bandages wrapped around half of his face. Stop. Hamura shouted and stepped forward, wanting to stop him. Although he did not know what Wataru wanted to show them, based on his understanding of his old teammate Danzo, it definitely would not be anything good. But Wataru had already lifted Danzo's right eyelid. The scene immediately fell silent. Everyone saw the eye in Danzo's right socket. Its iris was as red as blood, and 3 tomo marked its surface. The Sharingan. Hamura's movement froze. Koharu's already ugly expression darkened even further. Even Hiruzen's face became heavy. Without the slightest courtesy, Wataru directly gouged that eye out of Danzo's socket. Heh. You all saw that, right? So I want to ask, where did this eye come from? Don't tell me the Uchiha clan gave it to him. He opened his hand. His palm was covered in blood, and that eyeball lay quietly in the center of it. After doing all this, Wataru took a roll of bandages from his ninja pouch, wrapped the eye, and put it away. Now, I need an explanation. Wataru spoke again. The atmosphere at the scene was heavy and silent. Logically speaking, having an eye gouged out alive should have caused Danzo unbearable pain. Even if he could endure it, he should have made some kind of sound. But Danzo did not. He was like someone who had lost all sensation, completely silent. However, his twisted face proved the pain caused by Wataru gouging out his eye just now. For some unknown reason, he simply could not make a sound. What did you do? Koharu quickly asked. Naturally, she was referring to Danzo's current state. Of course, there was also the possibility that she was trying to change the subject, avoiding the important issue and focusing on something lighter. Unfortunately, Wataru ignored her. He only quietly looked at Hiruzen. Go and invite clan head Fugaku over, Hiruzen finally said. Yes. An ANBU immediately accepted the order and left. Hiruzen. Hamura and Koharu's expressions changed slightly. Hiruzen only sighed and waved his hand. Treat Danzo. At once, an ANBU shinobi stepped forward and used the healing jutsu to heal Danzo. If he had not treated him, it would have been fine. The moment he did, a problem appeared. Aiha. Danzo suddenly opened his mouth and let out a miserable scream, sounding especially pained. The ANBU was startled. Thinking Danzo could not endure the pain, he increased the strength of the treatment. Unexpectedly, this only made Danzo's screams grow louder. The ANBU quickly withdrew his hand, and the pale green glow of the healing jutsu vanished. Danzo's screams suddenly stopped. His expression remained twisted, but once again, he made no sound. This. Not only was the ANBU shocked, Hiruzen also noticed the abnormality. Wataru sneered inwardly. The fragile balance had already been broken the moment the Sharingan was gouged out. The Hashirama cells in Danzo's body had not gone berserk yet, which clearly meant this guy had some other method temporarily suppressing them. Under these circumstances, treating his injuries with the healing jutsu counted as interference from external chakra, further disrupting the balance. On top of that, natural energy remained inside his body, leaving Danzo unable to move. Naturally, the pain was directly amplified. This is karma. Wataru laughed loudly. Chapter 7, Fugaku's Unease. What did you do to Danzo? Koharu stepped forward and shouted the question. Wataru ignored her. Hiruzen did not grow angry because of it. Instead, he crouched down to examine Danzo, and his expression soon sharpened. It's natural energy. As expected of the professor of ninjutsu. He was experienced and knowledgeable. After connecting it to Wataru's special nature, he quickly saw what was wrong with Danzo's body. At that point, how could he not understand Wataru's method? Sigh. After realizing this, Hiruzen merely sighed. Then he said to Hamura, Koharu, and the others, take the ANBU and search for the fourth. I'll handle things here. Hiruzen. Hamura immediately tried to say something, but Hiruzen cut him off. Do as I say. That is an order. At that, Hamura, Koharu, and the others could say nothing more. The situation was special. The fourth Hokage's whereabouts were unknown, and the village had suffered such a devastating blow. As the third Hokage, Hiruzen naturally had the authority to deal with these matters. Koharu shot Wataru a look, the warning in it very clear. What are you staring at, old woman? Wataru smiled. You. Koharu was furious and wanted to say more, but in the end, the words did not leave her mouth. With a cold snort, she left quickly with Hamura and the others. Very soon, only Hiruzen, a few ANBU, and Danzo, who was still lying on the ground, remained. Take Danzo and the root members away for treatment. Hiruzen gave another order. After speaking, he even looked at Wataru, seemingly worried that he would stop them. But Wataru did not stop them, which surprised Hiruzen a little instead. Third, you didn't think I'd kill that old dog Danzo right here, did you? Wataru asked in return. Hiruzen sighed again. Child, I know you hold resentment toward the village, but some things are not as simple as you think. Wataru laughed. So Danzo's actions were your intention, third? Hiruzen shook his head. They were not done under my orders. Hiruzen still explained seriously, he manages root. His duty is to maintain the stability of the village. Wataru raised an eyebrow. So what you mean is, he harmed my clansmen and targeted me, and all of that was necessary? Calm down, child. With your intelligence, it shouldn't be hard for you to see certain things. The power of the Uchiha clan has always made the village uneasy. Your clan is simply too special. Hiruzen sighed, and the lines on his face seemed to deepen. And the rift between the Uchiha clan and the village, even if I do not say it, you should be able to feel it, living within it. Danzo's methods may be extreme, but they are also born from a desire to protect the village. Protect. Wataru's laugh was full of mockery. Protect it with the blood of my clansmen. I know you feel wronged, and I know you are angry. Hiruzen's voice carried exhaustion. But now is not the time for reckoning. Kenoha cannot withstand internal chaos. Neither can the Uchiha. He looked at Wataru, and there was a hint of pleading in his eyes. Give Kenoha a chance. I promise you, Danzo will pay a price, and the village will reconsider its relationship with the Uchiha. Wataru raised a hand and cut him off. Stop. Those words aren't something you should be saying to me. He shook his head with a faint smile, not interested in arguing further. After all, he was not the head of the Uchiha clan. These matters were not his to manage, and he did not want to manage them either. The only reason he had this attitude right now was because of his private grudge against Danzo. Seeing Wataru act this way, Hiruzen was briefly left speechless. The scene fell silent. Fortunately, that silence did not last long. Soon, several figures landed nearby, and the leader was Uchiha Fugaku. At this moment, Fugaku's expression did not look good. Something so major had happened tonight. The entire village had been thrown into chaos, yet the Uchiha Shinobi had been informed that they were not allowed to take action. Such obvious targeting was not something he, as clan head, could accept easily. Now that he had been brought over by the ANBU, he immediately saw Wataru and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. More importantly, the atmosphere between the two was clearly wrong. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like a silent confrontation. Fugaku looked at Wataru and gave him a questioning look. Wataru only shrugged, looked away, and ignored him. Fugaku had long since gotten used to Wataru's personality, so he was not particularly surprised. Since he could not get an answer from Wataru, Fugaku could only look at Hiruzen. Lord Third. Hiruzen nodded and forced out a smile. Fugaku, I called you here under these circumstances because there is something important I must inform you of. Fugaku's expression became solemn. Please speak. Hiruzen took a deep breath. You saw the Nine-Tails appearance as well. To the village, this is a disaster. After tonight, we still do not know how great Konoha's losses will be. Fugaku fell silent. He did not know how to respond. The resentment he had felt on the way here was mostly scattered by those words. But what he heard next caused his expression to change slightly. The Nine-Tails did not appear by accident. It was man-made. The Jinchuriki gave birth tonight. Someone took advantage of the week period after childbirth, suddenly made a move, controlled the Jinchuriki, undid the seal, and then controlled the Nine-Tails. At this point, Hiruzen paused. Wataru looked at Hiruzen, then at Fugaku, and suddenly found it somewhat amusing. Because at this moment, Fugaku was clearly already uneasy. Sure enough, Hiruzen continued, the one who controlled the Nine-Tails was an Uchiha. Minato saw this with his own eyes because he fought that person, though he does not know the other party's true identity. Fugaku, as the head of the Uchiha clan, I believe you understand what this represents. In just a few sentences, Fugaku's expression had changed drastically. From the slight anger he had arrived with, to the faint change in expression after a few words, to the shock now appearing on his face. One had to admit, Hiruzen truly deserved to be the Hokage who had controlled Konoha's power for decades. His skill at seizing the initiative was extremely practiced. Seeing this, Wataru could already guess how Fugaku would respond next. Lord Third, all the Uchiha Shinobi were within the clan compound tonight. Moreover, to control the Nine-Tails, ordinary Sharingan Jinjutsu would never be enough. Fugaku hurriedly explained. This matter was far too serious. If mishandled, the Uchiha clan would face the hostility of the entire village. He was confident, yes, but he was not so arrogant as to believe the Uchiha clan alone could contend against the entire village. Hiruzen said, naturally, I believe you. Then his tone shifted. However, earlier, advisor Danzo came into conflict with this child Wataru because of the Nine-Tails incident. Fugaku quickly said, Lord Third, that is nothing important. Wataru's expression turned strange. He could not help coughing twice, interrupting their conversation. He directly tossed the eyeball wrapped in gauze to Fugaku and said, Clan head, you'd better look at this first before deciding what to say. Wataru was not angry. On the contrary, he found it rather interesting. Seeing Fugaku's anxiousness up close gave him a new understanding of this man. This was the head of the Uchiha clan. They were truly doomed. Fugaku caught the gauze-wrapped sphere, and a bad feeling instantly rose in his heart. After all, he had seen things like this before. On the battlefield, when recovering the eyes of fallen clansmen, if conditions were crude, this was how they were handled. And sure enough, there was still fresh blood on the gauze. He was far too familiar with it. As expected, when he opened it, he saw a Sharingan. Fugaku's expression changed. At this moment, Wataru spoke. I gouged that out of Shimura Danzo's eye socket. Fugaku abruptly looked at Hiruzen. The nervous unease from moments ago vanished, replaced by surging anger. Lord Third, I need an explanation for this Sharingan. Hiruzen sighed again. This time, the breath he released was especially long. Clan head Fugaku, I will give you an explanation for this Sharingan after tonight. But I also need an explanation for the Nine Tails being controlled. He looked at Fugaku and met his eyes. His expression gradually became more restrained. Now, Fugaku hesitated. Clan head, you'd better think carefully before you speak. Wataru suddenly spoke, a smile on his face. Chapter 8, The Oddity Among the Uchiha. Clearly, Hiruzen was putting pressure on Fugaku. And Wataru was doing the same. So now, the scene became somewhat strange. Fugaku had originally arrived in anger, yet now he was inexplicably tense. Hiruzen was one thing. No matter what, he was the third Hokage. Under these circumstances, for him to say such things with the authority of the Hokage, even without stating it outright, was already a very direct accusation. But Wataru. Stop messing around. Fugaku subconsciously brought out the authority of a clan head, first saying this to Wataru before replying to Hiruzen. Regarding what Lord Third said, I still do not know the specific details for the time being. After all, he was still a clan head. How could he be frightened into submission by a few words? Naturally, if he could stall, he would stall. Hiruzen nodded slightly. That is fine. Now is indeed not the time to discuss this. Then this matter can wait until tonight's situation has been handled. Fugaku clearly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Wataru laughed. He gave Fugaku a thumbs up. Old Fugaku, you really are something. Truly. After saying that, he did not care whether Fugaku understood or not. He picked up the bag he had set down earlier and walked toward the clan compound without looking back. Seeing this, Fugaku immediately wanted to speak, but Hiruzen stopped him. Let that child go back. Regarding tonight's matter, Danzo was at fault. That child has suffered an injustice. Fugaku, when you return, you should still comfort him properly. Fugaku nodded. I understand. Since Wataru had already left, he naturally did not care how things continued behind him. He could still hear the two men talking afterward. Their topic centered on the Sharingan in Fugaku's hand, but listening to them only made Wataru want to laugh. For the Uchiha clan to end up with such a clan head, they must have accumulated several lifetimes of good fortune. Tonight's events could be considered an accident to him. If the Nine Tails had not charged straight at him, he would never have made a move. Now, after one self-destruction, the natural energy accumulated in his body had been mostly consumed. He needed to go back and build it up again. After witnessing Fugaku's hesitation, Wataru finally abandoned what little thought he should never have had in the first place. Whoever wanted to deal with it could deal with it. When Wataru stepped into the clan compound, he saw a chaotic scene inside the Uchiha district. It could not really be called too chaotic. It had merely been affected by the destruction caused by the Nine Tails. There were still damp bloodstains on the stone steps. Not many, and no one had wiped them away. Several clansmen with awakened eyes stood on the walls, looking toward the direction where the Nine Tails had appeared earlier. On the road, children were lined up in 2 rows, led by older clansmen holding their hands as they quickly walked toward the north gate. No one cried. No one asked why. Don't look back. Walk faster. A middle-aged man gave the instruction in a low voice, his Sharingan appearing scarlet under the firelight. Several clansmen with awakened eyes were digging through collapsed walls, searching for injured people beneath them, their Sharingan still active. They did not speak. They only stared at the Hokage building in the distance. Why won't the village let us go out and help? A young man asked in a lowered voice. Why else? They fear the power we hold, another answered, his tone clearly filled with dissatisfaction. Was it Hokage-sama who gave the order personally? Someone else asked. Who knows? The order was delivered by Anbu. Damn it. We're Uchiha, not prisoners. Shut up. An elder interrupted him. Do your own job. The young man who had been scolded was clearly dissatisfied, but looking at the chaos in the clan compound, he wisely closed his mouth. Wataru walked past them without stopping, as if he did not care about anything in front of him. Naturally, others noticed this behavior. Where did you go? Someone asked him. To buy groceries. Wataru's reply was very simple. So simple it was as if the Nine Tails had never appeared at all. Seeing him act like this, someone naturally became angry and snapped, can't you see what state the clan compound is in? Wataru stopped and looked at that person. So. The men clearly had not expected Wataru to have this attitude. He was so angry that the tomo in his Sharingan began spinning faster. In a few steps, he arrived in front of Wataru. Is this the attitude you should have as an Uchiha? Your clansmen need help, yet you stand by and watch coldly. As soon as those words fell, quite a few people stopped walking, or stopped what they were doing, and turned their eyes toward this place. When they saw that one of the people in the argument was Wataru, some immediately changed expression. Some looked at him with coldness in their eyes, while others showed clear disgust. Their reactions varied. But one thing was obvious. Even among the Uchiha, Wataru could be considered an oddity. Then what? Wataru asked back. He looked at the others, then withdrew his gaze and stared directly at the young men in front of him. Do they need my help? Haven't all of you always not cared? After saying that, Wataru no longer wasted words. He walked straight forward, knocking the Uchiha youth aside with his shoulder. That's enough, Tekka. An older Uchiha spoke up and stopped the youth. He looked at Wataru's departing back with an unreadable expression. Uncle Yashiro, look at that guy. The youth, Uchiha Tekka, was clearly furious at Wataru's answer and behavior. He looked as if he wanted to rush forward and teach him a lesson on the spot. Just ignore him. Uchiha Yashiro gave him a slightly stern look. Tekka could only shut his mouth. At this moment, Wataru continued walking leisurely along the streets of the clan compound. On both sides were slightly panicked ordinary clansmen, adults and children alike. There were also clansmen with awakened eyes who had stopped in place. Without exception, all of them cast their gazes toward him. Under the moonlight, on the streets of the Uchiha compound, the eyes of each awakened Uchiha glowed scarlet like blood, carrying an eerie color beneath the night sky. Being stared at by so many eyes, anyone else would probably feel nervous, perhaps even afraid. But Wataru acted as though he had not seen any of it. Carrying the bag in his hand, he simply walked forward, completely ignoring the gazes on both sides. It's that guy. He doesn't deserve the Uchiha name. That bastard. He should have been kicked out of the clan. Disgusting. Low voices came from both sides of the street. Without exception, every word was aimed at Wataru. Those words entered his ears, but he still ignored them. From this alone, it was not hard to see Wataru's position within the Uchiha clan. He had been isolated. No. To be precise, Wataru had actively isolated the entire Uchiha clan. Across all of Kenoha, Wataru was a genuine oddity. In outsiders' eyes, he was withdrawn and self-centered. And within the Uchiha clan, he was also an oddity. Unsociable and indifferent, completely lacking the pride an Uchiha was supposed to have. Over time, the resentment the clansmen held toward him had grown quite large. However, these people only dared to mutter quietly. No one dared to step forward and accuse him to his face. Hard-headed brats like Tekka were the minority. As for the reason, it could only be blamed on Wataru's refusal to work for the clan. And why was he unwilling? The reason was simple. After he blew up the ninja academy at the age of 6, the Uchiha clan learned of his talent. They believed this was a treasure heaven had granted to the Uchiha. From top to bottom, the entire clan placed high hopes on him, hoping he could become the sharpest spear of the Uchiha clan. Unfortunately, Wataru had absolutely no interest in that. As a result, the conflict between both sides grew deeper and deeper, until it had become almost impossible to reconcile. But Wataru was also too good at fighting. Although he could not use ninjutsu, that terrifying strength and powerful body had made many troublesome members of the Uchiha clan suffer greatly. In the past, anyone who dared to act up in front of him had, without exception, tasted the weight of his fists. Their endings naturally went without saying. And the more that happened, the more the other clansmen disliked him. Over time, it became the situation it was now. Wataru suddenly stopped. The muttering voices instantly stopped as well. Are all of you that bored? Someone's face twitched, but he still avoided Wataru's gaze. Someone lowered his head and did not look at him. There were also people whose faces filled with anger. A bunch of trash. Wataru gave this faint evaluation, then started walking again. Without looking at them any further, he headed toward his own home. Chapter 9, The Natural Energy Stopped. Wataru no longer looked at those people and walked toward the direction of his own home. Only after he left did the muttering start up again. Damn it, look at that guy's attitude. That bastard. One day, I'll make him pay. He's a disgrace to the Uchiha. Wataru ignored all of it. He had heard too much of it since he was young. It had long since lost the ability to stir any emotion in him. He only found it funny. Asking him to feel affection for this kind of Uchiha clan was, to be honest, asking a bit too much. If not for Danzo tonight, he would not have bothered with this mess at all. That was also why he had left so decisively earlier. Under strange gazes all the way home, Wataru finally returned to his residence. Good. Nothing too serious. His home was a courtyard. Not too large, not too small. A standard Japanese-style residence with a bit of elegance to it. The courtyard itself was not big. 3 sides were enclosed by black stone walls, while the north side faced outward. A low fence surrounded several withered bamboo stalks. A stone lantern leaned in the corner, half of its cover cracked, fallen leaves gathered inside. The blue stone path had been worn smooth underfoot, leading straight from the courtyard gate to a low tea room. A mark still remained on the doorframe, carved there by Wataru with a kunai when he was 4 years old. There was a pond in the courtyard, only a dozen or so steps across. The water was shallow, and several white stones lay across the bottom like chess pieces casually tossed aside. No flowers. No koi. No decorations. A string of faded wind chimes hung beneath the eaves, but they had long since stopped ringing. Everything looked old, and because of the Nine Tails tonight, there was now some damage here and there. Fortunately, the problem was not serious. It only needed a little cleaning and repair. This courtyard was considered quite good not just in Kenoha, but even within the Uchiha clan. After all, most ordinary Uchiha clansmen lived in regular 2-story wooden houses or simple single-story homes. Courtyards like this numbered barely a dozen or so in the entire Uchiha district. In this regard, he benefited from the background of his father's line in this life. To put it simply, he was related to Fugaku. The two of them were distant cousins who had not passed beyond 5 degrees of kinship. Their great-grandfathers had been brothers, making them 5th-generation collateral relatives. Strictly speaking, he should call Fugaku his cousin. Of course, a distant cousin. Still, he could be considered part of the clan head's branch. Wataru's father in this life had also been a fairly talented shinobi. A jonin in his 20s who had awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan, one of the clan's elites. Because of that, he had left Wataru this courtyard, along with a fair amount of inheritance. That was also why, after Wataru became an orphan, he had enough money to support himself. He did not need to rely on the Uchiha clan, much less the village, to raise him. After returning inside, he put down the bag and tidied up a little. Then Wataru began making himself a late-night meal. No matter what had happened earlier, since he had taken an interest in it, he would finish it. This was a habit he had developed over a long time. Wataru soon calmed down and focused on what he was doing, as if the battle with the Nine Tails and the matter of gouging out Danzo's eye had never happened. There was still some noise outside, but that did not affect him either. About half an hour later, the late-night meal was ready. 2 small dishes and a little bottle of sake. That was his supper. The dishes were simple, 1 meat and 1 vegetable. As for the sake, it was not something someone his age should drink. But who made him an orphan? There was no one who could really control him. Besides, this was a habit from his previous life. After he turned 12, he had picked it back up. After all, being alone could get rather lonely sometimes. A little wine made it easier to sleep. He had just poured himself a cup when he heard a knock on the door. Wataru frowned slightly, but still got up and went outside to open it. As expected, standing at the door was Fugaku. Compared with when Wataru had seen him earlier, Fugaku now had tightly furrowed brows and a solemn expression. Who knew whether he had suffered some frustration on Hiruzen's side? Something you need? Wataru asked directly. Fugaku had long since gotten used to his attitude and did not waste words. Yes. There are indeed some things I need to tell you. There was Northwest one on the street outside, but Wataru still stepped aside. The two entered the courtyard one after the other, neither of them speaking. Fugaku was led into the room, where he saw the 2 small dishes and the sake on the low table. You're still young. You shouldn't drink. And besides, the 3 ninja prohibitions. Wataru directly interrupted him. Did you come here to tell me that? Wataru took out another pair of chopsticks and a small sake cup, placing them in front of Fugaku. Although he showed indifference toward many things, even toward the Uchiha clan, that did not mean he had no manners at all. He still understood how to treat a guest. After all, Fugaku could be considered a visitor. As for Fugaku, he did not take Wataru's attitude to heart. The two had a fairly large age gap, but they were of the same generation and somewhat related. So after Wataru's talent was exposed, Fugaku had actually thought very early on about properly cultivating him. However, after interacting with him over the years, Fugaku had long since understood Wataru's temperament. He had already gotten angry over everything worth getting angry over, and there was nothing he could do about him. Now, the way the two interacted was basically like this. Fugaku sat down cross-legged, poured himself a cup of sake, drank it in one gulp, then looked at Wataru. The third has promised me that after tonight's events pass and the village settles down, Shimura Danzo will be punished. Wataru raised his eyes and glanced at him, then silently continued eating. Also, you came into contact with the Nine Tails tonight. I need you to tell me. Was the Ninetales truly controlled by the Sharingan? Wataru put down his chopsticks and looked at Fugaku's solemn face. His tone was calm. The Ninetales was indeed controlled by Sharingan Jinjutsu. I confirmed that. Damn it. Fugaku slammed his fist onto the low table, making everything on it tremble. Lightly. If you break it, you're paying for it. This is black gold wood. Wataru wiped the spot Fugaku had struck with his hand, his face full of disgust. Fugaku took a deep breath and ignored those words, though anger had already appeared on his face. To control the Ninetales, the Sharingan's ocular power must be extremely strong. To accomplish something like that. He did not finish the rest, but he already had the answer in his heart. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Wataru pretended not to understand. So. Who do you think it was? Fugaku fell silent. It can't be Uchiha Madara, right? He's been dead for how many years? Wataru chuckled. Fugaku's expression grew even uglier. He let out a long breath, poured himself another cup of sake, drank it, then looked at Wataru. After this incident, the Uchiha clan's position will become extremely passive. Compared with Danzo's matter, the fact that the Ninetales appeared tonight and was controlled by the Sharingan is far more serious. He stared at Wataru. You should understand what this represents. Wataru leisurely drank a cup of sake as well before looking at Fugaku. So. What are you trying to say? Wataru, stop being so willful. Your talent should not be buried. If you become strong, you can absolutely bring greater confidence to the Uchiha clan. The corner of Wataru's mouth lifted. And then fight the village? Fugaku's expression changed slightly. It has not reached that point yet. So what you mean is, after I grow stronger, I should become the Uchiha's weapon against the village? Fugaku fell silent. How boring. Wataru curled his lip. You're like this. The Uchiha clan is like this too. Arrogant without realizing it, wanting to change the current situation while still being afraid of trouble, hesitating before and after every step. It's laughable. Wataru. Stop. Wataru raised a hand. Finish your drink and go home. How I act is not something anyone else gets to decide. Not you, and not the village. As for whether the Ninetales incident will affect the clan, that is something you, the clan head, should be thinking about. I'm just an ordinary clansman. It's not my place to decide such things, and I'm not interested. The atmosphere fell silent at once. Looking at Wataru, Fugaku seemed to have many things he wanted to say, but in the end, he said nothing. Eventually, Fugaku left. He left with the scent of sake on him. After so many years, he understood Wataru's personality very well. Even if he issued an order as clan head, Wataru would directly ignore it. This kind of thing had happened before, and every time, it had left him unable to maintain his dignity. So even though Fugaku had many things he wanted to say before coming here, once he saw Wataru's attitude, he knew that saying more would be useless. Heh. The Uchiha really are something else. With a soft laugh, Wataru threw Fugaku to the back of his mind. He finished his food, drank his sake, washed up, and happily went to bed. At some point in his sleep, Wataru's brow moved slightly, as if he had sensed some kind of change in his body. But he did not wake. If someone could see natural energy, they would have noticed that sometime in the latter half of the night, the natural energy that had always flowed toward his body suddenly stopped. Chapter 10, Married Women Are Great. After a good night's sleep, Wataru opened his eyes in the morning and felt completely relaxed. It was as if some burden had suddenly been lifted from his body, giving him an indescribable sense of comfort. Even he did not know whether his nerves were simply too thick. Clearly, so many things had happened last night, yet he was completely unaffected, as if none of it had anything to do with him. He stretched, and his whole body crackled. Even better. He got out of bed and stood up. Just as he was about to take a step, his body suddenly stiffened. Hiss. Something's wrong. Wataru abruptly stopped, his eyes widening. Because of his emotional agitation, even his Sharingan activated. He lowered his head, looked at his hands, then began touching different parts of his body. The natural energy is gone. At this moment, Wataru was fully awake and had completely reacted. He had noticed the difference in his body. In the past, his body had absorbed natural energy from the outside world every moment, using it to transform itself. That process had begun from the moment he drew the SS rank Sage body and had never stopped. Moreover, the transformation of the body by natural energy was a long-term process. It was also tied to his own growth and development. Wataru had originally estimated that this process might only stop after his body finished developing. But now. With a thought, the system panel appeared. Host, Uchiha Wataru. Abilities, Sage Body SS, Mangekyo Sharingan S, Water Style A, Fire Style A+, Earth Style B, Lightning Style A, Wind Style B, Yin Release A+, Yang Release S+, Super Strength A. Lottery draws, 0. Sure enough. The words fusing that had originally appeared after Sage Body SS had disappeared. Did that not mean he could now use ninjutsu? Thinking of this, Wataru could no longer suppress his excitement. He directly sat down cross-legged on the spot. He was going to refine chakra. This was not difficult. As everyone knew, chakra was energy produced by the combination of physical and spiritual energy. It was something drawn out and used on the spot, not the kind of internal energy he had known from his previous life. Under normal circumstances, chakra could not be stored. It was extracted when needed, so naturally, it required a process. Of course, sealing techniques like the strength of 100 seal were exceptions. Back to the point. Extracting chakra required a process. Beginners generally needed to calm their minds and focus before they could complete this step. Experienced shinobi had basically simplified the process into instinct. Because of his own special circumstances, Wataru could also extract chakra in an instant, but this time, he chose to treat it seriously. Because he was afraid he had seen wrong. From this, one could see how much importance he placed on chakra and ninjutsu. After all, it had been more than 10 years. Wataru had long since had enough of being unable to use ninjutsu. In the end, there were no surprises. He smoothly completed the extraction of chakra. At first, it was only a tiny amount. He was also afraid of triggering another self-destruction, so he was extremely cautious. But the appearance of chakra did not cause any accident in his body. Everything remained smooth. Because of this, he gradually increased the amount. Soon, a layer of chakra flame rose from the surface of his body. Only after quite some time did Wataru finally open his eyes. At this moment, after sensing the condition of his body, he could no longer suppress the smile on his face. It had been more than 10 years. He had possessed a sage body and a whole body of elemental talent, yet he had never been able to control chakra or ninjutsu. How was that not a kind of torment for him? This was the ninja world. Chakra could be called a miraculous power. To say he had not been tempted by it would naturally be a lie. Now, at last, his wish had been fulfilled. Wataru got up and quickly went to the corner of the room. He lifted the tatami mat, revealing a box underneath. Opening the box, he found more than 40 scrolls of various sizes inside. These were all ninjutsu passed down through his branch of the family. Great Fireball, Phoenix Sage Fire, Phoenix Flower, Dragon Fire, Flame Fire, Great Flame Fire, Great Dragon Fire, Great Fire Annihilation, Great Fire Destruction. Wataru counted them one by one. Fire-style ninjutsu made up more than half of them. The rest were the other 4 elemental styles, while sealing jutsus were the fewest, with only 3. Coordinated Light Formation, Genjutsu Sealing Jutsu, and I-Mind Transfer Seal. Unfortunately, they're all low-level sealing jutsus. The other 4 elemental styles were similar, mostly C-rank. Did the Uchiha have higher-level ninjutsu among the jutsus they controlled? Of course they did. Unfortunately, they were either held by the clan head or kept in the hands of the elders. If he wanted to learn them, he would first need to display sufficient talent while also having enough contributions. Even though the requirements were lower than learning ninjutsu from the village, they were still difficult for Wataru to access under his circumstances. Who told him to be so independent in the past? But he did not really care. The ninjutsu in front of him was enough for him to study for a while. And his talent should not be underestimated. On the system panel, Water Style A, Fire Style A+, Earth Style B, Lightning Style A, Wind Style B, Yin Release A+, and Yang Release S+ represented his talent in each type of release. No, to be more accurate, they represented his mastery of chakra nature and shape transformation. Together, they could be called his chakra control and command over chakra itself. Over the years, Wataru had also roughly figured out the comparison between the system's ranks and real shinobi. To put it simply, C rank was roughly Genin level. B rank was Chunin. A rank was Jonin. A+ was Elite Jonin. S rank was naturally Kage level. Beyond that was S+, which represented the level above Kage. Above that, SS and SSS represented the 6 paths level and Otsutsuki who had mastered the 10 tails. This was only Wataru's comparison based on experience. There might be differences, and it might not be entirely accurate, but he felt it should be close enough. And now, he was a 7-release warrior. One could call him all attribute. Even his weakest Earth style and Wind style chakra nature and shape transformations were at the Chunin level. That was not even mentioning his above Kage level Yang release and Elite Jonin level Yin release. The rest were at least Jonin level. With his current talent, if he truly devoted himself to training, it would not take him long to completely master these ninjutsu. You'll do. Wataru took out one scroll, put the rest away, and planned to wash up first. After breakfast, he would head into the wild to train. In short, his energy was extremely high right now. He was like a child who had just gotten a new toy, filled with anticipation toward ninjutsu. In the washroom, Wataru hummed a song and comfortably cleaned himself from head to toe. At that moment, the outer door opened, and a gentle figure walked in, carrying a basket in her hand. "Wataru-kun, are you not home?" Naturally, Wataru heard the voice from the washroom. Aside from him, there was only one person who had a key to this courtyard. Uchiha Mikoto. Just then, he happened to finish washing as well, so he casually draped an outer robe over himself and walked out. In this life, his growth had been excellent. Although he was only 13 or 14, he was already over 170 centimeters tall, half a head taller than Mikoto. "Hurry and put your clothes on properly." Mikoto placed the things on the low table and turned her gaze away. Wataru, however, did not care at all. He sat down beside the low table without the slightest restraint. "When I was little, you bathed with me plenty of times. Anything there was to see, you already saw long ago." Mikoto lightly smacked him in annoyance, her cheeks turning slightly red as she scolded him. "Don't talk nonsense. Back then, you were all alone. I was only taking care of you in place of Sister Kumiko." Wataru clicked his tongue. "You even said you'd marry me when I grew up. But now look, you went and married someone else first. You didn't keep your word." This time, Mikoto's face grew even redder. "You child. Don't say things like that. Back then, you had just become an orphan, so of course I had to comfort you. Those words were only meant to soothe you." As she spoke, she pretended not to care and took the things out of the basket, placing them on the table. "And besides, I'm already married to Fugaku now. I'm a married woman. You can look at girls your own age in the clan." Wataru rested his elbow on the table, propped his cheek in his palm, and grinned. "Married women are great. They know how to take care of people. I don't mind." Chapter 11, Fugaku doesn't get to decide for me. Hearing this, Mikoto's cheeks grew even redder. She could not help smacking Wataru again. This time, she hit him on the head, and with a bit of force too, producing a crisp smack. But Wataru still grinned as if he had not felt any pain at all. "Eat your food." Seeing him like this, Mikoto immediately snapped at him in annoyance. Wataru laughed it off, then began enjoying the breakfast she had brought. The breakfast was quite generous, because Mikoto knew how much he could eat. "What made you come over today?" Wataru asked. When it came to his relationship with Mikoto, in truth, he was closer to her than he was to Fugaku. More accurately, in the entire Uchiha clan, the person Wataru was closest to was Mikoto. Because she had been close with Wataru's mother in this life. The two of them had shared a very good relationship. So after Wataru's parents passed away, Mikoto had taken the initiative to look after him for quite some time. That continued until he was almost 10 years old. It was fortunate Mikoto had been there. Otherwise, Wataru might really have made up his mind to become a missing nin. After all, the Uchiha clan's lack of a future was visible to the naked eye. It was already a ship on the verge of sinking, and Wataru naturally had no intention of sinking with it. Moreover, his mindset back then had been very special. He had been even colder than he was now, even feeling that everyone else in this world was an NPC. And because he had a cheat, his mentality had been somewhat unstable. Fortunately, Mikoto was a very gentle woman. She gave him the feeling of a proper Yamato Nadeshiko, someone soft and graceful, with a way of soothing people's hearts. Because of that, his mindset had been slightly corrected. Unfortunately, the age gap between the two of them was too large. Before Wataru was even 10 years old, Mikoto had already married. Those childish ideas of his could only be put aside. "What, I can't come here?" Mikoto asked back. Wataru smiled and said directly, "Something that big happened last night. That guy Fugaku must be extremely busy today, and you still have 2 sons to take care of." He did not finish the rest, but his meaning was already obvious. Hearing this, Mikoto's expression froze slightly. Her smile gradually faded, and she seemed a little down. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke. "Are you blaming me?" Wataru did not stop eating. Hearing this, he only said, "Not really. You had your own difficulties, and I was still too young back then. Naturally, I can't blame you." As for any ambiguity between him and Mikoto, there really was none. What he had said earlier was only a joke. It was just that the relationship between the two of them had gradually grown distant after Wataru grew older and Mikoto got married. This was something Wataru had done intentionally. He did not want to leave himself with any weakness, not even an emotional one. Because he did not want to be threatened by anyone. No one understood better than him how deep the waters of the shinobi world truly were. Mikoto had cared for him when he was little, and Wataru was grateful for that. Because of that, he would not stand by and watch if Mikoto ever faced danger in the future. But that was about it. Everyone else was not included. Because of this, Wataru had intentionally maintained the current distance between them. Neither distant nor close. Somewhere in between. Mikoto seemed to think of something. Her eyes reddened slightly, and after lightly pressing her lips together, she said, "I'm sorry, Wataru. Back then, I should have cared more about you." Wataru's smile did not change. "You're overthinking it, Mikoto-ne. I've never blamed you. Besides, you didn't have any responsibility to take care of me back then. You only did it because of your friendship with my mother. To be honest, I'm very grateful." These words were true. The reason Mikoto had married Fugaku was nothing more than the union of two factions within the Uchiha clan. Because Mikoto's line belonged to the moderate faction of the Uchiha, they naturally wanted to influence Fugaku, the clan head, through her, thereby influencing the entire Uchiha clan. So from the beginning, Mikoto's marriage had not been something she could decide for herself. There was nothing much to say about that. Such things were common among shinobi clans. But looking at it now, even after she married Fugaku, the moderate faction had not managed to influence the Uchiha clan very much. Because within the current Uchiha clan, the hardliners still occupied the majority. "Alright, Mikoto-ne. Let's talk about why you came today." Wataru changed the topic. Mikoto gently wiped away the tears gathering in her eyes and took a deep breath. Only then did she look at him seriously. "Wataru, don't blame Fugaku, alright?" Wataru's movements paused, and he looked surprised. "Why would I blame that guy Fugaku?" Mikoto's hands, which rested on the table, tightened slightly, as if she were struggling over something. "He promised Lord Third that he would not pursue the matter of Danzo hiding a Sharingan." Wataru laughed. "Is that so? Then did he get anything from the Third in return?" Mikoto fell silent, seemingly unsure how to answer. Seeing this, Wataru understood. As expected of that guy Fugaku. Even under these circumstances, he could still swallow it down. He really knew how to turtle up. So he agreed to it in my name. Mikoto fell silent again. Wataru put down his chopsticks, poured himself a cup of sake, and drank it. He ignored the surprise in her eyes when she saw him do so and said, "I don't care about the Sharingan. It wasn't my eye anyway. I'm not the clan head either, so he can handle it however he likes, as long as he can convince the other clansmen." But Wataru looked at Mikoto, his tone calm. "If his plan is to make me stop pursuing Danzo too, then he's going to be disappointed." Seeing that Mikoto seemed to want to say something, Wataru smiled again. "Mikoto-ne, this is between me and Danzo. It has nothing to do with the clan. That guy Fugaku doesn't get to decide for me." Mikoto naturally knew Wataru's personality. When he said something, he meant it. Since he had already spoken, there was no possibility of changing his mind. Not even if Fugaku came in person. In the past, the two of them had argued over certain matters more than once. But every time, it had been Fugaku, the clan head, who backed down. It was still the same old reason. Wataru was far too special within the Uchiha clan, so special that even Fugaku, as clan head, had no good way to deal with him. "Thank you for the breakfast, Mikoto-ne. It tastes as good as always." Clearly, Wataru did not intend to continue this topic. Moreover, he was not in the mood to say much more to Mikoto right now, because he wanted to go train in ninjutsu as soon as possible. This was something he had looked forward to for more than 10 years, so naturally, it was more important. But in Mikoto's eyes, Wataru's attitude seemed to have turned cold. The person she had always thought of like a younger brother was now taking the initiative to distance himself from her. Her heart ached for some reason. Mikoto lowered her head, her hair falling to cover most of her face, and her voice became muffled. "I understand. I'm sorry. I won't disturb you again in the future." Wataru looked surprised. "Huh? What do you mean?" Mikoto was also stunned. "You don't want to see me anymore, do you? When did I say that?" Then Wataru's expression turned strange. "After all these years, Mikoto-ne, you still haven't figured it out. You and Fugaku may be husband and wife, but to me, you are you, and he is him." As he said this, he smiled again. "What I meant was that I finished breakfast. That's all." "Really?" There was hope in Mikoto's eyes. Wataru nodded. "Would I lie to you? But Mikoto-ne, next time you come, can you wear something different? That outfit you used to wear when you were still an active shinobi suited you pretty well." Mikoto's cheeks inexplicably turned red. When she was younger, she had been quite bold, and her clothing had naturally been much more eye-catching than it was now. But at her current age, with her current status, if she were to dress like that again, she did not even dare imagine what kind of scene that would be. Too embarrassing. Chapter 12, A Transmigrator's Essential Skill, complete. Mikoto left. When she left, her face was flushed red. Looking at her graceful, mature back as she walked away, Wataru smacked his lips. Then, thinking of his own age, he sighed a little. Still too young. If I really did anything at this age, it wouldn't feel immersive at all. Wataru soon tossed Makoto's visit to the back of his mind. He had more important things to do now. After changing his clothes and tidying up a little, he left the house. His destination was a training ground near the edge of the village. The training ground was inside a dense forest. Very few people came there on ordinary days. In fact, it had long since been abandoned, which made it perfect for him to use right now. After being a ninjutsu idiot for so long, he was finally trying to train in ninjutsu. On the surface, Wataru showed nothing, but inside, he was quite excited. If I remember right, the body flicker gathers chakra in the legs and feet to increase speed. The body flicker jutsu was one of the most basic ninjutsu, but its effect was extremely practical. It allowed high-speed movement or instant displacement. Using it as a foundation, and supplementing it with various chakra natures, one could develop all kinds of body flicker jutsus. For example, Shursui of the body flicker's Jinjutsu body flicker, the Land of Lightning's lightning-style body flicker, and the Land of Water's water-style body flicker were all representative examples. Wataru naturally understood the principle behind the body flicker jutsu. There was also a scroll for it at home. He had read it before and memorized it. Now, after experimenting once, he quickly grasped the trick. For him, it was very simple. Whoosh! With a single step, Wataru crossed more than 10 meters. The entire process looked effortless, and it barely stirred any wind. This was still his first attempt, yet the effect was already no weaker than that of an experienced chunin skilled in the body flicker. This movement was different from before. The ground had not cracked beneath his feet, nor had he produced a sharp sound of breaking through the air. He had merely gathered chakra into the meridians of his legs and feet, and his speed naturally increased. Not a bad technique. Worth exploring deeper. Wataru gave it a satisfied evaluation. His figure flashed, and his speed increased again. Looking at him now, his entire body was like a wisp of smoke, shifting from one place to another in an instant. His speed grew faster and faster, while the disturbance he caused became smaller and smaller. His jutsu was improving, and so was his mastery of the body flicker jutsu. For him to practice and use this kind of low-level ninjutsu now felt rather like viewing things from a high vantage point. This was the benefit of high chakra control. Wataru's movements naturally attracted the attention of others. After all, something like last night had just happened in the village. All of Kenoha was now in a tense, high-pressure state. Even the slightest disturbance would be noticed. But he had no intention of hiding from anyone. He simply moved openly before the eyes of those shinobi. That is. It's that kid from the Uchiha. Right. He attacked the Nine-Tails last night. That strength, it reminded me of Tsunadeheim. Now that you mention it, you're not wrong. Naturally, everyone recognized Wataru's identity, and there was not much to be nervous about. After all, what Wataru had done last night had been personally witnessed by countless people in the village. To put it this way, the Uchiha were disliked by the villagers, but right now, that did not include Wataru. It might have been hard to say before, but after last night, quite a few people had changed their opinion of him. Especially since Wataru was so young, yet could directly fight a terrifying existence like the Nine-Tails. Who knew how many people had been stunned by that? This was respect for the strong, and Shinobi especially acknowledged that point. Wataru's gaze swept across the village. Quite a few streets were damaged. Some places had been flattened, while others were filled with broken and collapsed houses. He could see villagers standing in front of their homes, shedding tears. There were also people actively throwing themselves into the reconstruction work. In short, everyone reacted differently. Wataru did not care about this. Whether it was rebuilding or suffering, neither had anything to do with him. Right now, he only wanted to figure out ninjutsu. Very soon, he arrived at the eastern edge of the village. The abandoned training ground was not large, only a couple of acres or so. Weeds had already grown over the ground. The targets and other equipment that had once been set up here had long since broken. Some were even rotten. Wataru paid no attention to these things. He was not here to practice taijutsu. He took a scroll from his robes and carefully read through it. The words, Great Fireball, were written on the scroll. Clearly, what he had brought with him was the Great Fireball Jutsu. This ninjutsu was C rank and belonged to the category of intermediate ninjutsu. It was also one of the most representative fire-style jutsus. As an Uchiha, even if he did not particularly like his origins, Wataru felt there was nothing wrong with practicing the Great Fireball first. This was called inheritance. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. After roughly memorizing the contents and understanding how the chakra should be moved, he completed the chakra nature transformation and shape transformation almost instantly. He took a deep breath and looked toward the abandoned targets ahead. A warmth had already formed in his throat. That sensation quickly spread through his entire mouth, giving him the feeling that he had to spit it out. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. The next moment, orange-red flames sprayed from his mouth. At first, it was a line of fire. Then the front end rapidly expanded and gathered. In the blink of an eye, it became a sphere. The sphere was made of pure flame. It was not perfectly round, but it burned fiercely, releasing astonishing heat. Chakra nature transformation provided the flames for the technique, while shape transformation gave the jutsu its form. At this point, the great fireball had taken shape. Whoosh! Fire surged forward. A fireball 2 meters in diameter roared out and smashed toward the abandoned targets ahead. Boom! There was a rumbling explosion, followed by scattering flames and rolling smoke. Under the firelight, those abandoned targets were almost instantly burned to ash. Then the ash was scattered by the powerful impact. This jutsu had the joking nickname of the merciful jutsu. Although it was said in jest, it also showed some of the jutsu's flaws. For example, the casting speed was not fast, and its destruction was concentrated within a limited area. But the great fireball Wataru used in this life far exceeded the range of ordinary C-rank fire-style ninjutsu. After the smoke dispersed, a large crater had appeared in the ground ahead. It was half a meter deep, the soil overturned and blackened. As for the weeds and abandoned targets, they had long since vanished without a trace. The nature transformation was a little too much, making the fireball's temperature too high. On top of that, I subconsciously compressed the chakra. This power should already have the destructive force of a B-rank ninjutsu. After observing it for a moment, Wataru was still very satisfied. His first attempt had succeeded, and it even had this kind of power. Now, he had a rough understanding of his current ability. He did not know many ninjutsu, but his foundation was simply too strong. His chakra nature and shape transformations for each attribute were all quite good, so his speed in mastering ninjutsu truly far exceeded ordinary people. With this, the great fireball jutsu could be considered mastered. What remained was more practice, increasing his hand seal speed, then simplifying the seals, until he reached the point where he could clap his hands and produce whatever he wanted. If Senju Hashirama could do it, why couldn't Uchiha Wataru? Impossible. He had plenty of confidence in himself. Right. What was the principle behind Minato's jutsu again? Using high-level chakra shape transformation to shape chakra into a sphere like a tailed beast ball, forming a seal-less ninjutsu. Wataru became interested and decided to try it. He stretched out his hand and mobilized chakra. Very quickly, chakra began gathering in his palm. As an essential skill for a ninja transmigrator, Wataru naturally would not let the Rasengan slip by. Soon, a chakra vortex appeared in his palm. Too little. The chakra vortex quickly became a small whirlwind in his palm. Too much. The vortex shrank. Next is directional change. The chakra can't rotate in just one direction. Then compression. Right, it also needs fine control to prevent deformation. The speed needs to be a little faster. The shape is fine now. Compress it a bit more. After more than 10 minutes, a pale blue chakra sphere appeared in Wataru's palm. It was a little more than half the size of his palm, spinning rapidly and driving the surrounding air into a small spiral. Done. Rasengan, complete. Chapter 13, all of Kenoha's F4 are here. Whoosh. His figure flashed, and Wataru appeared in front of a tree. He stretched out his palm and pressed forward. Bzz. First came a clear hum. Boom. Then came an explosive roar. The trunk, thick enough that it would take nearly 2 people to wrap their arms around it, was directly blasted open by the Rasengan under his palm. Then the Rasengan burst apart, and the extremely powerful spiraling force spread forward in the direction he had pressed, cutting like blades. A huge hollow was carved straight through the trunk. Amid scattering dust and debris, the large tree was split in two. Ha ha ha. Wataru laughed loudly, extremely satisfied with the Rasengan's destructive power. This feeling was just too good. Chakra had never been something easy to control, but Wataru's current ability to control chakra had already reached a certain level. Because of that, everything felt so natural. I brought too few scrolls. Next time, I should learn a few more techniques at home before coming out. Now Great Fireball was learned, and what remained was accumulating experience and improving it. The same was true for the Rasengan. He had originally planned to stay here for the whole morning, but now only a little more than half an hour had passed. I can't waste time. I'll get more familiar with the body flicker first. Among low-level ninjutsu, the only one he truly valued was the body flicker jutsu. As for the transformation jutsu and substitution jutsu, learning them was enough. There was no need to study them deeply, because better replacements existed. But the body flicker was different. This technique could be said to accompany a shinobi throughout their entire life. Strictly speaking, even the flying Raijin Jutsu could be counted as a form of body flicker. Its importance was self-evident. For the rest of the time, Wataru fully let loose and began training the body flicker within the dense forest. His experience increased at a speed ordinary people could hardly match. Kenoha. Hokage building. Hokage's office. Hiruzen sat behind the desk, staring at the office in front of him in a slight daze. Ever since the village had chosen the fourth Hokage, he had not come here in this capacity for a long time. He had not expected that today, he would return here once again as Hokage. There was no joy. Only pain. Last night, the Ninetales had appeared and brought a massive disaster to Kenoha. So far, they still did not know how many people had died in the catastrophe. His wife, Biwako, was dead. The fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, was dead. The Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina, was also dead. To him, all of this was almost unbearable. At this moment, Hiruzen felt that he had grown old. Click. The door opened, and Mitokado Hamura and Udatane Koharu walked in. Outside, Anbu guarded the entrance. The two sat down on the office sofa, both wearing heavy expressions. According to the rules left behind by the first Hokage when the village was founded, before the fifth Hokage is chosen, I will temporarily resume the position of Hokage. Once this incident has been handled, I will set out for the fire capital to meet with the daimyo. Hamura and Koharu only nodded. They had no objection to this. Then let's talk. How great are the village's losses this time? Hiruzen asked. Hamura sighed before speaking. The preliminary count is out. Say it. Hiruzen's fingers tightened slightly. The number of dead and injured is close to 2,000. Among them, 213 are shinobi, 27 jonin, 156 chunin, and 30 genin. The rest are villagers. Koharu added from the side, the building damage is even more severe. 1/3 of the homes in the western district collapsed. The outer wall at the south gate was completely destroyed. 20% of the grain storage burned. The hospital still has enough medicine for now, and the injured are still being sent there. What about the Uchiha clan? Hiruzen asked. Their compound is in the center of the village, so the damage was not severe. Hamura said, however, their people are all guarding their own territory. Leave that aside for now. Hiruzen waved his hand. We need to move quickly on reconstruction. Koharu pushed up her glasses and said, funding is a problem. The daimyo's allocation for this year has already been mostly used. There is no more money available right now. Hiruzen thought for a moment. First, transfer a portion from the Hokage's direct treasury. I will go to the daimyo to request the rest. Then Hiruzen continued, have the Anbu count the supplies and gather everything usable. What about the injured? Hamura asked. The medical team is also short on manpower right now. Have the Nara clan come and help. They deal with medicinal herbs often, so they should be able to assist to some degree. Hiruzen stood and walked to the window. Also, transfer a group of students from the ninja academy. You must also tell the villagers that Kenoha will not abandon them. Koharu nodded. I'll arrange it. Good. Hiruzen looked at her. As for the Uchiha, do not send people there for now. But, last night, the Ninetales was clearly controlled by someone from the Uchiha, Hamura said with a frown. I know. But that does not necessarily mean it was done by the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen's voice sank. Last night, the fourth already told me what happened. In my view, the Uchiha clan would not do something like this. And since the Ninetales incident has not been fully investigated, we cannot create more chaos. Hamura and Koharu looked at each other, then nodded. They had no real objection to this. After all, the most urgent matter right now was rebuilding the village. Also, send the village's shinobi to the borders. Hamura frowned. Hiruzen, you mean? Yes. The Ninetales incident cannot be hidden. The death of the Jinchuriki cannot be hidden either. Sooner or later, the other villages will learn of it. We need to prepare early. Although the third great ninja war has already ended, once news of the Ninetales spreads, the other great ninja villages will definitely make moves. Hearing this, both of them felt their hearts sink. As advisors, they naturally could think of such things. In fact, they thought even deeper. All right. I'll take responsibility for that matter, Hamura said. Hiruzen nodded, then sighed. And Danzo, how is he? Koharu spoke in a low voice. Fractured sternum, injured right arm, right eye gouged out. His injuries are very serious. This topic was even heavier. Uchiha Wataru, without using ninjutsu, relying purely on taijutsu, defeated Danzo. His talent is something the village needs to pay even more attention to, Hamura said. Correct. Koharu nodded. Wataru could contend with the Nine Tails using taijutsu alone. Danzo was careless for a moment and lost to him, suffering such serious injuries. I imagine he will not be able to move around for some time. As she spoke, she added, we might as well let Danzo rest for a while. Root's work can be suspended for now. At that moment, the office door opened. No need. A voice came through the door. Then a man was helped inside. It was Shimura Danzo. However, at this moment, Danzo looked quite miserable. His upper body was bare and wrapped completely in bandages. Even though his right eye had been treated and bandaged, blood was still seeping through the cloth. I do not need rest, and there is no problem with Root. Root will also participate in the village's reconstruction. But Hiruzen, this time, the Uchiha must be taught a lesson. We cannot simply let this go. His one exposed eye looked at Hiruzen. His gaze swept across the desk. Although his face showed no expression, what he was thinking inside was something only he himself knew. Hamura and Koharu looked at each other again. The former said, I agree with Danzo. Regarding the Uchiha, simple vigilance is no longer enough. We must show our stance. Koharu also said, yes. Even if the Nine Tails incident last night was not done by the Uchiha clan, it definitely cannot be unrelated to them. Hiruzen looked at Danzo. How did you obtain that Sharingan? Danzo fell silent. Chapter 14, Drawing Orochimaru's Attention. This kind of matter could not be discussed openly. The four of them were sitting here, and even if nothing was stated outright, they all understood it in their hearts. All four of them upheld the philosophy of the second Hokage, their teacher, and naturally held a sense of dislike toward the Uchiha clan. But no matter how much they disliked them, the rules still had to be maintained on the surface. They could not attack the Uchiha directly when the Uchiha had made no obvious mistake. And they especially could not do it after being caught with leverage against them. If a matter like this was not handled properly, then it would no longer be only an Uchiha issue. It would also concern the other shinobi clans in the village. Especially the Hyuga. If you dared to dig out the Uchiha's Sharingan today, did that mean you would dare to target the Hyuga clan tomorrow? That would make everyone feel far too unsafe. Although Fugaku is willing not to pursue your responsibility, we still need to give the Uchiha clan an explanation for this matter. If we punish the Uchiha clan under these circumstances, it will not be justifiable, Hiruzen said. Hamura and Koharu both frowned. Toward the Uchiha clan, they were naturally wary. Especially after what happened last night, that unease had become like a thorn in their backs. However, now that Danzo had been caught by the Uchiha, if they wanted to punish the Uchiha, they had to show their own stance first. Hiruzen turned his gaze toward Danzo, his voice calm. Danzo, for this period of time, you should focus on recuperating. All root members will be folded into the ANBU. Hiruzen. Danzo immediately became anxious. Was this not digging up his roots? How could that be allowed? Hamura and Koharu thought for a moment, then nodded in tacit agreement. I agree. I agree as well. Danzo's expression changed as he looked at them. Comrades were comrades, and old friendship was old friendship, but both of them felt that punishing Danzo at this moment was the correct choice. There was no other reason. Who told Danzo to get caught? Koharu said, in this way, punishing the Uchiha clan will become justified. Hamura nodded. Indeed. What Danzo did cannot possibly be hidden forever. Once the Hyuga clan learns of it, they will definitely become wary as well. The other shinobi clans will also pay attention in secret. We must show our stance. Hiruzen said, then it is decided. Danzo, this time, you went too far. Danzo suddenly felt a little like a clown. He had come here injured, only to receive this result. He stood up and walked toward the door without saying a word. You will regret this, Hiruzen. For some reason, when Hiruzen heard those words, he actually felt relieved. That sounded right. That familiar feeling had returned. Ahem. I am the Hokage, Danzo. Hiruzen waved his hand, signaling the person supporting Danzo to help him out. Danzo left. He left feeling deeply stifled, but there was nothing good he could do about it. As for what he was thinking, perhaps only he himself knew. Danzo came quickly and left even faster, as if he had never entered at all. The three people left in the room did not find this too surprising, because Danzo had always been like this. Koharu said, let Danzo's matter rest for now. Hiruzen, how exactly should we deal with the Uchiha? Hiruzen fell silent. To be honest, he did not have a very good solution either. The scenes from last night were still before his eyes. Wataru's existence made him hesitate from beginning to end, because he was far too special. A natural-born sage body. Even if he temporarily could not use ninjutsu, once he truly grew up, just how powerful would he become? Would he become another Senju Hashirama? No. Perhaps another Uchiha Madara. Unfortunately, why did he have to be an Uchiha? At the same time, Hiruzen also knew very well that pretending last night's events had never happened was absolutely impossible. After all, so many people had died last night, and the village had suffered such destruction. If they did not offer an explanation, many people would be dissatisfied. Hamura said expressionlessly, a heavy punishment won't do, but no punishment won't do either. Conveniently, Danzo's matter can silence the Uchiha. In return, if they are punished because of the Ninetales incident, they will have nothing to say. Hiruzen glanced at him. What if they deny it? Hamura said, the Ninetales being controlled by the Sharingan is a fact. Many people in the village saw it. They cannot deny that. Koharu nodded in agreement. That's right, Hiruzen. We must take this opportunity to place restrictions on the Uchiha. Hiruzen fell silent again. This matter. Out of habit, he wanted to postpone it, but before he could finish speaking, Koharu interrupted him. Hiruzen, the Ninetales incident cannot be hidden. The other ninja villages will learn of it very soon. Before that happens, we must stabilize the village first. The Uchiha are the most unstable factor in this matter. We cannot delay. Those words were very serious, but as an advisor, it was normal for her to say them. Hiruzen frowned, seeming to ponder. Then hold a Jonin meeting. Ask for their opinions. Hamura's eyes brightened. That method can work. I'll go notify them now. As he spoke, he stood and headed outside. Wait. Hiruzen stopped him and added, notify the ANBU as well. Have them send a squad to bring Jiraiya back. All right. I understand. Hamura soon left. As for how many people in the village were dissatisfied with the Uchiha clan, there were many. The Shinobi clans were still manageable. At least they understood the importance of the Uchiha clan's existence to Kenoha. But among ordinary villagers, and even Shinobi born from civilian backgrounds, there were quite a few people who held negative attitudes toward the Uchiha clan. There was no other reason. The Uchiha clan had brought this upon themselves. Right or wrong did not matter here. What mattered was that these negative impressions were mostly created by the Uchiha clan's own people. No one could deny that. Because almost every Uchiha who awakened the Sharingan was arrogant. One or two would have been fine. But when most of them were like that, it would have been strange if the Uchiha clan had a good reputation. Now that Hiruzen had brought the matter of the Uchiha being related to the Ninetales appearance out into the open, the conclusion of the Jonin meeting was already obvious. Whether the punishment was heavy or light was not important. What mattered was that there would be punishment. That was the key. 2 days had passed since the night of the Ninetales. For these 2 days, Kenoha had remained constantly busy. The chaos had ended, but reconstruction continued. There were many grieving people, but even more had already turned their eyes toward the future. Life, after all, had to go on. Today, however, Kenoha was immersed in sorrow. Because the funeral of the 4th Hokage and his wife was being held today. As the 4th Hokage, who had held the position for less than 2 years, Minato had an extremely high reputation among the civilians. He was a Hokage acknowledged by everyone. And now, this Ninetales incident had caused Kenoha to lose its young Hokage. For Kenoha, this was an unbearable price. On the western side of Kenoha, where the memorial stone stood, many people had gathered today. From the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, down to the most ordinary villagers, everyone had gathered here, dressed in black, the atmosphere solemn. Wataru was also among them, mixed into the Uchiha group with a calm expression. He had not interacted much with Minato, so naturally, there was no real emotion there. His reason for coming today was more out of respect for the dead. As for why he had not saved Minato that night, he could not. Because he was an Uchiha. The village higher-ups would never have allowed him to touch something like the ceiling of the Ninetales. It was that simple. So to Wataru, the deaths of Minato and Kushina were roughly the passing of 2 people worthy of respect. He had come here with that mindset. At the front of the group, Fugaku's expression was heavy, his brows furrowed. Who knew what he was thinking? Wataru only found it funny. With Minato dead, the Uchiha clan's situation would probably become even more difficult afterward. In the past 2 days, rumors had already spread that the Ninetales appearance was connected to the Uchiha. One could imagine how much pressure Fugaku, the clan head, was under at this moment. But none of this had anything to do with Wataru. People stepped forward one after another, placing down white chrysanthemums to express their grief. Wataru followed the flow of people and stepped forward as well, placing down a flower. However, with his sharp senses, he noticed that several people in the crowd were paying attention to him. He turned his head and looked over. One person smiled at him. The man had pale skin, long black hair, golden eyes, and purple eyeshadow extending down toward his nose. Orochimaru. This guy had not defected yet. Chapter 15, Even older children need comfort. It was no wonder Wataru thought that way. Over the past few years, Orochimaru had been far too low profile. Especially after Minato took office, it became even more so. Under normal circumstances, Orochimaru could not be seen in the village at all. Later, even news about him stopped appearing. At the time, Wataru had wondered if Orochimaru had already defected, and the village higher-ups had deliberately covered up the news. Now it seemed that was not the case at all. After all, Orochimaru was standing perfectly fine in the crowd right now, showing no sign of wanting to defect. Right. At this point in time, this guy should already be colluding with Danzo. The changes in Danzo's body are probably related to him too. That was what Wataru thought, but he did not care too much. He only glanced at Orochimaru once before withdrawing his gaze. The farewell ceremony for the fourth Hokage and his wife continued. The atmosphere was solemn and silent. After offering his flower, Wataru returned to the Uchiha group. The entire ceremony lasted more than half an hour. Near the end, Hiruzen stepped forward. Today was not only about sending off the fourth Hokage and his wife. Hiruzen also stepped forward to announce that he would resume control of the village. Of course, the public explanation remained that he would only serve temporarily. Once the fifth Hokage was chosen, he would retire completely. The villagers were naturally moved. And because Hiruzen had returned to power, the villagers, who had been unsettled by the Nine-Tails rampage, quickly calmed down. After all, Hiruzen had served as Hokage for decades. He had lived through the second and third great ninja wars and had kept Kenoha stable. The villagers were already used to the days when Hiruzen was Hokage. Now that he had stepped forward again, they instead felt this was only natural. As for the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato. He was a hero, but unfortunately, he was already gone. The villagers' thoughts were simple. They only wanted stability and a sense of safety. Wataru looked at Hiruzen, who was giving a speech about the will of fire, and his expression did not change much. He did believe that Hiruzen's return to power was not for authority. Otherwise, Minato would not have taken office so smoothly in the first place. But none of that had anything to do with him. He did not care. Watching coldly as the atmosphere was stirred up, Wataru's thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. He was thinking about the techniques he had learned over the past 2 days and mentally sketching out new ones. Of course, it was only conceptual for now. He had not reached the point of developing them yet. Wataru knew he was still some distance away from that stage. Right now, the most urgent thing was to learn all the techniques at home, then find a way to master more techniques, building a solid foundation before developing his own ninjutsu. In short, knowledge was very important. By the time he came back to his senses, the farewell ceremony had already ended. People were leaving in small groups. The members of the Uchiha clan were also leaving. Wataru did not go with them. Instead, he walked away alone. His existence was already eye-catching. During the ceremony, it had been fine. But now, seeing him ignore everyone as usual, the Uchiha naturally began whispering among themselves. That guy is like this again. Humph. What a disgrace to the Uchiha. He clearly has natural talent, yet he refuses to contribute to the glory of the Uchiha clan. He's simply a disgrace. Exactly. A guy like that still has the nerve to stay in the clan compound. Stay away from him. That guy isn't normal. Their voices were not loud, but with Wataru's ability, he could still hear them clearly. He had heard this kind of thing plenty of times before. At first, it had made him angry. But after he taught them a lesson one by one, no one dared say it to his face anymore. Still, one had to admit, the Uchiha were stubborn enough. They did not dare say it in front of him, but they still had the guts to mutter behind his back. Wataru cast a glance in their direction, his eyes calm. The few Uchiha who had been whispering immediately froze as though someone had grabbed them by the throat. Wataru raised his hand. His thumb slid from the left side of his neck to the right, making a throat-cutting gesture. The corner of his mouth lifted, and he gave them a cold smile. At that, the expressions of those people instantly changed. Stop scaring them. A woman's voice came from behind him. It was Uchiha Mikoto. She had seen the whole thing, so naturally, she had also seen Wataru scaring those people. Others might not understand Wataru, but she did. No one understood better than her what kind of personality lay beneath this child's cold surface. Wataru turned his head and saw Mikoto dressed in plain black morning clothes. The outfit fit her figure closely, outlining her slender yet soft waist. The collar dipped slightly, revealing a pale stretch of neck. Her long lashes trembled faintly, and her face carried a scolding look. Her shoulders were slightly drawn in, giving her the unique gentle grace of a married woman. One had to admit, even though she was already the mother of 2 children, she had more charm than before. Especially now, dressed entirely in black, she had the air of a beautiful widow. Even with Wataru's mentality, he could not help looking a few more times, and it was the kind of look that swept from top to bottom. "What are you looking at?" she asked. "A beautiful woman." As he spoke, Mikoto had already come to his side and started walking forward with him. Hearing his words, Mikoto gave him an annoyed sideways glance. "Don't talk nonsense. Mind the occasion." Wataru caught a unique scent, something like a faint fragrance mixed with musk. Without thinking, he asked what came to mind. "Did you feed Sasuke before coming here?" Mikoto's face instantly turned red, and she hurriedly smacked him on the head. Wataru could only hate that he was too young. There were so many things he could not do. What a pity. Where is he? Wataru changed the subject on his own. Mikoto naturally knew he was talking about Fugaku. Her eyelids lowered slightly. "He's in the back, discussing matters with the clan." "Heh. He really is enthusiastic. Isn't he neglecting your feelings, Mikoto-ne?" "Don't say that. Fugaku has many things he needs to do." Wataru curled his lip and said directly, "If you ask me, you might as well separate from him and come to my place. I kind of miss the feeling of sleeping while holding Mikoto-ne when I was little." Mikoto smacked him again. "Don't talk nonsense. You're already an older child. So what if I'm older? Does being older mean I'm not a child anymore? Older children need comfort too. Older children have weak moments too." Wataru opened with a direct 3-hit combo. Ahem. Suddenly, someone behind them coughed heavily. Wataru looked over. It was Fugaku. Beside him stood several elites of the clan. At this moment, Fugaku's expression did not look good. It was somewhat gloomy, and somewhat unfriendly. TCH. Wataru clicked his tongue and waved at Mikoto. "I'm leaving first." Seeing this, Mikoto seemed to want to say something, but in the end, she did not speak. She could only watch him walk away. Fugaku came forward with a dark expression. "This is the obedient child you mentioned. Where does he look even the slightest bit steady?" "He." Mikoto wanted to explain, but in the end, she could not say anything. She knew her husband had opinions about Wataru, and she also knew Wataru looked down on Fugaku. In the past, she had not thought too much of it. She had always believed she could stand between them and mediate. But as Wataru gradually grew up, she realized that her previous thoughts were somewhat laughable. Wataru did not merely look down on Fugaku. He looked down on the entire Uchiha clan. This left her rather troubled now. She had no idea how to change Wataru's view of the clan. Naturally, Wataru would not care about Fugaku's evaluation. By now, he had already arrived at the previous training ground and begun today's training. However, after only a short while, he stopped. Standing where he was, he spoke without turning his head. "Since you're already here, how long are you planning to hide?" "Orochimaru-sama." Then he turned and looked toward a tree in the distance. From behind the tree, a person walked out. It was Orochimaru, dressed in black. "It has been a long time, Wataru-kun. You truly surprised me today. It seems Wataru-kun can already control ninjutsu." Chapter 16, showing off a little. Wataru did not answer the question directly. Instead, he said, "Did Orochimaru-sama come here just to ask me that?" Orochimaru licked his lips, his long tongue looking somewhat unnatural. "Of course not. I merely came to see you, Wataru-kun." Wataru said nothing. He simply stood there quietly, looking at Orochimaru. Orochimaru smiled and met his gaze. Neither of them spoke again. The atmosphere gradually shifted from silence into something heavy. Wataru's expression remained unchanged. He stood there loosely, looking completely relaxed. After all, he had only just arrived at the training ground. The little practice he had done earlier did not even count as a warm-up. Orochimaru still wore a smile. Time passed, second by second. Heh. In the end, the first one who could not keep waiting was still Orochimaru. He let out a soft laugh. "It seems Wataru-kun is not surprised by my arrival." Wataru's expression remained indifferent. Hearing this, he instead gave a faint scoff. "Did you come here to mess with me?" "How could I?" Orochimaru's smile did not change. His long tongue stretched out again and licked his chin. "I saw what you did that night, Wataru-kun. As expected of a natural-born sage body. To think you could even suppress the 9 tails. Truly impressive." Facing Orochimaru's praise, Wataru only raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, how could someone like this possibly be indifferent to the 9 tails appearance? Wataru even suspected that this guy had been hiding in the shadows that night. If the 9 tails had appeared somewhere other than inside the village, perhaps Orochimaru would already have made a move. After all, to someone like Orochimaru, how could a research material like a tailed beast be ignored? So, Orochimaru-sama, what exactly did you come to find me for? Wataru asked back. He. Naturally, I came to invite you. Wataru tilted his head slightly and did not respond, signaling for him to continue. Orochimaru did not mind his attitude. Instead, he stepped toward him while speaking. What does Wataru-kun think of Kenoha as it is now? Wataru thought for a moment, then gave a fair evaluation. Not bad. The situation is stable, and the villagers' happiness is much better than in most other villages. Orochimaru's footsteps paused, as if he had not expected him to say that. Is that truly what Wataru-kun thinks? Wataru nodded. This was his honest opinion, so he said, that is what I think. After all, this is a world where everything is judged by comparison. Compared with the other ninja villages, Kenoha is indeed quite decent. After thinking for a moment, he added, you can't say this village is bad just because I'm an Uchiha and the higher-ups are secretly targeting the Uchiha. Compared with the messy setups of the other ninja villages, Kenoha can indeed be called pretty good. This time, Orochimaru was left unsure how to continue. No. If you say that, what am I supposed to say? How am I supposed to unfold my script? Seeing him like this, Wataru laughed instead. What, does Orochimaru-sama not think so? He turned to face Orochimaru, one hand resting against his chin, his finger tapping lightly, as if thinking. Let me think. Could it be that Lord Orochimaru feels he was targeted by the village? No. During the Third Great Ninja War a few years ago, Orochimaru-sama was still the commander of the Western Front in the early stages. But after Lord Fourth began to show his brilliance, Orochimaru-sama seems to have been withdrawn from the front line. Wataru paced slowly, as if talking to himself. Right. After that, Minato-senpai fully revealed his brilliance and earned the title of the Yellow Flash. He directly forced back Iwagakure and Kimogakure, thoroughly establishing his reputation. Once the war ended, he naturally became the fourth Hokage. But if I remember correctly, before that, Orochimaru-sama had the highest support to become the fourth Hokage. Wataru nodded, confirming this point. Looks like Orochimaru-sama must have seen the potential of the younger generation, Minato, and deliberately stepped aside for him. Truly, noble. Orochimaru stopped where he stood. Although the smile remained on his face, no matter how one looked at it, that smile was a little stiff. At this moment, Wataru raised his head, looked directly at Orochimaru, and asked in a curious tone, Orochimaru-sama, was my guess accurate? He. Orochimaru's laugh sounded hoarse. The false smile on his face shattered along with that laughter, replaced by an indescribably eerie feeling. How extraordinary, Wataru-kun. Are you trying to anger me with this method? Wataru shook his head, his smile unchanged. How could that be? Orochimaru-sama is one of the Sannin, famous throughout the ninja world. I'm just an ordinary Uchiha. How would I dare anger you? After saying that, his smile grew even brighter. I'm merely curious. Orochimaru-sama, why didn't you become the fourth Hokage? Was it because you didn't like the position? Orochimaru's smile disappeared. Wataru-kun seems rather hostile toward me. Wataru shook his head. Hostile? Not exactly. It's just that Orochimaru-sama seems to have rather ill intentions toward me. As for why Orochimaru had come here, Wataru might not know the specific reason, but even thinking with his backside, he could guess it had something to do with his natural-born sage body. After all, in the original story, this guy had created the cursed seals, something developed based on the sage body. There was no reason he would not be tempted after learning that the village had someone with a natural-born sage body. The only reason Orochimaru had not made a move was probably because he had not defected yet, and the village could still provide him with convenience. Now that Danzo would most likely be punished, the support Orochimaru could receive from the village's higher-ups would inevitably decrease as well. For his research, that was not good news. So, are you preparing to defect from the village? Wataru did not give Orochimaru another chance to talk nonsense. He directly asked what he wanted to know. He was rather curious about this point. This time, Orochimaru could no longer smile at all. His long, narrow eyes, which had originally been slightly narrowed, widened unconsciously. Looks like I guessed right. Wataru nodded to himself, then spoke again as if talking to himself. Although I don't know why you came here at this time, I do know a bit about you. From what I understand, you seem to fear death very much and want to pursue eternity. Is that right? Orochimaru stretched out his tongue again. This time, it extended even longer, looking somewhat disgusting. Wataru-kun really does understand me. Since he was speaking according to the standard answer, Wataru naturally knew Orochimaru's mindset. So he said, in other words, you've set your sights on me. Orochimaru seemed to have no intention of pretending anymore. He stepped forward again, approaching Wataru. So, Wataru-kun, are you not afraid? Wataru did not respond directly. He seemed completely unmoved by Orochimaru's approach. Afraid, not really. I just feel a little disgusted being targeted by you. So, you've taken a liking to my body. He. Orochimaru did not answer directly, but his meaning was already obvious. Understood. Wataru sighed. What a headache. I clearly only want to live a quiet, stable life. Why does trouble always come looking for me? The response was a snake. It suddenly shot out from the shadow beside him, biting toward his neck. At the same time, Orochimaru's figure also suddenly vanished. Wataru's eyes instantly turned scarlet. His figure disappeared at that same moment, avoiding the poisonous snake's mouth and appearing on a tree more than 10 meters away. Where he had stood, Orochimaru had just landed. What a fast body flicker, Wataru-kun. Orochimaru did not seem surprised that his sneak attack had failed. He raised his head and looked at Wataru. Chapter 17, Your Jinjutsu resistance is just weak. Actively harming a comrade from the village. That counts as betraying Kenoha, you know. The corner of Wataru's mouth lifted, revealing a cold smile. Perfect timing. He had been planning to properly test out the techniques he had mastered over the past 2 days. Without a doubt, Orochimaru was an excellent opponent. Because he was strong enough. And although only 2 days had passed, Wataru had actually mastered quite a few jutsus during that time. He had basically learned every ninjutsu scroll he had at home. Although those jutsus could not be considered especially powerful, having a strong opponent like Orochimaru as a sparring partner would allow him to gain plenty of combat experience. Wataru moved first. His hand brushed over his ninja pouch, and 2 kunai appeared in his grip. The next instant, 1 kunai left his hand and shot toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru was perfectly calm in the face of this probing attack. He merely tilted his head slightly, and the kunai grazed past the tip of his ear before embedding itself into a tree trunk. The next moment, Wataru activated the body flicker. His body moved like a gust of wind, swift and silent, without the slightest excess movement. His knee smashed toward Orochimaru's lower abdomen, but it only struck an afterimage. Orochimaru's voice came from behind him. The Uchiha body flicker is cleaner than the rumors suggest. You have mastered it quite well, Wataru-kun. Wataru spun and kicked. Orochimaru bent down to avoid it, while throwing out 3 shuriken at the same time. Wataru raised his hand to block. Amid the sharp sound of metal colliding, he caught a kunai between his fingers and stabbed straight toward Orochimaru's throat. Fast reaction. Orochimaru sidestepped and commented calmly. He clearly still had strength to spare against Wataru's assault. The kunai only sliced across his sleeve. But the power of a sage body should not be used only in places like this. As his words fell, Orochimaru formed a one-handed seal. His 5 fingers moved so quickly they blurred into an afterimage. An earth-style wall suddenly rose beneath Wataru's feet, launching him into the air. His reaction was also extremely fast. He immediately formed hand seals. Fire-style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Flames surged out. A massive fireball over 3 meters in diameter shot straight toward Orochimaru. But Orochimaru had already vanished from where he stood. The instant Wataru landed, the sound of wind breaking came from behind him. He rolled across the ground. A water column brushed past his back and slammed into the earth, soaking the hem of his clothes with splashing mud. Amid the rumbling impact, the ground was also blasted open into a large pit. Water surged outward in waves, flooding the entire training ground almost in the blink of an eye. Water Dragon Jutsu. Wataru raised an eyebrow. The Sannin really do live up to their reputation. Orochimaru's voice came from every direction. Your control over basic ninjutsu has also exceeded my expectations. Whether it is the body flicker or the timing of your fire style, both are just right. Wataru suddenly formed hand seals. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. A violent gust swept up shattered stones from the ground and roared toward the source of the voice. Orochimaru's figure appeared amid the flying stones. His shuriken was already closing in on Wataru's face. He had appeared without a sound, as if his entire body had merged into the wind. It was truly surprising. Although Wataru was startled, he did not panic. He quickly tilted his head to avoid it, while throwing a punch toward Orochimaru's chest. Orochimaru raised his hand to block. Their strength collided, sending fallen leaves around them flying. Wataru-kun's strength is indeed impressive. The corner of Orochimaru's mouth curled into an eerie smile, and his tongue licked across his lips. But how much does Wataru-kun understand about the secrets of the sage body? None of your business. Wataru's answer was clean and direct. At the same time, he activated the body flicker again and appeared behind Orochimaru. He clenched his fist. Then struck. The sound of air being torn apart rang out with a sharp crack, as if the air itself had been smashed open. The trace of mockery on Orochimaru's face instantly changed. He turned around at once and crossed both arms in front of him. The next moment, Orochimaru felt as if he had been hit by a huge boulder. His body flew backward uncontrollably, while sharp pain spread through his forearms. It seemed the bones had already cracked. Whoosh! Wataru's figure disappeared again, catching up to Orochimaru as he flew through the air. Twisting his body, Wataru threw another punch. Shock appeared on Orochimaru's face. His body suddenly went limp in midair, becoming as if it had no bones at all, narrowly avoiding the strike. Is that Tsunade's monstrous strength? As he spoke, Orochimaru twisted in the air and crossed past Wataru. The instant he landed, he swung both arms. A series of cracking sounds rang out, as if he had broken the bones inside. But immediately after, Orochimaru pulled and tugged at both arms with his hands, and his previously soft arms returned to normal. All of this happened in an instant. After doing this, Orochimaru pulled a scroll from behind his waist and pressed his palm onto it. Bang! White smoke scattered, and a sword appeared in his hand. It was a straight blade, with no guard. The body of the sword was smooth as a mirror, and its edge reflected a cold light. Orochimaru grinned. I have already experienced your body flicker, taijutsu, and ninjutsu. Then, Wataru-kun, would you like to experience my swordsmanship? He said that, but he showed no courtesy at all and immediately closed in. Wataru had just landed. Holding a kunai in each hand, he focused on Orochimaru as he rushed toward him. Clang, clang, clang. The sword light flashed brilliantly, like strips of silk cutting through the air, attacking him like a violent storm. The kunai in Wataru's hands blocked several strikes, but amid a series of sharp sounds, they were either cracked or cut apart. Clearly, the straight blade in Orochimaru's hand was no ordinary weapon. It was very likely a Kusanagi sword. Kusanagi sword was not the name of one specific sword, but rather a general term for a category of blades, and their forms varied. As far as Wataru knew, in the original story, Orochimaru had used no fewer than 4 Kusanagi swords. Heh! Wataru tossed away the broken kunai in his hands. He dodged several times, each movement happening within a hair's breadth. Without realizing it, his Sharingan had already opened. 3 tomo spun rapidly in his eyes. Seeing this, Orochimaru's smile deepened. Yet his hands did not slow in the slightest. On the contrary, his attacks became even more ruthless. One had to admit, he truly deserved to be one of the Sannin. No matter which area it was, he almost had no weaknesses. Even though Wataru had plenty of confidence because of his cheat, facing Orochimaru at this moment still allowed him to feel the man's strength. It was not that he could not use more powerful ninjutsu. At the very least, Wataru could now easily unleash powerful fire-style jutsus, such as Great Fire Destruction and Great Fire Annihilation. With his powerful chakra, the effect would certainly be astonishing. But if he did that, the commotion would be too large. That was what he thought. And how could Orochimaru not be thinking the same thing? So from the beginning of the battle until now, the two had mostly been clashing through taijutsu and ordinary ninjutsu. Now, swordsmanship had merely been added to the exchange. Under these circumstances, Wataru had undoubtedly fallen into a disadvantage. But he had already made a plan. The next instant, Orochimaru thrust straight forward. Wataru, who had originally been about to dodge, paused and allowed the straight blade to pierce into the right side of his abdomen. Orochimaru seemed not to have expected this strike to land. He showed a moment of surprise, causing his reaction to slow by half a beat. It was precisely this instant that Wataru seized. Both his hands instantly grabbed toward Orochimaru's sword-wielding wrist. Orochimaru was also extremely decisive and directly abandoned the blade. But Wataru had already calculated that move. In the next moment, blood scattered. Puffed. A cold flash swept past, and one of Orochimaru's arms was severed from the root, thrown high into the air. The blood that scattered belonged to Orochimaru. In that instant just now, Wataru had body flickered toward Orochimaru. The distance between them had not widened because Orochimaru pulled back. Instead, it had closed even further. The hand Wataru had originally used to grab at Orochimaru directly pulled out the long blade, then followed the motion into an upward slash. At the same time, he seemed to glance at Orochimaru unintentionally, the 3 tomo in his eyes spinning rapidly. Orochimaru fell into a brief daze, then quickly woke up. But even though his reaction was extremely fast, Wataru still cut off one of his arms. The two landed on the ground. Orochimaru quickly jumped back several times in succession, opening the distance. One hand clutched the stump of his severed arm, while his eyes stared fixedly at Wataru. In contrast, Wataru was grinning. He did not look at Orochimaru. Instead, he carefully examined the straight blade in his hand. Good sword. What a good sword. The next moment, a layer of chakra covered the blade. It was very clear that this sword had been forged from chakra metal. Whether in hardness, toughness, or chakra conductivity, it was an absolute top-grade weapon. That was right. This was the Kusanagi sword Sasuke used in the original story. At this moment, Orochimaru's gaze remained fixed on the right side of Wataru's abdomen. The clothes there had been torn apart when the straight blade pierced in and was pulled out, exposing the skin underneath. The original hole-like wound had already begun to scab over. Faint steam rose from it, and the injury was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. So this is the sage body. No wonder Wataru-kun is so fearless. Orochimaru's face was pale, and sweat stood on his forehead, yet he still showed a smile. However, no matter how one looked at that smile, it seemed a little forced. Clearly, Wataru's move had truly exceeded his expectations. Suffering such a huge loss had left this veteran powerhouse, one of the Sannin, somewhat unwilling to accept it. His original intention had been to probe, but now it seemed that the probing had not been very successful. Wataru withdrew his gaze and looked at Orochimaru, his smile appearing sincere. Orochimaru-sama, I really like this sword. Orochimaru licked his lips. If you like it, then I'll give it to you. He did not replace his body like in the original story, which gave Wataru a guess. At this point in time, it seemed Orochimaru had not yet developed the living corpse reincarnation. It seemed he had only completed the soft body modification. Thank you. As a return gift, I suggest Orochimaru-sama strengthen your Genjutsu resistance training, especially against Sharingan Genjutsu. Wataru smiled. In that area, Orochimaru-sama, your weakness is a little too obvious. Chapter 18, Still Dreaming of Becoming Hokage. The corner of Orochimaru's eye twitched. In the past, he would not have cared much about such words. After all, he was one of the Sannin, famous throughout the ninja world. But now was different. Especially since those words had come from a boy who was only 13 or 14 years old. And that boy had just defeated him using Sharingan Genjutsu. Under these circumstances, Orochimaru naturally felt displeased. In truth, the exchange between them just now had only been a probe. The battle had not been especially intense, and what they used were only ordinary shinobi methods. With Orochimaru's ability, there were still many things he had not displayed. If he truly fought with all his strength, he was confident he could take down the boy in front of him. But a loss was a loss. There was nothing to say about that. At the same time, Orochimaru also became wary of the Sharingan. His defeat just now had happened in a single instant. In particular, the Genjutsu Wataru had cast with the Sharingan during that instant had decided the outcome. As a veteran powerhouse who had experienced countless battles, Orochimaru was naturally familiar with Genjutsu. He had also killed many shinobi skilled in Genjutsu. But against Wataru, he had suffered a loss. Even if he had only been affected for an instant, he had still lost an arm. That consequence could not be called minor. He. In that case, I suppose I should thank you, Wataru-kun, Orochimaru said in a hoarse voice. Wataru only smiled. No need to be polite. It's what I should do. Orochimaru. He took a deep breath and lowered the hand covering his severed arm. At this moment, the wound was no longer bleeding. It seems coming to find Wataru-kun this time was a mistake. So, Orochimaru-sama, why exactly did you come to find me? Wataru asked, pretending not to know. Orochimaru stared at him, a faint heat in his gaze. Does Wataru-kun not wish to uncover the secrets of the sage body? As he spoke, he licked his lips again. The way he looked was like a starving man staring at a feast. Wataru thought for a moment, then shook his head. It's my own body. What secrets could there be? As for the secrets of the sage body, perhaps no one understood them better than him. Naturally, Orochimaru's temptation did not move him in the slightest. Orochimaru did not answer directly. Instead, he formed a seal with one hand and pressed his palm to the ground. Bang! White smoke burst apart, and a scroll as thick as a thigh appeared on the ground. Wataru-kun, these are some ninjutsu I have mastered. They include wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning-style jutsus. Consider it compensation for what happened just now. As he spoke, Orochimaru tossed the scroll with one hand, sending it flying toward Wataru. Wataru narrowed his eyes slightly, but he did not retreat. Instead, he reached out and caught it steadily. He did not speak. Nor did he ask why. He only looked at Orochimaru. The latter chuckled softly. I can see that Wataru-kun has no real sense of belonging to Kenoha. The same goes for the Uchiha. You and I are alike. We are both people curious about ninjutsu and even the secrets of chakra. Some things may not show themselves now, but sooner or later, that day will come. As he spoke, he looked directly at Wataru. You and I were always the same kind of person. After saying that, he picked up his severed arm and slowly retreated. The smile on his face did not change until he gradually melted into the shadows of the dense forest. Wataru-kun, I will wait for you. I will wait for the day you come to contact me on your own. That day will come. Wataru did not stop him. He only watched quietly. Seeing Orochimaru's entire figure about to disappear, he suddenly spoke. Wait. What about the sheath? Wataru saw the last trace of Orochimaru's figure pause. Only then did he fully disappear. TCH. You're willing to give me ninjutsu, but not even the sheath. How petty. Whoosh. The sound of something cutting through the air came from where Orochimaru had disappeared. Wataru raised his hand and caught it. A black sword sheath landed in his grip. Heh. That's more like it. Clang. The blade returned to its sheath. Wataru directly tucked the sheath into his belt. With a hook of his foot, the scroll flew up and was caught steadily in his hand. He opened it and immediately felt delighted. Sure enough, just as Orochimaru had said, the scroll recorded quite a few ninjutsu. The lowest were C rank, and the highest were A rank. The coverage was broad. As for why Orochimaru had come here, what scheme he had in mind for him, and what he wanted to do, Wataru threw all of that to the back of his mind. Not important. Nothing was more important than learning and mastering new ninjutsu. What a good person. First he gives me a sword, then he gives me ninjutsu. I almost feel embarrassed. That was what he thought. But if he ran into Orochimaru again in the future, he would still attack when it was time to attack. As long as the other party did not give up on his schemes against him, then he would fight. Northern Kenoha. Farther north than the Hokage rock, deep within the forest, somewhere underground. Orochimaru pushed open a heavy door. The smell of rust mixed with damp mold rushed toward him. This underground space was wide and dark. Only oil lamps hung at intervals along the walls, their dim yellow light stretching his shadow out long behind him. On both sides of the corridor were tightly shut wooden doors. Iron plates had been nailed to the panels, but the numbers on them were already blurred. Orochimaru's footsteps were light. The soles of his shoes touched the ground, producing a monotonous sound. From the way he moved, he was clearly quite familiar with this place. After turning the third corner, the passage suddenly narrowed, and the rock overhead became an orderly ceiling. After walking a little farther, the space ahead suddenly opened. Inside the empty room, there was only a stone table and a high-backed stone chair. A person sat on it, his entire body hidden in shadow, only most of his face exposed. It was Danzo. At this moment, he still looked miserable. His whole body was injured, and bandages were wrapped all over him. Especially his head. The bandages ran from his forehead to his jaw, and the single eye exposed outside was filled with bloodshot veins. Orochimaru came to a stop in front of the table and looked straight at Danzo in the shadows. Danzo's gaze fell on the place where Orochimaru's arm had been cut off, and his expression instantly darkened. You failed. His voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping against wood. Orochimaru licked his lips and did not speak. The oil lamp's light swayed across their faces, illuminating Danzo's tense jawline. Only the sound of dripping water remained in the air. Drop by drop. Enough to unsettle the heart. Useless. Finally, Danzo could not hold back and cursed. Hearing this, Orochimaru did not get angry. Instead, he laughed. Root has been dissolved, and its personnel have all been merged into the ANBU. If we are talking about uselessness, Danzo-sama seems to be far more useless than I am. Danzo's face twitched, and he stared fixedly at Orochimaru. So, where is your arm? Orochimaru chuckled. Ah, my arm. That little brat cut it off. As he spoke, he kindly explained further. That little brat is not as simple as he appears. If you are careless, you will suffer a great loss. Only after saying this did he seem to remember something, licking his lips again. Oh, I forgot. Danzo-sama has already experienced that. He had originally thought Danzo would become angry, but facing such mockery, Danzo actually endured it. Orochimaru, did you come here just to laugh at me? Orochimaru's smile faded. Of course not. I came to complete a transaction with Danzo-sama. Danzo seemed to have heard something amusing and stared at him coldly. I sent you a message, but you did not come to find me immediately. Instead, you went to find that little brat. What, have you finally understood that in all of Kenoha, only I can support you? Orochimaru did not answer directly. Instead, he asked, can the current you still pay the price of our transaction? Danzo snorted coldly and stood. This old man is the leader of Root. Even if Root has been temporarily restricted by Hiruzen, power still remains in my hands. Then that is good. Orochimaru only smiled softly. Danzo stepped out of the shadows, hatred filling his lone eye. Orochimaru, I need you to help me complete the transplant of Hashirama cells. Hearing this, Orochimaru finally looked at Danzo seriously and asked, are you certain you want to do it at this time? After saying that, he added, the Hashirama cell transplant is not perfect. There will be major side effects. Danzo said in a low voice, I cannot worry about that anymore. Orochimaru seemed to think of something. So, you still haven't given up on that sweet dream of becoming Hokage. Chapter 19, Attending a clan meeting for the first time. Danzo's expression instantly darkened. Right now, he did not want to hear the word Hokage at all. The moment he heard it, it stirred unpleasant associations in his mind, and the regret in his heart became impossible to suppress. If only back then. Unfortunately. That is none of your concern. Danzo's tone was hard as he stared fixedly at Orochimaru. Do not entertain unnecessary thoughts. This is part of the transaction between us. Orochimaru let out a low laugh. Of course I will honor our deal. But Danzo-sama, have you forgotten one thing? You are no longer the leader of Root. Transplanting the first Hokage's cells is no small matter. It will consume a considerable amount of resources, and safety must also be ensured. You should understand what kind of price that requires. Danzo's face twitched. He took a deep breath, and his voice became hoarse. That is not something you need to worry about. Orochimaru's smile did not change. He licked the corner of his mouth before saying, if that is the case, I have no objections. But before that, you will still need to wait a few days. What do you mean? Danzo-sama, do not misunderstand. Orochimaru shrugged the shoulder of his severed arm. Surely you do not expect me to perform a transplant on you in this state. Danzo took a deep breath. How long do you need? Not long. A few days will be enough. Danzo-sama should not underestimate my jutsu. Humph. It had better be. Orochimaru paid no attention to Danzo's attitude. He turned and walked toward the exit, speaking as he went. Then Danzo-sama should make preparations as soon as possible. Danzo did not ask Orochimaru to stay. Or rather, in his current state, he trusted no one. Watching Orochimaru leave, a trace of resentment flashed through Danzo's eyes. Just wait, Hiruzen. And that brat too. I will obtain what belongs to me. Kenoha's reconstruction had already entered its 6th day. The morning sunlight passed through the outer wall, which had yet to be fully repaired, and spilled across streets covered in broken stone. Several shinobi stood on high ground, directing earth-style users as they reinforced foundations. Wind-style shinobi swept up the dust, making the air a little easier to breathe. Ordinary villagers carried supplies on their shoulders and backs, hurriedly moving through the ruins. With people coming and going, the entire Kenoha seemed like one massive construction site. Human voices filled the air, mixed with the pounding and rumbling between buildings. It was extremely noisy. But people had already grown used to it. In fact, it was precisely because of this noise that they felt more at ease. When it came to rebuilding their homes, the villagers had more than enough enthusiasm. All of Kenoha was now in an active, forward-looking state. Wataru stood on the roof of his home, gazing at all of this from afar. The damage to his house was not too serious. There were only cracks in the courtyard wall, a few broken roof tiles, and some furnishings in the courtyard had been knocked askew. He had not gone to participate in the reconstruction. Over the past few days, all his energy had been occupied by the scroll Orochimaru had left behind. He withdrew his gaze and, as usual, made himself something to eat. After that, he returned indoors, sat cross-legged on the tatami, and spread out the scroll. Nearly 100 ninjutsu were written densely across the scroll, ranging from C rank to A rank. It included jutsus from all 5 basic chakra natures. His fingers moved across the paper. Not only did it contain hand seals and chakra circulation routes, but also Orochimaru's notes. Those insights were concise and profound. In some places, they made things suddenly click for him. One had to admit, Orochimaru truly deserved to be one of the Sannin, and the most comprehensive of the 3 when it came to ninjutsu. He was proficient in all 5 releases, and that alone could be seen from some of the notes on the scroll. And these were exactly what Wataru needed most right now. For reasons everyone knew, Wataru had never attended school. Yes, he had never attended the ninja academy. So compared with other academy students, although Wataru's mastery of chakra nature transformation and shape transformation was very high, he was actually lacking in some foundational areas. Or rather, it could not exactly be called lacking. In short, he had never systematically organized this foundational knowledge. He might be able to view things from a higher level and quickly master a ninjutsu, but that kind of exploration from low to high was often what best helped a person build their own learning method. And now, this scroll had filled that gap for him. Because regardless of whether the ninjutsu inside the scroll were C rank or A rank, the notes explained them from shallow to deep, from low to high. They were completely Orochimaru's own learning insights. Reading this scroll even gave Wataru a certain feeling. It was as though he were standing beside Orochimaru, watching him start from the most basic 3 basic jutsus, then gradually master more ninjutsu knowledge, slowly enriching his own foundation and understanding the traits of ninjutsu. It was basically top student notes. Because of that, over the past few days, Wataru had been completely absorbed. He looked exactly like someone who had shut out everything beyond his window. Fortunately, no one had come to disturb him. The village was rebuilding, and the Uchiha district was also rebuilding. Although the Ninetales had not charged into the Uchiha compound that night, this area had still been affected to some extent. Some places needed repairs, and most members of the Uchiha clan were participating. Knock, knock, knock. Wataru was immersed in the knowledge inside the ninjutsu scroll when a knock at the outer door interrupted his thoughts. He put down the scroll and hid it away. Then, with a frown, he got up, crossed the courtyard, and arrived at the gate. When he opened it, a middle-aged man stood outside. The man's name was Uchiha Yashiro. He looked 33 or 34, with short brown hair, narrowed eyes, and high cheekbones. He appeared lean and sharp. "What is it?" Wataru asked. Yashiro did not waste words and directly explained why he had come. At 8 o'clock tonight, a clan meeting will be held at the clan shrine. All clansmen who have awakened the Sharingan must attend. The clan head sent me to notify you. Wataru raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He originally wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, he nodded instead. Got it. After saying that, he gave Yashiro no chance to speak further and directly closed the door. Outside the door, Yashiro's fingers twitched slightly. Still, he took a deep breath, suppressed the displeasure in his heart, and turned to leave. Behind the door, Wataru turned and walked back toward the house, his mind already working. A clan meeting at this point in time sounds like something big. He had clearly thought of something. The corner of his mouth lifted, and he began looking forward to tonight's clan meeting a little. After returning to the room, Wataru once again put his attention on the ninjutsu scroll. He knew his own shortcoming very well. He had spent too little time learning ninjutsu, so naturally, he needed to make up for that area. When Naruto and Sasuke were 15 or 16, they were already fighting Uchiha Madara and Otsutsuki Kagaya. What about him? At most, he had only fought the Ninetales once. That gap was a little large. He had to work hard. When people were focused, time always seemed to pass quickly. In the blink of an eye, the setting sun had already tilted west. Wataru put away the scroll, stretched his body, and hid the scroll properly. Then he made himself a few small dishes and ate leisurely. There was still time. He was not in a hurry. Only after the sky had completely darkened did he clean up. Still wearing his usual short-sleeved shirt and knee-length shorts, he left the house. Inside the clan district, clansmen moved in 2s and 3s, heading toward the clan shrine. Wataru's appearance was naturally noticed by the others. For a moment, quite a few gazes fell on him. In the dark night, pairs of scarlet eyes carried an eerie color beneath the moonlight. As the one being watched, Wataru's expression did not change. He seemed completely unconcerned, ignoring them entirely as he walked toward the shrine on his own. Seeing him like this, the others were already used to it. Dislike was inevitable, but no one chose this moment to provoke Wataru. Because of that, the journey was very quiet. Under the red eyes of many people, Wataru arrived at the shrine, walked straight in, and casually found a corner to sit down. More and more people arrived, but the atmosphere remained silent. Because no one knew why this clan meeting had been called. Everyone was waiting for Fugaku to arrive. Fugaku did not make them wait long. Very soon, he walked out from the rear hall of the shrine and sat down at the head seat. His gaze swept over everyone present. When he saw Wataru sitting in the corner, his eyes paused slightly, then moved away as if nothing had happened. Everyone, this clan meeting has been called because there is an important matter we need to discuss. Chapter 20, What are you looking at, dumbass? As soon as Fugaku's words fell, low murmurs immediately began spreading through the room. Is it related to the Ninetales? Possibly. Lately, I've felt the other shinobi clans in the village looking at us strangely. The village higher-ups must be up to something again. Damn it. I heard rumors these past 2 days. Some people are saying the Ninetales appeared that night because it was controlled by our clan's Sharingan. Someone is trying to smear us. It had been a long time since the clan had held a meeting. This one gave many of the clansmen a bad feeling. The timing was far too convenient. How long had it been since the night of the Ninetales? Calling a clan meeting at a time like this was obviously connected to that night. Silence. Fugaku gave a low shout. A red glint seemed to flash in his eyes. At some point, they had already become Sharingan, and 3 tomo slowly rotated in each socket. The room fell quiet. Facing Fugaku's eyes, many people felt a chill run through their bodies and lowered their heads somewhat uncomfortably. One had to admit, as the clan head of the Uchiha, Fugaku was more than qualified in terms of personal combat power. After all, on the battlefield, he had already earned the title of Wicked Eye. In terms of ocular power, those eyes were undoubtedly far above most of the people present. Even among three Tomo Sharingan, there were still differences in strength. Seeing the atmosphere return to normal, Fugaku's expression became even more solemn. After taking a deep breath, he spoke in a low voice. Our Uchiha clan has now encountered a problem. No one made a sound, but many people's expressions changed. For the clan head to say something like this meant the matter was definitely not small. Sure enough, Fugaku continued. The village higher-ups have already decided to relocate the Uchiha clan to the western side of the village. A district will be arranged there as our new clan compound. The people in the room seemed unable to react for a moment. Many of them looked dazed. Relocate the clan compound. What an unfamiliar phrase. They were the Uchiha. The Uchiha who had founded Kenoha together with the Senju. How dare the village higher-ups? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Someone jumped to his feet, his eyes scarlet as he stared fixedly at Fugaku. Lord Clan Head, how could this be possible? We are the Uchiha. How could the village higher-ups make such a decision? Someone else stood as well, his expression somewhat twisted. Damn those higher-ups. What exactly are they trying to do? What right do they have to treat us this way? With that, the crowd was undoubtedly stirred into anger. Everyone present, whether those who normally acted moderate or those who always kept the glory of the Uchiha on their lips, found this impossible to accept. That's right. The village higher-ups must give us an explanation. What are they trying to do? We Uchiha will never accept such humiliation. Exactly. If it comes down to it, we'll go to war with the village. That's right. The village higher-ups have always restricted us anyway. We might as well take this opportunity to show them the power of the Uchiha. They could all see it now. The village higher-ups' targeting of the Uchiha was far too obvious, so obvious that no one present could accept it. Fugaku's expression looked terrible, but he did not grow overly angry because of this. Instead, he spoke with a dark face. This is a resolution passed by the Jonin meeting. As soon as those words fell, the shouting in the room came to an abrupt stop. The Jonin Corps held a special place in the village. Normally, they might not seem especially visible, but at critical moments, they played an enormous role. For example, high-risk missions in the village, such as A-rank and S-rank missions, generally needed to be reviewed and approved by the Jonin Corps before they could be assigned. Then there were Jonin meetings, which could discuss and vote on matters such as Hokage succession and war mobilization. Likewise, many other important affairs in the village had to go through the Jonin meeting. The Hokage normally held the village's highest decision-making authority. For ordinary matters, the Hokage could decide with a single word. But to demonstrate fairness, certain matters required the endorsement of the Jonin meeting. In other words, anything passed by a Jonin meeting represented the approval of the vast majority of the village. After all, behind each Jonin was either a clan or a family. The importance of the gathered Jonin Corps went without saying. That was why the Uchiha present immediately fell silent when they heard that this matter had been passed by the Jonin meeting. They clearly understood that the ones targeting the Uchiha now were no longer only the village higher-ups. It was most of Kenoha. No matter how strong the Uchiha were, they did not dare say they could suppress all of Kenoha. Why? Someone was confused, his voice even stuttering slightly. Fugaku took a deep breath and said in a low voice, I believe everyone is very clear about the Ninetales' appearance that night. But why the Ninetales appeared, and what caused it to attack the village, I imagine none of you know. Many people's hearts sank. They had a bad feeling. Then they heard Fugaku continue. The Ninetales was controlled by someone. And the one who controlled it was an Uchiha. Once those words fell, the room became extremely quiet. Even everyone's breathing could be clearly heard. One person clenched both fists and spoke in a hoarse voice. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. That was the Ninetales. Who among us has the ability to control a monster like that? As soon as those words fell, many people agreed. But for some reason, someone's gaze shifted toward Wataru in the corner. Wataru, who was watching the show, noticed the look and glanced over. He saw Uchiha Yashiro, the one who had notified him of the meeting that morning. What the hell are you looking at, dumbass? Wataru cursed the moment he opened his mouth. His voice was not quiet, and it instantly drew everyone's attention. Yashiro's gaze had been far too obvious. He was clearly suspicious of Wataru. So Wataru did not indulge him in the slightest. Hearing this, Yashiro's face twitched several times before he finally looked away. The others were also unwilling to provoke Wataru, this oddity, at a time like this. Very quickly, their attention gathered on Fugaku again. Fugaku did not care about this little interruption and continued. I understand that everyone finds this hard to believe. But, this is the truth. Many people witnessed it with their own eyes that night. Lord Third personally confirmed it as well, including Uchiha Wataru. This time, everyone's gaze turned toward Wataru again. Only now did they remember that the first person to come into contact with the Ninetales that night was precisely this young man sitting in the corner. Previously, they had subconsciously ignored it. No. To be more accurate, they had deliberately ignored it. Because that night, Wataru had actually fought the Ninetales. Not only that, he had driven the Ninetales out of the village alone. This undoubtedly proved how powerful he was. It was precisely because of that strength that most of the people present were unwilling to acknowledge it. After all, Wataru had always been the clan's oddity. Their feelings toward him were extremely complicated. That's right. The Ninetales was controlled by an Uchiha. What do you think? Surprised. Wataru did not indulge these people. The corner of his mouth lifted in a confident smile. What's wrong? Usually, every one of you is so arrogant. Every other word is Uchiha, every other sentence is pride. Controlling the Ninetales, now that should be a great honor. Think how impressive it sounds. Why aren't you happy? Wataru simply stood and walked to the center of the room. Facing everyone's gazes, he spoke again. Smile. Why aren't you smiling? Do you not like smiling? If gazes had temperature, Wataru would probably have been melted on the spot by everyone's eyes. The Uchiha clansmen present looked at him one by one as if they wanted to skin him alive. Shut up. Fugaku shouted and stepped down from the head seat, stopping in front of Wataru. What are you trying to do? Facing the question, Wataru's smile did not change. Nothing much. I just wanted everyone to understand that this is the glory of the Uchiha. After all, that was the Ninetales, known as the strongest tailed beast. Being able to control the Ninetales is quite impressive. Chapter 21, Are the Uchiha done for? The mockery in those words was far too obvious. The people present were not stupid, so how could they not hear it? The more obvious it was, the angrier they became. And yet, they had no way to refute Wataru's words. At this moment, Fugaku was also somewhat angry. He stared fixedly at Wataru, his tone unfriendly. I know you have always held resentment toward the clan, but at a time like this, you should not be saying such things. Seeing him like this, Wataru's smile became even brighter. So, what should I do, then? That question somewhat stumped Fugaku. He stared at Wataru. In the end, he could only leave behind one sentence before returning to the head seat. Keep quiet. Hearing this, Wataru shrugged, smiled, and returned to his original spot. He sat back down, propped his chin up with one hand, and quietly watched the scene unfold. The others were naturally full of anger right now, but when it came to dealing with Wataru, they similarly had no good method. Some people understood what Yashiro had meant by looking at Wataru earlier. He had likely been wondering whether the Ninetales had been controlled by Wataru. But after thinking about it, that possibility was not high, so Yashiro deserved to be cursed at. As for Wataru fighting the Ninetales, they chose to ignore it. It was clearly something meritorious for the village, and it also displayed the Uchiha's strength, but they deliberately refused to think about it. Their mentality was just that complicated. So after Wataru sat back down, these people treated what he had said earlier as if it had been an illusion, as if it had never happened at all, and once again looked toward Fugaku. We cannot agree to this. That's right. If we agree to something like this, the prestige of the Uchiha clan will suffer a heavy blow. The crowd was furious. Clearly, they could not accept this point. Fugaku's expression also looked terrible, but at this moment, he could only keep a dark face. This is a resolution passed by the Jonin meeting. It can no longer be changed. That one point alone was already enough to make everyone feel enormous pressure. The Uchiha present were merely a little arrogant and looked down on others. That did not mean they were idiots. Opposing the entire village would absolutely bring no benefit. But asking them to simply accept this was also something they would never agree to. Make the village produce evidence that the Sharingan controlled the Ninetales. That's right. Even if the Ninetales really was controlled by the Sharingan, the person who controlled it might not necessarily be someone from our clan. After all, that was a tailed beast. No matter how strong a 3-tomo Sharingan is, it can't possibly control something like that. Exactly. The village's targeting of the Uchiha clan is far too obvious. We cannot agree. No matter what, we are one of the strongest shinobi clans that founded Kenoha together with the Senju. Is the village not afraid of pushing us too far and causing major unrest? In short, everyone had something to say. The meaning was basically the same: the village had no right to target the Uchiha like this without reason. Otherwise, they would make trouble. The scene was now noisy and chaotic. Everyone spoke over one another, yet no one touched the key point. Or rather, from the moment Fugaku said the Nine Tails had been controlled by the Sharingan, they had already lost any good options. Unless they found the person who controlled the Nine Tails, punishment against the Uchiha clan was already inevitable. They were only saying all this because they could not accept it. Wataru yawned, stood up, and walked outside. This movement immediately attracted everyone's attention again. Although Wataru had been staying in the corner, seemingly ignored by everyone, in reality, quite a few people were secretly paying attention to his every move. "Where are you going?" A young Uchiha spoke. Wataru did not stop walking. "Home to sleep. This clan meeting is too boring." The way he did not even turn his head truly made the person who asked the question angry. He could not help standing up and taking several steps to arrive in front of Wataru. "Do you not have even the slightest bit of Uchiha pride?" As he spoke, the young man pointed toward the room and said loudly, "Can't you see that so many people here are worrying about the clan? What about you? What have you done?" Everyone fell silent. Wataru stopped and reached out, placing his hand on the other party's shoulder. "I remember you. Your name is Uchiha Yukumi, right?" Yukumi stared fixedly at him, his eyes scarlet. 3 tomo slowly rotated within them. 3 tomo at such a young age. Not bad talent. This evaluation made Yukumi's face twitch. There was no other reason. At this moment, Wataru had also revealed his Sharingan. The same 3 tomo, yet he was even younger than Yukumi. There was a 3-year difference between them. If another Uchiha had said this, Yukumi might have felt rather pleased. But the person saying it was Wataru. That made Yukumi nearly unable to hold himself together. "I'm young. My talent is not bad." "Then what are you?" Wataru patted his shoulder. "You're still too young. Learn more from clan head Fugaku. Learn to endure for the sake of the entire clan, like he does. Don't jump out so easily. Otherwise, you'll expose your weakness." Someone had already lowered their head. At the head seat, Fugaku unconsciously clenched his fist. "Uchiha Wataru, the clan meeting is not over yet," he said. Wataru pushed Yukumi aside and walked out without looking back. "Then you all continue. In any case, I'm the Uchiha oddity. Whether I'm here or not makes no difference." This time, no one stopped him again. When he reached the door and opened it, just as he was about to leave, Wataru paused and turned his head. "Right. Let me make this clear in advance. I'm living quite comfortably here. So whether the village wants the Uchiha clan to move out or not, I won't be moving." As he spoke, he casually waved his hand and walked out. The door closed again, separating inside from outside, and also cutting off Wataru's departing back. The scene was silent for a moment. Then it exploded. "That damn bastard. How dare he act like that?" Someone stood and cursed angrily, unable to hide the fury on his face. "Exactly. This is a clan meeting. How can that guy behave like this? Relying on his talent, he has never put the clan rules in his eyes. If you ask me, we should strip him of the Uchiha name. What a hateful bastard. He is simply a disgrace to the Uchiha." Similar words rose one after another. For a while, it seemed that everyone present had vented the anger they felt toward the village higher-ups' targeting of the Uchiha onto Wataru instead. Unfortunately, they had not said it while Wataru was still there. They only exploded after he left. What that represented went without saying. Yukumi watched this scene, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Just now, he had gathered the courage to challenge Wataru. He had thought he would be beaten. After all, that was something Wataru had often done while growing up. Those who had provoked Wataru in the past, every single one of them, regardless of age, had basically been beaten by him. Yukumi was no exception. But this time was the exception. And watching the clansman's current reaction gave Yukumi a certain realization. It seemed that aside from venting their emotions behind someone's back, whether facing the village higher-ups' resolution or facing Wataru, the clansman had no method at all. Was this still the Uchiha? When had the Uchiha become so hypocritical? Could it be, what Wataru had said years ago about the Uchiha being finished, was true? On the other side, Wataru did not care about this matter at all. To him, it seemed like something that did not matter either way. After leaving the shrine, he returned home and immediately saw someone lying on the low table inside the room. The way she lay there made her curves appear graceful. Combined with that married woman charm, she naturally had plenty of appeal. Sensing movement outside, Mikoto opened her eyes and pushed herself up. Then she saw Wataru returning. Before she could speak, Wataru's voice came first. "Mikoto-ne, have you finally decided to come live with me?" Chapter 22, in front of her husband. It was obvious that Mikoto was still half asleep. Seeing Wataru come in, she seemed not to have fully woken up yet. She rubbed her eyes, then finally straightened herself. Wataru-kun, you're back. As she spoke, Mikoto covered her mouth and yawned again. Fatigue was clearly visible on her face. Wataru nodded, came to sit in front of the low table, and looked at the woman before him. Exhaustion was written all over her face. She no longer looked as bright and graceful as usual. But a beauty was still a beauty. That mature charm could not be hidden. Why come to my place now? Shouldn't you be at home with the children? Mikoto shook her head and took several dishes from the basket beside her, placing them on the low table. I'll heat these up for you. She was about to stand, but Wataru stopped her. No rush. Mikoto sat back down as he said, looking at Wataru without speaking again. For a moment, the atmosphere fell silent. You came to speak for Fugaku, he asked. Mikoto pressed her lips together without replying. She remained silent. Looks like it. Wataru nodded, then continued, so you came to persuade me. The village wanted to relocate the entire Uchiha clan away from their current compound and choose another place as their new district. Mikoto definitely knew about this. Since she knew and still came over, her thoughts were naturally obvious. Fugaku has his difficulties. That was all Mikoto could say in explanation. Wataru nodded. I understand. And then. Mikoto lowered her eyes. Her hands tightened slightly around the fabric over her knees, as if the words were difficult to say. Wataru-kun, can you consider the clan? The Uchiha clan is truly in a difficult position right now. We have no other choice. Wataru only continued nodding, quietly looking at her. After Mikoto finished speaking, she carefully studied his face, seeming to hope she could see something there. Unfortunately, Wataru's gaze was as calm as always. Her words did not stir any anger in him. It was as though he had heard something unrelated to him. Sure enough, getting married changes a person. Wataru suddenly said something that seemed to come out of nowhere. Hearing this, Mikoto lowered her head, her eyes turning slightly red. She remembered the first few years she had spent with Wataru. At that time, although Wataru had been young, he had not acted as distant and cold as he did now. He had been colder than ordinary children, yes, but his relationship with her had been close. He had been nowhere near this cold. But after she married, and later became the clan head's wife, some things changed. She did not know when it started, but the relationship between them had gradually grown distant. Although every time Mikoto saw Wataru, he seemed to joke with her as he had before, sometimes even making her feel embarrassed, she understood very clearly that it was only the surface. Something underneath had already changed. Mikoto-ne, I'm very happy you came today. But I'm not very satisfied with what you tried to persuade me with just now. Wataru took out some sake, poured himself a cup, then began eating the dishes on his own. The Uchiha's affairs have nothing to do with me. Whether the Uchiha clan is in difficulty or not, I don't care. Wataru-kun. Let me finish. Wataru gently set down his chopsticks, looked at Mikoto, and spoke again. When Kenoha was founded, the first Hokage was fine. He bore no ill will toward the Uchiha clan. At that time, the Uchiha leaned toward peace and stability, which also helped drive Kenoha's development. Then the second took office. After experiencing Uchiha Madara's defection, and because the first's life was shortened because of it, the second naturally distrusted the Uchiha clan. By the time the third came to power, he did not possess the second's ability. And because his rise was sudden, he could not convince everyone in a short time. So he could only divide authority. Unfortunately, the Hokage advisors who took power were all disciples of the second Hokage, and they directly inherited the second's philosophy, keeping heavy vigilance toward the Uchiha. With every part Wataru explained, Mikoto's face grew a shade paler. It was difficult for her to imagine that a child like Wataru, who had not even attended the ninja academy, could see these matters so clearly. The more he saw, the more uneasy she felt. Then she heard Wataru continue. Then came the Nine-Tails rampage. The Nine-Tails, controlled by the Sharingan, caused enormous damage to the village, making everyone in Kenoha even more dissatisfied with the Uchiha. That is what led to the Uchiha clan's current awkward situation. Mikoto subconsciously said, Wataru-kun, since you understand all this, then why? Mikoto-ne wants to ask why I won't help the clan, right? Mikoto had no answer. Simple. Wataru laughed instead. Because the Uchiha are all lunatics. Every last one of them is a disaster waiting to happen. Having spent time with Wataru, Mikoto naturally understood what he meant by that. Even with the strange atmosphere at the moment, she could not help blushing. He was being far too harsh. Of course, this isn't only an Uchiha problem. The Hyuga clan is also a disaster in its own way. And Kenoha's #1 disaster is still Danzo. As he spoke, he shook his head. In this kind of environment, with the way the Uchiha clan currently conducts itself, there is no future to speak of. The village will restrict the Uchiha bit by bit, until the Uchiha are eventually forced into a situation from which there is no return. So instead of coming to persuade me, you would be better off persuading the clansmen. Have them give up the police force, give up that unnecessary pride, and truly mingle with the villagers. From there, move upward and force the village higher-ups to change. Perhaps then there might still be a slight chance. After saying this, Wataru found it funny and shook his head again. Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. Mikoto-ne can just treat it as a joke. But on Mikoto's side, her feelings were extremely complicated, and her heart was deeply shaken. The young men before her truly made her feel somewhat incredulous. How did you think of all this? Wataru did not hide it. Simple. Watch more, think more. Start by analyzing small, simple matters, then use those points to understand the whole picture. My house has plenty of records left behind, covering all kinds of major and minor events from the founding of the village up until more than 10 years ago. Mikoto's gaze toward Wataru somehow gained a different meaning. That is the way a Hokage thinks. Wataru looked at her speechlessly. It was just basic analysis of the situation, yet she was dragging in the way a Hokage thinks. This was one of the annoying things about the shinobi world. The atmosphere fell silent again. Only the sound of Wataru eating and drinking remained in the room. Mikoto looked at him, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, as if she were thinking about something. Time passed second by second. Wataru had already eaten half the dishes. Then, as if she had made up her mind, Mikoto quietly moved to Wataru's side and sat close to him. Wataru felt slightly surprised, but he said nothing. Then Mikoto used another pair of chopsticks to pick up some food, supporting it with her hand as she brought it to Wataru's mouth. This time, Wataru was the one who did not know how to react. What did this mean? A beauty trap. Testing a cadre with this. Who could withstand such a test? Wataru opened his mouth and ate without the slightest psychological burden. Then he felt Mikoto lean into his arms. Mikoto-ne, have you finally come around? Have you realized there's no future in following that guy Fugaku? As he spoke, he could already smell the faint fragrance coming from her body. It carried a soft, delicate scent, mixed with the light fragrance of milk, extremely pleasant. At that moment, a faint sound came from outside. The two looked toward the sound and saw that at some unknown point, a person had appeared in the courtyard, staring at the two of them inside the room with an ashen face. Uchiha Fugaku. At some unknown time, he had actually climbed over the wall and entered. The sound had been very small, clearly because he had not wanted to be discovered. Considering what Wataru had said at the clan meeting, as well as the Uchiha clan's current situation, Fugaku's appearance here did not surprise Wataru. Clearly, he had come to speak with him privately. But Mikoto's body had gone stiff. Only then did Wataru remember the state the two of them were in right now. This. In front of her husband. Chapter 23, Cursing Fugaku to his face. Wataru felt a little numb. This scene really was far too easy to misunderstand. He could not blame Fugaku for reacting like that. Anyone who saw his own wife leaning in another man's arms right in front of him probably would not behave much better than Fugaku. That was simply human nature. Although Wataru was only 14 this year and could not really be considered a man yet. At most, he could be called a boy. But he was already over 170 centimeters tall, handsome, fair-skinned, and slender. Though still young, the sharp blade he carried was already capable of drawing blood. And Mikoto. She was 23 or 24 this year, fair-skinned and beautiful, gentle, kind, considerate, with long straight black hair. As the mother of 2 children, she carried a motherly charm as well, which was naturally extremely attractive to a young man like Wataru. The two of them were alone in one room. It could be said that the perfect age had met the most dangerous version of him. Fugaku did not even dare imagine what might have happened between them tonight if he had not appeared here. For some reason, he felt his head grow heavy, as if something had been placed on top of it. Even his scalp felt a little itchy. Dear. Mikoto's body trembled slightly, as if she had thought of something, and her face turned a little pale. She hurriedly pulled herself out of Wataru's arms, stood up, and was about to walk toward Fugaku. But Fugaku only stood in the courtyard, his figure faintly visible in the darkness. The light from inside the room illuminated his face, yet no expression could be seen on it. Mikoto's steps paused, and her body trembled even more. She looked at Fugaku, pleading in her eyes. Dear, it's not what you think. Fugaku looked at her. Why are you here? Where are Itachi and Sasuke? Do they not need to be looked after? Mikoto did not know how to answer. She took a deep breath and said, Itachi is at home. Sasuke is being watched by Itachi. There won't be any problem. Is that so? You let a 4-year-old child watch over an infant? Fugaku asked expressionlessly. Mikoto was left speechless. Wataru could not stand watching anymore and clicked his tongue. Clan head Fugaku certainly has a big temper. What, Mikoto-ne can't come to my place? Naturally, he was completely confident. There was nothing between him and Mikoto. And even if there really was something, so what? If he were not too young, when would an old man like you ever have had a chance? That was Wataru's true thought, but Fugaku was clearly angered by it. His face was even twitching. Wataru, stop talking. Mikoto hurriedly interrupted him, then quickly explained to Fugaku. I came to Wataru-kun because I hoped he could help the clan. I understand how hard things have been for you recently. I only wanted to help you. Hearing this, Fugaku's expression eased slightly. He and Mikoto had known each other for many years and had lived together for years after marriage. Naturally, he understood what kind of person his wife was. It was just that, as a man, he could not tolerate his wife behaving too intimately with another man. Even if that man was still underage. This is not a place you should come. If there is nothing important in the future, do not come here again. I can handle the clan's affairs. For Fugaku to say this was undoubtedly a warning to Mikoto. And he said it right in front of Wataru. How could Wataru tolerate that? Oh my, Lord Clan Head really has such deep authority. He gave a cold laugh. What, Mikoto-ne and I have known each other since I was young. She took care of me for years. But after marrying you, she has to listen to everything you say. How come I never knew Lord Clan Head was this domineering? If you're really this domineering, why haven't I seen you manage the clan properly? Why haven't I seen you handle the relationship between the clan and the village properly? So you can only show off your authority in front of women. At this point, Wataru felt someone tugging at his sleeve. Naturally, he knew who it was, so he turned his hand and held Mikoto's instead. Mikoto-ne, don't worry. As he spoke, he patted the back of her hand, then looked at Fugaku and continued attacking, completely ignoring Fugaku's iron blue expression and the Sharingan that had already appeared in his eyes. You say you can handle the clan's affairs yourself. I almost laughed. Do you really not know what state the clan is in right now? Do you really not know what result came out of the clan meeting? Why did you come here so late? Are you telling me you didn't specifically come to find me and try to win me over? The clan meeting didn't produce a solution, did it? The clansmen are hard to pacify, aren't they? Were you planning to have me come forward and communicate with the village higher-ups? See. Even now, you still don't dare make a decision. Some people and some things, you can fool others with them. Just don't fool yourself too. If one asked who in the Uchiha clan Wataru had the greatest problem with, it was naturally Fugaku, the man in front of him. There was no other reason. Who told him to become Mikoto's husband? Who told him to be incapable of handling the relationship between the clan and the village? Who told him to be foolish without even realizing it? Wataru, stop. I'm begging you. Tears filled Mikoto's eyes. Caught between Fugaku and Wataru, she was in great pain. At this moment, Wataru had also revealed his Sharingan. Hearing this, his Sharingan nearly rolled into a Hyuga-style Byakugan. You're hopeless too. With frustration at her lack of backbone, he poked Mikoto on the forehead. You have such a pretty face, but not a single useful thought in your head. What, did marriage put a filter over your eyes? Don't you know what kind of personality he has? As he spoke, Wataru directly pointed at Fugaku. I saw it a long time ago. This guy is indecisive, and his head is so muddled he can't even see the current situation clearly. In his hands, the Uchiha clan has no future at all. Wataru. Mikoto shook her head at him, her expression sorrowful. Fine, fine. Wataru was speechless. When he looked again, Fugaku was staring fixedly at him. After a moment, Fugaku said nothing, turned around, and walked away. Dear. Mikoto hurriedly chased after him. Wataru did not stop her. Let them argue if they wanted. In any case, he felt no guilt. He did not care whether the Uchiha clan lived or died. At worst, if something really happened, he would just save Mikoto. His evaluation of Fugaku just now had also come from the heart. In his view, Fugaku could not see the situation clearly. He was no different from the clansmen who had awakened their eyes. He looked at problems too superficially, lacked courage, lacked ability, and was far too limited. Yet this man still liked to put on the air of a clan head, especially in front of him, which Wataru found extremely unpleasant. His situation in the clan in the past would not have been so targeted if Fugaku, as clan head, had not tolerated it. Before, Wataru had not cared too much because of Mikoto. But today, cursing Fugaku to his face could at least clear that guy's head a little. Fugaku, who was walking away, paused. He turned around, his eyes scarlet. Uchiha Wataru, I will remember your words. Wataru laughed and nodded. Good. Remember them. Next time you act stupid again, I'll curse you to your face again. Fugaku said nothing more. With a body flicker, his figure disappeared. Mikoto chased after him. Before leaving, she also looked back. That gaze was full of unease. TCH. Wataru smacked his lips, somewhat speechless. Still, he said, if that guy goes home and dares to hit you, Mikoto-ne, tell me. I'll stand up for you. By now, Mikoto had also reacted. She understood that Wataru's actions just now had all been deliberately meant to anger Fugaku. She could only point at him with her finger. You're going to be the death of me. After saying this, she wiped the corner of her eyes. Her expression returned to normal, with no trace of weakness left on her face. Then she also disappeared with the body flicker. See. At the end of the day, she was still someone who became a jonin at 16. Who was that weak act supposed to fool? Wataru muttered, then chuckled softly. Good. Starting tomorrow, the clan compound is going to get lively. There'll be a show to watch. Chapter 24, I'm not even a ninja. Wataru slept very well that night. He did not feel the slightest psychological burden over affecting the relationship between Fugaku and Mikoto as husband and wife. He slept soundly until morning. After waking, he washed up, ate, and drank as usual. Fortunately, his parents in this life had left behind quite a bit of inheritance. Aside from money, there were also several street-facing shops in the village. It was precisely because of this inheritance that he had grown up without using the clan's support. Otherwise, if he had been too deeply tied to the clan, he really would not have been able to watch coldly from the sidelines like this. He had guessed last night what would happen today, and as expected, the Uchiha compound was very lively. Many ordinary clansmen who had heard about what was discussed at last night's clan meeting were now gathered outside Fugaku's residence, clamoring for an explanation. The Uchiha clan was not small. There were several thousand clansmen. Apart from those who had awakened the Sharingan, most were ordinary clansmen who had not awakened their eyes. These clansmen were no different from ordinary people. Because they could not become shinobi, their ability to withstand unexpected changes was naturally far weaker than that of shinobi. It was only because of the Uchiha name that their lives were somewhat better than ordinary villagers, which was naturally a benefit of having the Uchiha surname. Take the current clan compound, for example. The Uchiha's present compound was located in the center of Kenoha. Together with the Senju, they occupied the best area in the village. There were even several commercial streets within it. That was convenience. The ordinary clansmen benefited from this, so naturally, they did not want their current lives to be disrupted. If the clan compound was relocated, then the lives of these ordinary clansmen would inevitably be affected in the future. Anyone with a normal brain would never agree to it. The shinobi were still fine. At worst, they could take on more missions. Their lives would not be affected too much. But for these people, that was not necessarily the case. Wataru was heading to the training ground. When he passed by Fugaku's residence in the morning and saw this scene, he only gave a soft laugh and did not pay much attention. When those people saw him pass by, they all fell silent. But someone still could not help speaking. Wataru-kun, you are a genius of the clan. Now that the village wants the family to move away from the clan compound, do you agree with it too? This person voiced what many people were thinking. Wataru did not have much goodwill toward the Uchiha clan, but that was mainly toward the clan's shinobi class. As for these ordinary people, he did not really have much dislike for them. The ordinary clansmen might also have pride belonging to the Uchiha, but because they were not shinobi, that pride came more from the surname than from themselves. Because of that, ever since he was young, these ordinary people had actually treated Wataru, the clan's oddity, more kindly than the shinobi in the clan had. Hearing this, Wataru smiled and waved his hand. Of course I don't agree. Whoever agrees can move. These words immediately drew agreement from many people. That's right. We can't agree. Exactly. We've lived here for decades. It's been like this since the village was founded. What right do they have to make us move now? That's right. Wataru-kun is a genius. His words definitely aren't wrong. Seeing the crowd become stirred up, Wataru only shook his head and stopped paying attention. Not having much dislike for them was one thing, but he similarly would not get too deeply involved with these ordinary clansmen. He had been like this since childhood. Now, in this kind of situation, Wataru would be even less likely to stand with them. There were still so many new ninjutsu waiting for his attention. He was not going to waste his energy here. At that moment, the gate of Fugaku's residence opened, and Fugaku walked out with a dark expression. He happened to run into Wataru passing by. Needless to say, Fugaku's expression became even darker. TCH. Wataru felt it was unlucky, curled his lip, and disappeared with a body flicker. Seeing the direction Wataru had left in, Fugaku's pupils shrank. As a veteran jonin, he naturally saw it clearly. Wataru had just left using the body flicker jutsu. As everyone knew, the body flicker required chakra to be used in the legs. This scene immediately made Fugaku think of one possibility. Could Wataru already use chakra? Once this thought arose, the current chaotic situation no longer seemed so important. But by now, Wataru had already left. Even if Fugaku had thoughts about it, there was no way to speak to him. On top of what had happened last night, his opinion of Wataru had become even worse, so he was even less willing to go find him now. On the other side, Wataru knew nothing about Fugaku's current thoughts. He and Fugaku could be said to dislike each other on sight. He had no interest in guessing what Fugaku was thinking. At the abandoned training ground, Wataru devoted his energy to mastering new ninjutsu. One had to admit, with his current ability, his speed in learning ninjutsu was truly far beyond ordinary people. Often, for an ordinary C-rank ninjutsu, he could basically master it after practicing 2 or 3 times. He would not dare say he had perfected it, but using it normally was no problem. The rest was merely slow, steady effort to become familiar with it, then gradually add his own understanding to the ninjutsu and form his own style. That was only a matter of time, and Wataru was extremely confident about it. Like this, several days passed. Nearly half of the ninjutsu on the scroll Orochimaru had left behind had already been mastered by him. What remained were mostly B-rank and A-rank jutsus, which required more time to become familiar with and master. During these few days, the clan compound had been extremely lively. It was not only the ordinary clansmen making trouble. Some of the clansmen who had awakened their eyes were also causing a stir. The reason for the commotion was nothing more than their unwillingness to relocate the clan compound. After all, this compound had belonged to the Uchiha clan since the beginning of the village. After so many years, for the village higher-ups to demand that the Uchiha clan move away from here naturally could not satisfy anyone. But there were also some awakened clansmen who chose to remain silent. These people thought more deeply. The village's losses during the Ninetales rampage, and the fact that the Ninetales had been controlled by the Sharingan, if these matters were truly counted against the Uchiha clan, it would not be completely unjust. It was only because no concrete evidence had been found that the result was merely the whole clan being relocated. Otherwise, the outcome would not be as simple as this. It might very well have been the entire Uchiha clan being struck by the village. That result would have been even more unacceptable. Because of that, a strange situation appeared. The shinobi class within the clan held resentment toward the village. Naturally, they resented the village for not giving the Uchiha a chance to explain. But more than that, they hated the person who had controlled the Ninetales. It was that person who had implicated the entire Uchiha clan. But the result could no longer be changed. The Uchiha's relocation had been passed by the Jonin meeting. It represented the shared will of Kenoha's entire shinobi class. No matter how arrogant or reckless the Uchiha were, when facing the targeting of almost every shinobi in the village, they could not remain calm. Finally, the first person to pack up their belongings and leave the Uchiha compound appeared. And this result was like hot oil suddenly being cooled, making the clansmen who had still been causing trouble suddenly recognize reality. The village was not joking about this matter. With that, more people could only accept their fate. As for Wataru, he acted as if he knew nothing about it and continued doing his own thing. Another morning came. As usual, Wataru got ready and left the house. Then he was stopped by 2 ANBU. Uchiha Wataru, by order of the Hokage, we are here to inform you that you are required to move out within 3 days. Wataru acted as though he had not heard anything. He directly knocked past the ANBU's shoulder and continued walking outside. After taking a few steps, he paused, turned his head, and looked at the 2 ANBU. Go back and tell the Hokage. I don't care whether the others move or not. In any case, I won't be moving. It was impossible to know what expression the men had beneath his mask, but seeing Wataru's attitude, his voice also sank. This is Hokage-sama's order. Wataru nodded. I know. And then. He looked at them calmly. I'm not even a ninja. Why should I listen to him? Chapter 25, Wait, what are you feeling ashamed for? Fun fact, in the current shinobi world, among the various hidden villages, only shinobi officially registered in the records were considered true shinobi. These people were the legitimate force of the hidden village. They could take missions and possess the many rights of a shinobi. Wataru was special. During the Ninetales rampage, he had even fought the Ninetales head-on. In the eyes of ordinary people, he should be very strong, right? But strictly speaking, he was not actually a shinobi. First, he had never gone to school and had never received a proper shinobi education. Second, he was not officially registered. Strictly speaking, his identity still fell under the category of an ordinary villager. And the relationship between a village and its villagers was even more special in the shinobi world. Here was something counterintuitive. The true ruler of the Land of Fire was the daimyo. He held legal authority over the country. Under the one country one village system, the daimyo governed civilian affairs, while the Hokage controlled military force. Strictly speaking, the two were not in a subordinate relationship, but in reality, it was still a kind of employment relationship. In other words, the Kage was the leader of a shinobi village hired by the daimyo. This was also why, before a village's Kage could take office, they needed the daimyo's approval. Even if that approval was often only a formality, that formality was a necessary condition for preserving the daimyo's rightful authority. As for the villagers inside a hidden village, strictly speaking, they did not fall under the Kage's rule. The Kage's authority was over the village's shinobi class. Legally, the villagers were governed by the daimyo. That was how strange things were. So when Wataru said those words to the two Anbu, strictly speaking, there was nothing wrong with them. The moment his words fell, both Anbu froze. Clearly, for a moment, they did not know how to respond. After all, there really was no problem with what Wataru had said. Seeing Wataru about to walk away, one of the Anbu still failed to keep his composure. Stop. As his words fell, he had already stepped forward and blocked Wataru. The other person also moved up, cutting off Wataru's path. Heh. Wataru only gave a light laugh and looked at the other party. Are you planning to attack me? The men fell silent. If you're not going to attack, then get out of the way. Don't force me to punch you when I'm in a good mood. These past few days, Wataru had actually been in a pretty good mood. Mainly because his mastery of ninjutsu had been progressing quickly, greatly satisfying all the expectations he had once held toward ninjutsu. As for the Uchiha clan being forced to move, that had no effect on his mood at all. Wataru had understood a truth very early on: as long as a person did not have too many attachments, they could actually live quite freely. Just like he was now. Although his surname was Uchiha, he had never treated the Uchiha clan as his burden. Because of that, his whole person felt transparent and unrestrained. The two Anbu seemed not to have expected Wataru to be so direct, or so difficult to deal with. For a moment, they hesitated. Move. As he spoke, Wataru directly pushed aside the person in front of him and walked out. The two Anbu could only stand where they were and watch him leave. The order they had received was to deliver the notice. They had no other mission. So strictly speaking, whether Wataru agreed or not, their mission had been completed. The reason they had acted that way just now was merely because Wataru's attitude had been too awful. The two looked at each other. The first said in a low voice, "Let's go back and report." Wataru did not take the two Anbu's arrival to heart at all. As for moving, how could anyone force him to move? Would that not make him no different from a dog being chased away? So he continued doing his own thing, wanting to fully digest the ninjutsu on the scroll as soon as possible. This required him to invest his energy, and it could be considered the only thing in the entire shinobi world worth doing. The current Uchiha compound, however, had already become somewhat chaotic. Because someone had taken the lead, more and more people were beginning to move away. Those unwilling to move were still holding out, but those who knew the matter could no longer be changed had already accepted their fate. The village had drawn out a new piece of land in the west. It was even larger than the current Uchiha compound, and the village had made many promises as well. Moving there was not completely without benefits. When something could not be changed, there would always be people who convinced themselves to accept it. But those still insisting on staying also had their own reasons to convince themselves. Obviously, this matter would not end so easily. But when Fugaku, the clan head, also began handling matters related to moving his own household out of the compound, those still insisting began to feel despair. Naturally, Fugaku had something to say about this. This is the decision of the entire village. If everyone believes the Uchiha clan can stand against the whole village, then continue staying here. It could be seen that Fugaku at this period clearly did not want to intensify the conflict between the clan and the village, so he chose to compromise. With the clan head taking the lead, everyone else's persistence naturally became laughable. Thus, the matter of the Uchiha clan relocating from the compound was thoroughly settled. When Wataru returned in the evening, this was the scene he saw. A group of people were carrying large and small bags. Some drove horse carts, while others pushed hand carts. The carts were loaded with all kinds of belongings as they headed out of the clan compound. And Wataru happened to be walking in from outside, meeting them head-on. These people were not all of them. After all, the Uchiha clan had quite a few members, so the relocation had to be done in batches. Looking at this scene, Wataru did not feel anything special. He glanced over casually and was about to head home. But someone called out to him. Uchiha Wataru. The one who spoke was Uchiha Yashiro. His usually narrowed eyes were now open, and he looked at Wataru with a solemn face. Do you think it is right for the clan to move away from the compound? This question was truly a little unexpected. Wataru pointed at himself. You're asking me? Yashiro nodded, his expression still solemn. You are a genius of the clan. No matter how incompatible you are with the family, you are still one of us. What is your attitude toward this matter? This time, Wataru was truly somewhat surprised. Looking at the other Uchiha clansmen, he saw that they were all looking at him as well, their expressions complicated. Among them were many people who had originally disliked Wataru. But now they had discovered that Wataru was actually the one holding firm the most, and this had given them quite a mental shock. I don't really have an attitude. It has nothing to do with me anyway. I'm not moving. After saying that, Wataru no longer paid any attention to them and walked straight home. Seeing this, Yashiro called out toward his back. I understand now. You are the true Uchiha. Wataru's steps paused. He turned back with a strange expression. Are you sick? Looking at the others again, he saw them lowering their heads one by one. Wataru's expression became even stranger. Wait. What the hell are you all feeling ashamed for? He looked carefully and could naturally tell that these people were lowering their heads out of shame. Some were even shedding tears, looking full of regret. But what exactly were you feeling ashamed about? When Wataru saw a young man in his 20s awaken the Sharingan because of his emotional agitation, he truly could not hold it in anymore. He knew that person. The man had little shinobi talent, was still only a chunin in his 20s, and had never awakened his eyes. But now, because a few words had stirred his emotions, he had awakened the Sharingan. That was really hard to evaluate. What exactly were these people thinking? What were they getting so ashamed about? Wataru really wanted to ask directly, but judging by their expressions, they had clearly fallen into some kind of collective emotion and had already decided on a certain interpretation. In this kind of situation, no matter how he explained, it would be useless. Forget it. As long as you're happy. This was exactly why people said the Uchiha were a bunch of lunatics. It was precisely because Wataru had seen through this that he did not want to get too involved with the clan. He was afraid he would be affected too. The strange self-brainwashing happening in front of him was the proof. He did not care what these people were thinking. In any case, it had nothing to do with him. Wataru returned home. At his gate, several people were standing there. The person in the center wore the Hokage robes and a conical hat. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen. Wataru-kun, you're back. Won't you invite this old man in for a seat? Wataru looked at him and immediately knew why Hiruzen had come. Third, are you here to persuade me to move too? He asked directly. Chapter 26, Far Too Clear-Headed. In the hearts of most people in Kenoha, Hiruzen might be a good man. Perhaps even a good Hokage. But to Wataru, he was no different from any other politician. A politician's heart was dirty. That was the same in every world. One could not simply decide Hiruzen was a good person just because he appeared kind and benevolent. Some things needed to be viewed dialectically. Without Hiruzen's indulgence, there would have been no darkness called Shimura Danzo. Without Danzo's darkness, the shinobi world would not have had so many tragedies later on. Of course, even without Danzo, the shinobi wars would still have happened, and tragedies would still have existed. But Danzo's evil was the hardest one to evaluate. And all of it originated from the Hokage standing before him. Wataru-kun, I know you are a good child. I hope you can think more about the village. Hiruzen sensed the boy's resistance, but he did not get angry. Instead, he spoke with patient sincerity. He continued, you fought the Nine Tails yourself, so you know very well why the Nine Tails appeared. The person who released the Nine Tails and caused the deaths of the fourth Hokage and his wife was an Uchiha. That cannot be denied. Under these circumstances, we must give the rest of the village an explanation. If possible, I would also wish none of this had happened. But the Uchiha must pay a price for this. That is also something most people in the village agree with. Wataru's expression remained calm. Listening to these words, he looked as if they had nothing to do with him. So driving the Uchiha from the center of the village to the edge is enough, he asked. Hiruzen sighed. This decision is also a form of protection for the Uchiha. At the very least, it can be considered a way to cool things down. Wataru nodded. Good. I understand. Hiruzen felt a slight sense of relief and said, then does that mean you agree with this as well? Wataru said, yes, I agree. It's fine. Seeing Hiruzen's expression visibly relax, Wataru continued, but that has nothing to do with me. My surname is Uchiha only because my parents gave me the name Uchiha. The Uchiha are the Uchiha, and I am me. So however you higher-ups punish the Uchiha, it has nothing to do with me. As he spoke, he lost interest in wasting words with this old man and walked toward his gate. Punish them however you want. Just don't drag me into it. The ANBU beside Hiruzen closed in, surrounding Wataru in the middle. Some had already placed their hands on the hilts at their waists, while others lowered their bodies into attacking stances. But Wataru simply walked past Hiruzen, his words not stopping. Ever since the second Hokage, you higher-ups have always targeted the Uchiha. That philosophy was inherited by the rest of you at the top. I can already predict that if this continues, the Uchiha's future is destined for destruction. So before that destruction comes, don't come here and disgust me. Once those words fell, Hiruzen's expression changed. He had never expected such words to come from the mouth of a young man like Wataru. These words directly pierced through some of the things the village higher-ups had always insisted upon. The key point was that the person saying them was not even 14 years old yet. That was somewhat frightening. Uchiha Wataru. Hiruzen's expression grew rarely serious. He turned around and looked directly at Wataru's back, speaking in a low voice. Those words should not come from someone your age. So, who taught you this? Fugaku. Wataru stopped. He also turned around, completely ignoring the people surrounding him. Fugaku. Wataru scoffed. Don't make me laugh. If someone like him could say words like these, the Uchiha would not have ended up in this sorry state. What, Lord Third? Do you think someone my age shouldn't have this kind of understanding? Or do you think I should be the kind of Kenoha shinobi who mindlessly believes in the will of fire, wholeheartedly wants to dedicate himself to the village, and becomes a tool in the hands of the higher-ups? He smiled, then continued, or is it that an oddity like me, who doesn't fit the normal Uchiha mold, makes you higher-ups feel threatened? Come on, Third. Tell me. What should I do? Is it so hard for you to accept that I haven't been brainwashed by you? Hiruzen looked into his eyes, seeming to want to see something there. But all he saw was calm. At this moment, Hiruzen truly realized how special the boy before him was. There was good and bad in that. The good part was that the boy's understanding far exceeded ordinary people's. He was not limited to one family or one clan, and he saw problems with extreme clarity. The bad part was that not only did he have no goodwill toward the Uchiha, he had none toward the village higher-ups either. And he had not the slightest approval of the will of fire. He was a complete and utter oddity. Not only for the Uchiha clan but also for the village. And the latter was especially obvious. That made things very difficult. According to Hiruzen's original plan, he had hoped to communicate with this oddity among the Uchiha and turn him into a bridge between the village and the clan. That way, he could avoid greater divisions, or even conflict, between the Uchiha and the village. If, in the process, he could make Wataru lean toward the village, that would be even better. After all, a natural-born sage body was truly special. If he could bring Wataru to the village's side, then the village would surely possess a powerful fighting force in the future. But now, it seemed that this plan could not be carried out. Because the young man before him had his own understanding, and it was impossible to change. Just as Hiruzen was organizing his words, trying not to provoke more resistance from him, the boy spoke again. Did the previous ANBU not tell you what I said? I am not a shinobi. I have no obligation to obey the orders of the village higher-ups, especially not yours. Whether the others move or not is their business. This is my home. My house was left to me by my parents, and the ownership belongs to me. As he said this, he smiled. So if you want me to move like the other Uchiha, it's simple. Go to the daimyo and have him issue an order. Hiruzen's expression changed slightly when he heard this. At this moment, he deeply felt how troublesome Wataru was. Because his words directly pointed out the essence of the Hokage's authority. If Hiruzen and the village higher-ups forced Wataru, then legally, they would have no standing. Wataru was not a shinobi. He was an ordinary villager. They had no right to command him, and no right to force him. If they truly did that and the matter became serious, it would inevitably create doubts among ordinary villagers. It would also cause the other shinobi clans to imagine unpleasant possibilities. After all, among the major shinobi clans, the true majority were still ordinary people without shinobi talent. But if, as Wataru said, they really went to the daimyo for an order, then Hiruzen's reputation with the daimyo would certainly drop sharply. If you could not even handle one Uchiha brat, how were you supposed to serve as Hokage? How could the daimyo feel at ease entrusting the safety of the entire land of fire to you? After saying this, Wataru no longer paid attention to Hiruzen's ugly expression. He turned around and directly pushed aside the two people blocking him. What are you acting tough for? Move aside. If you're really capable, then attack me directly, trash. Then he walked away without looking back. He opened the gate, entered, and shut it behind him without another word, leaving Hiruzen and the others outside. At this moment, Hiruzen's expression was extremely ugly. Only now did he truly feel how troublesome Wataru was. For some reason, he actually felt a bit of sympathy for Fugaku. With such a person around, Fugaku must have lost plenty of hair on ordinary days, right? Shaking his head, Hiruzen threw those meaningless thoughts aside and looked at the tightly shut gate, frowning. Hokage-sama, should we take action? One ANBU asked. The others had similar attitudes. Wataru's actions just now had given them no face whatsoever. Even if shinobi were tools, being insulted to their faces like this still made them angry. Chapter 27. What? I'm a descendant of the radicals. Hiruzen glanced at the ANBU and shook his head. Do not make unnecessary moves. After saying that, he sighed again. What a troublesome brat. Forget it. Deal with the others first. For now, no one is to come here. Yes. The ANBU lowered their heads. Hiruzen turned away and shook his head helplessly. He seemed not to have expected things to develop to this point, and for a moment, his mood was rather heavy. Wataru did not take this matter to heart at all. After going back inside, he simply continued doing whatever he was supposed to do. As time passed, the number of people in the Uchiha compound grew fewer and fewer. Household after household moved away. By the end, the only people who had not left were some elderly clansmen. Some of these people were retired shinobi. Others were ordinary people. They had lived here for decades and had grown attached to the place, so naturally, they were unwilling to leave. And surprisingly, the village did not come to urge them again. Because the remaining people were only a few households, fewer than 20 people in total. The clan compound became cold and quiet, no longer having the liveliness of the past. Others might not have been used to it, but Wataru felt very comfortable. In his previous life, he had already been used to living alone. In this life, he had experienced several years of family affection, only to quickly lose it again and return to the monotony of before. It seemed nothing had really changed. Another morning came. Wataru left the house and walked toward the training ground. Since there was no need to rush, he moved at a normal walking pace. Walking through the now empty clan compound, looking at the closed doors and windows on both sides, the cold silence felt especially clear. There were still some figures on the street. The old clansmen who were unwilling to move away would instead choose this time to come out and walk around. Not far away, there was an old man with a hunched back, leaning on a cane as he slowly walked in this direction. Wataru glanced at him and then stopped paying attention. But just as they were about to pass each other, his wrist was caught. Uchiha Wataru. The old man turned his head. A smile appeared on his age-spotted face, but paired with his thin body and sunken cheeks, it gave off an inexplicably fierce feeling. Something you need. Wataru also turned his head and met his eyes. This old man was not simple. Wataru could naturally feel that. Moreover, the old man looked familiar, but Wataru did not know his name. That alone was somewhat surprising. One had to know that Wataru's memory was not bad. He would not dare say he remembered every single person in the Uchiha clan, but he remembered most of them. The old man in front of him was clearly an Uchiha, but Wataru did not know his name. He also looked familiar, which meant Wataru had seen him before. Perhaps too much time had passed, because he could not remember where he had seen him. You are Yuto and Kumiko's child, correct? The old man asked. Wataru frowned and casually nodded. As expected. You look too much like them. I was certain the moment I saw you. After all, even in the entire Uchiha clan, your father and mother were famous for their looks back then. For you to have such an air about you is only natural. So. Do you need something? Also, who are you? Expecting Wataru to respect the old and love the young was a little unrealistic. This was the shinobi world. The elderly and children often meant danger. So he used a little strength and broke free of the old man's hand, simply watching him. He. The old man did not mind his actions. Instead, he studied him for a moment before opening his toothless mouth and laughing. Who I am is not important. But if you are interested, you can come with me. I have something to give you. Wataru looked at him expressionlessly. Speak clearly. We're not close. The old man shook his head and walked away on his own. Little fellow, caution is a good thing, but you still need to know who you are dealing with. If you trace things back, even your parents would have had to call me grandfather. After walking a few steps, perhaps because he did not hear Wataru following, the old man had no choice but to stop and turn his head. What a disobedient brat. Come. What I want to give you has to do with your parents. Only then did Wataru follow. Since the other party had said that much, his curiosity had naturally been stirred. The two walked one after the other toward the deeper part of the clan compound, in the direction of the shrine. The shrine was not at the center of the clan compound, but near the edge. Because of the shrine, there were not many buildings here, only a few houses beside it. The old man's destination was one of them. Only then did Wataru realize that this old man lived here. No wonder he had seemed familiar. The shrine was not used very often within the clan compound. Usually, only a few clansmen came here, and even that was occasional. As for someone like Wataru, he had come here only a handful of times since childhood. Perhaps he had seen this old man once when he was little, but had not paid attention and had forgotten him afterward. Following the old man into one of the houses, Wataru saw that the courtyard was small, and the furnishings inside were simple. It was obvious the old man lived alone. "Sit." The old man greeted him, poured him a cup of tea, then slowly entered a room. Wataru looked over the furnishings, trying to see something from them. In the end, there was nothing special. It looked like the home of an ordinary elderly man living alone. A ninja blade hung on the living room wall, along with 2 pieces of calligraphy and a low table. Other than that, there was nothing else. After arriving here, Wataru instead stopped being anxious. He did not urge the old man either, simply sitting cross-legged beside the low table and waiting quietly. Fortunately, the old man did not take too long. When he came back out, he was already holding a cloth bundle. It was clear that the cloth bundle was quite old. Its color had faded, and some dust clung to it. As the old man patted it, sunlight streaming in through the window caught the dust, making it scatter through the air like golden specks. "Child, sorry for the wait." The old man sat opposite Wataru and gently placed the cloth bundle on the low table before opening it. Wataru's gaze followed the old man's movements and settled on the bundle. Inside were a scroll and several books. The old man handed the scroll to Wataru and said, "This is a special technique. I am handing it to you now." Wataru pressed down on the old man's hand, and with it, the scroll. He looked at him calmly. "So, why are you giving me this scroll? Don't tell me you simply saw that I had decent talent and decided to give it to me." He needed to understand the reason. Wataru did not want to come here without knowing what was going on. He. The old man let out a low laugh. He did not withdraw his hand, only meeting Wataru's gaze. What a brat who loves overthinking things. Wataru tilted his head slightly. "Don't think I won't hit you just because you're old. Keep acting like that, and I'll leave right now." The old man's eyelid twitched, and his smile stopped. The atmosphere became somewhat silent. Fortunately, the old man spoke again. "This is a jutsu called Izanagi. Have you heard of it?" Wataru's expression did not change. Naturally, he had heard of it. He was also very clear about it. But for this old man to take out this jutsu meant his identity was obviously not simple. "This is something this old man promised your father. Once you possessed enough strength, I would hand this jutsu to you." Wataru narrowed his eyes, scarlet already appearing in his pupils. "Don't be nervous, brat. Strictly speaking, your father was once one of my subordinates. And your father's death was related to the village higher-ups." Wataru lowered his eyes. "So, what happened back then?" The old man stared at him. His own eyes had also turned scarlet, 3 tomo spinning within them. "They went to assassinate Danzo." Wataru's fingers moved slightly. He raised his eyes and looked at the old man. "No need to look at me like that." The old man grinned as he spoke. "This old man's name is Setsuna. Perhaps you have heard of it." He. Wataru asked expressionlessly, "So, I'm a descendant of the clan's radical faction." Uchiha Setsuna's smile deepened. Ha. That's right. When it came to radicalism, your father went even further than I did. How about it, brat? Were you scared? What are you feeling right now? Chapter 28, The Uchiha are too damn stubborn. Feelings. Wataru just thought it was pretty melodramatic. He had transmigrated by soul, possessing memories from the moment he was still in the womb. But even with memories, becoming familiar with a new world still required time. Because of that, he had started speaking later than ordinary children. After all, with memories from his previous life in his head, learning the language of the shinobi world was essentially like learning a foreign language. On top of that, he had been too young. Naturally, his parents would not say everything in front of him. As a result, his understanding of his parents in this life was limited only to the parts he had personally known. And those parts had been very normal. For example, his father was named Uchiha Yudo. He had been a standard Uchiha. He could be called handsome, had awakened the 3 tomo Sharingan during the Third Great Shinobi War, was a jonin of the clan, and had a decent reputation among the clansmen. His mother was named Uchiha Kumiko. She was not an outsider who had married into the clan, but a member of the Uchiha clan by birth. She was beautiful, also possessed the 3 tomo Sharingan, was also a jonin of the clan, and likewise had a good reputation among the clansmen. Even within the Uchiha clan, a family like this belonged to the upper tier. That was not only because both of them were jonin, but also because his family had blood ties to the clan head's line. In short, with all these factors combined, Wataru had possessed a fairly good background since childhood, and his early years had been quite pleasant. Unfortunately, all of that was gone when he was 6. So now, when Uchiha Setsuna asked him how he felt, he only found it absurd. After all that, it turned out he was actually the legitimate descendant of the Uchiha radicals. Seeing Wataru remain silent, Setsuna assumed his words had shocked the boy before him, so he continued, "Do you know why your parents tried to assassinate Danzo?" Wataru raised his eyes and glanced at him without speaking. Setsuna did not care about his attitude and said, "The Uchiha clan once had a chance to improve its relationship with the village. We Uchiha may be extreme, but we are not fools. We also recognize ourselves as members of Kenoha." But someone did not want to see that happen, and that person was Shimura Danzo. After saying that, without giving Wataru time to react, he opened one of the books, pointed at it, and said, "This book records the life of one person. That person was Uchiha Madara. You should know him, the one who betrayed Kenoha, known as the ghost of the Shinobi world. Ever since him, the Uchiha's position in Kenoha has plummeted. It was still fine when the first Hokage was in office. He was tolerant toward the Uchiha. But after the second took power, things were no longer the same. That man was truly sinister, guarding against the Uchiha at every turn." He opened another book. Rather than a book, it was more like a booklet. This records the life of another person. Unfortunately, he died too early. If he had lived, perhaps the Uchiha clan really could have improved its relationship with the village. Wataru glanced at the booklet. On the first page was a name. Uchiha Kagami. Then Setsuna continued, "Uchiha Kagami was a few years younger than me. You could say he was from my generation. At the same time, he was also a disciple of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. He seemed to fall into memory, carrying a bit of the rambling tone unique to old people. Kagami had good talent, and his personality was also good. He could be considered one of the rare oddities among the Uchiha. After Senju Tobirama chose him as a disciple, his position in the clan became different. At that time, all of us felt that he would become the bridge between the clan and the village. Unfortunately, he died too early. And his death was far too suspicious." At this point, Setsuna gave a cold laugh. "With your intelligence, it should not be hard to guess who his death was related to, right?" Wataru expressionlessly spat out a name. "Danzo." Setsuna's smile grew even colder. "Correct. It was that man." Although there was no direct evidence, Kagami had survived the first great shinobi war and returned alive as an elite jonin. It was impossible for him to die silently. And yet, he died during an ordinary mission. That mission was one he took together with Danzo. Wataru nodded lightly and did not doubt the truth of these words. Danzo had been professionally carrying blame for decades. Putting this one on him was completely reasonable. The bridge between the clan and the village was gone. Worse, he may have died at the hands of a comrade. Can you imagine what the consequences were? Wataru's answer was brief. Someone did not want to see the Uchiha and the village repair their relationship. Setsuna burst into laughter. "Exactly. That is precisely it. As expected of you, Wataru-kun. Your intelligence surprises me." His tone did not change. "Something you can understand at your age, and yet back then, no one believed it. Can you understand the anger I felt when I guessed this under those circumstances?" Without waiting for Wataru's response, he said hatefully, "The hawks of the clan and I plan to use that opportunity to pressure Konoha's higher-ups, especially to take revenge on Danzo." Shaking his head, Setsuna sighed. "Unfortunately, the information leaked. The village higher-ups prepared in advance and directly sent ANBU to restrain me." The corner of Wataru's mouth twitched. "What a lame revenge. What, brat? Do you think this old man is laughable?" Wataru nodded and gave a sharp evaluation. "You acted carelessly. Failure was inevitable. Shouldn't you be laughed at?" Setsuna choked, glaring fiercely at Wataru. The tomo in his eyes even spun a little faster. Humph. In the end, he could only snort coldly. Do not underestimate Danzo's methods. That man actually developed spies inside the clan. At that time, I simply could not imagine such a thing. And then. Stop wasting words. Wataru rudely interrupted his self-justification. The corner of Setsuna's eye twitched twice, but in the end, he restrained his temper. Then I was released. But because of that incident, the clan also learned what I had done. The Hawk faction split apart and fell silent from then on. I was also stripped of my position as elder and left to live here, watching over the shrine. So, what happened with my parents? Your father had excellent talent, and he gradually sensed the village's malice toward the Uchiha. So he found me. I told him everything that had happened, and then he planned to assassinate Danzo. Setsuna inexplicably felt a chill and subconsciously explained, "I did try to persuade him, but..." His tone became strange. "As a member of the Uchiha, you should understand the Uchiha. Once an Uchiha decides on something, they will not change. Madara was like that. I was like that. Kagami was like that. Your parents were like that too." The meaning was very clear. It expressed one point. Every single Uchiha was stubborn as hell. Wataru's tone, however, was very calm. So he went with my mother to assassinate Danzo, and they failed. Setsuna nodded. Yes. They failed. There was no doubt about that. But in order not to further provoke the Uchiha clan, the village higher-ups chose to conceal it. As he spoke, he pushed the scroll forward. Before that, your father had already made an assumption. If they failed, he asked me to give Izanagi to you. Of course, only after you possessed enough strength. And now, I believe the time is right. Wataru did not waste words. He directly picked up the scroll and tucked it into his robes. To be honest, his current mood was somewhat complicated. Complicated enough that he did not quite know how to describe it. To him, his parents in this life had been qualified parents. They had given him enough affection and care. But now he had discovered that his parents were not much different from the Uchiha he disliked. How could his mood possibly remain normal? So, brat, now that you know all of this, what is your choice? Setsuna stared closely at Wataru, as if trying to see through him. Will you choose to continue as you are now, pretending you know nothing, not knowing about your parents' deaths, not knowing about the Uchiha clan situation, and keep living your current life? Or will you inherit your parents' will and contribute your strength to the clan? Chapter 29, The Shinobi World Should Be Grateful. Wataru met his gaze. The two of them simply looked at each other, as if both were trying to see something from the other. Unfortunately, Wataru's expression was extremely calm. Even after hearing the reason behind his parents' deaths, he showed no real emotional fluctuation. This surprised Setsuna somewhat. But more than that, it filled him with an inexplicable feeling of emotion. To be able to hide his true thoughts at such a young age, especially as an Uchiha, was truly rare. And as time passed, seeing that Wataru still did not give a direct answer, Setsuna's heart could not help sinking. The reason he had appeared today, the reason he had stood before Wataru and revealed all of this, was because he had already made his preparations. As long as Wataru made up his mind, Setsuna would use everything he had to help him succeed. But now, it seemed all of that was just his own wishful thinking. Sure enough, Wataru's next words completely shattered his fantasy. I refuse. When he said this, Wataru's expression was calm, without the slightest emotional fluctuation. He pushed the books and booklet on the table back toward Setsuna and stood up. I'm grateful that you told me these things, and I know what you're thinking. But, the Uchiha's affairs are not my responsibility, and they should not be shouldered by a child who isn't even an adult yet. After saying that, Wataru turned and walked outside without the slightest hesitation. Setsuna's expression instantly darkened. Wataru. He suddenly shouted in a low voice. The scarlet color in his eyes became even more vivid, and the three tomo spun rapidly, faintly showing signs of linking together. Wataru paused, but he did not turn around. He merely tilted his head slightly. His eyes were also scarlet, though his gaze did not fall on Setsuna. Don't think that just because I'm young, you can treat me like a child. Those methods you use to control subordinates won't work on me. So for the sake of your own dignity, I suggest you don't do anything unnecessary. Looking at the three tomo in Wataru's eyes, and feeling the ocular power that faintly threatened even him, Setsuna forced himself to calm down. Only at this moment did he vaguely understand just how powerful the young man before him truly was. This was no longer a matter of talent. He had genuinely felt threatened. What kind of person was Uchiha Setsuna? He was the man in the Uchiha clan who had inherited Uchiha Madara's will. He was an old veteran of the clan. Although he was now aged, anyone who thought he no longer had ability would be underestimating him terribly. Yet at this moment, even someone like him had been shaken by Wataru's eyes. The more one was an Uchiha, the more one understood what ocular power represented. Especially Setsuna. As he sensed the ocular power from Wataru, his expression, which had originally sunk, actually revealed a smile. Heh. Ha ha ha. At first, it was only a light chuckle, but later, he seemed unable to control himself and began laughing loudly. Wataru simply treated it as the old man's illness acting up and ignored him, walking straight out. That was the Uchiha for you. No matter how normal they seemed on ordinary days, there would always be times when they acted up. Very normal. Just as Wataru was about to reach the door, Setsuna's voice came from behind him. The people in the clan really are laughable. They all think you merely have a special talent, yet not one of them thought about your eyes. If this old man did not sense wrong, those are Mangekyo eyes, aren't they? There is absolutely no mistake. Although what Wataru had displayed just now was only the three tomo state, as an old Uchiha powerhouse and someone who had seen the Mangekyō Sharingan before, Setsuna understood very well what that ocular power represented. A true powerhouse is right beside them, yet those people pushed you outside the clan. How utterly ridiculous. Seeing that Wataru paid him no attention, Setsuna finally said, Uchiha Wataru, this old man will be waiting. One day, you will use my strength. Unfortunately, Wataru remained unmoved. He left directly without looking back. After the door closed and the room returned to its cold quiet, the smile on Setsuna's face slowly faded. Looking in the direction Wataru had left, a scarlet flash crossed his eyes. The three tomo fully linked together, forming a pattern resembling a four-bladed windmill. Then the pattern faded. The Sharingan disappeared, and his eyes returned to their original cloudy, aged appearance. This is too interesting. I truly wonder what expressions those fools will have when they learn this secret. I'm looking forward to it far too much. Wataru did not take Setsuna's matter to heart. To be honest, he understood what Setsuna was thinking, but that kind of thing had nothing to do with him. His parents were his parents. His parents' ideals were his parents' ideals. As a transmigrator, after his parents died, his connection to the Uchiha clan had actually become extremely faint. After all, the cause of all this was not on him. Shimura Danzo coveted his talent, even his body, and had conflict with him. But had the Uchiha clan not done the same? The only difference was that they had changed the coveting into an attempt to control him as an individual. And the method they used was to bind him in the name of family, bloodline, and glory. During that period, the clan had put quite a bit of effort into him. They offered active personal care and emotional support, all to brainwash him and make him into a proper Uchiha. To put it simply, before Mikoto, he had once had two caretakers, both sent by the clan. Those two had carried the clan's mission. They subtly instilled in him the glory of the Uchiha clan. It looked like care, but in truth, it was brainwashing. Then he drove them both out. Only after that did Mikoto start coming over, and she never mentioned such things again. If it had been someone else. No. If it had been any normal child, before their worldview had formed, receiving such education would have easily shaped them into what others wanted them to be. But Wataru was a transmigrator. He already possessed a complete worldview and mature personal understanding. He could clearly distinguish what thoughts people had, and what purpose people had when doing certain things. Fortunately, Mikoto was a gentle person, which was why he gradually accepted her. Unfortunately, no matter how good Mikoto was, her surname was still Uchiha. That was the true reason he ultimately drifted away from the Uchiha and chose to live alone. After returning home, he threw these matters to the back of his mind and focused his attention on the scroll. Izanagi. This was one of the Uchiha clan's most miraculous techniques. It could be called a bug-like existence in the shinobi world. It was difficult not to be tempted by it. As for the fact that Setsuna had given him this technique, and that Setsuna had his own intentions, so what? What was in his hands was real. Everything else had nothing to do with him. Call him cold-blooded or heartless if you wanted. The fact that a transmigrator had not transformed into the fourth calamity was already good enough. The Uchiha should be satisfied, and all living beings in the shinobi world should be grateful. Izanagi was one of the Uchiha clan's ultimate dojutsu. It could turn unfavorable events that happened to the user within a certain period of time into something that had never occurred, while choosing only the favorable outcome as reality. The effect was ridiculously overpowered, but the price was also extreme. After using it, the caster's Sharingan would lose its sight. It was dangerous. Generally speaking, every Uchiha who awakened the Sharingan could use it twice. But if the eyes were replaced, it could be activated again. This was where the ability was truly broken. In a shinobi world where eyeballs could be plugged in and out like hot swappable parts, when paired with Izanagi, it could often produce terrifying results. Danzo in the original story had already demonstrated this. Unfortunately, Danzo himself was too lacking and had failed to truly bring out the jutsu's real value. But if this jutsu were placed in Wataru's hands, he had the confidence to play straight into the final ending. The difficulty of learning this technique was very high. But for an Uchiha who had awakened the Sharingan, it was not too difficult either. For Wataru, he basically spent less than half a day before learning the technique. The essence of this technique lay in using the Sharingan to record the caster's current state. This state was fixed. As long as there was chakra, the jutsu would not fail. Yes. Once activated, this thing was basically a passive skill. Extremely unreasonable. At noon, Mikoto visited again, carrying a food box and bringing Wataru a piece of news that left him speechless. Chapter 30, I only feel bad for sister. What's that supposed to mean? They invited me over as a guest. Wataru was confused. What kind of relationship did he have with the Uchiha clan? Did they not know that themselves? Inviting him over as a guest at a time like this, was that not pure nonsense? Mikoto nodded. Yes. Yashiro and the others suggested it. Wait. Don't explain yet. My brain's a little scrambled. Wataru's expression turned strange. Countless thoughts circled through his mind again and again, but he still could not understand why. Mikoto saw this and smiled. They feel that you are the one in the Uchiha clan who has held firm the most. Wataru opened his mouth to speak, then laughed. Forget it. They can think whatever they want. In the future, you don't need to tell me about things like this either. I won't go anyway. Mikoto seemed to have already known he would have this attitude, so she had only brought it up like a joke and did not take it too seriously. In the entire Uchiha clan, she was the one who understood Wataru best. Speaking of which, you coming over here? Clan head Fugaku won't get angry, will he? Mikoto was sorting his freshly washed clothes to the side. Hearing this, her hands paused, and her expression turned unnatural for an instant. Why would he be angry? Don't overthink it. Wataru nodded. That's true. No matter what, he is the clan head of the Uchiha. He should at least have that much tolerance. Mikoto fell silent. Ah, what a pity. I can't help you with that. All I can do is feel bad for sister from here. His words sounded very serious, but Mikoto understood him far too well. Seeing him like this, how could she not know this little brat had bad intentions? Eat your food. Seeing her delicate brows furrow, Wataru chuckled, but he stopped speaking. The two of them chatted on and off like that. Both deliberately avoided the topic of the Uchiha clan and instead talked about trivial matters. At the end, just as Mikoto had finished cleaning up and was about to leave, she suddenly asked a question. Wataru-kun, can you do me a favor? Wataru was picking his teeth. Hearing this, he nodded. Go ahead. What favor? Promise me first. Wataru's tooth-picking motion paused, and he raised an eyebrow. What was this? Was she trying to act cute with him? Did not seem like it. He looked Mikoto up and down, focusing especially on her chest and waist for a few extra moments. His gaze made her cheeks redden, and she came over and smacked him once. Will you promise or not? Wataru opened his mouth slightly. Seeing her like this, he felt something was strange. Tell me what it is first. Promise me first. After saying that, she simply looked at him and said nothing more. Wataru fell silent and likewise did not speak. The two seemed to be locked in a standoff, waiting to see who would give in first. The result was obvious. Mikoto spoke first. I started taking care of you when you were 6 or 7. I looked after you for several years. Do you still remember? Back then, you loved eating the food I made the most. I washed your clothes too. When others spoke badly about you, I stood in front of you. When you were unhappy, I was the one who comforted you. She counted out one thing after another that she had done for him. The more she spoke, the redder her eyes became. The more she spoke, the more she looked like she was about to cry. One had to admit, married women really did understand some things without needing to be taught. She was actually using tactics on a handsome young man like him. Even though Wataru knew Mikoto was doing this on purpose, he still could not just sit there and watch. His relationship with the Uchiha clan might be poor, and he might have deliberately tried to distance himself from Mikoto, but they had not reached that point yet. Seeing that she looked like she was about to keep muttering, Wataru shook his head helplessly. Let me say this first. If it's something that makes things difficult for me, I'll refuse. Only then did Mikoto stop. She directly said, I want to ask you to become Itachi's teacher. Wataru pointed at himself. Me. Mikoto nodded. Be Itachi's teacher? Mikoto nodded again. Yes. Wataru fell silent. At this point, Itachi was only a little over 4 years old, almost 5. He was still a cute little boy. But the moment Wataru thought about what this guy would do in the future, his head hurt. This one was a landmine. With that thought, he immediately shook his head. But Mikoto seemed genuinely hurt by his attitude. Her eyes instantly reddened, and tears fell. Why? Perhaps because she found it difficult to accept, even her voice trembled when she said this. After all, in her heart, she had always treated Wataru like family. Yet she was only asking him to be her child's teacher, and he had directly chosen to refuse. That gave her a sense of defeat. It was as if the affection she had poured into Wataru over the years had not been worth it. Bad move. Wataru was most afraid of women crying. Especially after thinking about it for a moment, he could roughly guess why her emotions were like this right now. His headache immediately grew worse. Other people might not know what Itachi would become in the future, but how could he not know? But according to their normal relationship, it was perfectly reasonable for him to become Itachi's teacher now. That was what Mikoto was thinking, which was why she felt so hurt after being refused. Wataru was somewhat at a loss for words. But looking at her expression, he could not bring himself to continue refusing. Let me say this first. I'm not even an adult yet, so being a teacher isn't appropriate. Just treat it as me, as his uncle, helping you watch the kid when I have free time. Hearing this, the sadness on Mikoto's face finally eased a little. Then Wataru continued, I can't promise I'll teach Itachi well. After all, you know very clearly what kind of situation I'm in right now. As long as you're not afraid of Itachi getting familiar with me, learning my personality, and starting to dislike the clan too, then fine. Mikoto wiped the corners of her eyes and said, disliking the Uchiha is still better than being like the other clansmen, holding unrealistic fantasies about the Uchiha. Wataru raised an eyebrow. Looks like Mikoto-ne sees these things very clearly. Mikoto ignored that and said, then it's settled. I'll go back and tell Itachi. Aren't you afraid clan head Fugaku will refuse? He won't. After saying that, Mikoto left directly. It was obvious that she was somewhat impatient. Wataru shook his head and stopped thinking about it. This matter had come rather suddenly, but it was not completely unacceptable to him. Thinking back to what she had just said, it was clear that as a mother, Mikoto did not want her child to become like the other clansmen, easily swept up by the clan's emotions. If that happened, it would make her feel like she had failed as a mother. But being Itachi's teacher, that was somewhat difficult. Hopefully that guy Uchiha Fugaku can stick to his own views and refuse Mikoto-ne's request. Then, the result of this matter truly exceeded Wataru's expectations. Because on the third day after that, Mikoto came over again and brought news that left even him somewhat dazed. Fugaku agreed. This is the thank you gift he asked me to give you. It was a ninja blade mixed with chakra metal. No matter how one looked at it, it was a top-quality piece. How did he agree? Wataru was baffled. As a father, especially as the clan head, should Fugaku not have firmly refused? After all, not only the Uchiha clan, even people in the village knew that he and Fugaku did not get along. Was this reasonable? It was not reasonable at all. Mikoto, however, smiled faintly and delivered a killing blow with one sentence. You don't understand a parent's feelings for their child, nor how much parents value their child. Then she explained, perhaps in your eyes, you and Fugaku do not get along. But in Fugaku's eyes, you are a true genius. Having you guide Itachi from your perspective may instead be a good thing for him. Is that so? Mikoto nodded. So, 6 days from now, I'll bring Itachi over to meet you. Why 6 days from now? Because there are still several days of miscellaneous matters to handle in the new clan compound. Fine. At this point, there was nothing more to say. He did, after all, want to meet Itachi, the clan killer from the original story. Chapter 31, Shaping Itachi in My Own Image. Facts proved that in some matters, outsiders might be even more enthusiastic than the person involved. For example, Uchiha Fugaku. He clearly had quite a few opinions about Wataru, yet when it came to his eldest son, he compromised. Or rather, it could not exactly be called a compromise. When it came to his eldest son becoming Wataru's student, he had given his support. He had even personally brought Itachi to Wataru. One had to know, the relationship between the two of them right now was basically one of mutual dislike. Fugaku could feel it. Wataru looked down on him very much. Even if he did not belittle him at every turn, he clearly felt Fugaku was not a qualified clan head. After several years of dealing with each other, Fugaku understood this point very well. As for Wataru, he also understood Fugaku's attitude toward him. This guy wanted him to become a true Uchiha, placing the clan above all else and contributing his strength to the family. But later, after realizing Wataru's attitude toward him, and after many incidents, Fugaku had given up on that thought. Now, because of Wataru's actions, he instead found him increasingly unpleasant. That was the situation between the two of them. If they did not meet, things were fine. If they met, nothing good would come of it. Basically, Wataru would open by mocking him straight to his face, and Fugaku would then respond by rebutting and lecturing him. More or less, that was how it always went. But this time was different. Fugaku brought Itachi to Wataru. Although he still kept a stern face, the faintly raised corners of his mouth showed that he was already trying his best to give Wataru a decent expression. Mikoto stood to the side with a gentle smile and pulled Itachi over to Wataru. At this moment, Wataru was likewise expressionless. But upon seeing Itachi, who was only 4 or 5 years old, he still forced out a smile. Wataru-kun, we brought Itachi here to meet you today. From now on, we'll have to trouble you to look after him, Mikoto said. Wataru nodded, his gaze falling on Itachi. One had to admit, 4 or 5-year-old Uchiha Itachi was still a very cute little boy. His features were delicate, and he looked rather refined. It was hard to imagine that this child would do something like that years later. Honestly, it was terrifying. Wataru nodded. Itachi raised his head and looked at Wataru. His small face was full of great confusion. He should have been at home as usual, taking care of his baby brother who had only recently been born. But today, his father and mother had brought him here. At his current age, he still could not distinguish too many things. But he knew this place was the clan compound, the old clan compound. He had thought they would not return here after moving, but he had not expected to come back so quickly. He had also seen the men in front of him before. Only, whenever he had seen him in the past, this man had always been arguing with his father. Every time, he made his father extremely angry. Clearly, they were two people who disliked each other. So why were they standing together? He did not understand. But he wanted to understand what exactly had happened. I am Uchiha Itachi. Please take care of me. Itachi bowed, appearing very well-mannered. Wataru said, my name is Uchiha Wataru. I am the teacher your parents found for you. Teacher. Itachi turned to look at his parents. His mother's eyes held encouragement. His father's expression was serious. He was used to this, so he looked back at Wataru and asked, then what do I need to do? Wataru glanced at Fugaku and Mikoto. Seeing that neither of them spoke, he thought for a moment and said, you don't need to do anything else. From now on, just remember what I teach you. Yes. Itachi responded respectfully. At this moment, Fugaku took the initiative to speak. Wataru-kun, I'll leave Itachi to you. Rarely, he did not give Wataru a cold expression. Wataru first glanced at Mikoto before nodding. His expression remained normal as he said, I understand. But let me say this first. My own ability is only SOSO. I can't guarantee what he'll be able to learn from me. Sure enough, once those words were spoken, Fugaku's brows furrowed slightly, but soon relaxed. I can sense that you now have stable chakra in your body. In other words, you have mastered ninjutsu. Wataru did not deny it. There was no way to deny something like this. His physique was special. Because of the system, in other people's eyes, he had a natural-born sage body. And because of his physical development, his sage body had not been complete before. That caused his body to be completely occupied by natural energy, and refining chakra would trigger an explosion. The prerequisite for becoming a shinobi was being able to refine chakra, then master ninjutsu. There were many types of shinobi in the shinobi world. Some specialized in ninjutsu, some in sealing, some in taijutsu, and naturally, some specialized in sensing. But even shinobi with weak sensing ability were still sensitive to chakra. Now, Wataru's sage body had stabilized. Naturally, he could steadily refine chakra. And with his sage body, the amount of chakra in his body was increasing day by day. Perhaps in the short term, he still could not compare to those chakra monsters, but the amount of chakra he had already far exceeded ordinary shinobi. Under these circumstances, it was very normal for Fugaku to sense the chakra in him. A person who originally could not use chakra and therefore could not master ninjutsu now possessed chakra. Naturally, that meant this person could use ninjutsu. This was easy to understand. In Wataru's view, perhaps it was precisely because of this that Fugaku was willing to send his eldest son over. At this moment, Fugaku continued, with your talent, I imagine learning ninjutsu will not be difficult for you. Although I have had many opinions about you in the past, there is one thing I do not deny. Your perspective when looking at things, and even your understanding, has already surpassed the limits of the clan. I hope Itachi can learn that from you and not confine himself entirely within the clan. This time, even Wataru's expression turned a little strange. Aren't you afraid he'll learn to become like me? As expected, Fugaku was still Fugaku. Hearing this, his expression darkened. Fortunately, Mikoto stepped in to smooth things over. You and Fugaku only disagree in your ideals. Besides, I believe you won't teach Itachi badly. Teach him badly. Wataru smiled and did not dwell on the question. He nodded. Fine. Then I understand. As he spoke, he reached out toward Fugaku. Fugaku did not understand. What? Clearly, Wataru was asking him for something. Mikoto seemed to realize what he meant, but she did not speak. Pay me. You don't think I'll treat this as an obligation, do you? The corner of Fugaku's eye twitched. He very much wanted to say, wasn't that chakra metal ninja blade enough? But in the end, he did not say it. Instead, he was not too surprised by Wataru's action. After all, from what he knew of him, Wataru was absolutely capable of doing something like this. Next time, I'll have Itachi bring it over. Wataru nodded with satisfaction. That's more like it. No one would ever complain about having too much money. Especially when teaching Itachi, the young clan heir, there was no need to save them money. As the clan head of the Uchiha, Fugaku was naturally quite wealthy. Since he had agreed, the amount he brought next time definitely would not be small. Wataru had great confidence in him on that point. Itachi, remember this first lesson. Wataru looked at Itachi. The latter did not understand. I don't understand. What first lesson? Wataru smiled. The so-called first lesson is this, as a shinobi, if you pay a price, you should receive a return. That is the foundation of a shinobi's existence. Itachi's small brows furrowed, as if he were trying to understand this sentence. Then he voiced the doubt in his heart. But father said shinobi are tools. Wataru's smile did not change. Tools have value. Itachi began thinking again. But at this moment, Fugaku had already frowned, as if he very much wanted to refute Wataru's words. What, Lord Clan Head? Do you think what I said is wrong? Wataru asked. Fugaku frowned, but in the end, he said nothing. At this moment, he seemed to regret bringing Itachi here a little. But he still restrained himself and said, 3 days from now, Lord Third will leave the village to report to the daimyo. At that time, I will have Itachi come over. After saying that, he gave a formal nod and turned to leave. Wataru did not care about his attitude in the slightest. He looked at Mikoto. You don't think there was anything wrong with what I just said too, do you? There was expectation in his tone, as if he was looking forward to Mikoto's answer. But Mikoto understood him far too well. She only smiled faintly. If you teach him like that, then naturally you have your reasons. We won't interfere too much. This time, Wataru could only raise his thumb. You two are really something. Your hearts are huge. He looked at Itachi and grinned. Then I won't hold back. Now, he suddenly felt that shaping Itachi into his own image might be rather interesting. Chapter 32, Huh? That bastard Obito entered Kenoha. Itachi's first official meeting with Wataru ended just like that. In the end, he was still a child. He did not have any deep understanding of it. He only knew that the person he had come to meet today was someone his father and mother valued greatly. So as a child, he would naturally be influenced by his parents. On the way back, Uchiha Itachi could not hold back his curiosity and asked, Father, is that person very strong? Mikoto glanced at him. She wanted to explain, but after thinking about it, she left the opportunity to Fugaku. Fugaku fell silent for a moment, then took a deep breath. It is not simply a matter of whether he is strong or not. He is the kind of person who is very rare. Fugaku shook his head. For once, he seemed unsure how to describe it. If he explained too deeply, he feared Itachi would not understand. If he explained too shallowly, there would be no meaning. Fortunately, Mikoto helped him out and continued, Wataru-kun is a genius of the Uchiha clan. He has a natural-born sage body. Before, because of his body, he could not use ninjutsu. Now that restriction is gone. With his talent, he will definitely become a powerful shinobi very quickly. Fugaku sighed, as if filled with emotion. Actually, his strongest point is not his talent, but something else. Itachi was very curious, but he did not speak, because he knew his father would answer his doubts. Sure enough, Fugaku continued, he and I have never gotten along, but there is one thing I acknowledge. His vision and understanding are absolutely beyond most people in Kenoha. And his way of looking at things is especially unique. Often, he can see through to the essence of something at a glance. That is what matters most. Itachi half understood, but still asked the doubt in his heart. So, is he even more impressive than you, father? Mikoto hesitated. Fortunately, Fugaku did not feel much emotional fluctuation because of this. Instead, he nodded. In that regard, he is indeed better than me. As he spoke, he stroked Itachi's head and instructed, Itachi, I am the clan head of the Uchiha clan. It is my responsibility to make the clan better. But he has abandoned all of that. His gaze has never been fixed on one clan. So when you learn by his side, you must watch more, think more, and ask more questions. I believe it will not be long before you gain something. Itachi nodded solemnly. Yes, I understand, father. Wataru was not present. Otherwise, hearing Fugaku speak like this would probably have made him feel at least a little uncomfortable. The fact that he and Fugaku did not get along was something the entire clan knew. This had basically been out in the open ever since Wataru was 8. It was hard to imagine that an 8-year-old child had once said something to Fugaku, who had only recently become clan head at the time, that the latter still remembered vividly even now. If you only keep compromising for the clan, and also compromising for the village, then the Uchiha's future can never be good. At that time, Fugaku had not understood what he meant. But now, thinking back on it, he instead felt that Wataru might have seen through certain things between the clan and the village long ago. And he himself could only barely hold things together even now. It was precisely because of that, when Mikoto said she wanted Wataru to become Itachi's teacher, that Fugaku did not refuse outright. Letting his child learn beside a smart person, no matter how one looked at it, could not be a mistake. Naturally, Wataru did not know what happened on Fugaku's family's way back, nor was he interested in knowing. His life remained plain, as if nothing had changed because of this matter. But the things around him were not completely unchanged. He saw Uchiha Setsuna again, only this time, Setsuna was not alone. The old people who had originally held out in the old compound and refused to move had now accepted their fate too. The shinobi sent by the village helped them move. They did not hurt them. They simply worked in pairs, directly carrying the people away, while the remaining people moved all the furniture and belongings out in one go. The old people did not need to lift a hand at all. It could be called full-service moving. Everything was transported to the new clan compound. In this regard, the village seemed to show a rare amount of patience. Wataru and Setsuna's meeting this time happened at the entrance of the clan compound. The current compound was already extremely quiet. Because Setsuna was also among the group being moved, he seemed to have accepted his fate. He did not struggle at all. Instead, he cooperated very well. Who knew what he was thinking? Perhaps he felt that since Wataru had already accepted that scroll, even if he had verbally refused his invitation, as an Uchiha, certain things would inevitably happen. Under these circumstances, Wataru, who had returned from the training ground once again, ran into Setsuna, who was in the middle of moving, at the gate of the clan compound. Wataru-kun, come visit this old man at the new compound when you have time. After saying this, Setsuna nodded and smiled at Wataru, then hunched over and left together with the moving shinobi. He was very straightforward. Wataru found it inexplicable and did not pay much attention to it. There were still several Kenoha shinobi at the entrance of the compound. After seeing Wataru, the leader stepped forward. Uchiha Wataru, by order of the third Hokage, we have come to seal the entrance of the Uchiha compound. You. Before he could finish speaking, Wataru raised his hand and interrupted him. Seal it if you want. Even if you seal it, I'll open it again. You don't really think a wall can stop me, do you? Seeing the expressions of the group change, Wataru smiled and said, you do your thing and complete the task the third gave you. I'll pretend I didn't see anything. I'll do my thing too, and you don't need to take it too seriously. Just don't cause me more trouble. Uchiha Wataru. The leader's expression was very serious. He clearly intended to say something more, probably some kind of warning. But Wataru had already turned around and walked into the compound. His voice drifted back from a distance. How about this? You can go back and report to the third now. If you keep talking, I won't be so easy to deal with. These people looked somewhat unfamiliar. Clearly, they were not shinobi from the clans. After all, Wataru remembered most clan shinobi. Then it was obvious. These people were civilian-born. Hiruzen had served as Hokage for decades after all. He also knew that when handling the Uchiha like this, it was not suitable to send shinobi from the clans to do it. After all, people sympathized with their own kind. It was easy to understand. These people were clearly angry at Wataru's attitude, but thinking of Hokage's orders before they came, they still endured it. The Uchiha clan had all been moved to the new compound. Even if Wataru remained in the old compound, it no longer mattered much. After all, this was originally just an explanation to the village. It was precisely because Wataru understood this that he cared even less. He continued living as usual. The cold emptiness of the clan compound seemed to have no effect on him at all. On the morning of the day agreed upon with Mikoto and the others, the gate of Wataru's house was knocked on. After opening the door, a tiny little kid stood outside. It was Uchiha Itachi. He was holding a small backpack. The moment he saw Wataru, he immediately bowed. Wataru-sensei. The little guy was very polite. With his delicate appearance, he could indeed be called cute. Come in. Have you eaten breakfast? Wataru led him through the door while casually asking. I already ate. As he spoke, Itachi put down the backpack and opened it. This is what father asked me to bring. He said it is the teaching fee for you, sensei. Wataru did not stand on ceremony. He directly took the backpack and looked inside. There were 3 stacks of money, a total of 3 million ryo. It was not a small amount. One had to know that for shinobi missions, even the highest S-rank missions paid around 1 million ryo. And that still had to be split with the village. What remained was what the shinobi could actually receive. Shinobi expenses were not small either. Daily ninja tool maintenance or purchasing ninja tools was not cheap. Not to mention ninjutsu training and everyday living expenses, all of which required money. This was also why shinobi were so enthusiastic about missions. Because shinobi did not engage in production. Their main source of income was mission payment. Clearly, shinobi were the ones who held power, yet they were still controlled by secular authority. No matter how one looked at it, this system was unreasonable. Yet no one changed any of it, as if it were only natural. It was very confusing. Itachi added at this moment, father also said this is for this year. Wataru raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, but still smiled. Not bad, not bad. Your father finally showed some generosity for once. When you go back, tell him I'm very satisfied. Yes, Wataru-sensei. Wataru did not waste words and directly said, your learning starts today. I'll first teach you chakra control. It will be quite painful. Can you endure it? Itachi nodded solemnly. I can endure it, Wataru-sensei. Good. Wait for me. We'll head out soon. Wataru naturally packed up quickly. He did not make Itachi wait long before leading him out, one in front and one behind. Looking at the current cold and empty state of the clan compound, Wataru asked, "How does it feel?" From the moment they left the house until now, Itachi had been very silent. His gaze had mostly been on the buildings along both sides of the street. Wataru naturally saw that something was on his mind. Itachi thought for a moment, then still shook his head. "Fine. If you can't figure it out, then look more. If you want an answer, ask me." "Yes, Wataru-sensei." The two walked out of the clan compound like this. Sure enough, the compound gate had already been sealed, with sealing strips pasted across it. At this moment, Itachi said, "Wataru-sensei, I climbed over the wall to get in." Wataru nodded, stepped forward, and directly tore off the sealing strip, opening the gate without the slightest courtesy. "Sensei." Seeing this, Itachi was somewhat startled and a little uneasy. "Small matter." Wataru merely smiled and did not explain further. "Let's go." The two arrived at the training ground before long. Along the way, Itachi remained silent, and Wataru had no intention of helping him adjust his inner thoughts. They stayed quiet all the way. At the training ground, the two stopped. Wataru put down the backpack containing water and other miscellaneous items. Just as he was about to say something, his brows suddenly furrowed. He looked in one direction, where there was a thick tree. At the same time, he pulled Itachi behind him before speaking. "The person hiding over there, get out." Itachi was slightly startled, but he did not speak. He knew this was not a time to do anything unnecessary. Before long, a person walked out from behind the thick tree. The newcomer wore a black robe, and on his face was a black, striped, one-eyed mask. He simply stood there quietly. Wataru raised an eyebrow. Naturally, he recognized the newcomer, but he still asked, "Dressed like that, wearing a mask too? You're not from the village. Who are you?" The person walked toward them step by step and spoke at the same time, his voice hoarse. "This old man is Uchiha Madara." Wataru had no reaction, but Itachi was startled. "Uchiha Madara?" Sensing his nervousness, Wataru did not turn his head. He only laughed softly. "So that's how it is. You dumb bastards still aren't dead." Chapter 33, Obito's here, now this is getting fun. The atmosphere fell silent. No. More accurately, it had turned heavy. At least, that was how Uchiha Itachi felt. Standing behind Wataru, he looked at the two people facing each other from a distance. He seemed to sense a different kind of killing intent lingering around them. It placed no small amount of pressure on him. Although he was young, he was still the son of the clan head. According to the rules of a shinobi clan, he was the young clan heir. And as the young clan heir, there were many things he had to learn from childhood. Especially matters related to his own clan. He had grown up hearing about them. Others might not be sensitive to the name Uchiha Madara, but Itachi knew very well what that name meant. That was the man known as the ghost of the shinobi world, the existence who had ended the chaotic warring states era together with the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. He was said to be as powerful as a god. And now, someone had suddenly appeared before them and claimed to be Uchiha Madara. No matter how one looked at it, he had not come with good intentions. Itachi might not understand much at his age, but even he could tell whether the situation in front of him was good or bad. Beneath the visitor's mask, one eye was exposed. And Itachi was very familiar with that eye. It was the Sharingan. So Itachi subconsciously believed him. At this moment, the man calling himself Uchiha Madara did not speak again. His single eye simply stared at Wataru. Whether he had been angered by Wataru's words or not was impossible to tell. Fine. Wataru admitted that his insult had been pretty filthy, but he was also telling the truth. After all, Madara himself was a dumbass. That much was undeniable. As for Obito, who was using Madara's identity, he should have changed his name to Uchiha Dumbass instead. For once, Wataru did not expose the visitor's identity. Instead, with a rather wicked sense of humor, he chose not to reveal it. He was treating this purely as entertainment. As for why Obito had come looking for him, he had a rough guess. Today was the day Hiruzen left the village to report to the daimyo. With the Hokage absent from the village, this was the perfect time for Obito to sneak in. As for why he had come to find him, Wataru guessed it was either to recruit him or simply to show his face. In short, it was definitely not anything good. But did Wataru care? He did not even care about the entire Uchiha clan. Why would he care about one defeated loser? Thinking too much. Not answering. Or did you come here just to stand there and act mysterious? Uchiha Madara moved, once again walking toward the two of them. A low laugh came from his mouth. He. Sharp-tongued brat. Do you think that will make this old man angry? Hearing this, Wataru smiled and slowly drew the ninja blade at his waist. This blade was the one Fugaku and Mikoto had sent him. It was a fine piece. As for the Kusanagi sword, that thing was too eye-catching, so there was no need to take it out for now. You say you are Uchiha Madara, so I will temporarily treat you as Uchiha Madara. I imagine you didn't come here alone just to chat with me, right, ghost of the shinobi world? Madara stopped several meters in front of Wataru and crossed his arms. Naturally. This old man came to measure your capacity. Seeing him like this, the corner of Wataru's eye twitched. He almost failed to maintain his expression. Honestly, when he already knew the answer, seeing Obito standing in front of him while trying so hard to act like Madara was genuinely funny. There was some domineering aura there, but not much. Enough to fool others, but not enough to fool him. It was somewhat abstract. But then again, when he thought about how Obito himself was already an abstract kind of person, everything suddenly became reasonable. I see. Then come. Let me properly see how strong this ghost of the shinobi world really is. As he spoke, the ninja blade was fully drawn, its edge flashing with cold light. Aren't you going to take out a weapon? Wataru asked. Against a brat like you, there is no need. Madara stood proudly, his posture full of presence. Heh. Wataru chuckled twice, easing that inexplicable awkwardness. Then, without turning his head, he instructed, move back. Stand farther away. Itachi abruptly came back to himself. Sweat had already appeared on his small face. Without any hesitation, he ran backward, extremely obedient. The next moment, he heard a metallic cry. Clang. That was the sound of a blade cutting down. He subconsciously looked back, and his eyes widened. In his vision, Wataru's body moved like a single line. Almost instantly, he appeared in front of that Madara, his ninja blade cutting down toward his head. The other party seemed somewhat caught off guard. He had clearly not expected Wataru's speed to be this fast, so he failed to dodge in time. A tear was cut open across the black robe on his chest. If one looked closely, they would notice thin arcs of electricity flickering across Wataru's legs and feet at this moment. Boom. Only now did the explosive sound ring out. The place where Wataru had originally stood had actually sunk downward slightly, and cracks had spread across the ground. Clearly, it had been caused by Wataru's stomp. So strong. Itachi forgot to keep running. He actually stopped in place, staring at the scene with wide eyes. Whoosh. Madara quickly retreated, leaping several times in succession to create distance from Wataru. He lowered his head and looked at the tear across his chest. Fortunately, his body had not been injured. Only the fabric had been cut open. But even so, the face beneath his mask turned ugly. He had been careless. His original intention in coming here had been to see exactly what kind of genius this famous Uchiha prodigy was. After all, releasing the Nine Tails, fighting the fourth Hokage Namake's Minato, and triggering the Nine Tails rampage, all of these had been major feats. He also saw himself as a strong person. On top of that, he was wearing Madara's identity like a cloak. With that mentality, he had naturally placed himself above the other party. But Wataru's single slash had awakened him. That blade. It was too fast. Wataru slowly straightened his body. The lightning on his legs gradually faded as he took the initiative to speak. This is a body flicker jutsu I developed based on the Senju's monstrous strength and Kumogakure's lightning-style nintaijutsu. Ghost of the shinobi world, what do you think? This body flicker jutsu was actually only half finished and not yet perfected, but that did not stop him from displaying it for this Madara to see. Seeing that the other party did not speak, Wataru continued, are you thinking of saying, mere grains of sand, not even half my equal? The other party still did not speak, but the corner of the eye beneath his mask twitched. Heh. Interesting brat. Wataru grinned. Is that so? Then, shall we continue? As soon as his words fell, his figure disappeared again. This time, he still charged toward the other party like a single line, stirring up no small amount of force. But Madara stood in place without moving, as if he had not noticed the attack at all. The next moment, the two figures crossed. Itachi watched without blinking. He saw it clearly. Just now, the two figures overlapped for an instant. Wataru had clearly passed straight through the other person's body, yet not even a strand of the other party's hair had been disturbed. How is that possible? Itachi's small mind could not figure out what had happened. But seeing the scene made his heart sink. Whoosh. Wataru flashed aside, dodging a kunai. His figure landed on a nearby tree, looking down from above. Space-time ninjutsu, huh? Not bad. I just wonder, when you activate this jutsu, how long can you maintain it? Madara's finger trembled slightly. Then he heard Wataru continue, a very special jutsu. No such jutsu has ever circulated in the shinobi world. So, is this the ability of your eye? Madara raised his head and met Wataru's smile. If you are Uchiha Madara, then you must possess those eyes. Looks like I guessed correctly. Wataru spoke to himself as if he were making deductions, but in truth, he was purely enjoying the show, messing with Obito's mentality right to his face. At the end, his smile vanished, and his expression turned cold. You, too, want to dance? Madara fell silent. He took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. His voice remained hoarse. It seems I underestimated you, Uchiha Wataru. In that case, I will defeat you in the area you are most proud of and make you see reality. Chapter 34, I have Mangekyo too. Before his words had even faded, Uchiha Madara's right eye slowly rotated. Space twisted in front of him, forming a spiral-shaped vortex. A pitch-black ninja blade slowly emerged from within. The blade was long and slightly curved, its edge gleaming with a cold, sharp light. He reached out, gripped the hilt, and drew the blade from the void with steady, powerful movements. Wataru saw it clearly and understood at once. So this was Kamui. It could store items inside the Kamui dimension and retrieve them whenever needed. Extremely convenient. He was more than a little envious of Obito's jutsu. It was practically a portable storage space, far more convenient than sealing scrolls. Finally willing to show some real skill, Wataru leapt down from the tree and landed lightly, his ninja blade angled toward the ground. Madara did not answer. He only tightened his grip on the hilt. The next moment, both of them moved at the same time. Clang. Their blades collided, sparks scattering everywhere. Wataru's blade came down from above, heavy and forceful. Madara blocked horizontally, but the sheer impact forced him half a step back. Hiss, hiss. Sharp chakra edges burst outward, carving deep marks into the ground. Without prior agreement, both of them had infused their blades with wind-style chakra nature transformation, forming chakra blades. The edges were terrifyingly sharp, yet they shattered together in that single collision. The face beneath Madara's mask changed slightly. So much strength. But Wataru gave him no chance to breathe. The second slash was already coming. This strike was faster, fiercer, and aimed at an even trickier angle. The blade cut through the air with a sharp whistle. Madara dodged sideways, barely avoiding it. The edge brushed past his mask, bringing a faint chill. Then the third slash arrived. Wataru's swordplay had no fancy movements. Every cut went straight for a vital point. It was simple to the extreme, but also ruthless to the extreme. Thin arcs of electricity once again flickered across his legs and feet. His movement speed was astonishing. His figure kept shifting around Madara, pressing him with one blade strike after another. Clang, clang, clang. 3 consecutive strikes. Each one heavier than the last. Each one faster than the last. Madara could only defend passively, retreating step by step. His swordsmanship was not bad. In fact, it could even be called quite good. After all, he had been taught by the real Uchiha Madara. But against Wataru's unreasonable, oppressive fighting style, he seemed somewhat unable to keep up. Because Wataru's strength was too great. His fighting style combined the crushing pressure of the Senju's monstrous strength with the speed of Kimogakure's lightning-style chakra mode. From the very beginning, it came down like a storm, relentless and unbroken. Every time their blades collided, the force transmitted through the steel made his wrist go numb. Madara tried to counterattack, but Wataru's offense was like a tide, wave after wave, giving him no opening at all. Another diagonal slash came. Madara raised his blade to block. This time, his footing completely broke. His entire body was forced several steps backward, nearly falling. Although he ultimately stabilized himself, his posture already looked somewhat awkward. His breathing began to grow rapid. The look beneath his mask had also shifted from initial composure to shock. This kid. How could his swordsmanship be this strong? No, not just swordsmanship. The electricity wrapped around his legs and feet, that astonishing speed and explosive power, and the terrifying force contained in every slash. What kind of monster was this? The more Madara fought, the more startled he became. His real self was the same age as Wataru. They were even from the same generation. If Wataru had not been unable to attend the ninja academy, the two of them might even have been classmates. Precisely because they were close in age, Madara could truly feel how powerful Wataru was. Because under the same circumstances, he absolutely could not do this. He had originally thought that with his strength, even without using space-time ninjutsu, his swordsmanship alone would be enough to suppress the other party. But reality had slapped him hard across the face. Since the fight began, he had barely gained any advantage. Instead, he had been pressured the entire time. It could even be said that he had been completely suppressed. Whoosh! Wataru swept his blade horizontally, the edge heading straight for his neck. If this strike landed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Madara's eye sharpened. His body suddenly retreated, and at the same time, he flicked his right hand. The ninja blade in his grip flew out, shooting straight toward Wataru's face. Wataru tilted his head aside. The blade brushed past his ear. Madara used that opening to pull away from him. His hands began forming seals rapidly in front of him, moving extremely fast. His chest swelled, and then he suddenly spat out flames. The mouth area of his mask was instantly burned open into a circular hole. Blazing fire surged out from it like a line, then suddenly expanded. At the same time, the Sharingan in his right eye rotated again. Space twisted. Flames poured from the center of that distortion, but this was no ordinary fire release anymore. The flames carried a spinning force, like a giant dragon made of fire. With Madara as the center, they spread wildly outward. Bomb blast dance. This was a jutsu formed by combining Kamui's spatial distortion with fire style. The flames followed the twisting space and rotated outward, covering an astonishing range. In the blink of an eye, the entire training ground was swallowed by fire. Trees, rocks, the ground, everything burned. The flames continued spreading outward. A forest spanning several dozen meters was completely burned away. Thick smoke rolled into the sky, and waves of heat rushed forward. Wataru moved the instant the flames began spreading. Lightning flashed around his legs, and his whole body turned into an afterimage, rushing straight toward Itachi. Move. He grabbed the back of Itachi's collar and lifted the small body up. Without stopping, he rushed out of the area covered by the flames at extreme speed. Behind him was a raging sea of fire, its heat scorching his back. But he was even faster. After several leaps, he had already moved far away from the training ground and placed Itachi down in a safe clearing. Stay here and don't move. After leaving those words behind, Wataru turned and rushed back toward the flames. The fire was still burning, but the most violent wave of expansion had already passed. He stood at the edge of the sea of fire and began forming seals with both hands. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. His chest swelled. Chakra surged wildly inside his body, turning into scorching breath that gathered in his throat. Fire style, great fire annihilation. He suddenly spat out a massive stream of flame. The fire did not spread loosely. Instead, it condensed into a huge torrent, like magma flowing along the ground as it rushed toward Madara. Wherever the enormous blaze passed, the ground burned red. The flames of great fire annihilation collided with the lingering embers of bomb blast dance, raising an even greater wave of heat. Madara stood in the sea of fire, the eye beneath his mask fixed on the massive fire stream rushing toward him. Dozens of meters away, Wataru stared back at him. Flames surrounded Wataru, yet they did not harm him in the slightest. Looking closely, one could see a thin layer of airflow around Wataru's body, blowing away the flames that surged toward him. He walked through the fire like that, step by step, toward Madara. The clash of their ninjutsu was naturally impossible to hide. By now, people from the village were probably already rushing over. After all, this was no ordinary ninjutsu disturbance. How's my capacity? Wataru asked with a smile. Madara fell silent for a moment before speaking. As expected of the Uchiha clan's genius. I acknowledge you. As he spoke, his figure slowly turned intangible and began to distort. But next time we meet, you will not be so lucky. His original intention had been to give Wataru a show of force, then lure him in afterward. But after being suppressed by Wataru's swordsmanship, his temper had risen, and he had directly used bomb blast dance. The result was the current situation, a huge commotion. Naturally, he did not want to stay here any longer. But in the next moment, the face beneath his mask suddenly changed. How? Madara's originally distorted figure actually solidified again. Kamui, which had always worked without fail, had stopped functioning at this moment. He was horrified and looked toward Wataru, who was walking toward him. The two were now only a dozen or so meters apart. At this distance, Madara could clearly see the other party's eyes. They were a pair of scarlet eyes. There were no three tomo. Instead, they bore a pattern like a camera shutter. From the pupil at the center of each iris, 6 curved lines extended outward all the way to the edge. They truly were a beautiful pair of eyes. At this moment, Madara inexplicably had that thought. But he quickly came back to himself, and his expression beneath the mask turned gloomy. The other party also had the Mangekyo Sharingan. And his own Kamui could not activate. Did that not mean he had no way to leave Kenoha? At this moment, Wataru smiled and said, "What do you think?" Surprised. Curious why I have these eyes too. Curious why your ability stopped working. Chapter 35, Obito's ability gets hard countered. Uchiha Madara did not speak, but his heart was no longer as calm as he appeared. He had miscalculated. His original intention had only been to test this genius of the Uchiha clan and see whether there was any chance of recruiting him. With his current strength, plus the name of Uchiha Madara, even if the other party refused to submit, he should at least have been able to retreat safely. With Kamui in hand, he had never imagined there was any possibility of being trapped. But now, that possibility had become reality. The other party's Mangekyo Sharingan could interfere with his space-time ability. That meant he could not turn intangible, nor could he leave through the Kamui dimension. If this were outside Kenoha, it would be one thing. If he could not win, he could still run. But this was Kenoha. He was currently inside Kenoha village, and the commotion just now had been so large that the village's shinobi would soon be drawn here. At that point, forget recruiting anyone. Whether he himself could get away safely would become a problem. Thinking of this, Madara frowned tightly beneath his mask. The surrounding firelight reflected across his mask, flickering between brightness and shadow. The original training ground had already completely disappeared. The ground had been burned black, cracks spreading everywhere like a dried riverbed. The trees were even more miserable. First, they had been torn apart by the spatial distortion of Kamui, then swallowed by the flames of bomb blast dance. Only charred stumps remained standing in place, still burning. Looking around, everything within several hundred meters had been destroyed by this battle. Farther out, the scorched forest was still burning. Even beneath the morning sunlight, the fire remained dazzling. This scene was no longer an ordinary ninjutsu clash. Madara finally spoke. His voice was still hoarse and low, carrying the coldness he had deliberately created. Don't get too proud, brat. It is merely that the ability of your eyes happens to counter mine. Do you think that is enough to keep me here? Wataru smiled when he heard this. His steps did not stop, and he continued walking toward him. Right now, you can't leave. That is a fact. To be honest, I'm looking forward to seeing what other tricks you have. He stopped several meters in front of Madara and slowly raised the ninja blade in his hand, pointing the tip straight at the other party. If you really are Uchiha Madara, then let me properly see what you can do. The ghost of the shinobi world shouldn't have only this much ability, right? To be honest, Wataru was far too happy right now. Ever since transmigrating into the shinobi world and growing up here, he had been limited by his sage body and had never truly fought freely. First, there had been no opponent. After all, anyone with even a little chakra would cause him to self-destruct. Whoever came would get a headache. If they could not afford to provoke him, they could still avoid him. And now, the drawback of his sage body was gone. He had learned ninjutsu, and just at the right time, an opponent like this delivered himself to his door. It was almost too satisfying. As for whether revealing that he had mastered ninjutsu would bring him trouble in the future. Wataru never cared about such trivial matters. He would only become stronger and stronger. If anyone wanted to cause trouble, let them come. Then they could see whether he dealt with them or not. At this moment, after hearing his words, Madara's gaze turned cold. His right hand reached to the side. Space twisted again, and the ninja blade he had thrown earlier reappeared in his hand. Seeing this, Wataru's eyes shifted slightly. Kamui could be used like that too. He had learned something new. The next moment, Madara wasted no more words and charged straight in. The two collided again. Clang. Their blades clashed. This time, Madara had clearly become more cautious and was not forced back by that huge strength again. His swordsmanship also became trickier. Every strike went toward Wataru's vital points, and his style gradually began to approach Wataru's own. Finally willing to use the Sharingan's copying ability. Even as he spoke, Wataru did not yield in the slightest. His imitation lightning-style chakra mode was fully active, electricity crackling around his legs and feet. His whole body moved like a bolt of lightning, constantly changing positions around Madara. The two shifted and flashed across the ruins. Blade light flickered, and sparks scattered. Madara thrust his blade forward, aiming straight for Wataru's heart. Wataru turned sideways to avoid it, then slashed diagonally in return. The edge brushed past Madara's ribs, cutting open a wound. You're still too slow. Madara retreated 2 steps. His left hand reached for the ninja tool pouch at his waist, and 3 kunai flew from between his fingers, forming a triangular pattern as they shot toward Wataru's face, throat, and chest. Wataru swung the blade in his hand 3 times. Clang, clang, clang. All 3 kunai were knocked away. But the moment he deflected them, Madara had already closed in again, his ninja blade chopping down from above. Wataru blocked horizontally and kicked out at the same time, aiming straight for the other party's abdomen. Madara sidestepped the kick, and his right wrist turned. His blade changed direction, rising from below. Wataru took half a step back. The blade edge swept past his chin. The two pulled apart, each retreating several steps. After that exchange, their styles had grown even more similar. Even though Madara was still inferior to Wataru in speed, he was already able to fight back and forth with him. One had to admit, the Sharingan's copying ability was especially outstanding in taijutsu and swordsmanship. In just a short moment, Wataru's swordsmanship and taijutsu style had already been copied 70 or 80% by Madara. From this perspective, Uchiha Obito, wearing Uchiha Madara's identity, was not lacking in personal ability. The next moment, Madara bit the ninja blade in his mouth and formed seals again with both hands. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. A huge fireball erupted from his mouth. It was several meters in diameter and rushed straight toward Wataru. Lightning flashed under Wataru's feet, and his entire body shifted sideways several meters, avoiding the fireball's direct impact. At the same time, he formed a seal with one hand and spat out. Water style, water wall. A wall of water rose from beneath his feet, blocking all the remaining flames from the great fireball. Water and fire met, producing a vast cloud of steam that instantly spread across the battlefield. Within the white mist, two figures collided again. The sounds of clashing blades rang out without pause. In the distance, several black shadows were rushing over at high speed. The leading figures wore Kenoha ANBU uniforms and animal masks. They stopped at the edge of the ruins, looking at the completely destroyed area before them. The faces beneath their masks were filled with shock. What exactly happened here? Quick, send a signal. Notify the advisors. One ANBU member took a signal flare from his waist and pulled the fuse. A red light shot into the sky and exploded in midair. Behind them, more ANBU and Kenoha Shinobi were rapidly approaching. The commotion here was too large. It would have been impossible not to attract attention. The battle between the two was destined to be discovered by Kenoha. Before long, the ANBU and Shinobi spread out, already surrounding the center of the battlefield. The flames showed signs of gradually weakening, but the battle between the two people in the field had not stopped. Instead, it became even more dangerous and intense. That is, Uchiha Wataru, the genius from the Uchiha clan. Someone saw the identity of one of the people in the field and naturally recognized Wataru. Someone else noticed Uchiha Itachi, who was in the corner far from the battlefield, and immediately brought him away while asking aloud. What happened here? Itachi had watched the whole thing. At this moment, he was still deeply shaken. Hearing the question, he opened his mouth, but did not know where to begin. Whoosh! Several figures landed nearby. The leader was Uchiha Fugaku, with a group of Uchiha Shinobi behind him. Father. Seeing who had arrived, Itachi finally came back to himself. What happened? Fugaku asked. Itachi hurriedly said, Wataru-sensei brought me here, and we ran into a strange person. That person said he was Uchiha Madara, and then he started fighting Wataru-sensei. What? Fugaku was shocked. Not only him, but the Uchiha Shinobi behind him also changed expression one by one. Even the ANBU who had brought Itachi away staggered slightly. This news was too shocking. Impossible. Uchiha Madara is already dead. Fugaku frowned, the lines around his mouth becoming even more obvious. At this moment, the battle in the field seemed to have reached its peak. The two were using all kinds of methods. But anyone with sharp eyes could see that the one holding the advantage was Wataru. Your heart is shaken. Are you thinking about how to leave? Wataru asked with a smile. The two had just gone through another collision and were now separated by a dozen meters. Seeing Madara remain silent, Wataru continued, stop thinking. Your space-time ability is countered by mine. You can't get away. I'll take off your mask and properly see what that face of yours looks like. Chapter 36, Susanoo vs. Susanoo. The corner of Uchiha Madara's eye twitched twice beneath the mask. He took a deep breath, but did not speak. From where he stood, he could already see the Kenoha Shinobi gathered around the perimeter, every gaze fixed on him. There was no need to think about it. These people were only waiting for an order before they swarmed him all at once. If Uchiha Wataru was also there to restrict his space-time ability, then what the result would be, even he did not dare think too deeply about it. Damn it. At this moment, he really did feel some regret. Regret that he should not have been so careless. He had originally thought that with Kamui's ability, even if he could not recruit the other party, he could at least leave calmly. But now, Kamui was being completely restrained by the other party's eyes. Intangibility could not be used, and the spatial passage could not be opened. He had been trapped here alive. If he had known this earlier, even sending a white Zetsu clone would have been better than this awkward situation where he could neither advance nor retreat. It was truly embarrassing. At this moment, outside the battlefield, Fugaku had already led the clan's shinobi close to the edge of the battlefield. Wataru. He shouted loudly, he absolutely cannot be Uchiha Madara. Madara died long ago. Wataru did not even turn his head. He only smiled and replied, I know. Fugaku was stunned. Then he said in a low voice, in that case, join hands with us and take him down. We cannot allow him to use Madara's name and damage the Uchiha clan's reputation. Hearing this, Wataru's expression turned slightly strange, and he curled his lip. No need. Wataru held his ninja blade horizontally. I'm going to uncover his mask myself and see who is hiding beneath that face. At this moment, Obito spoke. So this is the clan head of the Uchiha clan. Always keeping the clan's honor on his lips. Being in the same clan as someone like that must be very frustrating for you, right? Wataru opened his mouth, but in the end, he said nothing. What, did I hit the mark? Wataru's expression became even stranger. He tilted his head slightly, his lips moving, but no sound came out. But Obito, standing opposite him, saw it clearly. With the Sharingan, he could naturally read Wataru's lips. Who are you acting in front of? You've only been away from the Uchiha for a few years. Obito's heart inexplicably tightened, and a bad feeling suddenly rose in him. When he met Wataru's eyes, he found that Wataru now had a faint, mocking smile on his face. He knows my identity. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But, what did those words mean? At this moment, Obito's heart was shaken. Outside the battlefield, after hearing Wataru's words, Fugaku opened his mouth, but in the end, he said nothing more. He could only keep a dark expression as he led the clan members a few steps back, leaving space for the two people in the field. He understood Wataru's temper far too well. He knew very clearly that this man's mood turned faster than a dog's face. If he really brought people forward, that guy might even dare to attack him too. Thinking of this, he suddenly realized that he was actually rather unsuccessful as a clan head. But no one cared what he was thinking right now. More Kenoha shinobi were arriving. The figures of Mitokado Hamura and Udatain Koharu appeared at the edge of the ruins, followed by a group of elite ANBU. The two looked at the training ground and forest that had been completely destroyed before them, and their faces turned extremely ugly. What happened here? Hamura asked in a deep voice. An ANBU member stepped forward and quickly reported, when we arrived, the battle had already begun. The one fighting Uchiha Wataru is an unidentified masked shinobi. Another ANBU added, according to Uchiha Itachi, the son of clan head Fugaku, that masked man called himself Uchiha Madara. What? Hamura and Koharu's expressions changed at the same time. The two exchanged glances and saw shock and unease in each other's eyes. They knew all too well what the name Uchiha Madara meant. Koharu narrowed her eyes and carefully looked toward the field. Beneath the masked man's mask, one scarlet eye was exposed. Although they were far apart and she could not see clearly, from experience, she could still tell what it was. Sharingan. She took a deep breath. Whether or not he is Uchiha Madara, we can at least confirm that he is one of the Uchiha. Hamura made a swift decision and ordered in a deep voice, everyone, listen. Move in and take down that masked man, dead or alive. The moment the order was given, the Kenoha shinobi and ANBU members who had long been waiting around the area all leapt out, charging toward the field from every direction. Dozens of figures rushed toward Madara at the same time. Kunai and shuriken poured down like rain. Madara looked at the enemy surging in from all directions, and a cold laugh came from beneath his mask. You think this is enough to finish me? His right eye suddenly widened, and the Mangekyo Sharingan spun rapidly. Pale blue chakra erupted from his body and quickly condensed around him. First came ribs, then arms. Finally, a giant skeletal figure enveloped his entire body. First stage Susanoo, upper body. The skeletal giant stood over 10 meters tall. Its pale blue skeletal form looked strange and bewitching beneath the sunlight. Madara raised his hand and swung. Susanoo's huge arm swept out along with him. Boom. A violent wind howled. The dozens of Kenoha shinobi who had charged in were swept away like kites with snapped strings, all of them sent flying by that single strike. They crashed heavily into the ruins dozens of meters away, groans of pain rising one after another. That is. Hamura's pupils shrank sharply. The wrinkles on his face even stretched out slightly from shock. Koharu took 2 steps back, her voice trembling. Susanoo. It's Susanoo. As a disciple of the second Hokage, she had seen Madara use this power when she was very young. That terrifying force that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth was still deeply carved into her memory. We must take him down. Hamura shouted sharply, we absolutely cannot let him leave Kenoha. If he escapes, the consequences will be endless. Koharu also came back to herself and loudly ordered, ANBU, seal off every exit. Call in more manpower. We absolutely cannot let him run. Orders were passed down one after another. Although the Kenoha shinobi were afraid, they still gritted their teeth and rushed forward. On the other side, in the shadows, two figures were quietly watching everything. Orochimaru stood in the darkness, his narrow eyes fixed tightly on the pale blue skeletal half-body in the field. A strange light flickered in his pupils. His tongue slowly stretched out and licked across his lips. So this is the divine power passed down in the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru's voice carried excitement that could not be hidden. How terrifying. Danzo stood beside Orochimaru. Half of his face was hidden beneath bandages, and his exposed eye stared fixedly at the half-body Susanoo. His expression was so dark it almost seemed capable of dripping water. His fist clenched inside his sleeve, and his body trembled faintly. This was the power of the Uchiha. If this power could belong to me. If I had this kind of power. Danzo's breathing grew heavy. His eye was full of suppressed desire and unwillingness. In the field, facing the Kenoha shinobi charging in once more, Madara raised his hand. The skeletal half-body surrounding him moved in response. At this moment, Wataru was quietly watching the scene, curiosity in his eyes. As expected, one eye could still activate Susanoo. It was not only Shursui who could do it. Looks like this kid really was being pushed into a corner. Thinking this, he instead laughed. Haha, all of you, get out of the way. With a low shout, Wataru suddenly charged forward. Following his movement, bright yellow chakra erupted from around him and quickly condensed over his body. First came ribs, then a skull, and then both arms. Just like the pale blue skeletal half-body covering Madara, a bright yellow skeletal half-body now appeared before everyone's eyes. The same skeletal upper body. The same chakra-wrapped exterior. The same first stage. The same Susanoo. Wataru suddenly swung his hand. The huge skeletal half-body moved with him, raising its arm, clenching its hand into a fist, and smashing hard into the ground. Rumble. Amid the massive sound, the ground cracked open in wide patterns. Broken stone flew everywhere, and dust burst into the air. The Kenoha shinobi who had rushed forward again were instantly blocked by the commotion. Then Wataru's voice rang out from the field. Everyone, move aside. This guy is mine. Don't get in my way. Chapter 37, My color ranks above yours. The Kenoha shinobi who had rushed forward all stopped in their tracks, looking at one another. They stared at the two massive skeletal giants in the field, unsure whether they should advance or retreat. The pressure radiating from those two half-bodied skeletons was far too intense. Just standing there made it hard to breathe. Their comrades, who had been swept away by a single arm of Susanoo, were still lying in the distance, groaning in pain. That kind of power was simply not something they could contend with. Someone tightened his grip on the kunai in his hand, but still did not dare step forward. Someone else had already quietly taken half a step back, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Hamura's face darkened. Wataru's words made him extremely uncomfortable. The boy had not put him, a village advisor, in his eyes at all, nor had he treated those fellow Kenoha shinobi as anything worth considering. But Hamura had to admit that, in a battle of this level, ordinary shinobi charging in would only be throwing their lives away. So he could only raise his hand with a cold expression and give a signal. Seeing this, Koharu also waved her hand. The shinobi and Anbu felt as if they had been pardoned. They quickly retreated and re-established an encirclement around the outer edge of the ruins, leaving the battlefield to those two people. Not far away, Fugaku stood with his eyes wide open. His three-tomo Sharingan had already activated on its own, staring fixedly at the bright yellow skeletal half-body in the field. That familiar chakra fluctuation, that pressure, and that skeletal form, it was clearly Susanoo. That guy, when did he awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan? Not even 14 years old, and he had awakened the Mangekyo. In the entire history of the Uchiha clan, had such a person ever existed? Behind him, the other Uchiha clansmen were also staring wide-eyed, three tomo slowly spinning in their eyes. Compared to Fugaku's shock, the people behind him were filled with wild joy. That's Susanoo. Yes, the power of our Uchiha clan. Wataru-sama really is a genius. That was how the Uchiha were. They worshipped strength, and they revered power even more. As long as you had power, the Uchiha would acknowledge you. In a certain sense, it was unexpectedly simple. Fugaku did not speak, but his breathing also became rapid. In the field, Obito's face beneath the mask had already darkened to the extreme. The bright yellow half-body Susanoo stood before him, facing off against his pale blue skeletal half-body. That oppressive feeling, along with that skeletal half-body, told him one fact. The other party's Mangekyo not only countered his space-time ability, even his Susanoo was no weaker than his own. He had to find a way to leave this place. The moment this thought rose, Wataru moved. The bright yellow skeletal half-body moved with his steps. Its enormous palm landed on the ground with a boom, sending shattered stones flying. Immediately after, that massive skeletal arm swept out, carrying a howling wind as it smashed toward the pale blue Susanoo. At the same time, Wataru's voice rang out from within it. Your Susanoo is blue, and mine is gold. Ha ha ha, my color ranks above yours. Bright yellow was basically gold, wasn't it? Though saying so was not completely accurate, it was not too far off either. The reason Wataru said this was because he was already excited. How long had it been? How long had it been since he had met a proper opponent and could finally stretch his muscles? Actually, had there ever been one? This Uchiha Obito had really come at the perfect time. At this moment, Obito had no time to think too much. He hurriedly drove his own Susanoo to raise its arm and block. Boom. The arms of the two skeletal half-bodies collided, erupting with a deafening impact. A shockwave spread outward from the center of the collision, and the gust it raised swept up broken rocks and charred wood from the ground. The shinobi around the perimeter subconsciously raised their arms to shield their faces, but the force of the wind still made it difficult for them to open their eyes. Wataru did not pause in the slightest. The other skeletal arm immediately came smashing down. Again. Again. Obito gritted his teeth and blocked. The two skeletons collided again. The scarlet color in his right eye grew even more intense, faintly tinged with blood. Wataru, however, laughed wildly. Not enough. Still not enough. Put pressure on me. Come on, pressure me. Boom. 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 3 consecutive collisions followed. Each one came with a massive roar and a tremor through the ground. The earth beneath the pale blue Susanoo began to crack, the fissures spreading outward like a spider web. Obito was shaken back again and again. Every step left a deep footprint in the ground. He steadied himself and drove Susanoo to counterattack. The pale blue skeletal arm clenched into a fist and smashed toward the bright yellow Susanoo. Wataru neither dodged nor avoided it. He swung his own fist to meet it. The two fists collided with another thunderous crash. That's it. Come on. Let's fight properly. To be honest, he seemed a bit unhinged, but Wataru was enjoying himself immensely. This time, fine cracks appeared across the fist of the pale blue Susanoo. Obito's heart sank. His chakra consumption was too great. Maintaining Susanoo's continuous output consumed an enormous amount of chakra. And yet the other party seemed completely unaffected. His attacks were only growing fiercer. This discovery startled Obito. Because he realized that the other party's chakra reserves seemed to be even greater than his own. One had to know that he had transplanted Hashirama cells and grafted on a white Zetsu body. His chakra reserves could be called extremely thick. Even so, at this moment, he could feel that his own consumption was far too intense. If this continued, he feared he would not be able to hold on for long. The battle continued. The bright yellow Susanoo charged forward again, both arms smashing down in turns, every strike heavy and overwhelming. The pale blue Susanoo was forced to block repeatedly. More and more cracks appeared across its body, and fragments kept breaking off from its skeletal surface. Obito retreated step by step, the ground beneath his feet being crushed to pieces. The more he fought, the more alarmed he became. The more he fought, the more uneasy he felt. He could not keep going like this. Obito suddenly retreated several steps and pressed both hands against the ground before him. With style, cutting hell. Countless sharp wooden spikes burst from the ground beneath Wataru's feet. They grew and spread instantly, winding around the bright yellow Susanoo and binding its skeletal arms tightly. At the same time, more wooden spikes exploded in front of Susanoo, scattering fragments everywhere and blocking Wataru's vision. Now. Obito's right eye spun rapidly. Kamui activated. His figure began to twist as he tried to use this opportunity to escape into the Kamui dimension. However, in the next instant, his pupil abruptly shrank. Kamui had failed again. I told you. Wataru's voice came from above him. Obito suddenly raised his head. Reflected in his pupil was a massive figure. The bright yellow Susanoo had somehow appeared directly above him, looking down from above. The surface of that skeletal half-body began to change. Pale yellow chakra condensed between the bones, forming muscles and meridians that wrapped around the entire skeleton. Susanoo advanced from its first stage into its second stage, changing from a pure skeleton into a giant body with flesh and structure. In its right hand, a long sword formed from chakra slowly took shape. Looking back at the place covered by wood style, there was no trace of Susanoo there at all. In this space, I control the field. Wataru's voice was calm and cold. If you want to leave, you need my permission. The chakra sword fully formed, its blade flowing with dazzling yellow light. Wataru swung his arm down, and Susanoo moved with him, swinging the giant sword from above in a downward slash. The pale blue Susanoo raised both arms to block, but before the chakra sword, its bones were easily cut apart. Crack! The blade split the skeletal half-body open, cleaving it in two from the center. Pale blue chakra fragments scattered in every direction, turning into specks of light in midair before vanishing. The sword's momentum had not ended. The remaining force continued forward, heading straight for Obito's face. Obito only had time to tilt his head slightly. Puffed. His right arm, along with a small part of his shoulder, was swept by the sword energy and flew off directly. Then, caught in the remaining force of the blade, it was ground into dust. Crack. The sound of the mask breaking was crisp and clear. Fragments peeled away from his face, flipping through the air and revealing the face beneath. It was a face filled with a trace of shock, the right half covered in scarred, fused flesh. Wataru looked down from above, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Chapter 38, The Uchiha are in big trouble now. The fragments of the mask spun through the air before landing on the ground with a light clatter. Uchiha Obito stood in place. His right arm, along with a small part of his shoulder, had vanished, yet there was not much blood flowing from the wound. His right arm had originally been grafted from white zetsu. The same was true for most of his shoulder. It was very different from a normal human body. As for the face now exposed before everyone, the right half was covered in scars. The skin was shriveled and twisted, as if it had once been crushed under something heavy, then grown back together at random. It was frightening to look at. The left half of his face, however, was normal. Young and intact. The contrast between the two halves of his face was stark. Obito did not try to hide it. At this point, hiding it no longer had any meaning. His mask was broken, his identity was exposed, and his arm had been severed. What could he do now? Cover his face and pretend none of this had happened. His gaze was nailed firmly onto Wataru. The emotions burning in those eyes were extremely intense. Anger. Unwillingness. Humiliation. And killing intent so strong it seemed he wanted to tear Wataru into pieces. If looks could kill, Wataru would have been pierced through 1,000 times over by now. Wataru ignored that gaze completely. After landing, he simply stared at Obito with a faint smile that was not quite a smile. Whoosh. A sound of rushing wind rang out. Fugaku appeared at the edge of the battlefield. His 3-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly as he stared hard at that exposed face. The twisted right half was ugly and unfamiliar. The intact left half was young and familiar. Something exploded in his mind. That age was about the same as Wataru's. That outline, those brows and eyes. Fugaku's pupils abruptly shrank. A name was dragged up from deep within his memory. Obito. His voice was not loud, but it clearly entered the ears of many people present. You are Uchiha Obito. Obito's gaze shifted away from Wataru and glanced at Fugaku. The corner of his mouth moved. First, he pulled out an extremely faint smile. Then that smile gradually widened, finally turning into a burst of loud laughter. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. That laughter echoed across the ruins, carrying madness, mockery, and something difficult to describe. Then the laughter stopped abruptly. Obito looked straight at Fugaku, his eyes reflecting the figure of the Uchiha clan head. Wataru, however, saw it clearly. At this moment, both of Obito's eyes were normal, except his right eye was a Mangekyo, while his left eye was only an ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan. After thinking about it for a moment, he understood. The Sharingan in Obito's left eye had either come from Uchiha Madara, or it was part of Madara's original stockpile. As a former Uchiha clan head from generations past, it was only normal for Madara to have some private reserves. After all, Izanagi required eyes. At this moment, Obito spoke. Clan head Fugaku, now that you've seen my true face, do you regret it? Fugaku's expression became extremely ugly. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, and asked the question in his heart. The Nine-Tails rampage. Was it your doing? It was me. Obito answered cleanly, without the slightest hesitation. Fugaku took a deep breath, his voice trembling. Why would you do that? Before, you were clearly a good child. Obito, what happened to you? Why? Obito repeated the question, as if savoring its absurdity. All of this happened because of war. Because of the stupidity of people like you. Because this world itself is twisted. His voice gradually rose, revealing an almost obsessive anger. War makes shinobi slaughter each other. It makes people lose the ones they love. It makes friends turn against each other. Rin died. Kakashi was ruined. Everyone is struggling in pain, everyone is barely surviving in this hell of a world. So I will destroy it all. He stared hard at Fugaku. I will create a perfect world. A world without war, without pain, without tears. A world where everyone can find what they want. Fugaku opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. He did not know what Obito had experienced to become like this. He only felt cold all over. The other party was an Uchiha. The other party had caused the Ninetales rampage. The other party had now appeared inside the village. The other party clearly held malice toward both the village and the Uchiha. And especially, the other party had also mastered the would-release Kekkai Genkai. All these facts pointed to one problem. The Uchiha were in serious trouble now. At the outer perimeter, Mitokado Hamura and Udatane Koharu had already stopped caring about face or appearances. Their eyes were fixed on the wooden spikes left on the battlefield, those sharp wood-style creations that had grown from underground and wrapped around Susanoo. Wood style. Hamura's voice was trembling. That is wood style. Most of the blood also drained from Koharu's face. Impossible. Wasn't wood style lost? After Lord First, no one should have been able to. Wood style. That was the power of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The power that could suppress the Ninetales and pacify the chaotic world. And now, that power had appeared in an Uchiha. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing unease in the other's eyes. This could not be allowed. They absolutely could not allow wood style to spread, and they absolutely could not allow wood style to remain in Uchiha hands. Although neither of them said anything, after so many years of working together, they both understood what the other was thinking. Their expressions turned heavy at the same time. The shinobi around them also had different reactions. Some widened their eyes, their mouths open but unable to make a sound. Some subconsciously retreated 2 steps, as if those wooden spikes might suddenly come alive and attack them. Others dropped the kunai in their hands with a clatter, yet did not even notice. Their shock was no less than Hamura and Koharu's. That was wood style, the legendary Kekkai Genkai once wielded by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. It was the power that had suppressed an entire era of the shinobi world. And now, wood style had appeared right before their eyes. How could they not be shocked? At the same time, on another side, Orochimaru, hidden in the shadows, had golden slit pupils that shone frighteningly bright. His body unconsciously leaned forward. His tongue slowly stretched out and licked his lips. Even his breathing became heavier. Wood style. It is actually wood style, he. His voice was so low it was almost inaudible, but the excitement and desire contained within it were so intense they almost overflowed. Standing beside him, Danzo had completely lost his usual calm. His body suddenly leaned forward, one foot already stepping out of the shadow where he hid, as if he were about to rush out directly. Danzo-sama. Orochimaru reached out and grabbed his sleeve. But Danzo seemed not to hear him. The one eye exposed outside the bandages was staring fixedly at the wood style on the battlefield. His pupil was dilated, and his entire being seemed to have fallen into an almost crazed state. Wood style. So this was wood style. If this power could belong to me. If I could possess both the Sharingan and wood style like that man. His breathing grew heavier and heavier. The hand clenched into a fist had already dug its nails deep into his palm, drawing thin threads of blood. At this moment, everyone in the field had their own thoughts. As for Fugaku, he still wanted to say something, but Wataru cut him off. Clan head, in this kind of situation, stop lying to yourself. And don't think you can change his mind with a few words. This guy is a textbook Uchiha. How do you think he awakened the Mangekyo? Fugaku's expression froze. That was right. Was this not exactly what the Uchiha were like? At this moment, for some reason, he felt somewhat dispirited. Wataru raised his hand, and the bright yellow half-body Susanoo raised its hand as well. Oi. Do you have anything else you want to say? Obito sneered. You think this means you have me cornered? Wataru raised an eyebrow and glanced at the ground beneath Obito's feet. There, an extremely faint chakra reaction existed. If not for the ability of his eyes making him extremely sensitive to space, he almost would not have noticed anything there at all. White Zetsu. It had appeared in the ground beneath Obito's feet at some unknown point. Stop. At that moment, Hamura and Koharu rushed over at the same time. The former immediately spoke. He is the criminal who caused the Ninetales rampage. He should be handled by the village. Even though they were wary of Wataru's Susanoo, with wood style appearing before them, they still chose the course most beneficial to the village. They wanted to place wood style under the village's control. Clearly, they did not want Wataru to keep attacking. They understood Wataru's temperament, but they were also confident that under everyone's eyes, Wataru would not go too far. That was why they chose to speak up. Their thinking was not exactly wrong. But on Wataru's side, his expression became extremely strange, as if he wanted to laugh but held it back. First, he looked at Obito. Then he looked at Hamura and Koharu. Are you sure? Similarly, Obito also looked toward the two of them. As if he had thought of something extremely funny, he laughed again. Ha ha ha, so this is Kenoha. How truly amusing. Chapter 39, just a total clown show. Obito's laughter did not stop. Instead, it only grew louder. He laughed until he bent over, clutching his stomach with his remaining hand, his whole body trembling as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Ha 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 ha. No, I can't. This is too funny. Ha 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 ha. To be fair, Obito had been stupid before awakening his Sharingan, and after awakening it, his purity had only gone up, but that did not mean he was actually an idiot. The reason he reacted this way was because he had sensed the change in Wataru's attitude. Yes. The moment Hamura and Koharu stepped out to stop him, Obito understood what Wataru was thinking. Perhaps this was the strange understanding that existed between enemies. Meanwhile, Hamura's expression was growing uglier by the second. He stood there, lips pressed tightly together, veins throbbing at his temple. Koharu's face was no better. She narrowed her eyes at Obito, her gaze as cold as ice. Being mocked by an enemy like this, after spending so many years in high positions, naturally made both of them furious. Obito finally stopped laughing. He straightened up and wiped the corner of his eye with his remaining hand. Sorry. I really couldn't help it. He looked at Hamura and Koharu, the curve of his lips impossible to hide. You just said Kenoha would handle me. Are you sure you can handle me? Hamura ignored his mockery and turned to the surrounding shinobi and Anbu, speaking in a deep voice. Uchiha Obito betrayed Kenoha, attacked the Jinchuriki, controlled the Nine Tails, and used it to attack the village, resulting in the deaths of the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, and his wife, Uzumaki Kushina, as well as thousands of casualties among the villagers. These crimes are unforgivable. His voice echoed across the ruins, each word firm and clear. All Kenoha shinobi, hear my order. Arrest the rogue ninja Uchiha Obito immediately. Koharu followed at once. This is a direct order from the village advisors. No one is allowed to disobey. The target of those words was obvious. They were clearly aimed at Wataru. The shinobi and Anbu exchanged glances. Although unease remained in their hearts, an order was an order. They tightened their grips on their weapons and began pressing toward Obito. The charges had been nailed down. Betraying the village. The Nine Tails rampage. The death of the fourth Hokage. In full view of everyone, those crimes had been firmly pinned on Obito. It did not matter who he used to be, nor did it matter what reasons he had. From this moment on, he was Konoha's criminal. The moral high ground now stood with the village. Wataru watched this scene and gave a soft laugh. The sound was not loud, but everyone present heard it clearly. Fine. Then this guy is yours. He shrugged, and the bright yellow chakra around him receded like the tide. Susanoo's bones, flesh, and chakra pathways all vanished into the air, as if they had never existed. He took 2 steps back, then another 2 after that. Seeming satisfied with the distance, he nodded and stood off to the side with his arms crossed. Then I'm out. You handle it. Seeing this, Hamura and Koharu both sighed in relief. What they had worried about most was Wataru refusing to follow orders and continuing to attack. That guy Susanoo was far too terrifying. If he really caused trouble, everyone present might not be enough to stop him. Now that he had stepped back on his own, nothing could be better. After all, the arrest of Konoha's criminal had to be carried out by the village. And would style also had to fall into the village's hands. Fugaku's face was dark and ugly. His fists clenched and loosened and clenched, but in the end, he chose to remain standing in place. How could he not understand what the 2 advisors were thinking? But as the head of the Uchiha clan, he absolutely could not make the wrong choice at a time like this. The next moment, Hamura raised his hand and swung it down heavily. Move. Dozens of shinobi and Anbu charged at Obito at the same time. Obito stood where he was, watching the people rushing toward him, and grinned. His right eye began to rotate. Space twisted around him. His whole body seemed to be kneaded by an invisible hand, starting from his feet and gradually turning into a spiraling vortex. His body was pulled bit by bit into the center of that vortex. From bottom to top, it grew faster and faster. The shinobi who rushed forward struck empty air. Kunai and shuriken passed through that distorted figure without hitting anything. Only Obito's head and shoulders remained. His final smile stayed in everyone's sight. His voice came from within the distorted space, thick with mockery. So this is Kenoha. Always talking about the village, always talking about justice, while you know exactly what kind of filth you do behind the scenes. His gaze swept over Hamura and Koharu. Let the village handle me. You think you're worthy? The vortex gradually closed. Obito looked at Wataru. Wataru was looking at him too. The 2 faced each other in silence. Wataru was smiling. Obito was smiling too. Then Obito disappeared. The shinobi and Anbu stood in place, staring at one another. Some looked around. Some leapt onto high ground to search, but they found nothing. Obito had vanished as if he had evaporated into thin air, leaving not even a trace behind. Hamura's expression turned extremely ugly. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Wataru, who was standing off to the side with his arms crossed. Did you already know he had the ability to leave? Wataru raised an eyebrow and did not answer. Koharu's voice became even colder. Why didn't you stop him? With your ability, you clearly could have. Enough. Wataru cut her off. He lowered his crossed arms and took 2 steps forward, staring straight at Hamura and Koharu. What did you just say? I didn't stop him. His voice was not loud, but every word was perfectly clear. You two jumped out just now, all righteous and proper, saying the village would handle him and telling me to stop. What, were those words meant for the air? Hamura opened his mouth. But Wataru gave him no chance to speak. Now that he ran, you turn around and blame me. Push the responsibility onto me, and suddenly you're clean. He spat. The spit landed perfectly on Hamura's shoe. Hamura froze in place. The surrounding shinobi and ANBU were all stunned. The air seemed to solidify. You what? Wataru's voice echoed across the ruins, filled with undisguised ridicule. You two were the ones who stopped me from attacking. You insisted on taking the credit for yourselves. In your hearts, weren't you thinking about getting with style into your own hands? Now that he ran, you want me to take the blame. He spread his hands and looked around at the shinobi nearby. You tell me. Isn't this just a total clown show? The spit still clung to Hamura's shoe. His entire body trembled with anger, his lips quivering, but he could not say a single word. Koharu stood to the side with an ashen face, equally speechless. I what? Wataru did not care about the occasion at all and kept sneering. What a brilliant plan. Now that you messed it up, don't you feel stupid? One by one, the shinobi lowered their heads. Some tried to pretend they had heard nothing and shifted their gazes elsewhere. Some stared at the tips of their own feet, as if there were something worth studying there. Others quietly took half a step back, seemingly wanting to distance themselves from this mess. An indescribable sense of shame spread through the crowd. They had all heard it. They had all seen it. And they all understood that Wataru was telling the truth. The two advisors' thinking was something normal people could understand. They could even understand why they had done it. If they were in their position, they might have made the same choice. But trying to pin the responsibility on someone else afterward, especially in front of everyone, was hard to swallow. Wataru completely ignored their expressions. Instead, he walked over to Fugaku's side, reached out, and patted his shoulder with a sighing expression. Fugaku, in the past, this little brother of yours was a bit stubborn. I looked at things too extremely and didn't understand your difficulties. Let me apologize to you. As he spoke, he shook his head and sighed. As clan head, having to deal with people like this every day, if it were me, I'd collapse too. Only now do I see it. You really don't have it easy. Those words were dripping with sarcasm. The mockery was so thick that even Fugaku's cheek twitched. If the atmosphere had not been so wrong, he might genuinely have laughed. Perhaps she had been angered to the point of losing her senses, because Koharu suddenly shrieked, Wataru, don't forget your identity. I now have reason to suspect you deliberately let him escape. Fugaku's heart sank. He had still been feeling secretly pleased at Wataru's earlier words, but the moment he heard Koharu, alarm bells rang in his head. This was bad. At the side, Hamura's expression also changed. He instinctively wanted to stop Koharu. But it was too late. Wataru's smile disappeared. His face became expressionless as he walked toward Koharu and stared at her face to face. Done pretending? Fine. Then you'd better be ready to take responsibility for your own words. Chapter 40, The Weakness of Kenoha's Higher UPS. Wataru stopped walking. Bright yellow chakra surged out of his body once again and rapidly condensed around him. In the span of a single breath, Susanoo's half-body skeleton had already taken shape, wrapping his entire body inside it. Everyone present felt a different kind of pressure. Some felt their hearts grow heavy. Some felt uneasy. Some had ugly expressions. The ones with ugly expressions were naturally Mitokado Hamura and Udatain Koharu. The fact that you can say something like that shows exactly how much you people normally dislike the Uchiha. Wataru's voice came from within Susanoo. Whether you like the Uchiha or not, I don't care. But if you falsely accuse me... He paused. Then you'd better give me an explanation I'm satisfied with. I'm not Uchiha Fugaku. I won't indulge you old bastards because of the clan's position. So think carefully before you speak. Koharu's face turned pale. She subconsciously took half a step back, but quickly forced herself to stand firm again. As a Hokage advisor, in front of so many people, she could not show fear. Hamura's expression was also extremely ugly. He knew very well how stupid Koharu's words just now had been. In this kind of situation, saying Wataru deliberately let Obito escape was basically handing him a weapon to use against them. How could Kenoha ever be run properly when he had to work with fools like this? But it was too late to say anything now. Koharu gritted her teeth and forced herself to speak. I was only raising a reasonable suspicion. Why are you getting so worked up? If you have nothing to hide, then you have nothing to fear. Shut that filthy mouth of yours. Wataru cut her off. There was amusement in his voice, but it was cold enough to chill the blood. When I was fighting him, you told me to stop. After I stopped, you said I deliberately let him go. So you people get to say everything, and I'm just supposed to take the blame. Wataru sneered again and again. Someone like you is actually one of Konoha's higher-ups. An advisor. I now have reason to suspect that the thing on your face isn't a mouth, but an ass. Puffed. Someone finally failed to hold it in and let out a low snicker, then hurriedly stopped. But the expressions of quite a few people in the field had already turned extremely strange. You. Koharu's face turned dark purple with anger. The way she looked at Wataru was filled with fury, as if she wanted to burn him to ashes. What's wrong? I'm just suspecting too. See? Very reasonable. Wataru did not care at all. Then he added, only you people are allowed to suspect me, but I'm not allowed to suspect you. That logic doesn't work. Of course, maybe you think I'm easy to bully. In that case, I'll have to help you understand reality. I'm slightly skilled in hand-to-hand combat too. As he spoke, Susanoo's arm lifted slightly. Just that one movement made the surrounding air seem several times heavier. Hamura took a deep breath and stepped in front of Koharu. He knew that at this moment, he absolutely could not retreat. Wataru, Koharu's words were indeed improper. But you also need to understand that this matter is serious, and it is inevitable that people will overthink things. Put Susanoo away first. We can talk this out properly. Put it away. Wataru laughed. When I put it away just now, you tried to pin a crime on me. If I put it away again now, won't you just attack me directly? The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Fugaku finally moved. He took one step forward and stood beside Wataru. The Uchiha clansmen behind him also stepped forward, the three tomo in their eyes slowly rotating. They did not speak, but their attitude was already obvious. Koharu's face became even uglier. Looking at the eyes of those Uchiha clansmen, she felt a chill crawl up her spine. The shinobi and ANBU behind Hamura also unconsciously gathered closer. Some tightened their grips on their kunai. Some had already taken combat stances. They might not truly want to stand up for the two advisors, but an order was an order. In the face of the village higher-ups' authority, obedience had already become instinct. However, some people did not move. The shinobi from ninja clans remained standing where they were, neither moving closer to the advisors nor approaching the Uchiha. Some were expressionless. Some lowered their heads and looked at the ground. Others simply took a few steps back and watched from a distance. To them, this was a matter between the village higher-ups and the Uchiha. Who was right and who was wrong had nothing to do with them, and they did not want to get involved. The confrontation in the field thus took shape. On one side stood Wataru and the Uchiha clan. On the other side stood the two Hokage advisors, along with the shinobi and ANBU behind them. Between them was a neutral zone where no one took a side. The atmosphere was so heavy it felt like water could drip from it. Sweat had already appeared on Hamura's forehead. He stared at that bright yellow half-body Susanoo, his throat dry. At this distance, in this state, if Wataru really made a move, he did not dare keep thinking about it. Koharu had finally realized the seriousness of the situation too. Her lips trembled slightly, but she still forced herself not to change her words. She knew that what she had just said was indeed wrong, but in front of so many people, she could not admit it. If she admitted it, it would be equivalent to admitting that the village higher-ups handled matters unfairly. Their authority would be shaken. After that, who would still take the advisor's orders seriously? So she could not admit it. Even if everyone knew she was wrong, she could not admit it. Wataru looked at the two of them, the curve of his mouth growing wider and wider. Have you thought it through? His voice was slow and unhurried. Give me an explanation, and this matter ends here. Otherwise. Susanoo's arm lifted a little higher. I can't really say what will happen next. Hamura gritted his teeth. His voice was already somewhat strong on the outside but weak underneath. Uchiha Wataru, are you trying to defect from the village? The moment those words came out, the surrounding air turned even colder. Wataru fell silent for an instant. Then he laughed. The sound came from within Susanoo, filled with undisguised contempt. You represent the village. His gaze swept from Hamura to Koharu, then from Koharu back to Hamura. Then this village is far too small. Hamura's face flushed red. Koharu's lips trembled even harder. The shinobi standing behind the advisors exchanged glances. In some of their eyes, a trace of wavering appeared. Among the neutral shinobi from the ninja clans, some shook their heads lightly. Some sighed without a sound. No one spoke. No one dared to speak. The air was so heavy it seemed about to solidify. Just then. All of you, stop. A loud shout came from the distance. The voice was old, yet full of strength. Everyone turned at the same time. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared at the edge of the ruins. He was still wearing the Hokage robe he had worn for his trip to report to the daimyo, but the Hokage hat on his head had disappeared somewhere. He had clearly rushed all the way back. Even his breathing was somewhat unsteady. Beside him, a young man followed closely. He had white hair, and a mask covered the lower half of his face. It was Hatake Kakashi. The eye not covered by his mask swept over the two sides facing off, then over the Susanoo in the field. His pupil shrank slightly. Hiruzen quickly walked into the field. His gaze passed over Hamura and Koharu's faces, then over Fugaku, and finally landed on Wataru's Susanoo. His expression was very ugly. But he said nothing at first. He only took a deep breath, then spoke in a low voice. Who can tell me what exactly is going on here? Chapter 41, Officially Recognized. Hiruzen's gaze lingered for a moment on the bright yellow Susanoo. A trace of gravity flashed through his eyes. Then he looked away and swept his gaze across everyone present. No one answered his question right away. The ruins were silent, with only the crackling of the remaining flames still sounding in the background. No one can tell me. Hiruzen's voice sank. The scene remained quiet, but Uchiha Koharu spoke first. Hiruzen, you came at the right time. Her voice was sharp, and she spoke very quickly. Uchiha Wataru fought someone inside the village and caused destruction over such a large area, yet he did not take the initiative to inform the village. I have reason to suspect he is connected to the other party. I cannot even rule out the possibility that he deliberately let that person escape. Koharu. Mitokado Hamura shouted in a low voice, but it was already too late. Every word Koharu said entered the ears of everyone present. Fugaku's face first stiffened, then flushed red. Finally, he laughed from pure anger. Good. Very good. Deliberately let him escape. His voice was low, but it carried anger he could not suppress. Advisor Uchiha Koharu truly is skilled at twisting right and wrong. Wataru was attacked at the training ground, and my eldest son, Itachi, was also present. In a battle of this level, he still had to divide his attention to protect Itachi. Where would he have found the time to notify the village first? It was already no easy task for him to keep Itachi alive. What more do you want from him? He took a deep breath and continued, more importantly, Wataru was fighting the other party from beginning to end. It was the two advisors who stepped forward and demanded that the village handle it, so he stopped. Now that the men escaped, you want to push the responsibility onto him instead. After Fugaku finished speaking, his chest rose and fell unevenly. Clearly, he was already furious to the extreme. In the past, he had many complaints about Wataru. That was his responsibility as the Uchiha clan head. After all, a genius of the clan had become estranged from the family and even held considerable dissatisfaction toward him as clan head. Naturally, Fugaku had anger in his heart. But now, those were all things of the past. After all, that was the Mangekyo. What more could he ask for? Hiruzen did not immediately take a stance after hearing this. Clearly, as Hokage, he did not intend to believe either side without question. Instead, he turned to Hamura. Hamura, you tell me. What exactly happened? Hamura took a deep breath. He knew he could not embellish anything at this point. Otherwise, if the matter grew too big, it would truly become difficult to settle. There were still so many people watching. When we arrived after hearing the commotion, the battle had already begun. The one fighting Uchiha Wataru was a masked shinobi who claimed to be Uchiha Madara. During the battle, the other party used Susanoo and would style. The corner of Hiruzen's eye twitched. Clearly, hearing the name Uchiha Madara did not leave him as calm as he appeared. Hamura paused, as if choosing his words. Later, his mask was shattered, revealing his true face. Clan head Fugaku identified that person as Uchiha Obito. He personally admitted that he was the mastermind behind the Nine Tails rampage. We ordered his arrest, but he escaped using space-time ninjutsu. After Hamura finished, he closed his mouth. His explanation was fairly objective. He did not add fuel to the fire, but he also did not mention that they had seen Obito being suppressed and wanted to take control of him for the village. Hiruzen naturally heard what he had left unsaid. Their many years of understanding kept him from directly exposing it. He merely nodded slightly. Meanwhile, Itachi Kakashi, standing behind Hiruzen, froze as if struck by lightning the moment he heard that name. Impossible. His voice came from behind his mask, filled with disbelief. Uchiha Obito is dead. I saw it with my own eyes. Kenobi Bridge. He was crushed under a boulder and gave me his left eye. He's already dead. How could it be him? Kakashi's voice trembled. The one eye exposed outside his mask was filled with disbelief. No one answered him. The silence over the ruins was crueler than any words. Kakashi looked toward Wataru, as if hoping to get an answer from him. Just then, a soft sound broke the silence. Bright yellow chakra receded like the tide, and Susanoo's skeleton quickly dispersed. Wataru's figure appeared before everyone again. As if nothing had happened, he turned and walked toward the place where Obito had disappeared. Everyone's eyes followed him. He walked to that scorched patch of ground, bent down, and picked up a pitch-black ninja blade. It was the one Obito had left behind. His left arm had been crushed by Susanoo's chakra longsword, so this ninja blade had naturally remained. Perhaps Obito had been worried that Wataru would not let him leave, so his escape had been somewhat rushed, and he had not taken it with him. The blade was long and slightly curved, with a cold gleam along its edge. Even after such an intense battle, there was not a single chip on the blade. Wataru held the ninja blade in his hand and weighed it, nodding as if rather satisfied. This blade is pretty good. Including this one, he now had 3 ninja blades. One was the Kusanagi sword, one was the gift from Fugaku, and the last was the blade in his hand. At this rate, perhaps he could cosplay as 3-sword-style Zoro someday. He did not put it away. He simply carried it casually in his hand, the tip dragging downward and carving a shallow line across the ground. Then he stopped and looked up. His gaze passed over Hiruzen and landed on Koharu. Done talking. His voice was not loud, but everyone present heard it clearly. Since you're done, it's my turn now. He raised his empty left hand and pointed in Koharu's direction, facing Hiruzen. I need an explanation. Why is this old hag targeting me like this? Koharu's face instantly turned the color of liver. Old hag. In front of everyone, he called her an old hag. It was far too insulting. Her lips trembled, and she wanted to say something, but Hamura grabbed her sleeve. Hiruzen's expression did not look good. He looked at Wataru, then at Koharu, and fell silent for a moment. Koharu. He spoke. His voice was steady, with no emotion in it. Do you have anything to explain? Koharu opened her mouth, but not a single word came out. What could she say? That it was only a reasonable suspicion. That excuse had already been blocked. That she was not deliberately targeting him. But everyone had seen it. She had been targeting him. She stood there in silence, her lips pressed into a thin line. The surroundings also fell silent. The shinobi standing behind the advisors lowered their heads. No one spoke up for her. The neutral shinobi from the ninja clan stood in place. Some were expressionless, while others shook their heads lightly. Everyone could tell that in this matter, Koharu had no ground to stand on. Her words did not hold up. Her accusation had no evidence. What she had done was clearly aimed at Wataru. Hiruzen could naturally see that too. From that silence, he understood many things. He took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. Beside him, Wataru was looking at him with a faint smile that was not quite a smile. There was no anger. He was just watching calmly, as if watching a show. Hiruzen clenched and unclenched his fist inside his sleeve. You detain Koharu. His voice was not loud, but every word was clear. Starting today, you are suspended from your position as Hokage advisor. Koharu abruptly raised her head. Her eyes widened, and all the blood drained from her face in an instant. Hiruzen, you can't. Her voice was so sharp it almost cracked. You can't do this to me. Hiruzen looked at her, his gaze calm. I am the Hokage. Only those 4 words. Nothing more. Koharu's lips trembled violently. She looked at Hiruzen, then at Wataru, and finally swept her gaze across everyone present. No one stepped forward to speak for her. Even Hamura had turned his head away and did not look at her. At this moment, she finally understood how Danzo had felt in the past. You will regret this, Hiruzen, she said. Hiruzen took a deep breath. I am the Hokage. Wataru's expression immediately became strange. So the official recognition had shifted from Danzo to Koharu now. Chapter 42, Obito, you idiots. The atmosphere at the scene was strange. Wataru wanted to laugh. The famous scene happening right in front of him almost made him lose his composure. Everyone else, meanwhile, was shocked by the 3rd Hokage's decisiveness. He had actually suspended one of the advisors on the spot. That was, frankly, rather astonishing. Those with sharp instincts subconsciously looked toward Wataru, silently placing him on their list of people never to provoke. Putting everything else aside, that half-body Susanoo from earlier had already left many of them feeling hopeless. That was no longer a power normal ninjas could possess. After dealing with Koharu's matter, Hiruzen sighed softly and turned toward Uchiha Fugaku. Clan head Fugaku, advisor Koharu was indeed biased in how she handled this matter. I hope you will not take offense. To be fair, Hiruzen handled this incident quite decisively. Fugaku's expression eased a little. He gave a slight nod, accepting the explanation. Having an advisor suspended was clearly enough for him. For some reason, Fugaku even felt a strange sense of reassurance, especially while standing beside Wataru. That feeling was particularly obvious now. Was I too harsh on this child before? This thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Hiruzen then turned his gaze to Wataru. Wataru, you were able to stop the enemy here and prevent the village from suffering even greater losses. That was very good. He glanced at the ninjas and ANBU present, raising his voice slightly. All of you contributed to this matter. The village will remember your efforts. Clearly, he intended to move past Koharu's matter with that. After receiving the Hokage's acknowledgement, Fugaku's expression improved quite a bit. He subconsciously glanced at Wataru, only to find that the latter merely gave a soft laugh and did not respond to Hiruzen's words at all. Clearly, that wordless attitude was also a stance. Hiruzen noticed Wataru's reaction. That soft laugh was very light, but he heard it clearly. Wataru did not even look at him directly. He simply lowered his head and fiddled with the blade in his hand. A faint sense of unease rose in Hiruzen's heart, but he quickly pressed it down. Now was not the time to pursue such things. He swept his gaze across the surroundings. The ruins were still smoking. Charred tree stumps were everywhere, and the ground was covered in cracks. This scene was too large to hide. He had to settle the matter as quickly as possible and keep the impact contained. Otherwise, if the ordinary villagers learned about it, it might cause another wave of unrest. All of you, listen. Hiruzen's voice was steady. Clean up the battlefield immediately and assess the damage. The injured are to report to the medical corps. Everyone else, return to your posts. What injured? So far, the person who had been hurt the worst had already left. Who knew which of the two, Obito or Koharu, was more wounded right now? Hiruzen's words were meant to downplay the entire incident. As his companion of several decades, Hamura immediately understood what Hiruzen intended. Without hesitation, he turned around and began making arrangements, directing the ninjas and ANBU to disperse. Those people were more than happy to leave this troublesome place as quickly as possible. One after another, they accepted the order and scattered. Wataru watched this scene, and the curve of his mouth became even clearer. First suspend the advisor, then handle it lightly. Once the storm passed, restore her position quietly. By then, no one would bring up what happened today again. He was far too familiar with this kind of trick. Hokage-sama really is decisive. Wataru finally spoke, his voice unhurried. But isn't merely suspending her advisor position a little too simple? Hiruzen's expression changed, and his brows knitted tightly. Just as he was about to say something, a figure suddenly stepped in. Hatake Kakashi. He walked up to Wataru in a few steps, the one eye exposed outside his mask staring fixedly at him. That person just now, was he really Uchiha Obito? His voice was very low. It was clearly trembling, but he was forcibly suppressing it. Wataru lifted his eyes and glanced at him. What do you think? Those 3 words stabbed into Kakashi's chest like needles. His pupil shrank slightly. His lips moved, but he could not say anything. His hand unconsciously rose and pressed against his left eye. The Sharingan Obito had given him. That eye was faintly burning. Kakashi's expression became dazed, as if he had fallen into a memory he did not want to face. Although I never entered the ninja academy, I was still from the same class as you in terms of age. No matter what, I would not mistake that guy's appearance. As he spoke, Wataru patted Kakashi on the shoulder. I'm not interested in what happened between you two before. But that guy is the murderer who killed the 4th Hokage and his wife. Kakashi, what are you going to do? When he said this, Wataru leaned slightly closer, smiling as he stared straight into Kakashi's eye. At this moment, Wataru looked like a villain. But, he really was curious. Kakashi's mind was in chaos. He staggered 2 steps back before barely steadying himself. I don't know, he said. Seeing this, Wataru laughed and no longer paid him any attention. He had said what he needed to say. As for what Kakashi would do in the future, that was Kakashi's own business. When the time came, Wataru only needed to sit on a small stool and enjoy the drama. Outside the village, several miles away in the forest. Space suddenly twisted open, and a vortex appeared out of thin air. Obito's figure fell out from within it. He staggered and nearly collapsed to the ground. He reached out and supported himself against a tree trunk, barely managing to steady his body. At the wound where his arm had been severed, white Zetsu tissue was slowly wriggling, trying to repair the damaged area. But that arm was completely gone. Even the small part of his shoulder had been shredded by the chakra sword. Ugh! He suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. With one hand, he pulled open the front of his clothes and saw a deep wound on his chest. It had been caused by the aftershock of the chakra sword. Clearly, the injury was not light. Back in Kenoha, he had been enduring it the entire time. Now, he finally could not hold it back. Damn it! Obito gritted his teeth and punched the tree trunk. With a bang, bark shattered and wood chips flew. He was unwilling. At first, he had only wanted to take a look at that so-called genius and test his depth. If possible, he would use a few words to tempt him and plant a thorn between the Uchiha clan and the village. And the result? He was suppressed, lost an arm, had his mask shattered in public, and finally fled in panic like a beaten dog. Uchiha Wataru. That name was ground between his teeth again and again. On the ground beside him, a figure slowly emerged from the soil. Its body was half black and half white, with pitcher plant-like leaves wrapped around its torso. Zetsu. Oh my, that really was embarrassing, White Zetsu said, his voice carrying a teasing tone. Black Zetsu's voice was much steadier. Your identity has been exposed. This will have no small impact on our plans. Obito did not respond. He merely stared in Konoha's direction, complicated emotions surging in his intact left eye. I know. I'll adjust the plan. Black Zetsu asked, what will you do? White Zetsu also asked with a grin, yeah, do you have a new plan? Obito's expression twisted. Shut up. I am Uchiha Madara. I will not fail. No, seriously, brother. Things had already reached this point, and he was still saying that. Had he acted the role so deeply that he had fooled himself? Did he really think he was Uchiha Madara now? If the real Uchiha Madara were like this, he might die from embarrassment. It was only because Black Zetsu had no face and could not make expressions. Otherwise, his expression would definitely have been spectacular. So, what exactly is your plan? Black Zetsu asked. Obito's cheek twitched. For a moment, he fell silent. Chapter 43, the protagonist didn't get cocky, but the Uchiha did. This silence lasted for a long time. Obito's expression shifted again and again, but in the end, he still did not speak. Black Zetsu looked at him. No expression could be seen on that half-black, half-white face, but there was clear scrutiny in those eyes. You were too impulsive this time. Black Zetsu's voice was not loud, and there did not seem to be any blame in it. He was simply stating a fact. But to Obito, those words felt humiliating. Especially when he thought of Uchiha Wataru, that guy who was the same age as him and could even be considered from the same class. Just thinking about it made anger surge through him. Next, you absolutely cannot appear in Kenoha again, Black Zetsu said. Obito's expression was ugly. His fist was still pressed against the tree trunk, his fingertips already digging into the splintered bark. I know. This time, I was careless. There won't be a next time. His voice was very low, carrying suppressed fury. He turned his head and glanced in Kenoha's direction. The village was several miles away. From this angle, he could only see a vague outline, along with a few wisps of smoke that had yet to disperse. Unwillingness churned in his eye. Just a little more. If that pair of eyes had not happened to counter Kamui. If he had a bit more chakra. If he had not come alone out of arrogance. But there were not that many ifs. A loss was a loss. He gritted his teeth and withdrew his gaze from Kenoha. Black Zetsu watched him like this and felt rather speechless. Of course, he had no heart or lungs, but that did not stop him from feeling disdain toward the chess piece in front of him. Seriously, who could understand this? He, Black Zetsu, had devoted himself to throwing the shinobi world into chaos, stirring up trouble at every turn, but he had never seen a chess piece this stupid. To be fair, even among the entire Uchiha clan, this guy's purity was impressive. If there had been any other choice, he absolutely would not have chosen Obito as his pawn. This person was far too brainless. And worse, he was stupid without realizing he was stupid. He clearly already had Hashirama cells, the Mangekyo Sharingan, and an absurdly powerful space-time ninjutsu like Kamui, yet he still got beaten into this miserable state. Getting beaten was one thing, but he even had his mask shattered in public and his true identity completely exposed. If Uchiha Madara knew someone like this had been using his name, he might really crawl out of his grave. Let's go. Black Zetsu only said those two words. He truly had no energy left to waste on Obito. Obito took one last look in Konoha's direction, then turned and walked deeper into the forest. His figure was quickly swallowed by the trees, leaving only the rustle of footsteps among the woods. Zetsu's body slowly sank into the ground, as if melting into the earth. A moment later, the clearing returned to silence, as if no one had ever been there. Inside Kenoha village, Uchiha Fugaku led his clansmen along the road back to the clan grounds. His steps were a little faster than usual, and his chest was held a little straighter than usual. Today was truly satisfying. One Uchiha clansman could not help speaking, his tone full of excitement. Exactly. Did you see those two advisors' faces? They looked like they had swallowed flies. Another chimed in, his voice carrying a laugh. Wataru-sama's Susanoo was incredible. I still can't forget it. Golden. That pressure. That imposter's blue Susanoo couldn't compare at all. What imposter? That was Uchiha Obito. But that doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that our Uchiha clan has finally produced another Mangekyo user, and he's still so young. The group spoke back and forth, growing more excited the more they talked. Fugaku listened to them, and the lines on his face softened quite a bit. He turned his head and looked at Wataru walking beside him. Wataru, you did well. His voice was very serious. As expected of our Uchiha clan's genius. Wataru carried the ninja blade he had just picked up. Hearing this, he only gave a soft hum and did not respond. He had originally wanted to properly argue with Hiruzen. Back at the battlefield, Kakashi had interrupted him, allowing Koharu to escape punishment more easily. Looking back on it now, he felt he had lost out a little. Unfortunately, Hiruzen was an old fox too. He had taken the chance to slip away, not giving Wataru another chance to speak. To be fair, an old fox was still an old fox. That much had to be acknowledged. Fortunately, Wataru did not care too much. With those people's usual habits, there would always be another chance to deal with them properly in the future. At this moment, another clansman leaned closer with a smile on his face. Wataru-sama, today really made those higher-ups lower their heads. The third Hokage personally suspended Utatane Koharu. That has never happened before. Exactly. Even the Hokage backed down. Let's see who dares look down on the Uchiha now. Wataru's expression became a little strange. No, brother, I haven't even gotten cocky yet. How many drinks did you people have to get this inflated already? He looked at the person speaking, then at the Uchiha clansmen walking ahead, and found that all their faces carried a sense of satisfaction, as if they had finally vented years of frustration. It was as if the entire Uchiha clan had won today. He did not speak. The corner of his mouth merely twitched slightly. Understood. The Uchiha pride sickness had flared up again, and this time they were even sharing someone else's achievement through emotional projection. The group soon reached a fork in the road. To the left was the Uchiha clan's old district, where Wataru lived. To the right was the new Uchiha district, where Fugaku and the other clansmen now lived. Wataru did not stop. Naturally, he walked toward the left. After a few steps, as if remembering something, he turned his head. Aren't you coming in? His tone was casual. Fugaku's footsteps stopped. The clansmen who had just been speaking excitedly also stopped. They stood at the fork and looked at the road on the left leading toward the old clan district. The expressions on their faces gradually became awkward. The old clan district. That was where Wataru lived. It was no longer where they lived. They lived in the new clan district. The new clan district arranged by the village, monitored by ANBU, and surrounded by high walls. And Wataru, from the very beginning, had refused to move there. He alone remained in the old clan district, and no one could do anything about him. No one in the entire Uchiha clan had the standing to criticize that kind of resolve. And them. They spoke of the clan's honor, but when it truly mattered, they had still chosen to compromise. Just now, they had even felt that today was a complete victory. They had felt that the higher-ups had lowered their heads, that the Uchiha had finally held their heads high. All of that had been brought about by Wataru. And in the past, they had been angry at Wataru. They had disliked him. But now, standing at this fork in the road, they suddenly realized something. The strong one was Wataru. Not them. No matter how much they acknowledged him, no matter how excited they were, no matter how proud they felt because of him, they still lived in the new clan district. And Wataru was still Wataru. They were not walking the same path. Fugaku's lips moved. He wanted to say something, but found that he could not say a single word. Wataru looked at their expressions, as if he had expected this from the start. He smiled, turned around, and continued walking toward the old clan district with the blade in hand. Behind him, no one followed. At this moment, Fugaku finally understood clearly that Wataru had no sense of belonging to the Uchiha clan at all. The moment this thought appeared, Fugaku felt terrible. Chapter 44, Too Much Like a Clown. Uchiha Fugaku stood at the fork in the road, watching Uchiha Wataru's back as he walked away. That back was neither hurried nor slow. He carried the blade in one hand, his steps loose and casual. He looked no different from when he had come, no different from every other time he had walked down this road. It seemed as if nothing had changed. And yet everything had changed. Only now, after coming back to his senses, did Fugaku realize that perhaps the one who had changed was not Wataru, but himself. A feeling Fugaku could not quite describe rose in his chest. Before seeing that golden Susanoo, his feelings toward Wataru had been complicated. He admired his talent, resented his defiance, and feared that he could not be controlled. But when he truly saw that Susanoo standing on the battlefield, all of those feelings were washed away. What replaced them was a yearning independence he had not even noticed in himself. It was as if, now that the Uchiha had those Mangekyo eyes, everything would be fine. It was as if, because Wataru was willing to act, it meant he still acknowledged the clan. It was as if, as long as he was there, the Uchiha could be saved. But had Wataru's attitude changed from before? No. He was still the same person who came and went alone. He still lived in the old clan district. He still kept the Uchiha at arm's length. Today, he had acted because Uchiha Obito had come looking for him, not because he wanted to stand up for the Uchiha. He had stopped because he himself wanted to stop, not because of the advisor's orders. He had laughed because he found it funny, not because the Uchiha had won anything. The Uchiha had not won anything. Udatain Koharu's suspension had not happened because of the Uchiha. The caution Hiruzen Sarutobi showed today had not been because of the Uchiha either. Even the reason they were all so pleased right now had nothing to do with the Uchiha. All of it was nothing more than their own wishful thinking. Father. Uchiha Itachi's voice sounded beside him, interrupting Fugaku's thoughts. Fugaku lowered his head and looked at his eldest son. There was confusion in Itachi's eyes, along with curiosity. Why aren't we going in? Fugaku looked down at him. Itachi's gaze was clean. He genuinely did not understand, and his eyes were filled with great confusion. He did not understand why everyone had walked here so happily, only to suddenly stop. He did not understand why, after Teacher Wataru asked that question, everyone fell silent. He understood even less why members of the same clan did not live in the same place. This place had clearly been their clan's home before. Fugaku opened his mouth, only to find that he could not say a word. Subconsciously, he looked back at the clansmen behind him. The excitement on their faces had mostly faded, replaced by complicated expressions. Conflict, embarrassment, and a hint of indescribable shame. They had realized it too. All of their excitement just now, all of their pride, all of their satisfaction, had been built on Wataru's strength. But what had they done for that strength? Nothing. Had they ever supported Wataru? No. In fact, throughout the past years, what they had shown the boy who lived in the old clan district had mostly been resentment. And now? They stood here, not even qualified to step through his door. Those who had been speaking so boldly just now lowered their heads one after another, or turned their faces away. They finally realized how laughable those words had been in front of Wataru. Like a bunch of clowns. Fugaku remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. He did not answer Itachi's question. He only said, "Don't go look for Wataru tomorrow." Itachi froze for a moment, then raised his head to look at his father. "Go again in a few days." Fugaku's voice was a little dry. He did not know how many days Itachi should wait, nor did he know what those few days could change. He simply felt, by instinct, that today was not the right time. Wataru's words still echoed in his ears. His tone had been far too casual, so casual it stung. "Yes, father." Itachi did not ask further and answered seriously. But the confusion in his heart did not fade. He lowered his head, his mind replaying everything he had seen today again and again. The golden Susanoo and the blue Susanoo. The face revealed after the mask shattered, which seemed to be around the same age as Wataru-sensei. Was that person an enemy? He did not know. But that person was clearly also an Uchiha. What exactly had that person experienced? Why had he come to find Wataru-sensei, and why had he fought him? And why did his father and the others stand here instead of going in? He thought for a long time, but still could not understand. Fugaku led the clansmen back to the new clan district. He did not return home, but went straight to the clan's meeting hall. At this time, the Naka shrine had not yet been repaired. Because of the new clan district, clan meetings were temporarily held in the meeting hall. Gather all clansmen who have awakened the Sharingan. We need to hold a clan meeting tonight. The news spread quickly. In less than half an hour, the meeting hall was filled with people. Uchiha clansmen who had awakened the Sharingan rushed over from all over. Some had just returned from missions and still had dust on them. Others had clearly set aside what they were doing, their hair not even properly fixed. But all of them wore the same expression. Expectation. Fugaku sat in the main seat and explained everything that had happened today from beginning to end. He did not exaggerate, nor did he deliberately hide anything. He simply recounted the events honestly. Clearly, however, everyone had already heard about it. After all, the commotion had been huge. Fugaku had gone first, and as the noise continued, more and more ninjas rushed over, including members of the Uchiha clan. So in truth, many of those present had seen the two Susanoo with their own eyes today, and they knew that one of them belonged to Uchiha Wataru. When Fugaku finished speaking, the meeting hall erupted. The Mangekyo. It really was the Mangekyo. I knew that Child Wataru would reach that point sooner or later. That is the legendary divine power of our Uchiha clan. This is wonderful. Ever since Madara-sama, that power has finally appeared in the shinobi world again. Now let's see if those people in the village still dare look down on us Uchiha. Udatain Koharu was suspended. Ha ha ha, satisfying. Even the Hokage lowered his head. That has never happened before. Voices rang out one after another in the meeting hall, excited, heated, and elated. Some slapped the table and laughed. Some stood and paced back and forth. Some high-fived the people beside them. The entire meeting hall was filled with an excitement they had not felt in a long time, like resentment that had been bottled up for years had finally found an outlet. Now the village higher-ups should regret it, right? Exactly. With Susanoo on our side, let anyone who refuses to accept it try us. Wataru is only 13. What will happen after he grows for a few more years? The era of the Uchiha is coming. Fugaku sat in the main seat, watching these excited clansmen and listening to their heated words. Yet his heart grew colder and colder. He once again thought of that figure at the fork in the road. He thought of the expression on Wataru's face. There had been no particular emotion there, only indifference. That indifference was more humiliating than any other attitude. Because it meant he simply did not care. He did not care how the Uchiha saw him. He did not care how the Uchiha treated him. He did not care whether the Uchiha won or lost, whether they held their heads high or endured in silence. He had never changed. And these clansmen sitting here excitedly talking about the era of the Uchiha had never truly seen that point clearly. They had never thought about how they had once pushed him away and disliked him, only to now feel smug because of his talent. Again, it was the Uchiha's honor and pride. Fugaku slowly closed his eyes. They were still dreaming. And he had only just woken up. What did that make them? Was this what Wataru meant when he called them clowns? Only now did he finally understand. Chapter 45, What was Uchiha Wataru's pain? Enough. Uchiha Fugaku's voice was not loud, but it landed like a bucket of cold water over the heated meeting hall. The voices gradually died down. Someone was still speaking, but halfway through, the person beside him tugged his sleeve, forcing him to swallow the rest of his words. The last few people whispering among themselves also closed their mouths. Everyone's gaze gathered on the main seat. Fugaku's expression was extremely serious. He sat there with his hands folded in front of him, his eyes sweeping across every face in the room. There was no anger in that seriousness. Instead, it carried a heavy, oppressive gravity. I have a question for all of you. His voice was steady. Are you all celebrating because you think Wataru will definitely help the Uchiha? The meeting hall fell into silence. No one spoke. Someone opened his mouth, only to close it again. Someone furrowed his brow, as if thinking through what that question even meant. Someone else still had excitement lingering on his face, only for that question to choke it back, leaving his expression faintly ridiculous. This question was not easy to answer. Especially since some people instinctively lowered their heads the moment they heard it. After a while, someone finally spoke. Wataru is a genius of the Uchiha. Why wouldn't he help the Uchiha? The speaker was Uchiha Inabi, one of Wataru's peers. At his age, having awakened the Sharingan already counted as decent talent within the Uchiha clan. His words represented the thoughts of quite a few people present, and several others immediately echoed him. That's right. No matter what, Wataru is still one of the Uchiha. We never denied his identity. He is an Uchiha. That fact cannot be changed. He has power. That is good fortune for the whole clan. Didn't Madara-sama fight for the Uchiha back then too? Wataru's strength represents the Uchiha's strength. What else is there to say? Several people spoke one after another, and the more they spoke, the more natural it seemed. Clearly, just as they said, they truly believed it. People like them were the most common type within the Uchiha clan, the ones who always kept honor and pride on their lips. They also made up the majority. But some people did not speak. Uchiha Yashiro sat in a corner. From beginning to end, he had not joined the heated discussion. He had thought a great deal over the past few days, from the Nine Tails incident to the present, from Wataru's attitude to the village's response. The more he thought about it, the more he felt things were not so simple. He raised his head and looked at the clansmen who were still speaking endlessly. Then do you think the things you care about matter to Wataru? His voice was not loud, but the meeting hall was quiet, so everyone heard him clearly. The voices of those who had been speaking came to an abrupt stop. Or do you think he cares about the Uchiha clan at all? After saying that, Yashiro fell silent again. But no one could deny those words. Many people's expressions changed. They instinctively looked at the people beside them, then toward Fugaku in the main seat. They realized it. Thinking back on Wataru's behavior over the years, it was obvious he had no real attachment to the clan. When he was very young, he had refused the clan's arrangements. Now he had refused to move into the new clan district, choosing instead to live alone in the old district, avoiding contact with almost everyone. They had once thought it was rebellion, willfulness, and childishness. But looking back now, it was clearly indifference. From beginning to end, he had never cared what the Uchiha thought. The atmosphere in the room changed at once. The excitement and heat from earlier seemed to be drained away, replaced by an indescribable heaviness. Someone lowered his head. Someone turned his face away. Someone went pale, his lips trembling slightly. Fugaku watched these changes and felt a little relieved. At least there were still clear-headed people in the clan. Yashiro is right. He spoke, his voice even deeper than before. Wataru grew up without ever receiving any favor from the clan. Everything he has now came from himself. Whether he feels any belonging to this clan or not, you should all know the answer in your hearts. No one responded. Fugaku paused for a moment, then continued. Also, have you forgotten? Among our people, which Sharingan user has not experienced life, death, and pain? His gaze swept across everyone present once more. Then what pain did he experience to awaken the Mangekyo? Those words were too raw, too bloody. Especially because everyone present had awakened the Sharingan. When they thought of the pain they themselves had experienced and then compared it to Wataru, a chill ran through them. The pain required to awaken even an ordinary single tomo was something they did not want to remember. Then what about Wataru, who had awakened the Mangekyo? What had he gone through? Fugaku's voice continued. He did not grow up with many enemies. He did not need to go to war. He did not need to carry out dangerous missions. He did not even need to leave the village. Then where did his pain come from? Fugaku's voice was terrifyingly calm. If we speak of pain, what could have brought him more pain than the clan itself? The air in the meeting hall seemed to freeze. Some people's expressions changed drastically, as if they had been struck in a vital spot. Some clenched their fists, their knuckles turning white. Others opened their mouths but could not make a sound. They remembered. They remembered how the clan had treated Wataru over the years. Cold rejection, verbal insults, even people standing in front of him and saying things like, "What do you think you are?" They had thought it was deserved, because he did not listen, did not fit in, and refused to obey the clan's arrangements. But looking back now, what was that? It was bullying. A child had been treated that way by his own clansmen from the time he was only a few years old. The place where he grew up was not a battlefield, nor an enemy nation, but his own home. The pain he suffered had not come from enemies, but from his own people. Then what had caused his Sharingan to awaken? And what had caused him to awaken the Mangekyo? Who exactly were his enemies? The more everyone thought about it, the colder they felt. Perhaps it was they who had brought pain to Uchiha Wataru, causing him to awaken the Sharingan, and later the Mangekyo. Uchiha Yashiro closed his eyes, unable to keep looking at everyone's expressions. Silence. A long silence. No one spoke. No one dared to speak. Those who had been talking so grandly earlier now lowered their heads one by one, staring at the tatami in front of them as though there was something worth studying there. Fugaku let out a soft sigh. From now on, no one in the clan is to disturb him. His voice was light, but clear. Some things require time to make up for. At this point, no one objected. No one present was a fool. There were things they had once refused to think about carefully, but now that they did, the truth was not hard to understand. The fact that Wataru had not turned his hatred on them after awakening the Mangekyo was already something they should be grateful for. If they went to provoke him now, the outcome would definitely be miserable. Some people thought even further. The way Wataru treated the clan, had that not already made his attitude clear? No one in the meeting hall spoke again. The old clan district. Over the next 2 days, Uchiha Wataru lived quite leisurely. No one came to find him, neither from the Uchiha clan nor from the village. Even the patrols from the police force deliberately avoided the area around the old clan district. He knew this was Fugaku's arrangement, but he did not know that the clansmen had finally figured some things out. Even if he had known, he would not have cared. What he cared about was something else. His ninjutsu training could not stop. With his current talent, it would be a serious waste not to make use of it. The old training ground had been completely destroyed in his fight with Obito, and it was still a huge stretch of ruins. It could no longer be used, so he needed to find another place. That day, the weather was clear. Wataru changed into clean clothes, took only the ninja blade Fugaku had given him, and walked out of the old clan district. The old district was as quiet and deserted as ever. Not a single person could be seen. Just as he reached the gate, he stopped. A figure stood outside the gate, leaning against a tree, his posture somewhat stiff. It was obvious he had been waiting for a long time. White hair. A mask covering the lower half of his face. Hatake Kakashi. Hearing footsteps, he raised his head. The single eye exposed above his mask met Wataru's gaze. Wataru sighed inwardly. He did not know how long Kakashi had been waiting here, but clearly it had not been a short while. So this was the ninja world's so-called bond. How was it any different from a pair of brothers in the red light district? Chapter 46, The Child of Prophecy has changed. Uchiha Wataru stood at the gate of the old clan district, looking at Kakashi with no particular expression on his face. To him, Kakashi was only a stranger who felt slightly familiar. He did not speak. Kakashi did not speak right away either. The two of them looked at each other for several seconds before Kakashi finally moved. He stepped out from beneath the tree and walked up to Wataru. About what happened that day. Kakashi was direct. He did not hide anything and went straight to the point. His voice was a little hoarse, as if he had not had water in a long time. Can you tell me exactly what happened? His eye was red too. Not the redness of crying, but the redness of someone who had not slept properly. The white of his eye was threaded with blood, and the dark circle beneath it was heavier than usual. Wataru looked at him. He neither agreed nor refused. How long have you been waiting here? He asked. Kakashi paused, apparently not expecting him to ask that first. He lowered his eye, thought for a moment, then answered honestly, I've come every day. Seriously, man. That committed. Was that brat Obito really so hard to let go of? Wataru could not understand it, but he respected it. He gave a slight nod. He had not left the house these past few days, so he had not known about this. Still, thinking about it, it made sense. Once a person like Kakashi fixed on something, he would keep doing it. Waiting here was nothing. He could stand in front of the memorial stone for hours, so waiting for news related to Obito was hardly surprising. Wataru did not ask why Kakashi had not entered the clan district to find him. The old district had effectively been sealed off. Aside from him, no one would go inside. Kakashi was ANBU. There was no way he did not know that. So he had chosen to wait outside. I can tell you the details. Wataru finally spoke. Kakashi's eye brightened sharply, like a drowning man grabbing the last piece of driftwood. However, Wataru's tone shifted, and the corner of his mouth rose slightly. You'll have to entertain me first. Kakashi froze. Entertain. For a moment, his mind failed to process it. The eye exposed above his mask was full of confusion. Wataru's gaze landed on the short blade strapped across Kakashi's back. The blade itself was plain, but the mark on the sheath revealed its identity. The Hatake blade. The weapon once used by Kenoha's White Fang, Hatake Sakumo. I want to see the Hatake sword style. Wataru said it casually, as if he were making the most ordinary request in the world. He had discovered the fun of fighting. His battle with Obito had left the other side rather battered, but the process itself had been extremely satisfying. That feeling of going all out without needing to worry about anything was truly interesting. It was something he had never experienced before. As expected, fighting people was endlessly entertaining. The Hatake sword style was famous in the ninja world. He had heard plenty about Sakumo's reputation, and now that he had a chance to see it for himself, he naturally did not want to miss it. Kakashi's pupil contracted slightly. He instinctively raised his hand and touched the hilt behind him. He had not used this blade in a long time. Ever since his father's death, he had rarely relied on the sword, turning instead to ninjutsu and the Sharingan. But he did not hesitate for long. Fine. One word. Clean and decisive. Right now, he only wanted to understand Obito's situation. That boy who had been crushed beneath a boulder at Canopy Bridge. That boy who had given him his eye. That person he thought had died. Why had he appeared in Kenoha? Why had he worn a mask and called himself Uchiha Madara? Why had he fought Wataru like that? There were too many questions in his heart. Too many things he wanted to ask. He needed answers. As for the price, Kakashi did not care. Good. Follow me. No time like the present. Wataru turned and walked away from the old clan district. After 2 steps, he seemed to remember something. His feet paused slightly, and he casually raised his head, glancing toward a certain spot in the air. There was nothing there, only blue sky and a few white clouds. But Wataru's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he withdrew his gaze and continued forward. Kakashi said nothing. He turned and followed. The two walked one after the other toward the northern edge of the village, near the Forest of Death. The Hokage building, Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk. In front of him, a crystal ball clearly reflected the scene at the gate of the old Uchiha district. He saw Wataru and Kakashi meet. He saw their brief exchange. He saw the instant Wataru raised his head. In that moment, the boy in the crystal ball seemed to be looking directly at him. Not at the crystal ball. At him. Hiruzen's expression changed slightly. He had been Hokage for so many years and had used this jutsu to monitor countless people. The number of times someone had noticed could be counted on one hand. And Wataru's glance just now clearly meant he had discovered the jutsu and knew he was being watched. So that's the Uchiha kid. A deep voice sounded from the side. Standing beside Hiruzen was a tall, broad figure with long white hair hanging over his shoulders. On his forehead was a protector engraved with the character for oil. His arms were crossed as he also stared at the crystal ball, curiosity in his eyes. Jiraiya. Hiruzen nodded. He brushed his hand across the crystal ball, and the image disappeared. Uchiha Wataru, he said. 13 years old this year. A child with extraordinary talent. And, he has already awakened those legendary eyes of the Uchiha clan. Jiraiya fell silent for a moment, his gaze still resting on the place where the image had vanished. The Mangekyo. Hiruzen nodded. Yes. The same eyes Uchiha Madara once possessed. At that, Jiraiya's brows furrowed slightly. He had never seen Madara's eyes himself, but Madara's name was something he had heard since childhood. Anything connected to that man could not be simple. Much less something like the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even Jiraiya found that heavy. That instant just now, was he looking here? Jiraiya changed the subject. Hiruzen did not answer, but his silence was answer enough. At that moment, the crystal ball showed the two of them moving quickly. They were heading toward the Forest of Death. Huh. Jiraiya let out a surprised sound, because the two figures in the crystal ball stopped near the edge of the Forest of Death. That area still belonged to the village, but it was on the outermost edge. Because of the forest's danger, few people normally went there. The reason Jiraiya was surprised was that the moment the two stopped, they drew their blades without hesitation and began fighting. What are they doing? Jiraiya could see the danger in their sword exchange. It did not look like training. It looked more like a duel. Ha. Hiruzen sighed softly and said helplessly, ever since Kakashi learned about Uchiha Obito, he has wanted answers. Unfortunately, I cannot give them to him. So that child went to find Uchiha Wataru. I only hope nothing happens between them. Jiraiya watched the scene in the crystal ball and laughed. Don't worry so much, old man. It's just a fight between two geniuses. It won't be a problem. After saying that, Jiraiya's expression grew serious. He changed the topic and spoke directly. When I received the message, I rushed back as fast as I could. But before returning, I went to Mount Myaboku first. The great toad sage told me. He paused. The child of prophecy has changed. Chapter 47, The Pure Eyes in the Prophecy. The atmosphere in the Hokage's office grew heavy. Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows were tightly furrowed. His fingers tapped twice against the desk, making a dull sound. Do you still believe in those prophecies? Jiraiya gave a hearty laugh, his smile carrying both ease and certainty. The great toad sage's prophecies are never wrong. He turned and walked to the window, looking out at the streets of Kenoha. His voice became serious. This time, the great toad sage told me he dreamed of a special pair of eyes. Incredibly pure eyes. He also dreamed of the ninja world covered in blood and fire. It was a disaster, but after that disaster came rebirth. Jiraiya looked back at Hiruzen. Old man, I'm not telling you to do anything. I just want you to know about it. Being a little more cautious never hurts. Hiruzen did not answer right away. He sat there, his fingers stopping their tapping, his gaze falling on the desk as if he were thinking about something. Those pure eyes. The first thing that appeared in his mind was the Mangekyo Sharingan. Although the Mangekyo Sharingan had nothing to do with purity, for some reason, he had that feeling. Because he had once heard his teacher, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, say that the Uchiha clan was an extremely emotional clan. At the same time, they were also the clan that valued love the most. The Mangekyo Sharingan had never been something pure. Behind those eyes were pain, loss, and emotions carved deep into the soul. Uchiha Madara had been like that. Uchiha Obito had been like that. Uchiha Wataru would not be an exception either. I understand. Hiruzen finally spoke, his voice steady and showing little emotion. After all, it was only a prophecy. He did not dwell on it for long and instead changed the subject. I called you back this time because I hope you can stay in the village for a while. Jiraiya thought for a moment, then sighed softly. Fine. I want to go see Naruto first. Hiruzen nodded and did not refuse. Jiraiya had that right. That child is currently being watched over by elite ANBU personnel. He won't be in any danger. However. He paused, and his voice gained a trace of exhaustion. Because of the matter with Uchiha Obito, my trip to report to the daimyo has already been delayed. The daimyo cannot wait too long. I must go as soon as possible. During this period, you will take some responsibility for the village. Jiraiya's expression collapsed instantly. Spare me, will you? He waved his hands, his face full of reluctance. At most, I'll stay in the village for a few days. Once you come back, I'll leave again. You know me. I'm not suited to sitting in an office. I prefer traveling outside and searching for material. He said the word material very quietly, as if afraid the old man would hear it. Hiruzen snorted, his voice carrying some dissatisfaction. You and Tsunade, neither of you gives me any peace. If the two of you were willing to take responsibility, would an old man like me need to shoulder the Hokage's duties again? Jiraiya looked a little guilty after being scolded. He rubbed his nose, muttered something under his breath, then suddenly raised his head. Don't we still have Orochimaru? Hiruzen's face stiffened. He fell silent for a moment, then sighed softly and shook his head. Orochimaru has been walking too closely with Danzo lately. I can no longer see through him. He is not suited to becoming Hokage either. Jiraiya's eyes dimmed. Orochimaru. He had once been his teammate. Once been his friend. But now, just as the old man said, Jiraiya could no longer understand that man either. Some things seemed to have changed after the war ended. Jiraiya shook his head, pushing those thoughts aside. Then, as if afraid the fire would spread to him, he suddenly raised a hand and pointed at the crystal ball on the desk. Look. It seems like they're about to decide the winner. Hiruzen's attention was drawn over. Inside the crystal ball, the scene at the edge of the forest of death was clearly displayed. Blades flashed. Uchiha Wataru and Hatake Kakashi's figures crossed the open ground, moving so quickly that only afterimages remained. At the edge of the forest of death. The clearing was located near the entrance to the forest of death. The ground was hard yellow earth, surrounded by towering trees. Their crowns covered the sky and scattered sunlight into shattered spots of light. The time returned to several minutes earlier. Uchiha Wataru and Hatake Kakashi stood several meters apart. Kakashi's hand had already gripped the hilt of the blade on his back. He did not draw it immediately. Instead, he took a deep breath, as if adjusting his condition. He had not used this blade in too long. So long that even the feeling of gripping it seemed a little unfamiliar. But he quickly found that feeling again. The sound of the blade leaving its sheath was light and crisp. It was a short blade, 1/3 shorter than an ordinary ninja blade. The edge was extremely thin, almost transparent beneath the sunlight. The hilt was wrapped in black cord. It had already been worn slightly pale. Those were the traces left behind by Hatake Tsukumo. Wataru looked at the blade in Kakashi's hand and nodded. Then he drew his own ninja blade, the one Uchiha Fugaku had given him as a gift. The blade was long and slightly curved, its edge glowing with a cold light. He did not use the one Uchiha Obito had left behind. The two blades had different styles. Since he wanted to see Kakashi's swordsmanship, using the blade he was most familiar with was the best choice. Come. The moment Wataru finished speaking, Kakashi moved. His speed was astonishing. There was no lightning-style chakra boosting him, only pure physical explosive force. The short blade in his hand seemed to come alive, slashing upward from below at an angle, straight toward Wataru's throat. There was nothing fancy about this slash. It was clean, direct, and vicious to the extreme. It did not even stir the wind. Silent and soundless, which made it even more terrifying. Wataru's eyes lit up slightly. He turned sideways to dodge. At the same time, the ninja blade in his hand swept out horizontally, aiming at Kakashi's waist and abdomen. Kakashi's body twisted half a circle in midair. His short blade returned to defend. With a clang, the two blades collided. Sparks scattered. Kakashi's wrist sank slightly. The tremendous force transmitted through the blade shocked him. What strength! This was not chakra reinforcement, but pure physical power. He quickly retreated and opened the distance. Wataru did not give him a chance to breathe. Lightning flashed under his feet, and he was already closing in. His ninja blade fell from above, heavy and forceful, carrying a whistling gust. Kakashi dodged to the side. The blade brushed past his shoulder, cutting off a strand of white hair. He thrust backhanded, aiming straight for Wataru's heart. Wataru pulled his blade back to block. With a clang, Kakashi's short blade was knocked aside. But Kakashi did not stop. The instant it was deflected, his wrist turned, and the short blade changed direction, stabbing from another angle. This slash came from a tricky angle and with frightening speed. The corner of Wataru's mouth lifted slightly. His body leaned back, and the blade brushed past the tip of his nose. At the same time, the ninja blade in his hand swept across, forcing Kakashi to retreat again. The two pulled apart once more, then collided again in the next instant. In just a few breaths, they had already exchanged more than a dozen moves. Wataru's blade style was not bound by convention. Its foundation was Uchiha-style swordsmanship, but on top of that foundation, he had added his own understanding. In his view, swordsmanship was only a means of killing the enemy. Nothing more than the combination of speed and strength. If it could kill, it was enough. Every slash of his was simple, without any unnecessary movement, but every slash carried immense force. That strength did not come from chakra. It came from his own physical ability, combined with the Senju clan's monstrous strength method. Paired with the speed of his lightning-style armor, his blade style became like a storm. Once it began, it would not stop. Kakashi's blade style was completely different. Cold. Ruthless. Every slash was a killing move. The Hatake blade style had never cared about flashiness or formal schools. It only cared about one thing. Killing. Every slash aimed for a vital point. Every slash left no room, not even for himself to retreat. That no turning back momentum gave Wataru a long-lost excitement. Clang, clang, clang. 3 consecutive clashes. Blades flashed, sparks scattered. Kakashi's attacks grew fiercer and fiercer. The short blade in his hand was like a streak of silver lightning, constantly changing angles and shifting rhythm. He did not need the Sharingan to predict movements. His swordsmanship had already been carved into his instincts. But Wataru was stronger. His strength was too great. So great that every collision numbed Kakashi's wrist. His speed was too fast. So fast that Kakashi could only respond by instinct. His blade work was too simple. Simple enough that there were no openings to seize. Another horizontal sweep. Kakashi raised his blade to block, and his entire body was forced back 3 steps. His saws carved deep marks into the ground. His breathing became hurried. Wataru stood in place, the ninja blade in his hand angled toward the ground. Fighting felt good. His body was heating up. Chapter 48, Bonds Make People Weak. Hatake swordsmanship really is something. There was a note of satisfaction in Uchiha Wataru's voice as he raised the ninja blade in his hand slightly, the tip pointing at Kakashi. Again. The moment he spoke, his eyes changed. His black pupils quickly turned crimson. 3 tomo slowly surfaced in each iris and began to rotate at an even pace. Kakashi's pupils contracted slightly. He saw those Sharingan, and he understood what it meant for Wataru to activate them. But he did not retreat. Even after being silent for so long, he still had his own pride. Kakashi reached up and lifted the mask covering his left eye. That crimson Sharingan was exposed to the air as well. 3 tomo, exactly like Wataru's. That eye had been given to him by Obito. It was also the thing he had been least willing to face all these years. And now, he revealed it without holding anything back. Heh. So that's Obito's eye. Right, you should be able to feel it, shouldn't you? The ability hidden in that eye. Kakashi's expression changed slightly. Looks like I hit the mark. When did you notice it? Wataru asked with a smile. Kakashi said nothing. He only stared at him. Between the two of them, 3 Sharingan faced one another. The next instant, both moved at the same time. This exchange was even more intense than before. Blades flashed as their figures constantly crossed, moving so fast that only afterimages remained. Wataru's Sharingan captured every one of Kakashi's movements with perfect clarity. The turn of his wrist, the shift of his feet, the angle of his blade, even the rhythm of his breathing. The essence of Hatake-style swordsmanship was broken down by him slash by slash, then absorbed and merged into his own swordsmanship. Kakashi was observing as well. He really did deserve to be called a genius. Even though that Sharingan came from Obito, even though he was not a born Uchiha, his use of the Sharingan surpassed many members of the Uchiha clan. Honestly, even if Kakashi were placed among the Uchiha, at his age, being able to develop the Sharingan to this level would still make him a true genius. His Sharingan was also dissecting Wataru's blade work. That unique style, which combined Uchiha-style swordsmanship, Senju monstrous strength, and lightning-style armor, took shape in his mind. But his body could not keep up. After several clashes, their movements began to grow similar. Wataru slashed diagonally. Kakashi also slashed diagonally. Clang. The two blades collided, scattering sparks. Wataru drew back his blade and swept it sideways. Kakashi did the same. Clang. Another collision. The two looked like mirror images, matching each other blow for blow, every slash almost identical. But the gap in strength could not be overcome by skill. With each collision, Kakashi's wrist went numb, and the web between his thumb and forefinger began to ache. His breathing grew heavier and heavier. His steps also began to slow. Wataru's breathing was still steady, his steps still light. He possessed the physical ability of a natural sage body, something Kakashi could not compare to. The same movements, the same skills, but when Wataru used them, they were simply faster, heavier, and more vicious. Kakashi gradually fell into a disadvantage. He began to retreat, shifting from active offense to passive defense. But even defending became difficult. Wataru's blade was too fast. Fast enough that Kakashi's Sharingan could see it, but his body could not keep up. Another horizontal sweep. Kakashi raised his blade to block. His whole body was forced back several steps, his feet stumbling as he nearly fell. He barely steadied himself. The short blade was still in his hand, but the hand gripping it was trembling slightly. Wataru did not continue his pursuit. He stood still and sheathed his ninja blade with a crisp ring. Standing beneath the sunlight, a few beads of sweat dotted his forehead, but his breathing was calm, and there was a smile on his face. "That's enough," he said. "You showed me Hatake swordsmanship. I'm satisfied." Kakashi said nothing. He bent over, bracing both hands on his knees, gasping for breath. Sweat dripped from the ends of his hair and darkened the yellow earth beneath his feet. Only after a long while did he barely steady his breathing. He straightened up and slid the short blade back into the sheath on his back. Then he raised his head. The one eye visible outside his mask stared fixedly at Wataru. Was that really Obito? His voice was hoarse, carrying an urgency he could not suppress. Wataru looked at him with a faint smile. "Don't you already have the answer in your heart?" Kakashi's lips moved, but no words came out. Did he have an answer? Of course he did. That day on the battlefield, he had seen that face with his own eyes. That left eye. That familiar yet unfamiliar feeling. He did not want to believe it, but he had no choice. Wataru did not wait for him to answer. He continued, "On the other hand, I have a question. Can you answer it for me?" Kakashi froze for a moment, then asked instinctively, "What question?" "If you ran into a beast like Uchiha Obito, would you kill him?" The air seemed to freeze. Kakashi fell silent. He stood there motionless, like a stone statue. His gaze was empty, as if every emotion had been hollowed out of him. That Sharingan was still open, its three tomo slowly turning, but it seemed to reflect nothing at all. Wataru looked at him and already had his answer. As expected. He shook his head lightly. "The bond between you two needs to be cut by your own hand. Take my advice and give up on him early. He's a complete bastard. He isn't worth remembering." Wataru had no sentimental filter when it came to Uchiha Obito. That guy might have his reasons, but that had nothing to do with him. He was only giving an honest evaluation. So as far as Wataru was concerned, Obito was not someone who could be redeemed. After all, even someone like him, who did not care about the Uchiha, had never thought of wiping out the Uchiha clan. Doing something like that was truly idiotic. Kakashi remained silent. His hands hung at his sides, trembling slightly. Those hands that could hold a blade had pale knuckles, as if he were using every bit of strength to restrain something. Wataru turned around and took 2 steps before stopping again. "If I meet him again, I'll kill him directly." He did not look back. "When that time comes, do you have anything you want me to tell him?" Kakashi's hands shook even harder. He opened his mouth. Beneath the mask, his lips moved several times, but no sound came out. What did he want to say? He wanted to say, "Don't kill him." He wanted to say, he must have his reasons. He wanted to say, he used to be such a kind person. But he could not say anything. Because even he found those words ridiculous. Wataru waited for a moment but received no answer. He chuckled softly. Bonds can give people strength, but bonds can also make people weak. That's why I never form bonds with anyone. He glanced back at Kakashi, then withdrew his gaze. And right now, that's exactly what you are. Looks like the son of the White Fang is nothing special after all. With that, he walked away. His footsteps gradually faded, soon disappearing into the depths of the forest of death. Kakashi stood where he was for a long time without moving. In his eye, the Sharingan was still slowly turning, but somehow it no longer seemed quite as crimson. At the same time, in the Hokage's office, the image inside the crystal ball froze on Kakashi's solitary back. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at that image with a grave expression. I wonder whether Kakashi can pull himself together this time. Jiraiya stood beside him with his arms crossed, but his gaze was not on Kakashi. His eyes followed the figure that had already walked away, carrying a trace of thought. I'm more interested in that kid, he said. Hiruzen turned his head and looked at him. Can I meet him? Jiraiya asked. Chapter 49, Is your art above mine? Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent for a moment after hearing that, then nodded. That may be for the best. That child is resistant toward the village, and his opinion of me as Hokage is hardly favorable. Perhaps if you go, you might be able to speak with him properly. After all, he was the owner of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even if he was an Uchiha, from Hiruzen's position as Hokage, he was still part of the village's strength. If the relationship between the village and the Uchiha had not been so strained, Hiruzen might have approached him personally. Unfortunately, after several previous encounters, Hiruzen had recognized reality. That child had no desire to grow closer to either the village or him as Hokage. That made things very difficult. Jiraiya rubbed his chin, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. A kid with that much personality. You don't see that often. And he's an Uchiha too. His eyes lit up. Now I'm even more curious. Hiruzen shook his head and said nothing more. His gaze fell on the village outside the window, a trace of worry hidden deep in his eyes. Seeing that, Jiraiya did not ask further. After giving a casual wave, he turned and left the Hokage's office. Let me say this first, old man. I'm only staying in the village until you get back from your report to the daimyo. Don't even think about dumping more work on me. Hiruzen looked at his retreating back and felt deeply helpless. Of his 3 students, between the 3 of them, they had practically claimed all 3 of the ninja vices. Thinking about it now, he really had raised a troublesome bunch. At the edge of the forest of death. After Hatake Kakashi left, Uchiha Wataru did not hurry back to the village. He walked around the nearby clearing and found a relatively flat area. The ground was packed earth, and several large stones stood nearby, useful as simple obstacles. It was not as good as the old training ground, but it was quiet, and no one would come disturb him. He drew a clear boundary line at the edge of the clearing, marking out his own space. With that, a simple training ground was complete. Then he began practicing. First came basic sword swings, then footwork, then hand seals and ninjutsu. They were all fundamental things. The current him had already moved past simple learning and was gradually entering the stage of adding his own understanding to everything. This was the path every strong person had to walk. A cheat only gave him a foundation. True strength required him to master everything himself. Otherwise, he would just be trash inflated by a cheat. Just like that, most of the morning passed. The sun climbed overhead, and the light grew hot. Wataru sheathed his blade and raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Time to eat. His life had always been orderly. There was a time for everything. He started walking back toward the village. Kenoha. When Uchiha Wataru entered the village, the atmosphere around him clearly changed. People on the street paused when they saw him. Some lowered their heads and hurried past him. Some stopped at a distance, looked at him, then whispered to the people beside them. Their voices were quiet, quiet enough that ordinary people would never hear them. But Wataru was clearly not ordinary. Every whispered word reached his ears. That's him, the one with that golden monster the other day. I heard that was Susanoo, the legendary power of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha must be thrilled now. Those people are already annoying enough. A Hokage advisor was suspended just because she offended him. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let him hear you. He's already walking away. It's fine. Tell me, is having someone like that in the village a good thing or a bad thing? Who knows? Either way, staying away from him is the right call. Sometimes people's malice was that direct and that obvious. Wataru had clearly never taken the initiative to harm Kenoha. But perhaps because he was an Uchiha, that malice still fell on him. Could a normal person remain unchanged in an environment like this? Many Uchiha probably owed part of their Sharingan awakening to the village and these villagers. To put it loosely, the village and the Uchiha really did bring out the worst in each other. Wataru kept walking, his face completely expressionless. He had long since gotten used to it. He casually flicked his fingers a few times. A string of cries followed. Those people who had been gossiping behind his back suddenly felt as if some part of their bodies had been pierced by a sharp weapon. The pain brought tears to their eyes. Yet there were no visible wounds, only a strange weakness spreading through their limbs. Once they went home, they would at least be bedridden for 10 days to half a month. This was a little trick Wataru had come up with over the past 2 days. It was derived from the chakra scalpel used in medical ninjutsu, combined with certain properties of the Rasengan. It could injure an enemy invisibly. It was not yet a complete jutsu, just a simple little method, but it was more than enough to punish ordinary people with loose tongues. Wataru turned onto another street, leaving the groans and screams behind him. The Akimichi barbecue restaurant. The curtain hanging over the entrance was old, but the signboard was polished clean. Wataru lifted the curtain and walked in. The owner recognized him at a glance. "Wataru-kun, your usual seat." "Yeah." Wataru nodded and walked straight to the corner table. It was the seat he always chose whenever he came here. It was against the wall, with a clear view of both the entrance and the kitchen. He sat down, and the owner quickly brought over the menu. "What will you have today?" "The usual." "Coming right up." The owner did not ask anything else and turned toward the kitchen. Before long, plates of meat were brought over one after another. Pork belly, beef tongue, ribs. The table was filled. The owner also brought an extra pot of sake and placed it on the table. "New batch. Give it a try." Wataru glanced at the sake pot and did not refuse. He picked up his chopsticks, placed a slice of pork belly on the grill, and the moment the meat touched the hot iron plate, it let out a sizzling sound. The fragrance of rendered fat immediately spread through the air. He poured himself a cup of sake and took a sip. The liquor slid down his throat with a faint burn. Then he picked up a slice of cooked meat, dipped it in sauce, and put it in his mouth. The roasted aroma of the meat and the salty sweet sauce blended together. It tasted very good. He ate like that, one bite of meat, one sip of sake, minding his own business and paying attention to no one. Other customers in the restaurant occasionally glanced toward him, but no one came over to speak. The curtain was lifted, and someone walked in. Tall, broad-shouldered, with long white hair falling over his shoulders. On his forehead was a headband marked with the character for oil. As soon as he entered, he looked around, then locked his gaze onto Wataru in the corner and strode over. One hand reached out toward the sake pot on the table. "You still need to be careful about the 3 ninja vices. Besides, you're underage. You really shouldn't drink." Before that hand could touch the sake pot, it was slapped on the back. Smack. A crisp, sharp sound rang out. Wataru raised his head and looked at the tall white-haired man before him, one brow lifting. "I'm not a ninja, so why the hell would I need to care about the 3 ninja vices?" He put down his chopsticks and looked the other man up and down. "Rude old man, who are you?" Jiraiya's hand had turned red, but he was not angry. Instead, he laughed. He drew his hand back, folded both arms across his chest, and struck a pose he clearly thought was handsome. "I am none other than the great gallant Jiraiya." Wataru looked at him and stayed silent for 2 seconds. "The Sannin Jiraiya who writes dirty books." Jiraiya stumbled and nearly lost his footing. He hurriedly grabbed the table, his voice rising several pitches. "They're not dirty books. They are highly artistic works." His expression turned serious, entirely solemn. "You don't understand art. How can art be summed up as dirty? That is literature. It is the elevation of emotion. It is. Then do you know the pile driver, the wheelbarrow, the full Nelson, and the reverse cowgirl?" Wataru interrupted him in a flat tone. Jiraiya's voice stopped abruptly. His mouth hung open. His eyes widened. His whole body froze in place. "Sugoi." Even his voice turned shaky. "There's still so much knowledge I don't know. Could your art be above mine?" Wataru looked at him with a faint smile and said nothing. Jiraiya met his gaze. A moment later, Jiraiya admitted defeat. He had wanted to use this sort of opening to ease the awkwardness of their first meeting. But in the end, he discovered that the boy in front of him was not ordinary at all. So his expression turned solemn, and he said in a low voice, "On my way here, those injured villagers. That was your doing, wasn't it?" Wataru did not deny it. He simply nodded. "I punished them. What about it? Am I not allowed to?" Chapter 50, Kids around 13 or 14 are the hardest to deal with. Jiraiya's expression grew serious. As a ninja, harming villagers is absolutely forbidden. That is the foundation of the village's existence, and it is also the meaning behind a ninja's role. No matter the reason, attacking ordinary people is. I already told you. Uchiha Wataru waved a hand and cut him off, his expression strange. "I'm not a ninja." He picked up the sake pot, poured himself another cup, raised it, and took a slow sip before continuing at an easy pace. "Those rules don't apply to me. If we're being technical, all I did was give them a little payback as an ordinary villager because they couldn't keep their mouths shut. This doesn't even need the police force to handle it. See, this is called a minor dispute between villagers. Understand?" That sounded so reasonable that Jiraiya opened his mouth and, for a moment, had no idea how to refute it. Because he realized the boy in front of him really was not a ninja. He was not registered, had never taken a mission, and had never received mission pay from the village. Strictly speaking, the boy had not even attended the ninja academy. Ninja rules really did not apply to him. Jiraiya fell silent for a moment, then sat down across from Wataru. He felt this sort of boy needed proper guidance. If it had been anyone else, he definitely would not have had this thought or this patience. But the boy in front of him was an Uchiha, and not just any Uchiha, but one who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. And he was still only a teenager. His mindset had to be corrected. So, from the way you put it, you still care about how other people judge you, don't you? Wataru shook his head. You're wrong. I don't care. Jiraiya looked at him without speaking. The meaning in his eyes was obvious. If you don't care, then why punish them? Wataru read the doubt in his gaze and smiled. You don't seriously think that just because I acted against those villagers, it means I care about their opinion of me, do you? Doesn't it? Jiraiya asked back. Of course not. Wataru set down his cup and leaned slightly back against his chair. I acted against them because they were running their mouths about me. That's all. As for what they think of me, I don't care. He paused, as if organizing his words. They're two different things. They can say whatever they want, and I can't be bothered. But if they let me hear it, that's another matter. If they dare say it in front of me, then I dare hit them in front of them. Those people don't even have the spine to say it to my face. They only dare gossip behind my back. He gave a laugh, his voice carrying a bit of contempt. If any of them actually had the guts to say it to my face, I might even respect them. Jiraiya stared at him for several seconds. He realized the boy in front of him was far more complicated than he had imagined. Calm, cold, and operating according to a logic all his own. This was troublesome. The old man had not mentioned that this brat would be this hard to deal with. How could a kid around 13 or 14 already have his own fixed way of doing things, and cling to it so stubbornly? Weren't kids his age supposed to be dreaming about becoming Hokage? Why did this kid not have that? Oh, right. He was an Uchiha with the Mangekyo. Then that explained it. While thinking that, Jiraiya also picked up on another layer in those words. This boy did resist the village. It was not intense, nor did he display it too openly. But the calm, matter-of-fact distance in him was unmistakable. This was giving Jiraiya a headache. He should not have come. He thought to himself that he really should not have come. The Uchiha problem should have been left to the old man. He should never have let curiosity get the better of him. After thinking for a moment, he still decided to try again. Then what if they said those things right to your face? How would you deal with it? Wataru answered without even thinking. Simple. Break their legs. Jiraiya opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Wataru cut him off. Don't argue. I have money. I can pay compensation. Jiraiya's mouth twitched. He wanted to say something, but no matter what he thought of, it felt wrong. That answer was too direct. So direct that it did not feel like the boy was venting. It felt like he was stating a fact. Because Jiraiya truly felt that if the boy said he would do that, then he really would. It was bizarre. The atmosphere fell silent for a few seconds. Then Wataru moved. He reached out, took a clean cup from the table, placed it in front of Jiraiya, lifted the sake pot, and filled it to the brim. The liquor was clear and fragrant. Jiraiya looked at the cup, a little surprised. He had not expected the boy to take the initiative to pour him a drink. He looked up at Wataru. There was nothing special on the boy's face, as if he had only done something perfectly ordinary. Jiraiya did not ask why. He picked up the cup and took a sip. Good sake. He praised it sincerely. Wataru chuckled. Of course. One bottle costs 100,000 ryo. Then he picked up his chopsticks and continued grilling meat. The meat slices sizzled on the hot plate. The aroma of fat mingled with the scent of sake, enough to stir anyone's appetite. After a while, Wataru spoke. You've traveled all over the place for years. You must have visited many places, right? Jiraiya raised his brows, his interest piqued. Of course. He set down his cup and puffed out his chest. I've been to all 5 great nations. The deserts of the land of wind, the cloud-covered mountains of the land of lightning, the stone cliffs of the land of earth, the misty seas of the land of water, and the forests of the land of fire. Every place has its own character, and every place has its own stories. Wataru listened, picked up a cooked slice of meat, put it in his mouth, and chewed slowly. The land of wind is dry all year round, isn't it? Endless desert. Yeah. Once Jiraiya started talking about this sort of thing, the words came easily. That place barely gets rain all year. When the wind blows in the desert, the sand fills the sky, and you can't even see the sun. Mangekyo was built in a place like that. You have to admit, those people are tough. What about the land of lightning? That place is completely different. Mountains everywhere, and the clouds hang so low it feels like you can reach out and touch them. Mangekyo is built on a mountaintop. Looking out over the sea of clouds from there is really something. Jiraiya grew more animated as he spoke. Clearly, he enjoyed talking about his travels. Of course, part of it was also because he wanted to use this chance to communicate more with Wataru. Iwagakure in the land of earth is interesting too. The whole village is hidden among rocky mountains. Kirigakure in the land of water is buried in thick mist. The first time I went there, I nearly got lost. I wandered through the fog for half a day before finding the village entrance. Wataru listened quietly, occasionally asking a question or two. What are the people there like? All kinds. Jiraiya took another sip of sake. There are good people, bad people, warm and hospitable people, and people who draw their blades the moment they see someone from another village. But overall, most are ordinary people. Everyone just wants to live peacefully. What about ninja rules? Every village must be different, right? The rules are mostly similar, but the way they're enforced differs a lot. Kumo is rougher. Kiri is harsher. Iwa is more closed off. Suna is more. As Jiraiya spoke, he suddenly felt something was off. He looked at Wataru. The boy was holding his sake cup, head lowered slightly, wearing a thoughtful expression. That expression did not look like someone listening to stories. It looked like someone collecting information. Jiraiya instantly sobered up a little. You're not thinking of leaving the village, are you? There was a hint of alertness in his voice. Wataru raised his head, looked at him, and smiled. Jiraiya forced a grin, regretting that he had said so much, and quickly tried to patch things up. Better not, right? You're still young. It's dangerous outside. Wataru said faintly, are you saying it would be dangerous for them to face me? Jiraiya's headache began. What should he do? If the old man found out that he was the reason this kid started thinking about leaving the village, would he come after him? A Mangekyo Sharingan Uchiha wanting to leave the village. Jiraiya could figure out with his backside that if this really happened, it would be no small shock to the village. The boy in front of him was simply too special, and too many things were tied to him. Hey, don't worry. I was just asking casually, Wataru said. Jiraiya gave a strained smile. He had better be. He really regretted coming. Chapter 51, Itachi is a damn genius. At this point, no matter how Jiraiya looked at the kid in front of him, something felt off. He said he was only asking casually, but that thoughtful look on his face did not look casual at all. Jiraiya's instincts told him there was something going on here. He immediately grew wary. The boy before him was an Uchiha with the Mangekyo. Jiraiya had not been back in the village a few days ago, but the old man had already told him what happened in that battle. Uchiha Obito was the true culprit behind the Ninetales attack. He possessed space-time ninjutsu and would style, yet this boy had beaten him so badly that he fled with a severed arm and even had his mask shattered. The two were about the same age. Obito also had the Mangekyo, and he had triggered the Ninetales attack, the disaster that led to the deaths of the fourth Hokage and his wife. If someone of that level could be suppressed so badly by this kid, then if this one also ran off outside the village, and if someone managed to influence him, and if he completely fell out with Kenoha. Jiraiya shuddered. He did not dare imagine the consequences. So a kid like this was better kept in the village. Difficult or not, it was still better than letting him wander outside and making everyone worry themselves sick. In any case, Jiraiya had been this age once too. He had been young before, so of course he knew what boys at this age usually thought about. Either they dreamed of becoming Hokage, or they dreamed of changing the world. But the kid in front of him was different. His thoughts might run even deeper. And Jiraiya could tell that whatever this kid was thinking, it might not be good news for Kenoha. As he was thinking, a voice came from across the table. I feel like you're thinking something rude. Uchiha Wataru narrowed his eyes at him, his handsome face carrying a faint smile that was not quite a smile. Jiraiya's heart skipped. He quickly laughed it off. How could that be? Nothing like that. I just think you're an interesting kid, and I was wondering how to talk with you a bit more. Really? I don't believe you. Wataru lifted his cup and took another sip of wine, his eyes never leaving Jiraiya's face. Jiraiya felt his scalp prickle under that stare. His mind turned quickly, and he put on a sincere expression. All right, I admit it. I was thinking about how to get on good terms with a genius like you. After all, you represent the village's next generation, and you have so much potential. In the future, getting on good terms with me is easy. Wataru interrupted him casually. Just pay for this barbecue. Jiraiya's mouth twitched. He looked at the plates on the table, most of them already empty, then looked at the bottle of wine worth 100,000 ryo. Silently, he began calculating the total cost of the meal. Haha, is that all? Sure, this one's on me. He agreed with a smile, but the hand under the table had already quietly clenched around the wallet at his waist, his knuckles turning slightly pale. He made up his mind. After this meal, he was absolutely not getting involved with this kid again. Boss, another serving. Wataru raised his hand. His voice was not loud, but the owner's ears were sharp, and he answered immediately. Jiraiya's expression froze. His mouth opened, then closed again. What else could he say? He had already said he would pay. For the rest of the meal, Jiraiya ate without tasting much of anything. He picked up a few pieces of meat, drank 2 cups of wine, and spent most of the time watching Wataru eat. This kid ate with real enjoyment, slice after slice, bite after bite, as if he had completely sunk into the pleasure of food. Jiraiya suffered in silence. After finally waiting for Wataru to put down his chopsticks, Jiraiya immediately stood up. Well, I still have something to do, so I'll be going. He paid the bill so quickly it looked like he was fleeing a crime scene. Let's talk again sometime. After dropping that line, he lifted the curtain and left without looking back. Wataru watched his figure vanish beyond the curtain and shook his head lightly. He had been planning to fleece a little more out of him too. Jiraiya was one of the Sannin, after all. He definitely knew plenty of jutsus, especially those hair-related jutsus, and the Rasengan too. Orochimaru had taken the initiative to hand over his ninjutsu. Jiraiya actually ran away. How tactless. Forget it. There would be plenty of time. He stood up, patted non-existent dust from his clothes, and walked out of the barbecue shop as well. Over the next few days, Wataru's life remained steady. Every morning, he got up and went to the simple training ground near the edge of the Forest of Death to practice. Day after day, nothing much changed. He returned to the village at noon to eat, continued training in the afternoon, and went home in the evening to rest. It seemed dull, but Wataru enjoyed it. He had experienced plenty of interesting things in his previous life. In this life, he did not care much about that sort of thing. Instead, he was deeply interested in chakra, this versatile kind of energy. Everything was normal, yet some subtle changes seemed to be happening. One day, while walking down the street, he ran into several Uchiha coming from the opposite direction. They wore the uniforms of the police force and recognized him at a glance. One of them opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to greet him, but then closed it again. His steps paused for a moment, and in the end, he said nothing. He lowered his head and walked past Wataru. Wataru looked back at them, puzzled. What was that? Wanting to greet him but not doing it, making it seem like he was some kind of monster. He did not think much of it and kept walking. A few more days passed, and Uchiha Itachi came. That morning, Wataru was preparing to head out to the training ground. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the boy standing outside the old clan district's gate. Uchiha Itachi wore dark clothes and stood perfectly straight. Wataru-sensei. Itachi lowered his head slightly, his attitude respectful. Father said I may come to you now. Wataru looked at him and nodded. Come with me. He led Itachi through the streets of the old clan district, out of the village, and all the way to the simple training ground near the Forest of Death. This is where you'll train from now on. Itachi looked around. His gaze lingered briefly on the boundary lines cut by a blade, then he nodded seriously. Yes. Wataru did not rush to teach him. Instead, he asked first, what do you know right now? Itachi thought for a moment, then began to answer. I have already mastered the 3 basic jutsus. Transformation jutsu, substitution jutsu, and clone jutsu. I can use them in actual combat. Wataru raised a brow. Who taught you? I taught myself. Itachi's voice was calm. I read the clan scrolls, then practiced on my own. Wataru was silent for 2 seconds. At 4 or 5 years old, teaching himself and mastering the 3 basic jutsus was already beyond what the word genius could properly describe. What about fire style? I know a little of the basics, but I am not very familiar with it. Use one. Let me see. Itachi nodded and walked to the center of the clearing. His hands began forming signs. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. His movements were very standard, and his rhythm was steady. It did not look like the hand speed of a 4 or 5-year-old child at all. His chest swelled, and then he suddenly exhaled. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. A fireball about half a meter in diameter shot from his mouth, flew 7 or 8 meters forward, then burst against the ground and left behind a blackened patch. Itachi's breathing was a little quick, but he soon calmed it. Wataru looked at the scorched patch on the ground, then looked at Itachi. Only one thought remained in his mind. This kid really was a damn genius. What, I'm even more of a genius. Then never mind. The great fireball jutsu was something many Uchiha clan members might not master even after a month of practice. Yet Itachi had taught himself to this level. The chakra-shaped transformation of the fireball was very stable, and his chakra control was also precise. Not bad. Wataru gave his evaluation. But there are a few areas you can improve. He walked to Itachi's side and began explaining. There's nothing wrong with your hand signs, but the timing of your exhale can be a little earlier. By the time you reach the tiger sign, chakra should already be gathered in your throat, instead of only starting after the sign is complete. Also, your chakra output isn't stable enough. At the start, it's too forceful, and later it weakens, so the first half of the fireball is large while the back half shrinks. Itachi listened carefully without blinking. Again. Itachi formed the signs again. This time, his rhythm was a little faster than before. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. The fireball was almost twice as large as before, and it flew even farther. When it exploded against the ground, it gave off a dull boom. Wataru nodded in satisfaction. Remember that? I remember. Itachi's answer was short, but his tone was firm. Wataru looked at him. Teaching this kind of student was truly easy. The 3 million Ryo Uchiha Fugaku had given him was honestly good money. After that, life settled down completely. Wataru trained, ate, slept, and occasionally taught Itachi. His life became so regular it was almost measured by a ruler. But the atmosphere in the village began to shift in subtle ways. That afternoon, he went to the Akimichi barbecue shop for lunch. While passing through a commercial street, he heard a few villagers whispering by the roadside. Did you hear? Things seem unsettled over in Mangekyo. What happened? I don't know. Something's happening near the border, I think. Yesterday, I heard 2 ninja passing by talking about it. We're not going to war again, are we? Who knows? Don't scare yourself. It won't come to that. Wataru did not stop. He walked past them. Mangekyo? He did not pay much attention. Chapter 52, Fugaku, I'm taking Itachi's talent to the battlefield. The possibility that Mangekyo was making moves did not matter much to Wataru. Even though he knew it was bound to happen, he did not care. During the Third Ninja War, Mangekyo had practically been crushed by Minato Namikaze alone. The name Yellow Flash was enough to make children in Mangekyo stop crying at night. Those battle-hardened Kumo elites would turn and run the moment they saw a flash of blonde hair. That was not an exaggeration. Now Minato was dead, and Mangekyo would only celebrate. Then they would look for a chance to strike back. That was inevitable. After all, if one looked across every ninja village in the shinobi world, great or small, Mangekyo was unquestionably the most militant. They believed in strength, worshipped the powerful, and held grudges the hardest. Kenoha had lost the Yellow Flash, its great stabilizing pillar. In terms of top-tier deterrence, the village was indeed lacking now. Mangekyo probing them, provoking them, or even launching a direct attack was entirely possible. But what did that have to do with Wataru? He was not a ninja. He did not have to go to war. If Kenoha won, he would keep living his life. If Kenoha lost, he would still keep living his life. At most, the village would hang a different flag. It would not affect him much. So he did not take it to heart. The days passed one by one. Every 2 or 3 days, Itachi would come to the old clan district to learn from him. Each time, he brought new questions. At first, they were only questions about jutsus. Fire-style chakra control, shuriken throwing angles, taijutsu power generation, and so on. Wataru could answer all of them, and his explanations were sharp. But as time went on, Itachi's questions began to change. One afternoon, after training ended, the two of them sat on a large rock near the edge of the forest of death to rest. Itachi lowered his head, playing with a shuriken in his hand, then suddenly asked, Wataru-sensei, why can't people truly understand each other? Wataru was drinking water. His movement paused. He turned and looked at the 4 or 5-year-old beside him. Hearing that kind of question from a child felt more than a little strange. But then he thought about it. This was Itachi, the Uchiha who had started thinking about life, war, and peace from childhood. Suddenly, it made sense. Because every independent person has a self. He set down the water flask and gave his answer. As long as there is a self, there is no such thing as 100% mutual understanding. You can never completely become another person, and you can never fully understand every thought and feeling they have. The most you can do is understand them to a certain degree. Itachi fell silent. He frowned. Clearly, that answer confused him. He thought for a long time, and the shuriken in his hand stopped spinning. So, People can never truly understand another person. You could put it that way. Wataru paused. Looking at Itachi's serious expression, he felt that this topic was still too early for him. These things are still too far off for you. You don't need to think too deeply about them yet. Just remember one thing. Itachi looked up at him. What? Find your talent. Master the power that talent gives you. Only then can you influence others. Wataru's voice was calm. Without power to support them, everything you think and everything you want to do is just a castle in the clouds. If you sit here thinking about grand ideas now, you can think until your head splits and you still won't get an answer. It's better to make yourself stronger first. Once you have enough power, then think about how to change the world. By then, your thoughts may be different, and you will have more choices in how to act. Itachi nodded thoughtfully. He did not ask again, but his eyes clearly showed he was still thinking. A few more days passed. The weather had started to cool. The leaves in the forest of death were turning yellow, and whenever the wind blew, they rustled down from the branches. After training ended, Wataru told Itachi to swim a lap in the river. This was one of the fixed parts of his training. Swimming in cold water could train his body and his chakra control. Maintaining chakra over the surface of the body while in water was much harder than doing it on land. Itachi did not complain. He took off his clothes and jumped into the river. He swam back and forth more than a dozen times before climbing back onto the bank. Water droplets evaporated from his body in the autumn wind, taking heat with them, but his face remained normal and his breathing was steady. Wataru sat on a rock by the bank, watching him get dressed. Itachi moved quickly, pulling on his clothes in a few motions. But halfway through, he suddenly stopped. He lowered his head, looked down, and his expression turned puzzled. Wataru-sensei. He raised his head. I've already found one of my talents, but there's something I don't understand. He lowered his head again. I always feel like this thing must have another use. I asked Mother, but she wouldn't tell me. Can you tell me? Wataru fell silent. He sat on the rock, looking at the painfully serious child in front of him. Only one thought remained in his mind. This kid was not an ordinary genius anymore. This was much deeper than asking why people could not understand each other. This question. Wataru carefully considered his wording. When you're a few years older, you'll naturally understand. Knowing now won't do you any good. Why? Because once you know, you'll think about it. If you think too much, you'll get distracted. If you get distracted, you won't be able to focus on training. Wataru's answer was logical, airtight, and impossible to refute. Itachi thought about it and felt it made sense, so he did not keep asking. Wataru quietly let out a breath. He felt that he should find a chance to talk to Mikoto about this. After all, he was only the teacher. Some things were hard for him to say, and some things were not appropriate for him to explain. This kind of matter should be taught by the parents. Let Fugaku have the headache. Time passed day after day, and the atmosphere in Kenoha gradually began to change. The rebuilding after the Ninetales incident had already been completed. The busyness and exhaustion had faded, and the villagers' lives had returned to normal. But recently, there was an indescribable heaviness in the village. There were fewer pedestrians on the streets, more patrolling ninjas, and many of the small vendors that used to be everywhere had disappeared. As Wataru walked through the streets, he could clearly sense the change. Occasionally, he could also hear bits and pieces from passing ninjas and villagers. Most of them were discussing the current situation in the ninja world, and the names that came up the most were always Mangekyo and the border. Around the same time, he noticed the village's ninja forces had begun to move. Although it was done discreetly, he could still tell. Familiar faces he used to see often on the street suddenly vanished. Even the police force had fewer people around. Apparently, some had been reassigned for missions. Everything pointed to one thing. Something was about to happen. One evening, Wataru brought Itachi back from the training ground. Halfway home, they saw a team of ninjas gathering. They wore standard Kenoha ninja uniforms. Some had ninja tool pouches at their waists, while others carried ninja swords. Clearly, they were preparing to head out on a mission. The jonin leading them was counting heads. Is everyone here? Still missing 2. We're not waiting. Move out first. They can catch up. The team began moving quickly toward the village gate. Wataru stood by the road, watching them pass in front of him. Those ninjas glanced at him. Someone recognized him, and their gaze lingered on him for a moment, but no one said anything. The group walked away, vanishing in the direction of the sunset. Wataru withdrew his gaze and continued toward the old clan district. Although he had not deliberately gone around asking for information, he had heard plenty of scattered rumors. Mangekyo seemed to have already gathered forces near the border, and Kenoha was making corresponding deployments. The third ninja war had only ended not long ago, yet it looked like another fight was coming. Still, none of this had anything to do with him. Only this time, outside the old clan district, he saw someone. Uchiha Fugaku. He had personally come to pick up Itachi. Father. When Itachi saw him, he quickly stepped forward. How was your training today? Itachi answered, Wataru-sensei taught me another fire-style jutsu. I've nearly mastered it. Fugaku nodded. Good. Wait a moment. I have something to say to your teacher. He stepped forward and took 3 stacks of bills from his pocket. This is for Itachi's training expenses for the month after next. Wataru raised an eyebrow. The month after next? What's he doing next month? Fugaku said in a grave voice, I want to take Itachi to the battlefield to see it for himself. Chapter 53, To hell with this idiotic nonsense. Wataru froze for a moment. Then his expression turned strange. Do you even hear yourself? You want to take a kid that young to a battlefield? Are you insane? His voice was not loud, but every word seemed edged with mockery. Fugaku seemed to have expected this reaction. His expression did not change, and his tone remained steady. You know his talent. If he only trains normally, it will be difficult for him to make real progress. As an Uchiha, he must feel the cruelty of the battlefield. Only then can he better grasp power. Feel the cruelty of the battlefield. Wataru looked as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. I used to think you were just a little indecisive because of pressure from the village, but at least you were still worrying about the clan. But now. He paused and looked Fugaku in the eye. You're just a complete idiot. Fugaku's face immediately darkened. Being cursed at right to his face by Wataru, and in front of his own son no less, was hard for him to accept. As a man, he had his pride. Especially as the head of the clan. He could not be completely unmoved by words like that. But the boy in front of him was not merely the clan's most exceptional junior. He also possessed the Mangekyo. That alone forced Fugaku to swallow the insult. His brows furrowed tightly, and the lines around his mouth deepened as he clenched his jaw. I'm doing this for Itachi's sake. His voice was low, carrying obvious anger. As my son, he must shoulder the responsibility of the future clan head. This is my duty, and it is also his. For his sake. Wataru gave a cold laugh. His eyes changed. His black pupils turned scarlet, and 3 tomo slowly appeared. The Sharingan. Those eyes stared straight at Fugaku, as if trying to see through him. I know exactly what you're thinking. You want to take him to the battlefield, let him see bloodshed, and use that to push him into awakening his Sharingan, right? Fugaku's pupils shrank slightly. He did not speak. Wataru continued, Are you sure this won't cause irreversible damage to Itachi? His voice turned cold. As his father, you should know what kind of child he is. He's smarter than other kids his age, and more sensitive too. Aren't you afraid the battlefield will affect him and make him grow extreme later? He took a step forward, the 3 tomo Sharingan glowing crimson in the sunset. Don't tell me you don't know the cost of an Uchiha awakening their eyes. Loss, pain, despair, you want a 5-year-old child to endure all that. He can't bear it, and you know that. Fugaku's expression grew stern. He was silent for a moment before he spoke, his voice steady to the point of stubbornness. Itachi has talent in this area. I believe in him. Wataru was silent for 2 seconds. Then he laughed. The laugh was not loud, but there was something indescribable in it. Not the anger one might expect, but something more like sudden clarity. Fine. 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 He said the word 3 times. He's your son. I have no say in this. Do whatever you want. He paused. I just hope you don't regret it later. Fugaku's expression did not change, as if he had expected those words. I will not regret it. His voice was calm. Everything is for the Uchiha clan. As clan head, he bore pressure from every direction. From the village, from within the clan, and from the person standing before him. But those pressures were still manageable. Now, however, the boy before him had the Mangekyo, yet remained estranged from the clan. Even though Fugaku had already decided to ease their relationship, he knew it would be almost useless. Because Wataru had his own thoughts and his own will. He was not someone who could be moved by a few words. The distance between him and the Uchiha would not soften so easily. Under those circumstances, Fugaku's pressure became even greater. He understood his own limits. He could not change Wataru. Even trying to improve their relationship depended entirely on whether Wataru was willing. So, naturally, his eyes turned to the next generation. And Itachi's talent was something he understood very well. He did not dare say it could compare fully to Wataru's, but within the clan, even within all of Kenoha, that talent was undoubtedly top class. Then why not cultivate a genius who truly belonged to the clan? A genius whose heart was with the Uchiha. He believed he could do it, because he saw hope in Itachi. Wataru looked at him. The smile on his face gradually faded, and he said nothing. Then he suddenly raised his hand and threw the 3 stacks of bills directly into Fugaku's face. The money scattered, fluttering through the air like sheets of snow. A few landed on Fugaku's shoulders, while most fell to the ground. To hell with this idiotic nonsense. Wataru's voice was not loud. Show your face in front of me less from now on. Seeing a fool like you is annoying. Fugaku's face turned iron blue. His fists clenched at his sides, his knuckles turning white, but in the end, he did not lash out. He simply stood there, a few stray bills still hanging from him, motionless. Wataru-sensei. Itachi's voice sounded, carrying a trace of unease. Wataru had already turned and was walking into the old clan district. Hearing Itachi's voice, he paused. He did not turn back. I can't help you. His voice came from ahead, calm and emotionless. This is your fate. With a father like that, accept it. After saying that, he kept walking. His pace was neither fast nor slow, and he soon disappeared into the depths of the old district. In truth, he naturally had the ability to change Fugaku's mind. He could use force to pressure him, and Fugaku would surely make the correct choice. But he did not. Because there was no need. He was only a paid training teacher. At that moment, Wataru became even firmer in his belief that he should not form bonds with others. As expected, all the scheming of villains sometimes could not compare to a fool's sudden bright idea. In his mind, Fugaku had now been fully classified as a fool. Some people in some matters only needed to be watched from a distance. Respecting other people's fate was not so bad, was it? As for what Itachi would become in the future, whether he would grow twisted or not, Wataru could only say that with a father like this, some outcomes already seemed inevitable. At that moment, Itachi stood where he was, looking at that departing back. His lips moved, but in the end, he said nothing. Fugaku remained silent for a long time before bending down and picking up the scattered bills one by one. His hands trembled slightly, but his movements were slow and careful. Itachi raised his head and looked at his father. Father. His voice was soft, but clear. Do I have to go to the battlefield? Fugaku's movement stopped. For one instant, a flicker of struggle flashed through his eyes. His hand froze in midair, fingers trembling slightly, as if he were making a decision he did not want to face. But that moment passed quickly. He straightened, neatly stacked the bills he had picked up, and put them into his pocket. Then he lowered his head and looked at his eldest son. I'm sorry, Itachi. His voice was hoarse. This is the path you must walk to become strong. It is also the fate of the Uchiha. Don't blame me. Itachi was silent for a long time. Then he nodded. He did not say anything else. At that moment, he seemed to have grown up. Yet at the same time, it felt as if nothing had changed. But certain things had already begun to shift quietly. Chapter 54, Do you know there's a ghost in your house? Deep within the forest of death. The trees blotted out the sky, their layered crowns so thick that sunlight could barely pierce through. The ground was covered in heavy moss, and the air was thick with damp rot. Few people ever came here. Even wild beasts rarely passed through. But somewhere beneath the forest, there was another world. A narrow passage extended downward from the roots of a dead tree. A few dim lamps were embedded in the walls on either side, barely lighting the way forward. At the end of the passage stood a metal door. Behind the door was a fairly large underground space, with corridors and rooms. One of those rooms had been converted into a laboratory at some point. It was not large, but it was fully equipped. Shelves against the wall were filled with bottles and jars, each containing liquids of different colors. Several tables held microscopes, petri dishes, and other devices whose names were impossible to guess at a glance. The air was filled with the smell of disinfectant, mixed with a faintly sweet, metallic scent. At the center of the lab stood an operating table. A man lay on it. His body was covered in tubes. The other ends of those tubes were connected to several machines, whose screens flickered with dense numbers and waveforms. Some tubes were inserted into his arms, some into his chest, and one extended from the side of his neck into a transparent container filled with dark red liquid. Standing beside the operating table was Orochimaru. He wore a white sterile suit, his golden slit pupils fixed on the changing values displayed on the machines. His expression was focused, as if he were observing the result of a delicate experiment. After a moment, he licked his lips. Vital signs have stabilized. His voice was hoarse, but carried a faint smile. Congratulations. The man on the operating table moved. He pushed himself up slowly, his movements sluggish, like someone who had just woken up and had not fully regained control of his body. The tube swayed as he moved, and the numbers on the machines began to jump. Half of the man's face was wrapped in bandages, leaving only one eye and half his face exposed. The right half of his body, from shoulder to arm, was an almost colorless white. That white did not look like skin. It looked more like something dead and drained of blood. Even stranger, there was a closed human face on his right shoulder. The face was small, with clear features, as if another person were hidden beneath his skin. Its eyes were shut, and it was impossible to tell whether it was dead or alive. Everything to the left of that shoulder looked normal. The sight was deeply unnatural. No matter how one looked at it, this had to be some kind of body modification. And this man was Shimura Danzo. He tore the tubes from his body. When they were pulled from his skin, they made soft popping sounds, and some of the openings brought out beads of blood. But he seemed unable to feel pain. His expression did not change. He sat up on the operating table and moved his right arm. Clench. Open. Clench again. He stared at his right hand, that pale hand, as if sensing the power within it. In the next moment, Danzo's expression suddenly changed. A violent pain spread from his right arm, as if something were burning in his blood vessels, racing all the way up his arm and into his chest. His face twisted instantly. He gritted his teeth and let out a muffled groan. HNGH. Sweat seeped from his forehead, and the single eye exposed outside the bandages filled with blood vessels. Orochimaru stood to the side in his sterile suit, smiling. He watched Danzo's condition without stepping forward to help and without showing the slightest surprise. He merely spoke in a calm tone. Danzo-sama, although the Hashirama cells and the right arm obtained from Uchiha Obito have reached a decent balance, this level is already the limit. He paused, then added, if you want to use its power, you may still need to proceed to the next step. Danzo panted for a while. His chest rose and fell violently, and the pain in his right arm slowly began to subside. He gritted his teeth and used his normal left hand to grip the edge of the operating table, steadying himself. Sweat ran down his cheek and soaked into the white sheet beneath him. What is still missing? His voice was cold, carrying no emotion. Orochimaru licked his lips and began to explain. The arm Obito left behind was too severely damaged. I used immature cloning methods together with Hashirama cells to barely repair it to this extent. He walked to the workbench beside him and pointed at a petri dish. Inside it was a piece of pale pink tissue. But this can also be considered a good thing. There is a special chakra in Obito's arm. That chakra can actually merge with the chakra within the Hashirama cells, which is what truly preserved this special arm. Get to the point. Danzo interrupted him, his voice filled with impatience and anger. Orochimaru's smile did not change. He licked his lips again. The point is that both types of chakra are yang-release chakra. They contain extreme vitality and infectious power. He turned and looked at Danzo. As soon as you use chakra, you will activate that vitality. It will then infect your body and throw your chakra system into disorder. He paused, his golden slit pupils narrowing slightly. The result will be eventual consumption and assimilation by those yang-release chakras. The laboratory was quiet for several seconds. The humming of the machine suddenly sounded especially harsh. Danzo's face darkened. He stared hard at Orochimaru, his visible eye as venomous as poison. Why did you not tell me this before the surgery? His voice was low, each word carrying anger. Orochimaru smiled. The smile was faint, yet somehow sincere, making it even stranger. Didn't Danzo-sama say the surgery had to be performed? You also said you could bear the side effects. I thought this price should not count as much of a side effect. Danzo said nothing and only stared at him. Orochimaru did not mind and continued, of course, this infection requires time. There will be no serious problem in the short term. Danzo-sama need not worry too much. How long? Danzo asked, his voice still cold. Orochimaru thought for a moment. Hard to say. He tilted his head, as if calculating something. But 1 or 2 years should be possible. Danzo's expression turned especially ugly. His fist clenched again, blue veins bulging across the back of that pale hand. 1 or 2 years. He thought he had gained a new arm, the power of Hashirama cells, and the residual chakra left behind by Obito. But all of it came with a price, and that price was far greater than he had imagined. In 1 or 2 years, he would be consumed and assimilated by those yang-release chakras. Then what was the point of all this? However, Orochimaru's voice sounded again. This side effect is not entirely without benefit, and it is not without a solution either. Danzo's head snapped up. His single eye fixed on Orochimaru. He did not speak, but the meaning in his gaze was already obvious. Orochimaru chuckled and explained, you only need yang-release chakra of the same level to neutralize it. He raised one finger and drew lightly in the air. If yang-release and yin-release reach a balance within your body, there will be no problem. On the contrary, if the two can fully merge, not only will your life force increase, your chakra will also increase. Orochimaru's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something extraordinarily wonderful. I even have a feeling that if yin and yang chakra natures fully merge, they may give birth to an extraordinary power. Danzo fell silent. That prospect clearly tempted him. His left eye flickered slightly, as if he were thinking. You mean, the Uchiha Sharingan? Orochimaru grinned. I never said that. He waved his hand, his tone relaxed. Danzo-sama guessed it yourself. Danzo ignored the act. He gritted his teeth, and a savage smile appeared on his face. The single eye exposed outside the bandages carried a trace of near madness. I understand. He stood from the operating table, bare feet stepping onto the cold floor. This time, I will lead a force to the border and direct the war with Mangekyo. He paused, as if calculating something. And obtain the Sharingan. He turned his head and stared at Orochimaru. After that, his voice dropped even lower. I will take Uchiha Wataru's eyes and master his power. When that time comes, I will become the Hokage of this village. Orochimaru licked his lips, excitement flashing through his golden-slit pupils. If you can do that, I will be looking forward to it. Danzo stared at him for another moment. Seeing that his expression remained unchanged, he gave a cold snort, tore the sheet from the table, draped it over himself, and walked straight out of the laboratory. Orochimaru watched his back, his gaze flickering, the corners of his mouth widening. Sensei, sensei. Do you know there's a ghost living in your house? Chapter 55, Orochimaru comes crawling back. The atmosphere in the village grew heavier by the day. There were more ninjas patrolling the streets, and their footsteps were faster than before. The young men and women in green flak jackets no longer wore the relaxed expressions they once had. Instead, there was a tension in their faces. That mood affected the civilians too. There were fewer smiles on the streets. The old people who usually basked in the sun near the alley entrances rarely came out now. Children were warned by their parents not to wander too far, so they could only play near their own front doors. The shopkeepers were still open for business, but sales were clearly slower. Even when customers came in, they bought what they needed and left in a hurry. Only a few years had passed since the Third Ninja War ended. The memories of wartime had not fully faded. Now there was movement at the border again. Mangekyo was gathering troops, and Kenoha was also mobilizing forces. No one knew whether this would turn into another war, and no one knew what would happen if it did. Wataru walked through the streets without much feeling about these changes. Of course he knew Kenoha and Mangekyo were likely to clash again soon, but to him, that had nothing to do with him. He was not a ninja. He did not need to go to the front line or die at the border. It was none of his business, so naturally he could be confident. That morning, he woke a little later than usual. After washing up, he changed into clean clothes, found a fishing rod in the tool room, then dug a box of hooks and fishing line out of a cabinet. These things had been left behind by his father in this life. Yes, he planned to take a break. He did look forward to mastering ninjutsu, but that did not mean he had to spend all his time and energy on it. The scroll Orochimaru had given him had already been mostly learned. What remained was building proficiency over time and adding his own innovations. Those things could not be rushed. Rushing would be useless. A good mindset let a person go further. Holding the fishing rod, he walked all the way to the old compound gate, then stopped. Itachi stood outside the gate. He wore dark clothes, standing perfectly straight, holding nothing in his hands. His small face and the tip of his nose were slightly red, clearly because he had been standing there for a while. The early morning wind was cold, making his hair sway gently, but his body did not move at all. Wataru raised an eyebrow. Why are you here? Itachi lowered his head slightly, his voice soft. To say goodbye. Wataru was silent for a moment. He looked at the 5-year-old child in front of him. He had wanted to say something, but after seeing Itachi's calm eyes, he swallowed the words back. Wait here. He turned back into the compound and came out a moment later with a ninja tool pouch in his hand. It was made of dark blue cloth and bulged slightly, clearly packed with quite a few things. He handed it to Itachi. Take this. You were my student for a while, at least. Even if I can't teach you anymore, I hope this helps keep you safe on the battlefield. Itachi took the pouch with both hands and nodded solemnly. Yes. He fastened the pouch to his waist, then raised his head. Thank you for teaching me all this time, Wataru-sensei. He took a step back and bowed deeply. I will always remember what you taught me. Wataru looked at him and said nothing. He had taught him properly, of course, partly for Mikoto's sake. But what he taught was mostly chakra and ninjutsu knowledge, the kind of thing anyone with enough skill could teach. As for anything beyond that, he had not said much. The child was still too young. So now their teacher-student relationship was basically over. He did not feel regret. If anything, he felt a little relieved. Itachi straightened, looked at him one more time, then turned and left. His steps were neither fast nor slow. His small back soon vanished at the end of the street. Wataru stood at the gate and looked in that direction, then shook his head lightly. When he thought of Fugaku, he clicked his tongue. No one was going to disturb his fishing today. He picked up the fishing rod and headed out of the village. That afternoon, Wataru walked back into the village carrying an empty bucket, his expression not looking very good. After all, anyone who sat around for half a day without catching a single thing would be annoyed. Next time, I'm changing rivers. The one on the west side is useless. It must have been ruined by the new Uchiha compound. Bad luck. He followed the familiar streets back. When he passed by the new Uchiha compound, he saw quite a few people gathered near the entrance. Some wore ninja uniforms, while others wore ordinary dark clothing. Some were speaking quietly, some were checking their ninja tools, and others stood in silence, staring at the distant sky. Fugaku stood at the front of the crowd. He wore Kenoha's standard flak jacket, with a ninja blade at his waist. There was no expression on his face. Several older clan members stood beside him, speaking to him in low voices. He occasionally nodded and replied with a sentence or two. Itachi was there too. He stood behind his father, the ninja pouch from that morning fastened at his waist and a short blade on his back. His expression was calm, showing neither nervousness nor fear. He just stood there quietly, like an adult who had already grown used to all this. Wataru's appearance drew attention. Someone saw him, their expression changing slightly before they lowered their head. Someone else stole a glance at him, then quickly looked away. A few others stood in place with complicated expressions, as if hesitating over whether to come forward and greet him. Several younger Uchiha saw him, and their eyes clearly lit up. There was admiration in their gazes, longing, and even a hint of fanaticism. But that was all. No one stepped forward. Wataru's gaze swept over them without stopping on anyone. He only looked at Itachi, gave a slight nod as a greeting, then kept walking with his bucket. Itachi noticed him too and bowed slightly in return. Then Wataru left, as if he had not felt all those gazes on his back at all. On the way from the west side of the village, he bought 2 fish. Since he had planned to eat fish today, he was going to eat fish no matter what. After that, he turned into an alley. The alley was not long. High walls stood on both sides, and only a narrow strip of sky could be seen overhead. Sunlight could not reach inside, making the alley feel rather gloomy. After walking a few steps, he stopped. A person stepped out from the shadows. He had a slender figure, pale skin, and long black hair draped over his shoulders. Orochimaru. Wataru narrowed his eyes slightly. Orochimaru. His voice was calm. Did you come here to fight me again? As he spoke, his gaze fell on Orochimaru's right arm. That arm had been cut off by him before. Now it looked perfectly fine, with no visible trace beneath the sleeve. Impressive methods. Orochimaru chuckled softly, his voice hoarse. I would not dare fight Wataru-kun again. He stood there without advancing or retreating, smiling as he looked at Wataru. Have you considered my previous proposal? Wataru shook his head. No interest. His tone was direct, leaving no room for discussion. You'd better stop coming to me in the future. When dealing with a clingy pest, a clean refusal was best. Orochimaru's smile did not change. He licked his lips. If you had no interest, then why did you learn the jutsus on my scroll? There was a trace of smugness in his tone, as if he had caught Wataru in a contradiction. He had thought Wataru would be at a loss for words, or at least show a hint of guilt. But Wataru merely glanced at him and replied with complete confidence. That was your apology gift. Otherwise, do you think I would have let you leave last time? Orochimaru's expression froze slightly. He looked at Wataru's utterly matter-of-fact face and, for a moment, did not know what to say. The boy's logic had a kind of natural shamelessness to it. Orochimaru was silent for a moment, then let out a dark chuckle. In that case, as a show of sincerity, I will tell you something else. Wataru did not speak. He simply looked at him. Orochimaru lowered his voice. Danzo has secretly made contact with Uchiha Obito. You should be careful. After saying that, he took a step back. His body seemed to melt into the shadows, gradually becoming indistinct. The alley fell silent again. Wataru stood where he was, his eyes narrowing slightly. Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Obito. He gave a quiet scoff, his gaze flickering. Chapter 56, What has Wataru been doing lately? Time passed without anyone noticing, and the weather had turned properly cold. The leaves in Kenoha had all fallen. By now, only bare branches remained. In the mornings, a thin layer of white frost covered the grass, crunching underfoot with every step. When the wind blew, it carried a dry chill that slipped straight into people's collars. It had snowed yesterday, draping Kenoha in a layer of white. But the village's mood did not soften with the weather. Instead, it grew heavier. News from the border came back in fragments, some good, some bad. No one could say when this conflict would end. Inside the Hokage tower, the atmosphere in the office was somewhat gloomy. Hiruzen sat behind his desk, holding a piece of intelligence that had just been delivered. His eyes remained fixed on the words, his brows knitted tightly together. The pipe at the corner of his mouth gave off thin wisps of smoke. The haze curled in front of him, making his face look slightly blurred. Hamura sat in a chair off to the side, hands folded in front of him, eyes closed. He looked as if he were resting, or perhaps thinking. There was little expression on his face, but at some point, his brow had also furrowed. The office was quiet. The only sounds were the faint crackle of tobacco burning in the pipe and the occasional rustle of Hamura's robes whenever he shifted slightly. Hiruzen put down the report and raised his head. The intelligence came back in good time. His voice was a little hoarse, as if from smoking too much. But only he knew it was because he was worried about the front. He was getting old after all. These days, he could clearly feel that his energy was no longer what it used to be. From the looks of it, Mangekyo has no intention of launching an all-out war against Kenoha for now. The friction along the border is still within a tolerable range. Hamura opened his eyes and nodded. For now, yes. The village will not be under too much pressure. His voice was steady and unhurried. Then he continued, but we cannot guarantee how Mangekyo will respond later. Their current probing has already allowed them to gather a certain amount of intelligence from us. Hiruzen nodded as well. Indeed. We cannot let our guard down. He paused, then took another pull from his pipe. Smoke spilled from his nose and gathered in a white cloud before him. The Uchiha on the battlefield have been quite useful. We can grant them a suitable degree of autonomy on the front. Hamura frowned slightly and opened his mouth, seeming to want to say something. After thinking it over, he still nodded. That can be arranged. I will contact Danzo and have him make the necessary adjustments. As a village advisor and one of Konoha's senior leaders, Hamura had inherited the ideas of his teacher, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. In ordinary times, he was wary of the Uchiha, even targeted them to some degree. But at a time like this, authority that needed to be given had to be given. He understood that much. Hiruzen glanced at him and took another puff of smoke before asking in an apparently casual tone, "How is Danzo doing?" Hamura's expression relaxed slightly. "Very well." Then he explained further, he has already achieved several results. Several Mangekyo squads have suffered losses because of him. Hiruzen let out a soft sigh. That is good. Hopefully this conflict can proceed smoothly, and Mangekyo will retreat once they understand the difficulty. Hamura was silent for a moment, then said, Danzo wants to use this chance to restore his reputation. After he returns, he may ask you to reinstate him. This was something that could easily be predicted. As a companion who had known him since childhood, Hamura understood his old teammate too well. Hiruzen frowned. He thought for a while, fingers tapping lightly on the desk as if weighing something. In the end, he made his decision and said seriously, then it will depend on how much he accomplishes on the battlefield. After thinking again, he sighed. If his achievements are enough to satisfy the Jonin Council, then we can agree to that request. Hamura nodded and did not object. Root may have gone too far in certain matters, but for senior officials like them, having Root in the village was actually useful. After all, there were certain things ordinary Kenoha ninjas could not conveniently do. Some tasks were also unsuitable for the ANBU. In such situations, Root, hidden in Kenoha's darkness, was the most suitable tool. After thinking for a moment, Hamura spoke again. Koharu also seems to want to go to the front. Hiruzen shook his head, his tone firm. She cannot for now. He paused, as if organizing his words. Let her wait. We still need to guard against movement from the other villages. If anything happens, we will need someone available to respond. When it came to his old companions, he was always lenient. Hamura nodded and said nothing more. The office fell silent again. Hiruzen turned and looked out the window. The sky outside was gray and dim, with clouds hanging low as if more snow might fall. The familiar buildings of the village looked somewhat bleak under the dull light, and there were few people on the streets. He looked out for a long time, slightly lost in thought, then spoke as if sighing. The Uchiha really are frightening. His voice carried an unclear emotion. Fugaku's eldest son, Itachi, opened his Sharingan before even turning 5. Then there is Shursui at the academy. He is only a few years older than Itachi, but he is also a genius. Hamura fell silent. He did not answer, but his silence itself was a response. This was also what worried him. Like his teacher Tobirama, he had always been guarded toward the Uchiha. Their strength had never been something worth celebrating. For those seated in the Hokage's office, every additional pair of Sharingan meant another unstable factor in the village. Especially when the child was still so young, with such a long road ahead of him. Who knew how far he might grow in the future? Hiruzen seemed to think of something else and changed the subject. What has Wataru been doing lately? Hamura gathered his thoughts and considered it. Nothing special. His routine is very regular. He leaves early and comes back late every day. It seems. He paused, as if he had remembered something. He has been fishing. Hiruzen's expression turned a little strange, but he also relaxed slightly. Fishing. In this weather, never mind. That child has always been like that. It is good that he has settled down. At least we do not have to worry about him causing another incident. The year is almost over. I hope this new year can pass peacefully. Hamura looked as if he wanted to say something but held back. His lips moved slightly, as though he was deciding whether to speak. Hiruzen noticed his expression. What is it? Hamura was silent for a moment, then said, there is one matter that has not been fully confirmed yet. What matter? Hamura lowered his voice. The Uchiha on the battlefield reported that one of their squads disappeared at the front. No trace of them has been found. We do not know whether Mangekyo is responsible. Hiruzen's brows furrowed. He put down his pipe, picked it up again, then finally said in a deep voice, tell Danzo to search as best he can. His voice grew heavier. The Uchiha are also members of the village. At a time like this, we cannot give them reason to overthink things. Hamura nodded. Understood. I will send word to Danzo. Chapter 57, The Annual System Draw. The new year had arrived. Snow had started falling last night, drifting down in soft, endless flurries until morning, and it still had not stopped. Kenoha's rooftops, streets, and tree branches were all covered in a thick layer of white. From a distance, the whole village looked like it had been placed inside a snow globe, quiet enough that only the sound of falling snow remained. The mood in the village was different from before. Although the friction along the border was still ongoing, and news came back from time to time about another skirmish here or several more deaths there, New Year was still New Year. No matter how serious things were, they had to be set aside for a while. The shops along the street had reopened. Some people had built snowmen outside their doors and wrapped red scarves around them, giving the streets a festive feel. Children ran up and down the road with little packets of snacks in their hands, chasing each other while laughter echoed from one end of the street to the other. There were long lines in front of several shops. Some people were buying things during the holiday sales, some were picking out gifts, and others simply stood by the roadside chatting about their plans for the coming year. The taverns were full. Steam drifted out from between the door curtains, mixed with the smell of grilled skewers and the sound of people laughing. The restaurants were packed too. Families sat together, eating hot pot dishes while smiles filled their faces. Even in the world of ninjas, New Year was still New Year. In that sense, it was no different from the lives of ordinary people. Compared to Wataru's previous life, New Year here did not have so many complicated traditions. There were no elaborate ceremonies, no staying up all night to welcome the year. It was simply a holiday, a day when families could gather and eat a meal together. No missions. No training. Wataru walked down the street with 2 large bags of ingredients in his hands. Looking at the lively scenes around him, he could not help comparing them to the new year from his previous life. In the end, he concluded that the festive atmosphere between the two worlds was actually about the same. Only the details were different. Not bad. Carrying the ingredients, he turned into the old clan district. The old Uchiha compound was the same as ever, cold and empty, without a single person in sight. He reached his front gate and stopped. Someone was standing outside, holding a child in her arms. It was Mikoto. She wore a dark outfit with a white haori over it. Her hair was tied up behind her head, and she had light makeup on her face. The child in her arms was wrapped in a small blanket, with only a round little face showing. He was sleeping with his eyes closed. When she saw him, Mikoto smiled. Wataru. Mikoto-ne. Wataru smiled too and lifted the ingredients in his hands. What made you bring Sasuke here too? This was his first time seeing the famous second son in person. Mikoto lowered her head and looked at the child in her arms, gently patting his back. There was nothing much to do at home. Since it's New Year, I brought Sasuke over to spend it with you. Perfect timing. Wataru pushed open the gate and stepped aside to let her in first. Now I can rest a little. It's been a while since I last had your cooking. Mikoto gave him a look and walked into the courtyard. So that was your plan all along? Of course. Wataru laughed as he followed her in, shutting the gate behind him. The kitchen soon became lively. Mikoto tied on an apron, rolled her sleeves up to her forearms, and began preparing the ingredients. She was very skilled with her hands, and her knife work was excellent. When she cut vegetables, her movements were clean and neat, without the slightest wasted motion. Wataru did not enter the kitchen. He was assigned to the living room. His job was to watch the baby. Sasuke was placed on the tatami in the living room, with a small blanket spread beneath him. He lay there with a pair of round black eyes, looking here and there. A 3-month-old child could already see things clearly, though he still could not tell who was who. He stared at the ceiling for a while, then at the window for a while, and finally his gaze landed on Wataru. Wataru sat beside him and looked down at him. This little thing was actually pretty cute right now. A round face, big eyes, and a tiny mouth. Sometimes he would smile by himself, the corners of his lips lifting to reveal pink gums. There was no sign at all that he would later become that awkward, dramatic second son. Wataru stretched out a finger and waved it in front of Sasuke. Sasuke's gaze followed the finger as his eyes moved back and forth. Then he reached out with one small hand and grabbed it. His hand was too tiny and could only wrap around one joint, but he held on tightly, as if he had caught some kind of treasure. Pretty strong grip. Wataru gently shook his finger. Sasuke's hand moved along with it, and he made soft sounds, as if trying to talk to him. When your brother was your age, he was much quieter than you. Of course, Sasuke did not understand. He only held Wataru's finger and smiled. Wataru played with him for a while longer, and Sasuke laughed even more happily. Both little hands reached out, waving in the air as if trying to grab something. His laughter was not loud, just a soft little giggle, but it made people feel better just hearing it. At the kitchen door, Mikoto peeked out and saw this scene. She smiled faintly. She did not say anything and quietly went back to cooking. The dishes were soon brought out. The table was full. There was fish, meat, soup, vegetables, and even a pot of warmed sake. Mikoto took off her apron and sat down at the table. Try it. See if it suits your taste. Wataru picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth. Delicious. Still the same taste. Honestly, Fugaku really got lucky. He was telling the truth. Mikoto's cooking had always been good, and with her personality, she really had the air of a proper Yamato Nadeshiko. Mikoto smiled and picked up some food for herself as well. The two of them ate and chatted. She did not mention the Uchiha. She did not mention Fugaku, Itachi, the battlefield, or any of the clan's troublesome affairs. Everything she talked about was ordinary daily life, such as how many times Sasuke woke up at night, how he cried whenever he woke, how he wanted milk after crying, and how he fell asleep again right after eating. She also mentioned that Itachi had written her a letter before leaving, saying everything was fine on the battlefield and telling her not to worry. Wataru listened, occasionally replying with a word or two, though most of the time he simply listened. He knew Mikoto was deliberately avoiding those topics. She also knew he did not like hearing about them. Both of them understood, so the meal was fairly relaxed. They talked and laughed, almost as if they had returned to several years ago. Back then, he had still been young, and Mikoto had not yet married. The two of them often ate together like this. After the meal, Mikoto helped clean up the dishes. Then she fed Sasuke, wrapped him back up, and held him in her arms. It's time for me to go back. She stood at the doorway and looked at Wataru. Happy New Year, Wataru. Happy New Year, Mikoto-ne. Wataru walked her to the gate and watched her disappear into the snowy night with the child in her arms. He closed the door and returned to the house. Alone, he washed the remaining dishes, wiped the table clean, and tidied the kitchen once more. After finishing all that, he poured himself a cup of sake, took a small plate of cold side dishes, and sat at the living room entrance, looking out at the snow-covered courtyard. The snow was still falling, and the snow in the courtyard had grown thicker. There was a stone in the middle of the garden, now covered in snow. It looked like a giant rice ball. In the corner, the bare branches of the tree were hung with icicles, glimmering faintly under the light. He sat there, drinking a sip of sake, eating a bite of food, and watching the snow. Time passed second by second. The liveliness in the village gradually quieted. The lights along the streets went out one by one. Occasionally, a sound came from somewhere far away, but it soon faded back into silence. Wataru glanced at the clock on the wall. It was almost midnight. He put down his cup and sat up straight. The second hand moved one tick at a time. Tick. 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 In the quiet night, the sound was very clear. The minute hand and second hand both reached 12. Midnight had arrived. The first day of the new year. It was also his birthday. In the Shinobi world, the first day of the year was called the Day of Continuance. The word Wataru carried the meaning of extending across time and space. His name had come from this day. And this day was also when the system's once-a-year trigger activated. Just like now. A voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received one draw opportunity. Would you like to draw? Chapter 58, Byakugan. Did I just become a damn hybrid? Wataru suppressed the faint excitement in his heart, then willed it silently. Draw. This system was good in every way except for the fact that he could only draw once a year. That really messed with a person's head. If he could draw every day, he would have left Kenoha long ago. The moment the thought rose, the system panel before him suddenly burst with brilliant colored light that only he could see. The light exploded from the center of the panel. Multicolored sparks scattered in every direction, then gathered into a glowing mass that flowed across the screen, dazzling and bright. Red light. Blue light. Purple light. Golden light. Each color corresponded to a different ability. It might be a Kekkai Genkai, some kind of secret jutsu, or perhaps a rare power he had never seen before. The light changed too quickly, so fast he could not distinguish what each color represented. He stared at the lights, his heartbeat slightly faster than usual. After all, this was a draw. Even with his mindset, seeing something like this still made his emotions shift. Before long, the shifting light began to slow. From fast to slow. From frantic to steady. The colors no longer jumped wildly like before. Instead, it was as if someone were slowly turning a dial, moving down one slot at a time. Red faded. Blue faded. Purple faded. Even gold faded away. Until finally, everything stopped on a flowing white light. The white light was not harsh. Instead, it was gentle, like warm jade glowing softly. It hovered quietly at the center of the panel, no longer changing. Then the light condensed. White radiance slowly gathered on the panel. Lines formed, and outlines appeared. First came two oval shapes, then the details within. Pupils. Irises. The corners of the eyes. It was a pair of eyes, identical in shape to his own, yet completely different inside. White sclera. Irises as pure and translucent as crystal. No black. No red. Only white. A pure, clear white without the slightest impurity. Byakugan. Wataru froze. He stared at the eyes on the panel, his expression slowly changing. Byakugan. His voice tightened slightly. No, why is it the Byakugan? A strange, indescribable feeling surged in his heart. It probably belonged in the category of pure disbelief. He had imagined many possibilities. Stronger taijutsu, more powerful ninjutsu, perhaps even with style. But he had never imagined the Byakugan. The Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Especially when he already had the Sharingan. No matter how he looked at it, this felt absurd. He was an Uchiha, and his system draw had given him the Byakugan. What was this supposed to be? Was the system messing with him? The eyes on the panel did not answer his doubts. The light faded completely, and the pair of Byakugan turned into a streak of light before sinking into the ability column. A new line appeared there. Byakugan, fusing. With his experience from the sage body, Wataru naturally understood what this meant. In simple terms, the Byakugan was not being implanted as an external object. It was truly growing out from within his own body. This was a process. Immediately after, he felt a sour, numb sensation coming from both eyes. It did not hurt or itch. It was just sore and numb. The feeling was strange, like someone was gently pricking his eyeballs with an extremely fine needle, or as if something inside his eyes was pushing outward. He stood and walked to the full-length mirror in the living room. His reflection appeared in the glass. A 14-year-old boy with handsome features. His hair had grown a little long, falling beside his ears. He looked at his own eyes. Black irises. Black pupils. No different from usual. But if he looked carefully, there were some subtle changes. The color of his irises seemed less deep than before. They had not lightened all at once, but there was indeed a weakening trend. That black was being diluted little by something. With a thought, he activated his Sharingan. His black pupils turned scarlet, and 3 tomo slowly emerged. The Sharingan was normal. There was nothing unusual. The tomo rotated smoothly, and the output of his visual power was steady. He pushed further. Mangekyo Sharingan. The pattern appeared across his irises, spreading outward from the pupils like the shutter of a camera. A scarlet base. Black markings. Exactly the same as before. No change, no abnormality, perfect activation. He stared at the Mangekyo in the mirror and carefully sensed them. His visual power was growing. It was increasing, as if being nourished by something. In truth, his Mangekyo visual power had already been growing. Ever since he fused with the sage body, that growth had never stopped. At the root, it was because the ultimate yang release of the sage body was nourishing the ultimate yin release of the Mangekyo. The two had reached a delicate balance inside him. Though it had not yet reached the level of the power that encompassed all things, it was indeed moving in that direction. His sage body was modeled after the sage of six paths. But compared to the sage, who could naturally evolve the Byakugan all the way into the Rinnegan, Wataru was still missing something. After all, unlike the sage, he lacked a mother named Kagaya Otsutsuki. He also lacked the chakra that came from her. If he wanted the Rinnegan, he would naturally need a process. And now, that growth had accelerated. The fusion of the Byakugan was speeding up the process. Wataru stood before the mirror in silence for a moment, then raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. Not good. As if realizing something, his expression suddenly turned strange. I'm a damn hybrid now. An Uchiha Hyuga hybrid. If he walked outside with a pair of Byakugan, what would people think? In this life, one of his parents was surnamed Uchiha, and the other was also surnamed Uchiha. So how could two Uchiha give birth to a child with Byakugan? What a headache. He lowered his hand and continued staring at himself in the mirror. The Mangekyo was still turning. Its scarlet color reflected across his face, making him look slightly unreal. Then he felt another change. Chakra. The chakra inside his body began to grow active. It was as if something had awakened within him and was calling to his chakra, and his chakra was responding to that call. Starting from his eyes, it spread downward through his chakra pathway system and into his entire body. Every cell trembled faintly. He could feel all the chakra in his body celebrating. Celebrating the birth of the Byakugan. This was getting hard to process. Wataru closed his eyes and sensed it carefully. His chakra was clearly active, but it was not chaotic. It was more like his body had entered a rapid development phase. Even the total amount of his chakra was increasing by a barely noticeable degree. He opened his eyes. Did the fusion of the Byakugan trigger some underlying logic in the sage body? He still could not figure it out. But he guessed there had to be some connection between the two. The sage body represented ultimate yang release. The Byakugan was the Kekei Genkai of the Hyuga clan, and at its root, it was also the eye of the Otsutsuki clan. Yang release nourished the body. The body carried the Byakugan. There might really be some link between the two that he had not yet understood. As for what he would become after the fusion was complete, he did not know yet. But he could wait. The only thing he cared about a little was the Hyuga clan. The Byakugan was the Hyuga's lifeline. Every pair of Byakugan was treated as a core secret of the clan. If they learned that a pair of Byakugan had appeared outside the clan, and on an Uchiha no less, who knew how they would react? But after thinking about it, he stopped worrying. Just as he did not get along with the Uchiha clan, his opinion of the Hyuga was even lower. Trash. A group of useless fools who relied on the caged bird seal and split their own clan into branch and main families. Calling them trash was almost flattering them. If they really wanted to find a sense of importance from him, then there would be a show worth watching. Wataru gathered his thoughts and looked at himself in the mirror again. The Byakugan fusion would take time, but based on his experience with the sage body, the process would not be too long. Perhaps a few days. Perhaps a few weeks. At most, it should not exceed a month. Once the fusion was complete, what would he become? He did not know. But he was looking forward to it. He looked at the system panel again. There were already obvious changes. Host, Uchiha Wataru. Abilities, Sage Body SS, Mangekyo Sharingan S, Water Style S, Fire Style S, Earth Style A, Lightning Style A+, Wind Style A+, Yin Release S, Yang Release S+, Monster Strength, Byakugan A+, Fusing. Draws, 0. Chapter 59, as expected, the Hyuga clan noticed. The numbers on the system panel had not become like this only today. Wataru had noticed those changes long ago. Water Style had risen from A to S, Fire Style had risen from A+ to S, Wind Style had gone from B to A+. Yin Release had risen from A+ to S. Even Lightning Style and Earth Style had improved. Most of these improvements had to be credited to Orochimaru. That ninjutsu scroll had taken him real time and effort to basically digest. Not because he learned slowly, but because there was simply too much inside it. Orochimaru had written down his understanding of ninjutsu, his insights into different chakra nature transformations, and even his ideas regarding certain forbidden jutsus. Every page was densely packed. It was an extremely valuable collection of experience. He had to admit, in this field, Orochimaru really was a genius. That was not an exaggeration at all. His hunger for ninjutsu was pure. Pure enough that he could spend his entire life chasing it. When Wataru studied those things, he could sense the excitement and focus Orochimaru must have felt when writing them down. At his current level, he had not yet fully digested all of Orochimaru's insights. Those deeper ideas still needed time, practice, and experience before they could truly become his own. Even so, his ninjutsu ability had already taken a qualitative leap. Wataru also had to admit that Orochimaru's mastery of ninjutsu was extremely high. Otherwise, he would never have been able to later develop living corpse reincarnation, nor improve Edo Tensei to such a level. Those things required deep foundations. They were not something one or two forbidden jutsus could produce on their own. Thinking about it that way, he did feel as if he owed Orochimaru a favor. Although that scroll was technically an apology gift, he would remember the debt. But remembering it was one thing. Refusing what needed to be refused was another. Orochimaru wanted to drag him into those shady experiments of his. Not a chance. Wataru stood and closed the living room door. He did not feel much pressure about drawing the Byakugan. Something like this happening to him was not that surprising, honestly. With his current strength, protecting himself was not a problem. As for the Uchiha, he had already run right over them. He had cursed them out at clan meetings, fought them at the clan gate, and thrown money in Fugaku's face. He had offended everyone he should and should not have offended. And the result? He was still living just fine. Fishing, eating, sleeping every day. No one dared come provoke him. So what could the Hyuga clan do? The Byakugan was their lifeline. Every pair of Byakugan was treated as a core secret of the clan. The branch family's Byakugan had the caged bird seal, while the main family's Byakugan were tightly protected. If they learned that a pair of Byakugan had appeared outside their clan, and on an Uchiha no less, who knew what kind of reaction they would have? But so what? If the Hyuga really wanted to come looking for a sense of importance from him, he did not mind running straight through the Hyuga clan too. Days passed one after another. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days went by. The snow stopped and fell again, fell and stopped again. A layer of white always remained on Konoha's rooftops. There were fewer pedestrians on the streets than during New Year, but the mood was noticeably lighter than before. The fighting at the front was still ongoing, but its intensity had been contained. Whether Kumogakure or Kenoha, both sides tacitly maintained the current state of affairs. Neither seemed interested in escalating the conflict into a full-scale war. That was good news for Kenoha. Only a few years had passed since the Third Ninja War ended. Neither side could endure another major war so soon. But there was also bad news. Kirigakure seemed to be growing restless. Intelligence from the border showed that ships from the Land of Water had been moving far more frequently than usual. Some guessed that Kiri might take advantage of Kenoha being tied down by Kumo and make moves from another direction. None of this had anything to do with Wataru. His life remained normal, completely unaffected. Every morning, he got up and spent some time at the training ground near the Forest of Death. He practiced with his blade, threw shuriken, and occasionally used a few ninjutsus to maintain his feel. The rest of the time, he either went fishing or stayed home reading. At night, he washed up early, drank a cup of sake, watched the snow, then went to sleep. His days looked dull, but Wataru enjoyed them. Only people who had truly been exhausted understood how rare such peace was. Recently, however, his ninjutsu training had become less active than before. He had already learned all the jutsus on Orochimaru's scroll. What remained was personal understanding, comprehension, and the development and application of certain jutsus. Those things could not be rushed. Practicing for a few more hours would not suddenly make him advance by leaps and bounds. Sometimes, he needed to stop, think, and let the knowledge in his head settle. He spent less and less time at the training ground, and more time fishing. But every time, he caught nothing. He had clearly gone through every river around Kenoha that had decent conditions, yet not a single fish bit. It was ridiculous. Getting skunked again and again was starting to affect his mood. He was now feeling the urge to snap his fishing rod in half. During this period, the changes in his eyes had also become more obvious. Their color grew lighter day by day. From black, to dark brown, to ordinary gray-brown, and now to light brown. The color of his irises had already faded to about half of what it had originally been. Under sunlight, they looked as if they were covered by a thin layer of frost. He had no intention of hiding it. He simply let them show openly and went about his life as usual. He bought groceries on the street, ate at barbecue restaurants, went fishing by the river, and avoided no one. Anyone who wanted to look could look. He did not care. Mikoto came by once more and naturally noticed his eyes. "Your eyes." She looked worried. After all, the change was too obvious. "Is something wrong with your body? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" "No." Wataru casually found an excuse to brush it off. "My visual power is increasing, and the color of my eyes changed. It should be related to that." Mikoto was not like those Uchiha who only cared about the power of the Sharingan. She had watched Wataru grow up, and her concern for him came from the heart. Hearing that his visual power was increasing did not reassure her. Instead, it made her even more worried. Are you sure there's no problem? Should we find a medical ninja to check? No need. Wataru's tone was relaxed. I know my own condition. Don't worry. In the end, Mikoto did not say too much. She knew his temper. If he did not want to say something, no one could force it out of him. If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, you have to tell me. Okay. As the color of his eyes changed, some of the Byakugan's abilities gradually began appearing in Wataru. First was X-ray vision. At the beginning, he could only occasionally see through one wall and view what was on the other side. The feeling was very strange, as if his eyes had suddenly gained penetrating power. His line of sight passed through the wall and saw the room beyond. But it lasted only a short time and was unstable. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it did not. Later, the ability became steadier and steadier. Now he could already see objects within several hundred meters. Standing in the courtyard of the old compound, he could see the layout inside the neighboring house, pedestrians on the distant street, and even tiny cracks on the exterior walls of faraway buildings. The angle was 360 degrees. He did not need to turn his head or his body. His field of vision covered every direction around him. Front, back, left, and right, all at once. At first, he was not used to it. It felt as if too much information flooded into his mind at once, making him dizzy. But he quickly learned how to filter that information, paying attention only to what he needed and ignoring everything irrelevant. He estimated that once the fusion of his eyes was complete, this function would be fully under control. At that time, how far he could see and how fine the details would be, he did not yet know. The main thing was that it would no longer remain in this passive, half-activated state where he could not even turn it off. He looked forward to it. When that happened, he would never get skunked while fishing again. Unsurprisingly, as his eyes changed and he made no attempt to hide it, this transformation was eventually noticed by those paying attention. After all, he was too special. Yes, his surname was Uchiha, but the Uchiha were never the only ones watching him. Especially once his eye color grew lighter and lighter, becoming more and more similar to the Byakugan, certain people could no longer sit still. There was no need to guess who those people were. Naturally, they were from the Hyuga clan. That afternoon, Wataru returned from the riverside, walking down the street with a dark expression and an empty bucket in hand. He was in a bad mood. Now that his eyes could see through things, he could naturally see what was happening underwater. There were fish. A lot of them, actually. But damn it, they just refused to bite. When he passed a general store, he noticed two people standing across the street. Two ninjas wearing Kenoha flak jackets and forehead protectors. Their eyes were shining white. Both of them were staring at him. To be precise, they were staring at his eyes. Chapter 60, An Uchiha Awakening. The Byakugan is way too absurd. Wataru stopped walking. Across the street, the two men wore Kenoha flak jackets and forehead protectors, the standard outfit of village ninjas. But the most striking thing about them was still their eyes. Their eyes were bright white, different from the white of an ordinary person's sclera, like pale jade with a faint blue tint. That same white was something he now possessed as well, though only about 70% of the way there. His eyes had gone from pure black to dark brown, from dark brown to light brown, and now they were already a pale gray-white. The color of his irises grew lighter day by day, and the features of the Byakugan became more obvious with each passing day. He had not hidden it, nor had he ever planned to hide it. The entire process had been out in the open. So now that these two had come looking for him, their purpose was very clear. Wataru turned and faced them directly. His gaze was cold, as if he were looking at two stones by the roadside. When his eyes swept over them, both men's expressions changed slightly. They looked at each other, and one of them lowered his voice. That feeling wasn't wrong. It's the sensation of being watched through the Byakugan. The other nodded, his voice equally low. Yes, I noticed it too. There's no mistaking that feeling. He paused, then frowned, worry entering his tone. The main family told us not to start a conflict with him, but that person seems very hard to deal with. The one who spoke first frowned, as if weighing something. Let's go ask first. This concerns the Byakugan. We can't afford to be careless. Fine. After reaching an agreement, the two did not hesitate. They stepped toward Wataru. He stood where he was and did not move. He simply watched them approach step by step, his face expressionless. The closer they came, the more unnatural their expressions became. It was not exactly fear. After all, this was inside the village, and there were ordinary civilians nearby. Both believed he would not randomly attack them here. Besides, the two of them had not done anything yet. There was no reason to be afraid. But they were still nervous. Wataru was far too famous in Kenoha. Not only because of his strength, but also because of his temper. In the past, he had self-destructed the moment things did not go his way, making many people worry they might accidentally provoke him and end up miserable. Now he no longer self-destructed, but that golden Susanoo of his was even more terrifying. That was the legendary divine power of the Uchiha clan, the same power once possessed by Madara Uchiha, the ghost of the Shinobi world. Just thinking about it was enough to put immense pressure on people. Especially since Wataru treated someone like Danzo the same way. If he wanted to curse him, he cursed him. If he wanted to hit him, he hit him. He did not care at all about Danzo's status as one of Konoha's senior officials. With someone like this, which ninja clan in the village would dare casually provoke him? Their minds raced. They stopped 3 steps in front of Wataru. Then the older Hyuga ninja took a deep breath and spoke first. Wataru-kun, apologies for disturbing you. His voice was fairly steady, but a trace of tension could still be heard. May I ask whether your eyes possess X-ray vision? The question was very direct. Wataru looked at them and said nothing. The Hyuga ninja felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze, but still forced himself to continue. X-ray vision is one of the basic abilities of the Byakugan. In the entire Shinobi world, only the Hyuga clan's Byakugan possesses this ability. The changes in your eyes are very obvious, and they are extremely similar to the process our clan members go through when awakening their eyes. So. He did not finish, but his meaning was already clear. You are awakening the Byakugan. You, an Uchiha, are awakening the Byakugan. It was just too absurd. The Hyuga clan's awakening process was completely different from the Uchiha's. The Uchiha needed extreme emotional stimulation, pain, rage, despair. Only at the peak of emotion would the Sharingan awaken. But the Hyuga's awakening was much gentler. After reaching a certain age, the eyes would naturally begin to change. That process usually lasted several months. Sometimes, it could even last an entire year. During the awakening process, the Byakugan's basic abilities would gradually appear, but they would not be fully controlled. Just like Wataru now, whose X-ray vision was passively activating from time to time. There was also one piece of common knowledge. Members of the Hyuga clan were born with white eyes. But that was not the Byakugan. It was merely white-colored irises, no different in essence from an ordinary person's eyes. Only after going through awakening could those eyes truly be called the Byakugan. This information was known by most ninja clans with even a bit of background, both in Kenoha and across the Shinobi world. It was not exactly a secret. And precisely because this awakening method was so gentle, the Byakugan was coveted by outsiders even more than the Sharingan. The Sharingan required suffering. The Byakugan only required waiting. Wataru finally spoke. And then. He neither denied nor admitted it. Hearing this, both men's hearts sank. In certain situations, not denying something was the same as admitting it. But if he really was awakening the Byakugan, then the nature of this matter had completely changed. An Uchiha had obtained the Hyuga clan's Kekkai Genkai. Any normal person would think this was insane. And yet this very thing was happening right in front of these 2 Hyuga ninjas. The older one swallowed and forced himself to continue explaining. During the awakening process, a clan member's X-ray vision will activate unconsciously. Those who also possess the Byakugan are especially sensitive to that kind of vision. As he spoke, he formed a simple hand sign in front of his chest. Byakugan, activate. The veins beside his eyes instantly bulged, the blood vessels swelling in a fierce pattern as the Byakugan fully activated. Wataru immediately felt a strange sensation. It was hard to describe. It was like being watched by many people at once, a faint but uncomfortable feeling of being peered at. So that was how it felt. No wonder the Hyuga clan had a rule against using the Byakugan inside their own compound. Being seen through like this really was unpleasant. Before he could say anything, the Hyuga ninja using the Byakugan already had cold sweat forming on his forehead. His face changed instantly, shifting from tension to shock. His eyes widened, his pupils shrinking slightly, and he instinctively took a step back. This is. Even his voice changed. What an enormous amount of chakra. He had seen it. Through the Byakugan's vision, he had looked past what Wataru deliberately kept hidden. He saw the chakra buried deep within his body, chakra nurtured by the sage body, shaped by the Sharingan and Mangekyo, and now further catalyzed by the Byakugan fusion. That amount far surpassed an ordinary person. It could only be called monstrous. The other Hyuga's expression also changed. Although he had not activated his Byakugan yet, he had already guessed something from his companion's reaction. Wataru narrowed his eyes. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, making him look as if he were smiling and yet not smiling. Interesting. His voice was not loud, but both men's hearts tightened. Are all you Hyuga this bold? Peering into my secrets right in front of me? Their faces changed drastically. The Hyuga who had activated his X-ray vision instinctively wanted to end his Byakugan, but his gaze accidentally met Wataru's eyes. His pupils suddenly contracted. Such pure Byakugan. He blurted it out without thinking. The moment the words left his mouth, he realized something was wrong. He had seen it clearly. Whether iris or pupil, Wataru's eyes possessed the qualities only a true Byakugan should have. Even though there were still slight differences in color, that unique Byakugan visual power could not be mistaken. Hearing those words, his companion instinctively activated his own Byakugan as well, and his expression began to shift. And at that moment, Wataru moved. He walked toward the two of them. His pace was neither fast nor slow, no different from an ordinary walk. But in their eyes, it carried an invisible pressure that grew heavier with every step. The two stood frozen in place, unable to advance or retreat. Chapter 61, Protecting the glory of the main family is our sacred duty. When the two Hyuga ninjas saw him walking over, they hurriedly spoke. Wataru-kun, we mean no harm. The older one spoke first, his voice rushed and clearly tense. Please hear us out. The other had already placed a hand on his ninja pouch without thinking. His fingertips touched the tie at the opening, and his body bent slightly, as if preparing to respond to an attack at any moment. But just as his hand touched the pouch, his companion grabbed his wrist. Don't move. The older man shook his head, warning in his eyes. The younger one froze, then immediately realized what he had done. Cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. Only then did he remember who they were facing. Uchiha Wataru. The person who had attacked the Ninetales on the night of the disaster, used Susanoo at the training ground to cut off an enemy's arm, and spat in front of a Hokage advisor. And he wanted to draw ninja tools in front of someone like that. How was that any different from asking to die? He let go, his palm already covered in sweat. Wataru watched this, his brow lifting slightly. Heh. Go on, then. He stopped in front of the two of them, hands tucked into his sleeves. He seemed slightly interested and did not rush them. The older Hyuga took a deep breath and did not dare delay. After learning about the changes in your eyes, the main family took the matter very seriously. We came here to invite you to the Hyuga clan so we may discuss the matter of your eyes. He paused, seemingly choosing his words carefully. After all, the Byakugan is the Kekkai Genkai of the Hyuga clan. For such a change to appear in you, whether for your sake or ours, this is no small matter. The main family hopes to speak with you face to face and clarify the reason behind it. He spoke politely, but his meaning was clear. Your eyes are turning into Byakugan. This concerns the Hyuga. You need to come with us. Wataru listened without interrupting. Only after the man finished did he speak slowly. Two birds locked in a cage can only obey their master's orders. His voice was not loud, but every word was clear. How pathetic. The two men's faces changed instantly. Birds in a cage. He was talking about the branch family. The caged bird seal, the curse mark passed down through generations of the Hyuga branch family, a shackle they could never escape in their entire lives. Beneath the bandages on their foreheads was that very mark. The older man's lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, nothing came out. Humiliation, anger, and helplessness flickered across his face. In the end, only numb calm remained. The younger man clenched his fists at his sides, his knuckles turning white. But neither of them refuted him. Because it was the truth. Wataru-kun. The older man forced down the emotions in his heart, his voice somewhat dry. We are only acting under orders. We cannot defy the main family. Please, on account of. On account of what? Wataru cut him off. On account of you being from the Hyuga branch family. Or on account of you not having any ill intent. He shook his head. Whether you have ill intent or not has nothing to do with me. Your mission has nothing to do with me either. After saying that, he lifted his foot to leave. The two looked at each other and stepped forward at the same time, blocking his path. Wataru-kun, we mean nothing else. We only wish to invite you to move. Wataru's voice was calm, but that calm made both their hearts tighten. They did not move. The older man forced himself to continue. Please, for our sake, help us this once. If we cannot bring you back, then when we return. He did not continue, but the meaning was already obvious. When they returned, punishment would be waiting for them. Wataru laughed. What does you being from the Hyuga branch family have to do with me? His smile faded. You were humble when explaining why you came, and I was quite satisfied with that. But now you're trying to guilt-trip me with that attitude, and I'm not happy. The moment his words fell, he moved. The two only saw a blur. They did not even see how he struck. The older man felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and bent over, dropping to one knee. The other felt his chest go numb, his body losing balance as he fell heavily to the ground. Two movements, one after the other. Clean and decisive. The two lay on the ground, struggling a few times, but no matter what they did, they could not stand. Wataru had not used much force, but he had struck their vital points with perfect precision, robbing them of movement. He stood before them and looked down. Go back and tell the Hyuga main family not to do this again. His voice was calm. Whether these eyes of mine are Byakugan or not has nothing to do with them. If they dare keep running their mouths, I'll kill them. With that, he walked around the two on the ground and continued forward. His pace was neither fast nor slow, no different from when he had arrived. Behind him, the two finally could not hold on anymore. After hearing those words, their vision went dark, and they fainted. People on the street watched from a distance. No one dared approach. Not long after, several ninjas wearing the same Kenoha flak jackets arrived at the scene. Their eyes were white, and bandages were tied across their foreheads. Members of the Hyuga clan. When they saw the two lying on the ground, their faces did not look good. One of them crouched to check and found they had merely fainted. Their lives were not in danger, so he finally let out a breath. Take them back. The group quickly lifted the two men and carried them away, disappearing at the end of the street. The Hyuga compound. Inside the main family's meeting hall, an elderly man with graying hair sat in the chief seat. His eyes were like those of every Hyuga, but that whiteness was deeper, heavier, and cloudier, like frost accumulated over many years. He was one of the main family elders who assisted the clan head in managing clan affairs. The two branch family ninjas who had been knocked unconscious were carried inside and placed on the floor. Someone splashed cold water on them to wake them. The two opened their eyes and saw the elder's gloomy face. Their bodies trembled involuntarily. Speak. The elder's voice was not loud, but it carried authority. The older man barely managed to rise and knelt on the ground, recounting everything that had happened in full detail. How they found Wataru, how they explained their purpose, how he refused, and how they were ultimately knocked unconscious. He explained everything clearly, hiding nothing. After listening, the elder's face looked deeply displeased. So, not only did you fail to bring him here, you also allowed him to humiliate the Hyuga clan. Soma-sama, we already did our best. Your best. Hyuga Soma sneered. When serving the main family, there is only success or failure. There is no such thing as doing your best. Protecting the glory of the main family is your sacred duty. He raised his hand and formed a seal. The two branch ninjas instantly turned pale. Their bodies trembled violently, and the veins around their eyes bulged, as if something were writhing beneath them. Ah! Agonized screams echoed through the meeting hall. The two collapsed to the floor, clutching their heads, their bodies curled up and convulsing. That pain was not pain of flesh or skin. It erupted from the depths of the brain and the ends of the nerves, like the cruelest torture, impossible to endure. Several branch family ninjas standing nearby lowered their heads. No one dared look. No one dared speak. They stood in the shadows, their expressions hidden from view. The screams continued for more than 10 seconds before gradually fading. The two branch ninjas lay on the ground, gasping for breath, their bodies soaked through with sweat. Soma lowered his hand, his expression still dark. Get out. The two struggled to their feet and supported each other as they limped out of the meeting hall. Soma sat in the chief seat in silence for a moment, then stood and walked toward Hayashi Hyuga's residence. Hayashi had only become clan head 2 years ago and was still in the prime of his life. He sat in his study, a report from the border spread out before him, frowning as he read. When Soma entered, he raised his head. What is it? Soma explained everything, then said in a deep voice, Clan head, this matter concerns the Byakugan. It cannot be treated lightly. The changes in Wataru's eyes clearly show that he is awakening the Byakugan. The Hyuga clan's Kekkai Genkai has appeared in an Uchiha. We must clarify this. Please speak with the Hokage and have the village resolve the matter. After listening, Hayashi did not immediately respond. He put down the report in his hand and was silent for a moment. You handle this. Soma's expression changed slightly. Clan head. You are an elder of the main family. At a time like this, you should set an example. Hayashi's tone was calm. If every matter requires me, the clan head, to personally step forward, what use are elders like you? Soma's face looked very unpleasant. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but after meeting Hayashi's calm eyes, he eventually swallowed his words. Yes. He answered, then turned and left the study. Hayashi watched his back disappear through the doorway, his face showing no negative emotion. He picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, then smiled faintly and murmured to himself, this works too. After all, that boy has the Mangekyo. He set down the cup and looked out the window. I wonder whether your desire to protect the main family's glory can pass through him. Chapter 62, Too Damn Hard on the Eyes. To Wataru, the appearance of those two Hyuga ninjas that day was nothing more than a small episode. Afterward, his days passed quietly for several more days. No one from the Hyuga clan appeared in front of him again. As for the two branch family ninjas he had knocked unconscious, it was as if they had never existed. He never saw them on the streets again. No other Hyuga came to bother him either, not even in passing. It seemed as though the matter had simply ended there. But Wataru knew very well that there would definitely be more to come. The Byakugan was the Hyuga clan's lifeline. They could not possibly allow a pair of Byakugan to remain outside the clan, especially not on an Uchiha. No movement now did not mean no movement later. They might be waiting. They might be discussing. They might be planning some more careful method. He was not worried. If anything, he was looking forward to it. After all, it had been a while since anything entertaining had happened. The days passed one after another. The weather gradually moved past the coldest period. The snow had stopped, the sun had come out, and spring was no longer far away. The changes in Wataru's eyes became more and more obvious. The color of his irises had gone from gray-white to an almost transparent white, a white like translucent jade. Under the sunlight, his eyes looked like two carefully polished gemstones, clear and bright. As time passed, the Byakugan's basic abilities appeared on him more and more frequently. X-ray vision. Long-distance vision. A 360-degree field of view. Sometimes, as he walked down the street, he would suddenly see someone in an alley behind him, someone cooking in a house to his left, someone counting money behind a shop on his right, and two men kissing in a second-floor room. Too damn hard on the eyes. Those images flooded into his mind uncontrollably, as if dozens of cameras were playing footage at him at the same time. At first, he was not used to it, but now things were much better. He had learned how to filter the information, focusing only on what he needed and ignoring the irrelevant parts. He estimated that in another 2 or 3 days, this situation would more or less end. By then, the Byakugan fusion would be complete. That day, the village became lively for the first time in a while. After noon, villagers began gathering near Kenoha's main gate. Some held bouquets of flowers, while others craned their necks, waiting anxiously. The wounded from the front were returning to the village. This was Kenoha's first large-scale operation since the end of the Third Ninja War. Although it was only a border conflict, it had dragged on long enough to accumulate quite a few casualties. Now that the situation had eased, Mangekyo had not yet sent any signal for peace talks, but the injured at the front could already be sent back to the village. Wataru did not go join the crowd. Something like this did not interest him. Fishing was far more enjoyable. The result was another empty day. He sat by the river for most of the morning, changed bait 3 times, moved spots 4 times, and still did not catch a single fish. The fish underwater were perfectly clear beneath his Byakugan's X-ray vision. Those fish swam around his hook, occasionally stopping to look at the bait before turning around and leaving. He stared at the fish beneath the water for a long time. The fish stared back at him. Fine. He packed up his rod. You win. Next time, I'm coming back with a different rod. Wataru walked back along the riverbank, passed through the woods on the outskirts of the village, and entered Kenoha from the side of the main gate. The gate was very lively. A long line was slowly entering from outside. At the front were several ninjas wearing jonin vests. Their clothes were stained with blood and torn in places, but their backs remained straight. Behind them came the stretcher teams. Each stretcher was carried by 2 people. Injured ninjas lay on top, some wrapped in bandages, some in casts, and some covered with white cloth. Everyone knew what was beneath those white cloths. Villagers lined both sides of the road to welcome them. Some waved. Some clapped. Some cried. A young woman rushed out of the crowd and threw herself in front of an injured man sitting on a stretcher, clutching his arm as she burst into tears. The wounded man patted her head with his uninjured hand and forced a smile, but his eyes had already reddened. Several villagers stood behind the crowd, carefully identifying each passing stretcher. There were no smiles on their faces, only anxiety and fear. Wataru stood by the roadside and glanced over casually. He had seen this kind of scene before. During the Third Ninja War, it had happened often. Back then, he had also waited here like these people, waiting to welcome the parents of this life. He did not linger. His gaze swept through the line and paused briefly on one person. Danzo. He walked in the middle of the formation, wearing a vest similar to an ordinary jonin's. He was not on a stretcher and did not use a cane. He simply walked on his own. His right hand was hidden inside his sleeve. His exposed left hand and face had several fresh scars, but none looked serious. His expression was calm. One could even call it cold. Everyone around him was looking at the wounded and the stretchers covered with white cloth. Only he stared straight ahead without turning his eyes. Then he saw Wataru. Their gazes collided in midair. The corner of Wataru's mouth lifted slightly, forming a smile that was not quite a smile, before he looked away. Danzo's steps paused for an instant, then returned to normal as he continued forward. The Hokage Tower. By the time Danzo walked out of the Hokage's office, it was already evening. He had spent some time inside, reporting the situation at the front to Hiruzen, submitting the battle report, and discussing certain matters known only to the two of them. In short, his position as the leader of Root had been restored. He left the Hokage Tower, passed through several small alleys, and entered an underground passage through the hidden door of an abandoned building. The passage was long and narrow. Dim lamps hung on the walls every few meters. His footsteps echoed through the corridor, steady and rhythmic. At the end of the passage was a metal door. Beyond it lay an underground base. The base was not large, but it was fully equipped. Similar underground bases existed in several places throughout Kenoha, all belonging to Root. Several Root members were sparring in the training room. When they saw Danzo enter, they immediately stopped and knelt on one knee. Danzo did not look at them. He walked straight into a room at the end of the corridor. Orochimaru was inside. He sat on a chair with a book in his hands, reading with great interest. Hearing the door open, he raised his head, his golden slit pupils glowing faintly in the dim light. Danzo-sama, you've returned. Danzo sat across from him. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Have you noticed Wataru's eyes? Orochimaru put down his book and tilted his head. I have. What is going on? Danzo asked in a deep voice. Orochimaru thought for a moment. I'm not entirely clear on the specifics. He paused, then licked his lips. But according to the information I've obtained, that seems to be the Byakugan. Danzo's pupils shrank slightly. The Byakugan. Yes. Orochimaru's expression carried a hint of amusement. Recently, the Hyuga clan went to find him. But the meeting between the two sides was not pleasant. I heard that two branch family ninjas from the Hyuga were knocked unconscious by him and left on the street. Danzo fell silent. That did sound like something Wataru would do. His fingers tapped lightly twice on the armrest of his chair, his gaze flickering. Byakugan. He repeated the word, as if savoring its meaning. Orochimaru watched him without urging him on. After a moment, Danzo spoke. Perform the Sharingan transplant surgery for me as soon as possible. Orochimaru smiled. Of course. It seems Danzo-sama gained quite a harvest from the battlefield this time. Danzo did not respond to that. Instead, he said, leave for now. The things you want will be delivered to you. I hope you will not disappoint me. Orochimaru looked at him, licked his lips, and did not ask any more questions. He smiled and turned, leaving the room. After the door closed, Danzo sat alone for a long time. Then he stood, walked to a desk in the corner, picked up paper and brush, and wrote several lines. He folded the paper, placed it inside an envelope, sealed it, and stamped it with Root's mark. Someone. The door opened, and a Root member wearing an animal mask entered. Send this to the Hyuga clan. Deliver it to the Hyuga main family. Yes. The Root member accepted the envelope and withdrew. Danzo stood before the desk, his gaze falling on a map of Kenoha hanging on the wall. His finger slowly moved across the map before finally stopping on the location of the old Uchiha compound. Uchiha Wataru, I will uncover the secrets hidden in your body. When that time comes, everything you possess will belong to me. Chapter 63, The Hyuga clan has a death wish. The old Uchiha compound. The streets were empty. Inside Wataru's house, a single lamp was lit. He lay on the tatami in the living room with a hot towel covering his face. The towel had just been soaked in hot water, and the warmth seeped through the cloth into his skin, making his eyes feel pleasantly warm. Over the past few days, the changes in his eyes had become more and more frequent. That sore, numb sensation would appear from time to time, sometimes during the day, sometimes at night, with no pattern at all. But today was different. Since the afternoon, that feeling had not stopped once. He knew what that meant. It should be about time. Wataru lay there for a long while without moving. The clock in the living room ticked steadily as time passed second by second. At a certain moment, he suddenly sat up. The hot towel slid from his face and fell onto the tatami. The veins beside his eyes were now slightly raised. Compared to the fierce, bulging veins that appeared when the Hyuga used to be a Byakugan, the change on his face was much subtler. The veins extended outward from the corners of his eyes like thin lines, disappearing near his temples. His eyes had completely changed. The black pupils were gone, replaced by a clear white like polished glass. His irises shone with a bright white, and his pupils were also white, though slightly deeper than the irises, like a small point of jade set inside white stone. Together with his handsome face, it gave him the look of a porcelain doll, beautiful in a way that did not seem quite real. He blinked. In that instant, his vision changed completely. He could instantly see the kitchen behind the wall, the storage room farther away, the foundation beneath the floor, the soil beneath that foundation, and the broken stones and tree roots deep within the earth. This was X-ray vision, and it was now fully under his control. With a thought, his sight began extending forward. It passed through the living room wall, through the streets of the old compound, through Kenoha's outer wall, and through the forest outside the village. His vision kept going. After passing through the last stretch of forest, he saw water. The Naka River. The river flowed quietly, and the schools of fish beneath the surface were clearly visible, one after another, their scales giving off faint glimmers of light. This was the current limit of his Byakugan's long-distance vision. With a slight thought, he calculated the distance. A little over 6 kilometers. It was not especially far, but it definitely surpassed most members of the Hyuga clan. As far as he knew, an ordinary Hyuga's Byakugan could usually see 1 or 2 kilometers at most. The better ones could reach 3 or 4 kilometers. Those who could reach his level were extremely rare. But he knew one thing very clearly. 6 kilometers was definitely not his final limit. These eyes were still growing. Just like his Mangekyo, their visual power was slowly increasing every day. He withdrew his sight. With another thought, the Byakugan faded, and Scarlet emerged. 3 Tomo Sharingan. The Tomo rotated slowly within his irises, smooth and natural, no different from before. He tested his dynamic vision. Its ability to capture movement had become somewhat stronger than before. The growth in visual power brought by the Byakugan fusion had nourished the Sharingan as well. He pushed further. This time, the Mangekyo Sharingan appeared. The 3 Tomo connected, and the pattern emerged. 6 curved Magatama-like markings stretched outward from his pupils, like the blades of a camera shutter. He stood and walked to the full-length mirror in the living room, carefully examining his eyes. Then he noticed something different. On each of those 6 curved markings, near the pupil, there was a tiny black dot. The dots were very small, so small that they would be impossible to notice without looking carefully. But they definitely existed. And from their shape, they were extending outward. The speed was simply so slow that it was almost impossible to detect. Those ink-like dots had not appeared just now. They had slowly grown during the period when the Byakugan was fusing. Wataru could confirm one thing. His Mangekyo Sharingan was evolving toward the level of the eternal Mangekyo. Yang release nourished Yin release. Yin release fed back into Yang release. With the Byakugan joining in, the 3 had formed a delicate cycle, adding extra nourishment to his body. He sensed his body again. It was not only his eyes that were changing. His body was changing too. His chakra reserves were slowly increasing, and every aspect of his physique was improving. It felt as if he had entered a rapid growth period. Every day, he was growing. Every day, he was becoming stronger. The Byakugan had brought more than trouble. It had also brought progress. That was very satisfying. The Hokage's office. Hyuga Soma sat in the chair across from Hiruzen, his back perfectly straight and his hands placed on his knees. His expression was grave, so grave that it looked almost stiff. This was already the second time he had come to see the Hokage. Last time, Hiruzen had used the excuse of handling frontline affairs and had not given him a clear answer. This time, Soma did not want to be brushed off again. Hokage-sama. His voice was steady, carrying the measured rhythm unique to a main family elder, neither hurried nor slow. The matter of Wataru's eyes can no longer be delayed. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan has appeared on an Uchiha. Whether for the Hyuga or for the village, this is a problem that must be resolved. Hiruzen sat behind his desk, holding his pipe but not smoking it. His brows were slightly furrowed. His gaze lingered on Soma's face for a moment before moving to the side. Danzo sat in another chair. He had only returned from the battlefield a few days ago, and his wounds had not fully healed, but he looked to be in good spirits. Hiruzen spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. I understand why you came. But I cannot approve the solution you proposed. Soma frowned slightly. Hokage-sama, I only hope that you will step forward and invite Wataru to the Hyuga compound so we can clarify the origin of those eyes. As for how it should be handled afterward. How it should be handled afterward? Hiruzen cut him off. Do you mean carving the caged bird seal onto him? Soma was silent for a moment, then said firmly, that is the rule of the Hyuga clan. The Byakugan cannot be allowed to leak outside the family. This has been an iron law since Kenoha was founded. If Wataru's eyes truly are the Byakugan, then he must either accept the caged bird seal, or... He did not continue, but his meaning was already clear. Either accept the caged bird seal, or the Hyuga clan would solve the problem in its own way. Hiruzen put down his pipe and leaned forward slightly. Hyuga-soma, do you know what kind of person Wataru is? I know. No, you do not. Hiruzen's voice was not loud, but his tone was heavy. He is the bearer of the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo. Someone who awakened Susanoo at 13. And you are talking about carving the caged bird seal onto him. In his view, the Hyuga clan really had a talent for seeking death in this matter. Soma's expression changed briefly, but he soon regained his calm. Hokage-sama, I did not say we would force the caged bird seal onto him. I only hope you will step forward and allow us to first understand the situation. Hiruzen picked up his pipe again and interrupted him. His eyes are turning white. That is a fact. But he is an Uchiha, not a Hyuga. Hyuga rules do not apply to him unless you want to start a war between the Hyuga and the Uchiha. Soma's lips moved. He wanted to say something, but no words came out. Danzo spoke at the right moment. Hiruzen, Elder Soma also has a point. His voice was calm and unhurried. There is no precedent for the Byakugan appearing on an Uchiha. Whether for the Uchiha or the Hyuga, this is a major matter. If it is not handled properly, it will inevitably cause trouble later. Hiruzen glanced at him and said nothing. Danzo continued, I have a proposal. Root can step forward and form a formal inquiry team together with the Hyuga clan. We will conduct an official inquiry with Wataru and ask about the origin and cause of those Byakugan. In this way, the Hyuga clan will receive an explanation, and the Uchiha clan will have nothing to object to. Hiruzen's brows tightened further. Everyone in the village knows your relationship with Wataru. You want to be the one to step forward. I guarantee it will only be an inquiry. No coercion. Danzo's tone was sincere. Hamura had been sitting to the side without speaking, but now he opened his mouth. Hiruzen, I think Danzo's proposal can be considered. In the end, Wataru is also a person of Kenoha. The changes in his body have already drawn the attention of the village's two great dojutsu clans. In this matter, he has a responsibility to give an explanation. Hiruzen was silent for a long while. The tobacco in his pipe had burned out, yet he did not refill it. Fine. He finally spoke. But there is one condition. Name it. No coercion, no violence. An inquiry is an inquiry. Once the questions are asked, the matter ends there. Danzo nodded. Agreed. Hiruzen looked at him, then at Soma. Then that will be all. Go make the arrangements and tell me once the time is decided. Danzo and Soma stood at the same time, then turned and left the office. The door closed. Hiruzen sat in his chair, looking at the portraits of the past Hokage hanging on the wall. For a long time, he did not move. In the corridor, Danzo and Soma walked side by side. Neither of them spoke. Their footsteps echoed through the empty hallway. When they reached the stairs, Danzo stopped. Soma stopped as well and looked at him. Danzo turned his head and gave him a slight nod. Soma also nodded once. The two said nothing, but that silent understanding had already been reached between them. Chapter 64, One Trap After Another. The sky over Kenoha had cleared. It was rare good weather. The sun hung overhead, warm and gentle, and even the wind felt soft. Snow on the village rooftops had begun to melt, and droplets fell from the eaves, striking the stone paths with crisp little taps. As usual, Wataru went fishing. This time, he chose a new spot, the downstream stretch of the Naka River. Starting from the old Uchiha compound, he left the village and followed the riverbank downstream. It took him nearly half an hour to arrive. This place was already some distance from Kenoha. If he continued another 10 kilometers or so downstream, he would reach one of Konoha's famous landmarks, the Valley of the End. He had not been there yet. Supposedly, there were two enormous statues there, one of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and one of Madara Uchiha. The two stood facing each other across a waterfall, as if locked in a battle that would never end. But he had no intention of going there today. He chose a place where the river was wide and the current was calm. Then he set down his folding chair, prepared his fishing rod, attached the bait, and cast the line. The hook fell into the water, creating a small ring of ripples before everything returned to stillness. The river was clear, and sunlight shimmered across the surface. He sat in the chair, hands behind his head, eyes closed as he basked in the sun. In his ears were the sound of flowing water, the wind moving through the treetops, and the occasional cry of a bird. Very comfortable. But that comfort did not last long. He sat there from morning until noon. The fishing rod did not move at all. He took lunch from the box he had brought, ate it, and continued sitting. The afternoon sun shifted from east to west. The rod still did not move. Under the Byakugan, the situation underwater was perfectly clear to him. There were fish. A damn lot of them. They were swimming around right beside his hook. The big ones were the size of a palm, while the small ones were still as long as an arm. Sometimes they stopped, circled the bait twice, touched it with their mouths, then turned and swam away. A whole crowd of fish had already gathered around his hook. The bait he had thrown in was practically turning into chum. More and more fish came. None of them bit. Wataru stared at the fish underwater, and a vein twitched at his temple. Those fish swam leisurely in the water, occasionally glancing toward his hook. For some reason, he felt their eyes carried a trace of mockery. He raised his right hand, lightning flickering at his fingertips. One lightning-style jutsu, and every one of those fish would be floating belly up. But in the end, he still lowered his hand. Doing that would go against the true spirit of fishing. He took a deep breath, forced down the anger in his heart, and continued waiting. At that moment, there was no wind, yet rustling sounds came from the woods behind him. It was not the sound of wind blowing through leaves, but the sound of people moving quickly, stepping on dead leaves and broken branches. Not just one person. At least several dozen. They were spread out, but all were approaching his location. Wataru did not look back, but the corner of his mouth slowly widened. The smile was not large, but it carried a chill that could make a person's spine go cold. It did not look like happiness. It looked more like excitement, the excitement of something suppressed for too long finally finding an outlet. The smile grew wider and wider until his expression became almost ferocious. He did not need to look back to know who had come. Good. Perfect timing. Figures flashed out of the woods one after another, landing more than 10 meters behind him and arranging themselves in formation. The one leading them was Danzo. He wore Root's dark uniform. His right hand was still hidden inside his sleeve, while his left hand held a scroll. His face showed no expression, but his exposed eye was fixed firmly on Wataru's back. Behind him were more than 30 Root members wearing animal masks. They spread out, their positions clearly arranged with care. Some stood in front, some on the flanks, and others behind, cutting off every possible escape route. Hyuga Soma stood to Danzo's right, followed by 6 branch family ninjas. All 6 had bandages wrapped around their foreheads, and their Byakugan were already activated. The veins around their eyes were slightly raised as they observed the surroundings. Danzo spoke. Uchiha Wataru, by joint decision of the village's senior leadership, we have come to conduct an inquiry. His voice was not loud, but every word was clear. As his words fell, the Root members began to move. Some spread to both sides, tightening the encirclement. Some leapt onto tree branches and took the high ground. Several figures quickly passed through the woods, circling to the forest on the opposite riverbank, forming a pincer across the water. Front, back, left, and right. All blocked. Wataru let out a long breath. It was slow and drawn out, as if he were preparing for something important. He put down his fishing rod, stood up, and turned around. Sunlight fell on his face. His eyes shone white beneath it, like 2 burning stars. There was a smile on his face, and that smile made both Danzo and Soma's hearts tighten at the same time. It was strange. Like the expression of someone who had finally seen something that excited him greatly. Savage. Open. Completely unrestrained. Good. 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 He said the word 3 times, his voice carrying an emotion he could barely suppress. The fury of an angler who had been skunked all day was displayed perfectly at that moment. I was just worried I had nowhere to vent. Then you all came right to me. His gaze landed on Danzo. Looks like you've completely forgotten what I told you before. Soma ignored his words. All his attention was fixed on Wataru's eyes. Those shining white eyes. That pure, flawless white, without even a trace of impurity, was exactly like his own eyes. No, they were even clearer. He could be absolutely certain. Those were Byakugan. True Byakugan, and even purer than his own. His face darkened. At that moment, jealousy rose in him. Then he spoke, his tone heavy and carrying the authority of a Hyuga main family elder. Uchiha Wataru, where did you obtain those eyes? Wataru's gaze moved away from Danzo and landed on Soma's face. He tilted his head slightly, as if looking at some unfamiliar thing. And what are you supposed to be? Soma was furious. How insolent. Almost by instinct, he raised his hand and formed the seal for the caged bird curse mark. He had made this motion for decades. It had already been carved into his instincts. When dealing with matters related to the Byakugan, his first reaction was to form that seal. Then he realized something. The other party was not a Hyuga. And there was no caged bird seal on him. His hand froze in midair. His expression shifted from anger to awkwardness, then from awkwardness into even greater fury. The branch ninjas behind him all changed expression. Someone instinctively took half a step back. Someone lowered his head, not daring to look at Soma. To them, the caged bird seal was a terrifying punishment beyond words. Soma stiffly lowered his hand, but his mouth did not stop. No matter where you obtained that Byakugan, the Byakugan belongs to the Hyuga clan. His voice rose a little, as if he were trying to give himself courage. In the name of the Hyuga main family, I inform you that those eyes must be returned to the Hyuga clan. Wataru looked at him with a strange expression. Then he turned to Danzo. The meaning in his eyes was obvious. This thing you brought here, is he serious? Danzo ignored his gaze and raised the scroll in his hand. As a member of the village, Uchiha Wataru, you have an obligation to explain the origin of those Byakugan. He opened the scroll and displayed its contents. This is the Hokage's written order. That is why I am here. You may read it yourself. As he spoke, he walked toward Wataru with the scroll in hand. Step by step. Neither fast nor slow. His footsteps pressed against the gravel by the riverbank, making faint crunching sounds. The root members held their breath, and the Hyuga branch ninjas did the same. Everyone's eyes gathered on him. On the hand holding the scroll. He walked up to Wataru, stopping less than 2 meters away. Then he raised his hand and tossed the scroll over. The scroll flipped in the air and opened, revealing the writing inside and the red Hokage seal. Wataru raised his hand and caught it. But the instant his fingers touched the scroll, his body froze. Starting from his feet, an invisible force bound his entire body. His gaze moved downward, and he saw a thin black line beneath his feet, extending from his shadow and connecting in a certain direction. Shadow imitation jutsu. Someone had hidden a jutsu inside the scroll's shadow. The moment he caught the scroll, the chakra hidden in that shadow spread along his own shadow and fixed his body in place. He raised his eyes. Danzo's hand was already in front of his face. Less than an inch from his eye socket. That hand had stretched out from his sleeve. It was pale and withered, the fingers slightly bent like an eagle's claw. The fingertips were aimed at his eyes, and between the index and middle fingers, faint chakra flickered. Danzo's face carried an expression of certainty. His eye narrowed, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. As if saying, "Got you." At that moment, Wataru's mouth suddenly split into a grin. His smile became even more ferocious. Chapter 65, You Die Today. I said so. From the moment Danzo threw out the scroll to the moment he suddenly attacked, everything happened too quickly. Too quickly for Hyuga Soma to even blink. He stood not far away and watched with his own eyes as the pale hand reached toward Wataru's eye socket. The fingers were less than an inch away. Then. Nothing. Danzo's hand stopped in midair, his fingertips touching only empty space. Because Wataru had vanished. The boy who had been locked in place by the shadow imitation jutsu, who should have been completely unable to move, disappeared from where he stood as if he had never existed at all. Not a single sound. The certainty on Danzo's face froze. His eye widened, his pupil shrinking, and the smile that had almost bloomed at the corner of his mouth stiffened on his face. How was this possible? Under the control of shadow imitation jutsu, how could he break free in such a short time? But the boy was gone. It made no sense. Where are you looking? The voice came from behind him. Every hair on Danzo's body stood on end. He wanted to turn around, but before his body could move, the sound of countless birds crying at the same time rang out behind him. Then came a dull, heavy sound. Thump. As if something had been pierced through. Danzo lowered his head and saw a hand sticking out from his chest. That hand was pale and slender, its fingers slightly curved. Lightning still flickered at the fingertips. And in the palm of that hand was something still beating. A heart. His own heart. How is this possible? Danzo's voice carried confusion he could not understand. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, running down his chin and dripping onto the gravel by the riverbank with faint little taps. Did you underestimate me that badly? Wataru's voice came from behind him, very calm. Even if you underestimate me, shouldn't you at least respect the Mangekyo Sharingan? You know these are the same eyes Madara once possessed, yet you weren't careful at all. The moment those words fell, his fingers suddenly clenched. Squelch. The beating heart was crushed into a lump of flesh. Blood squeezed through the gaps between his fingers, running down his pale hand and dripping to the ground. Danzo's body went limp, as if all strength had been drained from him. His eye remained open, but his pupil had already lost focus. His body collapsed forward and hit the ground with a heavy thud. Motionless. Wataru withdrew his hand and casually shook off the blood. Droplets flew from his fingertips and scattered across the gravel, flashing dark red under the sunlight. He raised his head and looked at the others. Soma's face had turned as white as his eyes. Danzo-sama. He cried out instinctively, his voice sharp enough to crack. You actually killed Danzo-sama. He looked panicked, and his feet unconsciously stepped back twice, bumping into a branch family ninja behind him. His lips trembled. His fingers shook. The expression on his face shifted from shock to unease. The Hyuga branch ninjas around him all looked as if they were facing a deadly enemy. Some took the gentle fist stance. Some had already drawn their ninja blades. But not one of them dared step forward. Not one of them even dared move. The root members reacted completely differently. They did not retreat. They did not panic. No one even looked at Danzo's body on the ground. Beneath more than 30 animal masks were more than 30 pairs of eyes without the slightest emotional fluctuation. Danzo's death meant nothing to them. It was like a tree falling or a stone breaking. It had nothing to do with them. But they moved. Not to flee. To attack. More than 30 figures charged toward Wataru at the same time. No one hesitated. No one backed down. No one even made a sound. Their movements were neat and uniform, like puppets being controlled by the same hand. The three at the front drew the ninja blades on their backs. The edges flashed coldly beneath the sun, and their speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they reached Wataru. 3 blades fell from 3 different angles, sealing off every route of escape. Dance of the Crescent Moon. A few root members behind them began forming hand signs. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Water style, Water Bomb Jutsu. Wind style, Wind Cutter. Fireballs, water bullets, and wind blades came at Wataru from different directions, perfectly coordinated with the sword strikes from the front. Farther away, a root member wearing a black high-collared coat stood still. He raised his right hand, and a swarm of tiny insects crawled out from his sleeve. The bugs were so small they were almost invisible to the naked eye. Under the sunlight, they formed a faint black mist, silently drifting toward Wataru. An insect user from the Aburame clan. Those insects were special venomous bugs. They were extremely small and extremely toxic. As long as they touched skin, they would invade the nervous system within seconds. Front, back, left, right. Above and below. Every path of retreat had been sealed. In the next moment, everything stopped. The fireballs froze in midair. The flames still flickered, but they no longer moved forward. The water bombs hung in the air, droplets solidified into motionless beads. The wind blade stopped 1 foot in front of Wataru. The visible whirl of air still spun, but it did not advance. The 3 ninja blades stopped in front of him, their tips less than half a foot from his body. The root members holding the blades maintained their slashing postures, bodies suspended in midair as if someone had pressed pause. The faint black mist also stopped. The venomous insects, nearly invisible to the naked eye, were fixed in the air like tiny specks of black dust. The entire battlefield froze completely in that instant. Only Wataru could still move. He stepped forward, walking through the gap between the 3 blades. His pace was neither fast nor slow, no different from an ordinary stroll. He walked past the fireballs and water bullets suspended in midair, past the wind current frozen before him, and past the root members locked in place. He reached out and took a kunai from the air. The kunai belonged to a root member who had thrown it. That person's hand still held the throwing posture. Holding the kunai, Wataru walked up to the insect user. The Aburame's body was frozen in place. Insects were still crawling from his sleeve, but they stopped at the edge, as if blocked by something invisible. Wataru raised his hand and stabbed the kunai into the man's throat. The motion was light, like pressing it into tofu. Then he twisted his wrist. Blood surged from the wound, but the moment it left the cut, it froze in midair like dark red beads. Wataru turned and walked toward the next one. He took a shuriken from the air, walked up to a root member holding a blade in a downward strike, and stabbed the shuriken into his throat. Turn. Take another kunai. Stab it into the 3rd person's heart. Take the 4th person's ninja blade. Cut through the 4th person's throat. He walked very slowly, as if taking a leisurely stroll. With every step, he took a weapon from the air. Every root member he passed gained 1 fatal wound. Blood poured from those wounds and froze in the air, forming a dark red trail behind him. As he walked, he spoke. You should be able to see it by now. His voice was calm, like he was giving an ordinary explanation. This is the ability of my Mangekyo. Its name is Tokoyo no Kuni. He stopped and glanced at the blood-stained ninja blade in his hand. As for what it does, naturally, it controls space. He casually tossed the blade aside. The sword spun twice in midair, then froze there, tip pointed downward, suspended without moving. The moment his words ended, space returned to normal. The fireballs, water bullets, and wind blades that had been frozen in the air all lost their restraint at once. The fireballs continued flying forward, but there was no one in front of them anymore. They crashed into the boulders on the riverbank and exploded into bursts of flame. The water bombs smashed into the ground, splashing water everywhere. The wind blades cut through the air and left several deep marks across the earth. As for the root members whose bodies had been pierced by blades, they fell from the air one after another. Some twitched twice after hitting the ground. Some twisted slightly. Then there was no movement again. The blade Wataru had thrown pierced straight through the skull of another root ninja. The men collapsed on the spot, dead instantly. More than 30 people. In less than half a minute, nearly half were dead. The riverbank was filled with the heavy smell of blood. Wataru turned and looked toward Danzo's body. The corpse lay face down on the ground, resting in a pool of dark red blood, motionless. Wataru gave a soft scoff. "How long are you going to keep pretending?" His voice was not loud, but it was perfectly clear across the silent riverbank. The corpse did not move. Wataru was not in a hurry either. He simply stood there with both hands tucked into his sleeves, looking at it with a smile that was not quite a smile. He completely ignored the remaining root ninjas, as well as the tense Hyuga standing nearby. 1 second. 2 seconds. The corpse vanished from where it lay. Silently. As if it had never existed at all. In the next second, Danzo appeared beneath a large tree more than 10 meters away. He stood there, his expression gloomy to the extreme. There was no blood on his clothes. No wound on his chest. His heart was beating perfectly inside his body. He was still alive. Completely alive. Seeing this, Wataru smiled. Good. He sounded as if this were something worth celebrating. So you really have mastered Izanagi. He paused, tilted his head, and stared into Danzo's eye. I just wonder how many times you can die. But it doesn't matter. This is perfect. It means I get to kill you a few more times. His smile widened. You die today. No one can save you. He stepped forward and walked toward Danzo. I said so. Chapter 66, Danzo's Second Death. The air on the riverbank seemed frozen. Soma stood in place, his legs as heavy as lead. His eyes were wide, and Danzo's figure was reflected in his pale pupils. That man had clearly died. His heart had been crushed into pulp, his chest had been pierced through, and he had collapsed motionless on the ground. Yet now he stood perfectly intact beneath a large tree more than 10 meters away. There was no blood on his clothes. No hole in his chest. It was as if everything that had just happened had never occurred. It was unbelievable. How is this possible? Soma's voice was dry, as if his throat had been stuffed with sand. He instinctively took a step back, stepped on a loose stone, and staggered, nearly falling. A branch family ninja behind him reached out to steady him, but he barely noticed. Izanagi. The Uchiha clan's ultimate dojutsu. As an elder of the Hyuga main family, he had lived for decades, yet he had never personally seen such a jutsu. He had not even known it existed. Now he had seen it. But the shock far exceeded his fear. A person who had clearly died completely was now standing alive in front of him again. How did that make any sense? His mind was in chaos. Danzo did not look at him. At that moment, his face was so dark it looked as if water might drip from it. The single eye exposed outside his bandages churned with intense killing intent. His face twitched slightly as his gaze swept over the corpses scattered across the riverbank. More than 30 root elites, and nearly half of them were already lying dead. Every one of them had been cultivated by him over more than 10 years. Every one had been carefully selected, trained, tested, and weeded through countless trials. Now they had been thrown across the riverbank like trash. Blood seeped into the gravel, staining patch after patch red. His heart bled, but he held it back. As long as he obtained those eyes, every sacrifice would be worth it. The Mangekyo Sharingan. And that fully formed Byakugan. He had to obtain them. His fingers curled slightly, nails digging into his palm. He used the pain to suppress the anger in his heart. The next moment, Danzo raised his hand and gave a signal. In the forest on the opposite bank, several figures moved at the same time. They were root members he had hidden on the other side. They had not acted until now precisely because they had been waiting for this opportunity. One of them leapt from a branch, hands forming signs so quickly that only afterimages remained. At the same time, the others launched their attacks as well. Shuriken, kunai, and explosive tags flew toward Wataru from different directions. Others were forming hand signs. Fire style, wind style, lightning style, and various ninjutsus wove together in the air, forming an airtight net. But once those attacks reached a certain distance around Wataru, they seemed to strike an invisible wall and froze instantly in midair. Fireballs hung still. Shuriken stopped. Explosive tags continued burning, but their flames no longer advanced. This was the range of Tokoyo no Kuni. Danzo's eye narrowed slightly as he stared hard at the points where the attacks had stopped. His mind worked rapidly, calculating the size of that range. With Wataru as the center, the radius was roughly 5 meters. And at that exact moment, Wataru's body suddenly stiffened. His hands stopped in midair. His steps halted. For an instant, his expression froze. Mind transfer jutsu. A secret jutsu of the Yamanaka clan, transferring one's mind into another person's body to temporarily control them. Shadow imitation might be countered by the Mangekyo Sharingan, but the mind transfer jutsu acted upon the soul and mind. It was not something that could be broken so easily. The corner of Danzo's mouth lifted slightly. Now. His voice was not loud, but it carried excitement he could not suppress. The remaining root members rushed forward at the same time. They had been waiting outside the range of Tokoyo no Kuni for this exact moment. A dozen figures pounced toward Wataru from different directions. Some held ninja blades. Some gripped kunai. Others had already completed their hand signs and were only waiting to enter range before launching their attacks. Wataru's body was still stiff. That brief moment of control lasted only an instant, but it was enough to make Tokoyo no Kuni fail. The ninjutsus and attacks frozen in midair lost their restraint at the same time. The fireballs continued forward. The shuriken flew on. The fuses on the explosive tags burned to the end. Boom. Firelight erupted, and smoke surged upward. Fireballs, wind blades, lightning, and explosions all struck Wataru's position at the same time. A massive roar echoed across the riverbank, shaking everyone's ears until they ached. The ground was blasted open into a pit. Gravel and dirt were thrown into the air, then rained back down, striking the earth with crackling sounds. Smoke spread everywhere. Flames shot into the sky. Danzo's eye lit up. The corner of his mouth split into a smile he had been suppressing for far too long. Did it work? His heartbeat quickened, and greed flashed in his exposed eye. The Mangekyo Sharingan. The Byakugan. Soon, they would be his. He waited for the smoke to disperse. He waited for that boy to collapse. Then he would walk over and dig out those eyes. The smoke did not disperse. Instead, in the next moment, the smoke stopped. The dust particles drifting through the air, the flames still burning, the gravel still flying, all of it froze at the same time. It was not being blown away by wind, nor settling naturally. It looked more like someone had pressed pause and fixed everything in the air. Then everything began to reverse. The smoke contracted, gathering back from its spread-out state before vanishing. The flames rolled backward, as if pulled in by an invisible hand. They condensed back into fireballs, wind blades, and lightning, then flew backward toward the directions they had come from. The shattered stones rose from the ground and returned to their positions before the explosion. The dirt also flowed back into the pit. Everything was moving in reverse. Ninjutsus reversed. Explosions reversed. Time itself seemed to be flowing backward. Almost in an instant, everything returned to its original state. The fireballs, wind blades, and lightning vanished in the directions they had come from. The smoke disappeared completely. The pit in the ground was gone. The gravel and soil returned to where they had been. Wataru stood in place. There was no dust on his clothes. No wound on his face. No trace of his hair being burned. He simply stood there, as if he had never been attacked at all. Completely unharmed. Danzo's smile froze. His eye widened, his pupil shrinking, and the expression on his face shifted from greed to shock. How was this possible? He had seen those attacks hit with his own eye. He had seen the fire swallow Wataru. He had seen the explosion erupt right on top of him. But the boy stood there without losing even a single hair. Was it Izanagi? No. Izanagi did not activate like this. What kind of jutsu was this? Suddenly, Danzo felt his vision blur, as if the whole world had shaken before his eyes. Every line seemed to fall out of place for a single instant, then realign. When he came back to himself, he found that his position had changed. He was no longer beneath that large tree. He stood on the riverbank, directly in front of Wataru. His right hand was stretched forward, 3 fingers spread open, fingertips aimed at Wataru's eye socket. This posture. This position. He knew it too well. This was the exact place he had been in when he first tried to gouge out Wataru's eyes. The same feeling came again. The same dull impact. The same terrible pain spread from his chest through his entire body. Everything was like history repeating itself. He lowered his head and saw a hand piercing out from his chest. That hand was pale and slender, its fingers slightly curved. Lightning still flickered at the fingertips. In the palm of that hand was a heart that was still beating. Exactly the same. Even the position was identical. No. Danzo's voice sounded as if it had been forced from deep inside his throat. But the 5 fingers of that hand suddenly clenched. Squelch. The heart was crushed into pulp. Blood squeezed out between the fingers, running down that hand and dripping onto the ground. Danzo's body went limp. His eye was still open, but his pupil had lost focus. He collapsed forward powerlessly and hit the ground with a thud. Motionless. Second time. Wataru's voice came from behind him, calm as if he were merely counting. Danzo lay on the ground, his consciousness struggling in the darkness. He heard that voice, but he could not understand. He had used his Izanagi. He should have returned to an earlier point in time. He should have avoided that fatal position. Why had he come back? Why was it the same death again? How did he do it? It had to be that bastard's other Mangekyo ability. Yes. Time. It was time. Countless questions churned through Danzo's mind as his breathing gradually stopped. But he was still alive. Izanagi took effect once again. Chapter 67, The Death of Danzo Shimura. Danzo's corpse began to twist again. It was as if an invisible hand had crushed it into a ball. Starting from his feet, his body disappeared bit by bit. A few seconds later, the corpse vanished completely, as if it had never existed at all. In the next instant, Danzo appeared on the other side of the riverbank, even farther away from Wataru. He stood there, his face uglier than before. His lips were faintly purple, and his breathing was rapid. Using his Izanagi twice in a row was not a small burden on his mind. After all, each death had been real. But he was still alive. That was enough. At that moment, a shrill scream came from the opposite bank. The Yamanaka ninja who had used the mind transfer jutsu suddenly went stiff. His head jerked upward, his eyes rolling white beneath his mask, and his body trembled violently. If someone had been beside him, they would have heard the unclear sounds coming from his throat, as if he were trying to say something, or perhaps simply moaning without awareness. That is, a god. The words came out broken and intermittent. Then his body suddenly went rigid, like a string stretched to its limit finally snapping. He collapsed limply to the ground. Motionless. Dead. Wataru did not even turn his head. He did not spare the men a glance, as if the Yamanaka ninja's death had nothing to do with him. And in truth, it did not. That man had used mind transfer to invade his body, attempting to control his mind and soul. Against anyone else, it might truly have worked. But compared to Wataru, that Yamanaka's soul was as fragile as a sheet of paper. It shattered on contact. After all, in this world, the soul was also another expression of chakra. For him to make Wataru dazed for even an instant had already been his absolute limit. After that instant, his soul had been crushed by the massive chakra and soul force inside Wataru's body, leaving nothing behind. Wataru looked toward Danzo. He grinned without saying a word. Against the light of the flames, that smile looked especially savage, like he was enjoying a game he had waited for a long time to play. In the next instant, his figure vanished. Danzo's pupil contracted sharply. He wanted to retreat. He wanted to form signs. He wanted to cast a jutsu. But it was too late. Wataru had already appeared in front of him. Tokoyo no Kuni activated, and space froze again. Danzo's body was fixed in place, still in the posture of trying to retreat. One foot had lifted but had not yet landed, while one hand reached toward his waist, trying to pull out a kunai. His eye could still move. It rolled wildly in its socket, but the rest of his body seemed to have been poured into cement. Wataru extended his hand. Lightning flickered, and he easily pierced through Danzo's chest. The movement was light, like placing a hand into water, as if there were no resistance at all. No blood sprayed from Danzo's chest, because space had been frozen. His blood remained locked inside his veins. His eye was still open, and Wataru's smiling face was reflected in his pupil. Wataru formed signs with one hand. Snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Fire style, great fire annihilation. An enormous flame burst from his mouth and turned into a sea of fire. This was not the size of an ordinary fire-style jutsu. It surged outward like a tidal wave, covering everything in its path. The root members frozen nearby were swallowed by the flames. They did not even have time to scream before they were burned to ash in an instant. The flames continued spreading outward, igniting the dry grass on the riverbank, then the trees along the shore, then the forest farther away. A great fire rose into the sky. Thick smoke billowed upward, and everything within several hundred meters became a sea of flames. Danzo's corpse was swallowed by the fire and turned to ash. The third death. Soma was completely stunned. He stood upwind of the riverbank, some distance from the fire, but the heat wave still rushed against his face until his skin burned. His eyes were wider than ever, his mouth hanging open, his jaw trembling faintly. What had he just seen? He had seen Wataru kill Danzo again. He had seen the sea of fire swallow those root members, turning dozens of people to ash in an instant. He had seen that boy standing inside the flames, fire leaping around him, yet unable to harm him at all. Soma's legs trembled. But he did not run. Not because he did not want to, but because he knew that at this distance, with that boy's strange ability, he could not escape. Inside the sea of fire, Danzo appeared again. The fourth time. He walked out of the flames, his clothes burned ragged, several burn marks on his face, but his body mostly intact. His Izanagi had revived him to an earlier point in time, before he was killed, before the flames swallowed him. But the place where he revived was still inside the sea of fire. He rushed out of the flames, smoke rising from his body. Most of his hair had been burned away, and burns marked his face, hands, and neck. He gasped heavily, his eye bloodshot. 3 times. He had already died 3 times. Wataru walked out of the fire, his pace neither fast nor slow. Looking at Danzo's miserable state, the smile on his face did not change. Danzo gritted his teeth and formed signs with both hands. Wind style, vacuum great sphere. He spat out a large blast of compressed air. The sphere shot toward Wataru like a cannonball. It was extremely fast and powerful, leaving a visible white trail through the air. Wataru shifted sideways and avoided it. The vacuum great sphere flew past him and struck a boulder on the opposite bank, cutting it apart and shattering it. Danzo did not stop. He continued forming signs and exhaling. Wind style, vacuum blast barrage. Several wind blades flew from his mouth, spreading out in a fan shape toward Wataru. Each blade was incredibly sharp, leaving deep cuts in the ground. Wataru moved. He passed through the gaps between the wind blades, moving so fast that only afterimages remained. Danzo saw only a flash of lightning, and then a hole appeared in his chest. Wataru's hand pierced through him again, holding another still beating heart. The 4th time. The same opening with Tokoyo no Kuni, followed by Chidori. Danzo's body fell again. A few seconds later, he appeared once more. This time, he had learned. The moment he revived, he began retreating. At the same time, he bit his finger and slapped both hands against the ground. Summoning Jutsu. A huge cloud of smoke exploded, and an enormous dream-eating tapir appeared before him. The beast had an elephant's trunk, a rhinoceros's eyes, and a qilin-like body covered in black scales. It opened its mouth and released a deafening roar toward Wataru. Danzo hid behind the beast and formed signs again. Wind style, vacuum blast barrage. This time, his wind style coordinated with the tapir's suction. The beast opened its mouth, producing a tremendous pull that dragged Wataru forward. At the same time, Danzo's wind blades shot out from beside it, slicing toward Wataru's vital points. Wataru stood in place, unmoved by the tapir's suction. He glanced at the beast, then extended his hand and pointed at it. Space froze. The tapir's body was fixed in place, mouth still open, suction still present, but the air no longer flowed. Danzo's wind blades were also frozen in midair, stopped less than a meter away from Wataru. He walked past the wind blades and reached the tapir. Then he raised his hand and punched it in the head. Boom. The tapir's head was smashed apart by that single punch. Its massive body crashed to the ground, throwing up a cloud of dust. Smoke exploded, and the tapir's corpse disappeared, leaving only bloodstains on the ground. Wataru turned back toward Danzo. The 5th time. Danzo began to run. He stopped attacking. He stopped trying to take the eyes. He stopped doing anything unnecessary. He only ran, sprinting toward Kenoha with everything he had. Yomi no Kuni. Wataru murmured softly. Time reversed. And Danzo died. The 6th time. Wataru caught up to him and slammed his head into the ground, burying his entire skull in gravel and dirt like a seed planted into the earth. Danzo revived and kept running. All he knew was that if he did not run, he would truly die here, because he had already died 6 times. But running had no meaning. Wataru's voice sounded beside his ear once again. Tokoyo no Kuni. Space froze once more. Wataru casually threw a kunai, and it pierced straight through Danzo's throat. The 7th time. A meaningless death. But Danzo's corpse disappeared again. When he reappeared, he was already at the edge of the sea of fire. At that moment, he turned and ran, while suddenly looking toward Soma. The Hyuga main family elder was still standing there, surrounded by several branch family ninjas. Every one of them looked terrified. They had not run. They had not attacked. They simply stood there, as if scared stupid. What are you still watching for? Danzo roared at Soma, his voice hoarse enough to nearly crack. If you don't help me, do you think he'll spare you? Soma's whole body shook. That roar snapped him awake. Yes. Even if he did not act, Wataru would not spare him. He had seen the boy kill people. He had seen him tear off Danzo's head. He had seen him burn those root members to death. He was already an accomplice. Even if he did nothing, Wataru would not pretend he did not exist. But he did not dare attack. His legs were still trembling. His hands were still shaking. There was only one thought in his mind. He did not want to die. Go. His voice was so small it could barely be heard. The branch ninjas behind him did not move. Go. He turned and roared at them. His eyes were wide, his pale pupils filled with fear and madness. You dare disobey the main family's order? The branch ninjas looked at one another, each wearing a different expression. Some were desperate. Some were numb. Some gritted their teeth. Some closed their eyes. But in the end, they still moved. It had nothing to do with loyalty. It had nothing to do with courage. It was because of the caged bird seal. If they disobeyed the main family's orders, what awaited them would be worse than death. 6 branch ninjas rushed toward Wataru at the same time. One took the gentle fist stance, chakra gathering in his palms as he struck toward Wataru's chest. Another circled from the side, kunai in hand, targeting the back of Wataru's neck. Someone activated the Byakugan, trying to find Wataru's weakness. Wataru did not even look at them. He raised his hand and lightly clenched it in their direction. Space froze. All 6 branch ninjas were fixed in place at the same time. One remained in the posture of rushing forward. One stayed frozen mid-palm strike. Another held the motion of throwing a kunai. Their eyes could still move, and their white pupils were filled with terror. Wataru walked up to them, took a kunai from one man's hand, and slit their throats one by one. The motions were light and quick. 6 people. 6 cuts. Blood poured from their wounds and froze in the air, hanging like 6 strings of red beads. Wataru released the kunai. It fell to the ground with a crisp metallic ring. Space returned to normal. 6 bodies collapsed at once. Blood sprayed from their throats, staining the gravel red. Soma's legs finally gave out. He dropped onto his backside, hands braced behind him, eyes wider than bells, mouth open but unable to make a sound. Wataru walked up to him. He crouched down and looked at him levelly. His eyes were white, seemingly sacred beyond words, yet those Byakugan looked more terrifying than anything else in that moment. The Hyuga main family. Wataru's voice was soft, as if he were chatting with an old friend. Soma's lips trembled. He wanted to speak, but it felt as if something had gripped his throat. Not a single word came out. Wataru extended his hand and grabbed his head. His fingers pressed against the top of Soma's skull. His thumb rested between the man's brows, while the other 4 fingers locked around both sides and the back of his head. Soma's eyes widened even further, Wataru's face reflected in his pale pupils. Wataru lifted slightly. Soma's head was removed from his neck like a cork pulled from a bottle. The severed surface was as clean as if cut by a blade. Blood had just begun to surge out when it froze in midair, not a single drop touching the ground. Wataru stood and casually tossed the head aside. Then he turned toward the other side of the fire. Danzo had already run far away. He sprinted between the fire and the forest, every step using all the strength in his body. His clothes were burned and ragged, his face, hands, and neck covered in burns and blisters. His hair had been burned down to a short, uneven layer. His breathing sounded like a broken bellows. Every breath came with intense pain. But he did not dare stop. He saw the outline of Kenoha. The village wall was not far ahead. He saw the Kenoha symbol on the wall. He saw the guards on top. He also saw a figure rushing toward him from the direction of the village. Hiruzen Sarutobi. He wore the Hokage robes but not the hat, and shock filled his face. Several ANBU followed behind him, all moving with astonishing speed. Wild joy surged into Danzo's eye. Hiruzen. He shouted toward Hiruzen with all the strength he had left. Save me. Hiruzen moved even faster. His figure leapt through the treetops, crossing dozens of meters with every jump. At that moment, Danzo's vision blurred. The entire world shook before his eyes. All the lines shifted out of place, then aligned again. He stopped. Then he realized he was no longer on the ground. He stood inside the sea of fire. Standing right in front of Wataru. His pupil contracted sharply. No. Wataru reached out and pressed his hand against Danzo's head. It's useless. You were marked by my ability, Yomi no Kuni, long ago. Under this mark, as long as I can see you, as long as I can sense your chakra, you cannot escape the control of time. Stop. Hiruzen's voice came from afar, filled with anger and urgency. Uchiha Wataru, stop. Wataru did not turn around. He did not stop. He lowered his head and looked at Danzo, his smile calm and composed. I told you. His voice was not loud, but it was perfectly clear amid the crackling flames. You die today. Crack. Danzo's head twisted 180 degrees in Wataru's hand. The sound of his neck bones snapping was crisp and clear, echoing through the sea of fire. His eye remained open, the pupil unfocused, and his expression froze between terror and disbelief. Uchiha Wataru. Hiruzen's voice was filled with fury. Chapter 68, The village owes me an explanation. The sea of fire was still burning. Waves of heat rolled forward, twisting the air into layers of transparent ripples. Hiruzen landed on the riverbank, with the ANBU close behind him. Their footsteps struck the gravel with sharp, scattered sounds. Then they saw the bodies covering the ground. Root members. Hyuga branch ninjas. They lay scattered across the riverbank in every direction. Blood had seeped into the gravel and soil, glowing dark red under the firelight. They also saw the forest burned into charcoal, the riverbank swallowed by flame, and the boy standing within the blaze. Wataru stood there, holding someone in his hand. Danzo Shimura. His head hung at an impossible angle, his neck snapped. His body dangled limply like a sack with no bones. His clothes had been burned ragged, and his face was covered in burns and blood. The single eye exposed outside his bandages was half open, its pupil unfocused, with no light left inside it. Hiruzen's gaze fixed on that corpse. His pupils shrank slightly. The urgency on his face from rushing over became shock, and that shock quickly became anger. That anger burned up from his chest like flame, turning his face red and making his fingers tremble. Hiruzen took a deep breath and forced down the rage in his heart. Then he raised his head and looked at Wataru. Wataru was looking at him too. In those scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan, there was no emotion, only a calm and cold stare. For an instant, Hiruzen's anger stalled. He opened his mouth, his voice a little dry. "Why didn't you stop?" His voice was not loud, but it was perfectly clear amid the crackling flames. "Do you know what you've done? Harm against a senior village official is an act of treason." Wataru looked at him and did not answer immediately. He tilted his head slightly, the corner of his mouth lifting into a smile that was not quite a smile. "Why should I have stopped? Third, why would you even ask that?" Hiruzen took a deep breath and stared at him. "Are you planning to betray the village?" For those words to come from his mouth, the accusation was already extremely serious. But Wataru did not buy it at all. He only shrugged. "If that's what you want, I can." Hiruzen's voice caught. Then Wataru asked in return, "Aren't you going to ask what Danzo did?" He lowered his head and glanced at the corpse in his hand, then looked back up. "Oh, right. He's dead. You can't ask him anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, he moved. He reached out and tore the bandages from Danzo's head. The bandages unraveled, revealing the pale face beneath, along with the eye that had always been hidden underneath. It was not a normal eye. The sclera was a dead gray, the pupil unfocused and without any shine. But beneath that gray, 3 faint tomo could still be seen. That was the color left behind by the tomo on the iris. Even though Izanagi had drained it of color, there was still a faint difference from the rest of the eye. A Sharingan. Hiruzen's pupils contracted sharply. Wataru did not stop. He grabbed Danzo's upper clothing and ripped it open. The sound of tearing fabric was especially harsh within the sea of fire. His upper body was exposed. Then Hiruzen saw Danzo's right arm. From shoulder to fingers, the entire arm was an unnatural pale white, the color of a corpse that had been dead for a long time. Embedded across the arm were 6 eyes. Every single one was a Sharingan. Every single one was half open, with unfocused pupils and dead gray sclera that looked especially eerie beneath the firelight. But what changed Hiruzen's expression most was the face on Danzo's shoulder. That face was slightly smaller than a normal human face, but it had complete features. Closed eyes. A straight nose. Thin lips pressed together. Those features were far too familiar to Hiruzen. He had looked at that face for decades, from his youth until his hair turned white. Hashirama Senju. His teacher. The face of the first Hokage. It was as if something exploded inside Hiruzen's mind. His body swayed, and he took half a step back. His foot pressed against a loose stone, making a faint crunch. One of the ANBU behind him reached out to support him, but Hiruzen raised a hand and stopped him. His eyes were fixed on Danzo's corpse. On the arm filled with Sharingan. On that face belonging to Hashirama Senju. His lips trembled. His fingers trembled. His entire body trembled. Anger and grief mixed together. The emotion of being betrayed by the person he had trusted most filled his chest, dousing the fury that had risen moments ago like ice water. Wataru threw Danzo's limp corpse forward, dropping it at Hiruzen's feet. The body hit the ground and stirred up a puff of dust. The arm covered in Sharingan sprawled weakly open, palm facing upward, as if begging for something. "Look at him." Wataru's voice was calm. "This is your good friend. Look at what he did." He turned and stepped into the sea of fire. Flames danced around him, but they could not harm him in the slightest. He walked to Soma's corpse, bent down, and picked up the head he had torn off. The severed neck was no longer bleeding. The hair was messy, and terror remained frozen on the face. He tore off Soma's outer robe, wrapped the head inside it, and tied it at his waist. Hiruzen did not watch what he was doing. Instead, he crouched beside Danzo's corpse and reached out, turning over the arm filled with Sharingan. Those eyes were half open, their dead gray pupils reflecting his face. His fingers touched the skin of that arm. It did not feel like living flesh. It felt more like lifeless rubber. He looked again at that face. Hashirama Senju's face. Its eyes were closed, quietly growing from Danzo's shoulder, as if sleeping, or perhaps mocking him. Hiruzen closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then opened them again. The anger from before was gone from his eyes. In its place was deep exhaustion. Wataru walked back. He stood in front of Hiruzen, less than 2 meters away, and lowered his head slightly. Those scarlet Mangekyo Sharingan stared directly at him. He raised his hand and pointed at Hiruzen. Danzo was holding your written order. But while carrying out that order, he attacked me and tried to gouge out my eyes. He paused. For this matter, whether it's you or the village, you owe me an explanation. Hiruzen said nothing. He stood there, looking into Wataru's eyes, looking at his own face reflected in those Mangekyo. The ANBU behind him had already gone on guard. Someone drew a ninja blade. Someone reached into a tool pouch. Someone else prepared to form hand signs. They stood behind Hiruzen, protecting him in the middle. Every one of them stared at Wataru, every nerve pulled tight. Wataru ignored them. He lowered his hand. The Mangekyo in his eyes slowly faded, returning to those white eyes. His eyes felt a little sore. That was the side effect of using the Mangekyo for a long time. But aside from that, there was nothing else. His vision had not worsened. His visual power had not weakened. He was not even dizzy. He turned and walked past the ANBU. No one stopped him. Not because they did not want to. Because they did not dare. The scene around them already explained everything. Danzo had died just like that, and these ANBU felt only shock. When that boy walked through their formation, everyone instinctively made way, as if stepping aside for a wild beast. Hiruzen suddenly turned and stared at his back. What are you going to do? There was urgency in his voice. Wataru did not look back. His voice came from ahead, calm, composed, and without a trace of emotion. I'm going to the Hyuga clan to demand an explanation. Chapter 69, Footsteps in the Hyuga Compound. Hiruzen stared at that retreating back, his pupils shrinking slightly. He was not joking. That thought fell over him like a bucket of cold water, clearing his head in an instant. Stop. Hiruzen's voice came from behind him, carrying a trace of urgency. Wataru did not look back. He only raised a hand and waved behind him, as if dismissing some stranger he had never met. The motion was casual. So casual that it sent a chill through Hiruzen. He instinctively gave an order to the ANBU beside him. Stop him. Several ANBU moved at the same time. They were fast. Under the light of the flames, they left afterimages behind them, rushing to Wataru's back in the blink of an eye. One reached for his shoulder. Another circled around to block his path. Someone else had already reached into a ninja pouch. Wataru suddenly turned his head. In that instant, his eyes changed from white to scarlet. The pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan slowly rotated within his irises. The ANBU all shook at once, as if something had struck their brains. Their movements froze in the same instant. Their eyes rolled white, their bodies went stiff, and then they collapsed limply to the ground. Thud. 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 Several dull sounds rang out almost together. The ANBU lay scattered across the ground. The kunai in their hands fell onto the gravel with crisp metallic clinks. Hiruzen's expression changed sharply. He instinctively stepped forward, but before that step could land, Wataru's voice reached him. Don't make any moves I might misunderstand, third. His voice was not loud. If you think Kenoha has no place for me, then I can become a rogue nin. As long as that's what you want. Wataru paused, then added, consider that my advice. The moment his words fell, his figure vanished from where he stood. Hiruzen's hand froze in midair. His mouth opened slightly, but no sound came out. He stood there, looking at the ANBU lying on the ground. Seeing their chests rise and fall, confirming they were still alive, he slowly lowered his hand. Genjutsu. Only Genjutsu. Wataru had not killed them. He had not even injured them. But the words he left behind were sharper than any ninja tool. Rogue nin. Hiruzen closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The air was filled with the smell of burning, mixed with blood and damp soil. It was enough to make a person sick. He opened his eyes and looked down at Danzo's corpse. The arm covered in Sharingan gleamed strangely beneath the firelight. Those half-open eyes seemed to be staring at him, or perhaps laughing at him. Many images flashed through his mind. A young Danzo. A proud Danzo. The Danzo who had stood beside him and sworn to protect Kenoha. Those memories overlapped with the corpse before him, bringing a wave of intense dizziness. He closed his eyes. Danzo. His voice was very soft, so soft that only he could hear it. What exactly did you do? Most of the reason this had happened lay with Danzo. His ambition. His greed. His belief that anything could be justified for Kenoha's sake. But Hiruzen, who had allowed Danzo to act again and again, could not escape responsibility either. He had given Danzo power. He had given Danzo chance after chance. He had thought Danzo would restrain himself. That he would know when to stop. That he would put the village's interests first. He had been wrong. Hiruzen's hands hung at his sides, his fingers trembling faintly. He did not know how to handle Wataru. That boy had already lost trust in the village. Those words had not been a threat. They had been a statement of fact. Hiruzen raised his head and looked in the direction where Wataru had disappeared. There was nothing there. On the opposite bank, dozens of meters away, in the shadows, a small white snake crawled out from the edge of the fire. It passed through the burned grass, slid over several pieces of gravel, and finally stopped behind a large tree. There was a small hollow in the trunk. The snake slipped inside. Deep within the hollow, a hand reached out and caught the little snake. The snake crawled up along those fingers, slipped into a wide sleeve, and vanished. Orochimaru leaned against the tree trunk, his golden slit pupils reflecting the flames on the far bank. He extended his tongue and licked his lips. The corner of his mouth lifted into an unreadable smile. He took a glass container from inside his robes. The container was small. Inside the transparent bottle were 2 eyeballs. Both eyes were blood red, and 3 tomo were clearly visible on each iris. Sharingan. I didn't expect Danzo to die just like that. Orochimaru's voice was very soft. What a pity. I lost a decent collaborator all at once. He placed the glass container back inside his robes, patted the front of his clothing, and then his body began to break apart. One small snake after another crawled out from beneath his hem, scattering across the ground and slithering away in different directions. His body was like a pile of blocks being taken apart. Within seconds, it had completely vanished. Farther away. Deep in the forest, on the branch of a large tree, the air began to twist. A whirlpool appeared from nowhere, like someone had torn open a hole in space. Uchiha Obito stepped out of the vortex, landing on the treetop without making a sound. He wore the white zetsu known as Tobi. A white spiral mask covered his face, revealing only his right eye. His right hand covered the socket of that eye, his fingers pressing slightly. In his palm, a white eyeball squeezed out through the gap in the mask and fell into his hand. The eyeball was a deathly white, the same color as the white zetsu covering him. Obito stuffed that eye into the inner layer of the zetsu shell. Something inside caught it, then absorbed it, making it disappear. How did it turn out? Zetsu's voice came from beside him. A half-black, half-white body emerged from the tree trunk, like a pitcher plant growing out of the soil. White Zetsu's half of the face carried its usual playful grin, while black Zetsu's half remained silent as always. Obito lowered his hand. His voice beneath the mask was flat, without the slightest ripple. Danzo is dead. Oh. White Zetsu sounded a little surprised. That fast. What a useless fool. Obito's tone carried undisguised contempt. Black Zetsu said nothing. There was no expression on his half of the face, but inwardly, he was speechless. You, of all people, are calling someone else useless. You got your arm cut off by a boy, fled with a shattered mask, and ran out of Kenoha like a stray dog. Now you're calling someone else useless. How very Uchiha of you. Let's go. Obito's voice interrupted Black Zetsu's thoughts. There's nothing left to see here. We need to find the next person. Stay away from Kenoha for now. Space twisted again. His body began to be swallowed by the vortex, while Zetsu melted back into the tree trunk as if he had never appeared. The treetop returned to silence. Only the sound of wind passing through leaves remained. Kenoha. The Hyuga compound. Inside the main family residence's meeting hall, Hayashi sat in the chief seat. His hands were folded before him, and his expression was calm to the point of coldness. On both sides sat several main family elders, all gray-haired old men. Each of their eyes carried the same reserve and arrogance unique to the Hyuga main family. No one spoke. The atmosphere in the meeting hall was heavy, but not with tension. It was the heaviness of people waiting to watch a good show. They were waiting for news. Waiting for news from Soma. Today, Soma had gone out with his people. Together with Danzo, he had gone to handle that Uchiha boy, the one who had somehow grown Byakugan. This matter had already been discussed among the Hyuga main family for several days. Some advocated a hard approach. Some advised caution. But in the end, everyone had agreed to Soma's plan. The village's senior leadership would step forward and bring Wataru to the Hyuga compound so they could determine the origin of the Byakugan. If possible, they would reclaim those eyes. They had great confidence in Soma's trip. After all, he had gone with Danzo, representing the will of the village's upper leadership. No matter how rebellious Wataru was, he could not defy the village in this matter. Who was Danzo Shimura? The Hokage's advisor. The leader of Root. A man whose opinion even the third Hokage had to respect in certain matters. With Danzo personally taking action, along with a main family elder of the Hyuga, how much trouble could a teenage boy possibly cause? The elder seated first on Hayashi's right lifted his teacup, took a sip, then set it down with a faint clink. He looked around the room, his face calm and confident. Hayashi looked at their expressions and only found it laughable. He was younger than Fugaku, the head of the Uchiha clan, and he had only recently become clan head himself. Naturally, his thoughts were much clearer than those of these old, rotting main family elders. He understood very well what the name Uchiha Wataru represented. That boy was no ordinary Uchiha. He was the bearer of the Mangekyo Sharingan. A person even Danzo had to treat carefully. These main family elders had been blinded by their status for far too long. They believed the Hyuga's Byakugan was the strongest dojutsu in the ninja world. They believed the Hyuga bloodline was untouchable. They believed anyone, even an Uchiha with the Mangekyo, would have to lower his head before Hyuga rules. Hayashi lowered his eyes, hiding the trace of mockery beneath them. Fine. It would not be bad for the main family to learn reality. As he was thinking, he suddenly sensed something. His brows furrowed slightly. He raised his head and looked toward the meeting hall doors. Both inside and outside the hall, everything was quiet. Too quiet. As silent as death. The main family elders were still speaking softly among themselves. Someone noticed his expression and stopped to look at him. "What is it?" the elder on his left asked. Hayashi raised a hand and stopped him from speaking. He tilted his head slightly, turning his ear toward the door, then closed his eyes and listened with full concentration. Footsteps. Very light. They came from the front of the meeting hall doors. The steps were neither long nor short. The rhythm was neither fast nor slow. The gap between each step was almost exactly the same. Like someone taking a stroll. Or like someone measuring something. Hayashi's eyes snapped open, his white pupils reflecting the direction of the entrance. "Someone is coming," he said. The conversation stopped. Teacups were set down. Everyone turned toward the door. The footsteps drew closer and closer. Chapter 70, I don't mind wiping you all out. Soma must be back. The Hyuga elder seated first on the right set down his teacup, his tone carrying a calm sense of certainty. By now, there should be results. Some of the other elders nodded in agreement. Some stroked their beards without much interest. Others did not even raise their heads, still staring at the tea in front of them. No one thought anything unexpected would happen. They had been the main family for too long. So long that they had forgotten what fear was. So long that they believed the Byakugan could truly see through everything, even danger. So long that they believed the caged bird seal placed on the branch family was only natural, and that the authority of the main family could never be challenged. That was why their attitude toward Wataru's special Byakugan was unanimous. It absolutely could not be allowed to remain outside their control. Hayashi did not answer. His frown grew deeper and deeper. The unease in his chest became heavier by the second. He stood up slowly. Several elders beside him glanced over with puzzled expressions. Hayashi did not explain. He stared at the main doors of the meeting hall, his white pupils shrinking slightly. The clan had rules. The Byakugan was not to be used without reason. He had not activated his eyes, but the feeling of being pressed down by something made his back turn faintly cold. The footsteps stopped outside the door. Then the doors were kicked open. Bang. The two wooden sliding doors were blasted off their tracks by tremendous force. They flew to both sides, slammed into the walls, and shattered into pieces. Wood chips scattered. Dust rose, drifting beneath the meeting hall lights like a broken mist. Someone walked in from outside. His steps were neither fast nor slow, exactly the same rhythm as the footsteps from before. He passed through the cloud of dust and splinters. There was blood on his clothes, and no expression on his face. But those eyes. Those white eyes, clear like crystal, shone so brightly under the hall lights that they almost hurt to look at. Uchiha Wataru. The meeting hall exploded into noise. Who are you? How dare you behave so rudely? The elder closest to the entrance shot to his feet and pointed at Wataru, shouting angrily. His face flushed red. His beard trembled, and so did his finger. It was not fear. It was anger. The meeting hall of the Hyuga main family had been kicked open by an outsider. Such a thing had never happened before. Someone recognized him. Uchiha Wataru. Another elder stood as well, his voice even louder. Insolent. Do you know where you are? You think you can simply barge into the Hyuga main family's meeting hall? Where are the guards? Where are the guards? Several elders spoke almost at the same time, their voices rising one after another. There was no fear on their faces, only anger and disbelief. The dignity of the Hyuga main family had been offended, and to them, that was more serious than anything. But someone remained silent. Hayashi stood at the chief seat without moving or speaking. His gaze was locked firmly on Wataru. More precisely, it was locked on Wataru's eyes. White scara. Irises like translucent diamonds. Pure, flawless, and without the slightest impurity. Those eyes were different from the eyes of everyone present. They were brighter, clearer, deeper. Like a bottomless spring, or a piece of polished crystal, profound and dazzling at once. Paired with Wataru's handsome face, those eyes gave him an unreal quality, like someone who had stepped out of a painting, too beautiful to seem alive. But what Hayashi felt was not beauty. It was pressure. It was the sensation between one Byakugan and another. When his eyes faced those eyes, he felt an instinctive sense of suppression. When he was very young, he had once felt something similar from his grandfather, Hyuga Tennin. But the feeling Wataru gave him seemed even stronger, purer, and more impossible to resist. This person's Byakugan was stronger than the Byakugan of everyone in the Hyuga main family. Hayashi's throat tightened slightly. Wataru stood at the entrance of the meeting hall and looked around. The smile on his face had not changed. It was not a wide smile, but it carried something uncomfortable. It did not feel like mockery. It felt more like someone looking down from above, calmly observing a group of ants. Well, everyone's here. His voice was not loud, but it was perfectly clear in the noisy hall. Good. Saves me the trouble of finding you one by one. One elder finally asked the most important question, though he still had not understood the situation. His voice carried suppressed anger. Why are you here alone? Where is Soma? Wataru tilted his head, as if thinking for a moment. Soma. Hyuga Soma. He seemed to remember, then nodded. Oh, you mean that old Byakugan geezer. He raised his hand and untied the cloth bundle at his waist. The bundle had been made from Soma's outer robe. It was not tied very tightly, and it bulged heavily. During the journey here, blood had already soaked through the cloth. Wataru casually tossed it into the hall. The bundle drew an arc through the air and landed on the floor with a dull thump. It rolled a few times before stopping in the center of the meeting hall. The opening came loose. A head rolled out. Hyuga Soma. His eyes were open, and the expression before death remained frozen on his face. Fear. Resentment. Disbelief. But his eye sockets were now two bloody holes. The Byakugan were gone. The blood had long since dried, leaving two dark red streaks down his face like dried tears. The sight was terrifying. The meeting hall suddenly fell silent. All the Hyuga main family elders seemed to have been gripped by the throat. In the next instant, someone sharply sucked in a breath. Someone instinctively stepped back. Someone's teacup fell to the floor and shattered into pieces. No one spoke. Everyone's gaze fixed on that head. The head of Hyuga Soma, the old man who had been sitting in this very hall drinking tea and chatting that very morning. Hayashi's hand clenched tightly inside his sleeve. A chill rose from the soles of his feet, climbed along his spine, and rushed straight to the top of his head. For no reason, he felt a deep, bone-cold horror. What exactly had this boy done? But there were still people present who had not understood the situation. How dare you? An elder shouted. Anger had overwhelmed his fear. He pointed at Wataru, his finger trembling and his voice shaking, but he still forced the words out. How dare you do such a thing? Are you trying to start a war between the Hyuga and the Uchiha? That sentence was like a spark, instantly igniting the emotions in the meeting hall. Guards. Guards, come here. Another elder shouted toward the outside. Where are Soma's eyes? A third stared at Wataru, his voice sharp. You actually dared to steal the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Do you know what you've done? This is a declaration of war against the Hyuga clan. The Uchiha clan won't protect you. Are you insane? More and more voices rose, growing messier and louder. Some shouted for guards. Some accused him. Some threatened him. Some had already begun retreating, wanting to get farther away from that head. But not one of them stepped forward. Not one. Wataru stood at the entrance, watching their reactions. The smile on his face did not change. He listened until everyone had spoken. Only then did he look toward Hayashi. Tell me, are all the old fossils of the Hyuga clan this pathetic? He asked casually, as if he had plenty of time. Honestly, in this regard, the Hyuga really are worse than the Uchiha. Before his words had fully faded, urgent sounds of movement came from outside. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures arrived from every direction, landing on the corridor outside the meeting hall. The Hyuga branch family ninjas had arrived. Some wore Kenoha flak jackets. Some wore traditional Hyuga clothing. They surrounded the meeting hall from outside, blocking every exit. Wataru did not even look at them. Then his smile faded, and the calm expression on his face turned cold. He stared at Hayashi. There was no warmth at all in those white eyes. Your people worked with Danzo to take my eyes. His voice was not loud, but every word fell clearly into the ears of everyone present. Now Danzo is dead, and that old thing is dead too. He pointed at the head on the floor. But this matter is not over. He paused. His gaze swept across every main family elder present, then finally returned to Hayashi. The Hyuga clan needs to give me a satisfactory answer for this. His voice lowered slightly. Otherwise, I don't mind wiping you all out. Chapter 71, The Hyuga's Arrogance and Incompetence. Before Hayashi could speak, one of the main family elders jumped in. The man's hair and beard were completely white, and his face was covered in wrinkles. His pale eyes glinted coldly beneath the light. He pointed at Wataru, his voice so loud that the entire meeting hall seemed to buzz. Do you think you can do whatever you want here? Without waiting for Hayashi to speak, the elder waved his hand and barked an order at the branch family ninjas outside the hall. What are you standing there for? Move. Restrain him. We absolutely cannot allow a second pair of Byakugan to exist outside the Hyuga clan. Perhaps he had spent too long standing above others. Perhaps it had been too long since anyone had dared to cause trouble inside the Hyuga compound. At this moment, the main family elder was filled with nothing but anger. In his eyes, the Hyuga clan had always been the greatest dojutsu clan in the ninja world. The Byakugan's perception was unmatched, and the gentle fist was unbeatable at close range. This was also the Hyuga compound. Their home ground. The meeting hall was already surrounded by dozens of branch family ninjas, while Wataru was alone. One person against dozens. Was there even a need to think about the outcome? The corner of the elder's mouth even lifted slightly, as if he could already see this arrogant boy being subdued, branded with the caged bird seal, and locked away somewhere inside the Hyuga compound. Hayashi's expression changed sharply. He wanted to stop them, but it was already too late. After all, he had only been clan head for less than 2 years. His authority was still growing. The elder who had stepped forward, however, was one of the old guard of the main family. He had managed clan affairs for decades, and his control over the branch family ninjas was far stronger than that of a young clan head like Hayashi. So when those branch ninjas heard the order, their bodies moved by instinct. It had nothing to do with loyalty or courage. It was an order. An order from the main family. To them, that meant everything. If they disobeyed, the caged bird seal's punishment would be waiting for them. That pain erupting from the depths of the brain was something no one wanted to suffer a second time. The branch family ninjas rushed into the meeting hall. They activated their Byakugan, veins bulging around their eyes. Wataru's figure was reflected in their white pupils. The three at the front attacked at the same time. Gentle fist. 3 invisible palm strikes came at Wataru from 3 different directions, their speed astonishing. Sharp sounds tore through the air. Wataru turned sideways and avoided the first strike. His body leaned back slightly, and the second strike brushed past his chest. When the third came at his face, he did not dodge. He raised his hand, spread his fingers, and directly scattered the palm force. The strike burst apart in his palm with a dull sound. His hand did not move an inch. The 3 branch ninjas exchanged glances and closed in at the same time. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams palms. 3 people. 6 hands. They attacked Wataru's chakra points from different angles. Every palm carried chakra. Every strike was aimed precisely at the vital points of the human chakra network. Wataru's eyes changed. The white of the Byakugan was dyed scarlet in an instant, and 3 tomo slowly emerged in his irises. 3 tomo Sharingan. Dynamic vision fully activated. He moved. He did not counterattack. He dodged. His body slipped through the storm of palms as if it had no bones. Left, right, duck, turn, lean back, step forward. Every movement was perfectly timed. Every palm brushed past him, yet not one struck his body. The branch ninjas became faster and faster, their palm strikes denser and denser, but Wataru's evasions also accelerated. His Sharingan captured every movement they made, and his body reacted with perfect precision under its guidance. About 10 seconds passed. Every strike of the 8 trigrams palms missed. The 3 branch ninjas began breathing heavily, sweat forming on their foreheads. They retreated half a step, adjusted their breathing, and prepared to attack again. More branch ninjas surged forward. Some attacked from the front. Some circled from the sides. Others leapt onto the beams of the meeting hall and dove down from above. More than a dozen people attacked at once. The palm force of the gentle fist wove through the air into a dense net. This time, Wataru's eyes changed again. The scarlet faded. Pure white emerged. The Byakugan activated. The veins around his eyes rose slightly, and his 360-degree vision took in everyone's position, movements, and even breathing rhythm. He stopped dodging. Instead, he took a stance. That stance made everyone present freeze for a moment. His feet spread shoulder-width apart. His knees bent slightly, and his center of gravity sank. His right hand was forward, his left hand behind, palms facing each other, fingertips pointing upward. A textbook-perfect gentle fist opening stance. Hayashi's pupils contracted sharply. Then Wataru moved. His figure spun through the meeting hall, so fast that only afterimages remained. His hands traced elegant arcs through the air, and chakra burst from his palms, striking every branch ninja who came near him with perfect accuracy. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams palms. Smack. 2 palms. Smack, smack. 4 palms. Smack, 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 smack. Crisp impacts rang through the meeting hall, calm and composed, like he was reciting a chant he had spoken countless times before. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. His speed grew faster and faster, and his palm strikes became denser. The branch ninjas had no time to react before his strikes hit their chakra points. Their chakra was sealed, their bodies stiffened, and their movements stopped. 64 palms. 64 palm strikes erupted in an instant, like 64 bombs going off at once. The branch ninjas were thrown away one after another, as if struck by some invisible force. They crashed onto the tatami with heavy thuds. Some twitched once. Some passed out immediately. Some still had their eyes open, but their bodies could no longer move. More than a dozen people had all fallen in less than half a minute. The meeting hall went silent. The branch ninjas still standing outside stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with shock and confusion. What had they just seen? An Uchiha had used the Hyuga clan's gentle fist to defeat Hyuga ninjas. And that gentle fist was more perfect than anything they had ever seen. The angle, force, rhythm, and coordination with the Byakugan had reached a level they could not hope to match. It did not look like imitation. It was true mastery. A level of gentle fist that surpassed the vast majority of the Hyuga clan. Hayashi's hand tightened inside his sleeve. His eyes were fixed on Wataru. On those white eyes. On the boy standing in the gentle fist stance. Only one thought remained in his mind. What kind of monster is this person? The main family elders were stunned as well. Wataru did not give them time to react. His figure vanished from where he stood. In the next second, he appeared in front of the elder who had given the order. The elder's pupils shrank sharply. By instinct, he activated the Byakugan. His hands drew a circle in front of him, and chakra surged from his palms, forming a high-speed rotating barrier around his body. Gentle fist secret art, rotation. This was the absolute defense passed down through generations of the Hyuga main family. Using oneself as the center, chakra was released from every chakra point in the body while spinning at high speed, forming an unbreakable chakra wall. Any enemy who came near would be repelled. But as everyone knew, in the world of ninjas, so-called absolute defenses were absolutely made to be broken. Wataru did not even stop walking. The chakra around his body suddenly pulsed. He gathered chakra into his palm and struck out, hitting a weak point directly. Before that overwhelming force, the spinning chakra barrier was like a thin sheet of paper. It was torn apart in an instant. The elder's body was exposed in front of Wataru. With his rotation broken, his chakra fell into disorder, and his body stiffened for a split second. That split second was enough. Wataru reached out with both hands, and 2 fingers stabbed precisely into the elder's eye sockets. Pop. 2 eyeballs were dug out from their sockets. Thin nerves and blood vessels still trailed from their roots, drawing 2 bloody lines through the air. Ah! A shrill scream echoed through the meeting hall. The elder clutched his eye sockets with both hands. Blood gushed through his fingers, running down his face and dripping onto his clothes and the tatami. His body trembled, curling into a ball like a rat whose tail had been stepped on. Wataru did not stop. He raised his hand, and chakra condensed at his fingertips into an invisible surgical blade. He swept it lightly across the elder's neck, fast and gentle, like striking a match. The elder's scream stopped abruptly. A thin red line appeared across his throat. Then that line rapidly widened, and blood sprayed from the cut. He clutched his throat, the two bloody holes in his face widened, his mouth opening and closing, yet no sound came out. Then his body collapsed limply. It twitched twice on the tatami and went still. Wataru took a glass tube from his robes, twisted open the cap, and placed the two eyes inside. There were already two eyeballs in the tube. Those belonged to Hyuga Soma. They floated quietly in pale green preservative fluid, their white irises looking especially clear beneath the liquid. Wataru tightened the cap and tucked the glass tube back into his robes. The meeting hall was deathly silent. The main family elders stood frozen in place. Some had pale faces. Some had trembling lips. Some had shaking legs. But not one of them spoke. Not one of them dared move. The branch ninjas outside the hall also did not dare enter. They stared at the boy standing beside the elder's corpse, and some instinctively stepped half a pace back. Wataru raised his head and looked around. There was no warmth in those white eyes. The Hyuga clan really is arrogant. His voice was not loud. Did you think I was joking with you? He lowered his head and glanced at the corpse by his feet. The elder's throat was still bleeding, the blood staining the tatami and spreading across it in a large red patch. Wataru withdrew his gaze and looked back at the remaining main family elders. The hunt has begun. His voice was calm. Are you ready? Chapter 72, declared a rogue nin by the third Hokage. Hayashi felt a chill run through him. After witnessing Wataru's methods, the unease he had felt earlier had now become reality. No matter how much he wanted to prevent the situation from spiraling beyond control, Wataru had already spoken those words. There was no taking them back now. Hayashi opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but before he could speak, Wataru moved. The hunt had begun. Those words had not been an empty threat. Wataru vanished from where he stood, moving so quickly that he resembled a fleeting illusion. In the next instant, he appeared in front of another main family elder. The elder sat third from Hayashi's left. His hair was gray, and the wrinkles on his face were even deeper than those of the men who had just died. His eyes were still wide, Wataru's reflection visible in his pale pupils, but his body showed no response. Wataru thrust out his right hand, fingers pressed together as lightning flickered across their tips. Chidori. No, it was not quite a complete Chidori. He had simply condensed lightning-style chakra around his fingertips, forming an extremely short and sharp lightning blade. His arm extended and his palm stabbed forward, clean and direct, like a steel blade passing through soft clay. Squelch. His hand sank into the elder's chest. Not from the front, but from the left side. It passed through the gap between the ribs, precisely avoiding the bones and reaching the heart. The elder's mouth fell open, his eyes widening further, confusion filling his pale pupils. He could not understand why his body would not move. Why his chest felt so cold. Why the boy's face in front of him was becoming increasingly blurred. Wataru withdrew his hand. His palm was covered in blood, and a torn piece of heart tissue clung to his fingertips. The elder's body swayed, then fell stiffly onto the tatami with a heavy thud. No. Hayashi's voice came from the chief seat, filled with rage and grief. He could no longer stand aside. No matter how uneasy he felt, no matter how clearly he understood that he might not be a match for this boy, he was still the head of the Hyuga clan. He could not watch the elders of the main family be slaughtered in front of him like livestock. He moved. Hayashi leapt from the chief seat, crossing his hands in front of his body as chakra gathered in his palms. His Byakugan had been pushed to its limit. Veins bulged fiercely around his eyes, standing out beneath his skin. He saw Wataru's movements. He saw the path he had taken. He saw the angle of his attack. 8 trigrams air palm. Both palms struck forward, sending 2 invisible blasts toward Wataru. Wherever the force passed, the air compressed into visible white ripples. Tatami mats were torn from the floor, wooden boards cracked, and splinters scattered everywhere. Wataru did not use his Mangekyo ability. His body merely blurred as he shifted half a step to the left. The 2 air palms passed beside him and slammed into the rear wall of the meeting hall. 2 enormous holes appeared in the wall. Bricks and wood shattered, filling the room with dust. While moving aside, Wataru swept his right hand across the face of the fallen elder. 2 fingers slipped precisely into the eye sockets. With a light pull, 2 Byakugan fell into his hand. He did not even look at them before placing them into the glass container hidden inside his robes. You. Hayashi's eyes were bloodshot. His breathing grew ragged, his chest rising and falling violently. Both hands trembled, revealing the depth of his fury. 8 trigrams air palms. He charged forward, his hands cutting toward Wataru like twin blades. Every strike carried a sharp edge capable of splitting stone and severing steel. His speed was equally astonishing. The Byakugan's perception allowed him to capture every one of Wataru's movements and react before each action was complete. Yet Wataru avoided every attack with ease. His body seemed weightless, drifting between Hayashi's palms. He only dodged. Then, during a gap between strikes, his figure vanished again and appeared before another main family elder. That elder had already prepared himself. The instant he saw Wataru charging toward him, every hair on his body stood on end. His hands drew a circle before him, chakra bursting from every chakra point as his body began spinning at high speed. Rotation again. The so-called absolute defense. Wataru did not even slow down. He rushed toward the spinning chakra barrier, opened his hand, and struck a single point. Under the Byakugan, even a defense praised as absolute still revealed its weakest point. Chakra condensed into a single spot in his palm, then erupted in an instant. The barrier shook violently. Starting from the point he had struck, it began to collapse. Almost instantly, the entire rotation shattered like broken glass. The elder's body was exposed before him. His rotation had been broken, his chakra fell into chaos, and his entire body stiffened for a brief moment. Wataru reached out and swept his hand across the elder's face. 2 Byakugan dropped into his palm. He did not kill the men. At least, not yet. He only took his eyes. The elder screamed and clutched his empty sockets. Blood poured between his fingers as he rolled across the floor, his cries echoing through the meeting hall. Hayashi's 8 trigrams Hazen strike came from behind. It was a stronger form of the air palm, gathering the user's chakra into both hands and releasing enough force to shatter a small hill. Wataru did not turn around. His figure vanished again and reappeared on the opposite side of the hall. Hayashi's strike slammed into the floor, blasting open a pit several meters wide. Pieces of tatami and shattered boards flew into the air before raining back down with a clatter. Wataru moved through the meeting hall like a flickering shadow. Every time he appeared, another main family elder suffered. Each one had their eyes removed. His movements were clean and efficient, without a single unnecessary motion. Hayashi's fury continued to rise, but none of his attacks could strike Wataru. It was not because Hayashi was too slow. It was not because his gentle fist lacked skill. Wataru simply refused to fight him directly. Whenever Hayashi approached, he vanished. Whenever Hayashi caught up, he appeared somewhere else. The meeting hall was soon covered in damage caused by Hayashi's own attacks. Holes in the walls. Cratered floors. Shattered pillars. A partially collapsed ceiling. The branch family ninjas could no longer remain outside either. They rushed toward Wataru from every direction. Some used gentle fist. Some drew ninja tools. Others threw kunai and shuriken. But no one could touch him. They could not even catch the edge of his clothing. Wataru slipped through the crowd like a fish through water. His Byakugan saw every movement they made, allowing him to evade with perfect precision. One main family elder tried to ambush him from behind, both palms striking toward the center of his back. Wataru did not turn his head. He merely shifted his body aside, allowing the 2 palms to pass beside him. Then he reached backward, drove 2 fingers into the elder's eye sockets, and removed both Byakugan. The elder collapsed screaming, blood pouring from his eyes. Hayashi attacked from the front with both palms. Wataru blurred and appeared 3 meters away. Hayashi's strike hit the place where he had just been standing, blasting another crater into the floor. At that moment, several sharp sounds came from outside. Whoosh! 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 Figures swept through the night sky and landed on the corridor outside the meeting hall. The man at the front wore the Hokage's robes, though he had not brought his hat. The expression on his face shifted from shock to gravity, then from gravity to anger. Hiruzen Sarutobi. He had hurriedly dealt with Danzo's corpse, sealing away the arm filled with Sharingan and the face of Hashirama Senju. Then he had rushed to the Hyuga compound with several ANBU. He had believed he might still arrive in time to stop something. But when he saw the state of the meeting hall, he knew he was too late. Several corpses lay on the floor. Blood covered the tatami. A number of main family elders were sprawled in pools of blood. Some had holes through their chests. Others had empty, bleeding eye sockets and rolled across the floor screaming. Hayashi stood in the center of the hall, gasping heavily. His eyes were bloodshot, and his clothes were soaked through with sweat. Wataru stood beside another main family elder, holding a glass container as he placed 2 freshly removed Byakugan inside. The container was almost full. Uchiha Wataru. Hiruzen's voice came from the entrance, filled with anger. Stop. Wataru turned his head. He saw Hiruzen. He saw the ANBU behind him. He saw their drawn blades and the fingers already beginning to form hand signs. He gave a cold laugh. Then his figure vanished. In the next instant, he appeared before another main family elder who had just finished using rotation and was struggling to catch his breath. The elder had no time to react. Wataru's hand pierced his chest and crushed his heart. He withdrew his arm, swept his fingers across the elder's face, and removed both Byakugan in the same motion. It was all completed in one smooth sequence. Far too practiced. Wataru placed the eyes inside the glass container, tightened the lid, and returned it to his robes. Then he raised his head and looked at Hiruzen. Third. His voice was not loud, but it carried clearly through the screams and groans filling the hall. Did you really think what I told you earlier was a joke? Hiruzen's pupils contracted sharply. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, then opened them again. The hesitation was gone. Only a heavy resolve remained. Everyone, listen carefully. His voice carried throughout the hall. Subdue the village's rogue nin. Uchiha Wataru. The moment those words fell, the ANBU he had brought moved together. They charged into the meeting hall from the corridor. Some drew their blades. Some formed hand signs. Others threw kunai. The Hyuga branch family ninjas moved as well, surging in from every direction until the hall was sealed completely. Wataru stood in the center of the meeting hall. He looked at the people charging toward him. He looked at the weight on Hiruzen's face. He looked at Hayashi's bloodshot eyes. Then he laughed. The sound was not loud, but it carried the relief of someone finally freed from restraint. Ha ha ha. His laughter echoed through the meeting hall. So you're finally done pretending. The smile vanished from his face. There was no warmth in his white eyes. Fine. His body disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already standing within the crowd. Then come. Chapter 73, Death is only the beginning. The battle erupted in an instant. The ANBU Hiruzen had brought were no ordinary ninjas. They were among the village's most elite forces. Even the weakest among them was at least a special jonin or possessed one of the clan's secret jutsus. Now, they held nothing back. Every card they had was placed on the table. Mind transfer jutsu. An ANBU from the Yamanaka clan formed hand signs, sending his spiritual energy toward Wataru like an invisible arrow. This was a secret jutsu that attacked the soul directly. It could not be blocked through physical means. Shadow imitation jutsu. The shadow beneath an ANBU from the Nara clan rapidly extended, slithering across the ground like a black snake toward Wataru's shadow. Once it connected, his body would be immobilized. Expansion jutsu. The body of an Akimichi ANBU suddenly swelled. His palm grew as large as a door and came crashing down toward Wataru with enough force to crush a person into paste. Destruction bugs. An Abirame insect user released a black cloud from his sleeves. The bugs were as tiny as dust and surged toward Wataru in a dense swarm, turning even the air murky wherever they passed. Others unleashed fire style, water style, and lightning style. Various jutsus wove together in midair, creating a dense web of destruction. Kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags came from every direction, sealing every possible route of escape. The Hyuga branch family ninjas joined the battle as well. Their gentle fist was extremely dangerous in a close-range melee like this. Every palm targeted one of Wataru's chakra points, each strike seeking to seal the flow of chakra through his body. Dozens of attacks erupted at the same time. Boom. The meeting hall completely collapsed beneath the tremendous impact. The roof was blasted away. The walls were knocked down, the pillars snapped, and the beams came crashing to the ground. Wood splinters, shattered stone, and dust filled the air. In a matter of seconds, the entire meeting hall had been reduced to ruins. The battle rapidly spread beyond the hall and into the rest of the Hyuga compound. The clan members had already been alerted. Some rushed out of their homes, while others ran into the streets still wearing nightclothes. They saw flames rising from the direction of the meeting hall and heard the thunderous explosions of ninjutsu mixed with the shouts of fighting ninjas. Unease filled every face. Beyond the walls of the Hyuga compound, the residents of Kenoha also heard the commotion. Some watched from a distance, some climbed onto rooftops, and others whispered among themselves. Tonight was destined to be anything but peaceful. Among the ruins, Wataru stood atop a mound of rubble. The blast waves made his clothes snap wildly, and dust covered his hair. Yet his eyes, those pure white eyes, shone brighter than ever. He looked at the attacks surging toward him from every direction, and a broad grin spread across his face. In the next instant, the chakra within him pulsed violently. It was not a physical vibration. It struck on a spiritual level. The moment the Yamanaka ninja's mind touched Wataru's soul, it was as if he had crashed into a wall of solid iron. His consciousness was hurled back with overwhelming force. Spurt. Blood burst from the Yamanaka ninja's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth at the same time. His body went rigid, his eyes rolled back, and he fell straight to the ground. Dead. His soul had been shattered before he could even scream. Wataru blurred and disappeared. The black shadow stretching toward his feet caught nothing. The Nara Anbu gritted his teeth and directed it after him, but Wataru was far too fast. His shadow could not keep up. Wataru appeared in midair, directly in the path of the enormous palm crashing down from above. The Akimichi's expanded hand descended like a wall, the pressure from it blowing Wataru's hair backward. Wataru twisted in the air. His right leg traced an arc before slamming into the massive palm. Boom. The force behind the kick was astonishing. The Akimichi Anbu felt as though a giant beast had struck his hand. His entire arm went numb. His palm was kicked upward, and he lost his balance. He stumbled several steps backward and crashed into the ruins behind him, scattering broken bricks and rubble everywhere. Wataru landed with a kunai in each hand. Several Anbu carrying ninja blades appeared in front of him. Their weapons cut in from different angles, moving so quickly that only silver afterimages remained. Clang. 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 Kunai collided with blades, sending sparks in every direction. Wataru's arms moved rapidly. The kunai seemed alive in his hands. Block. Counter. Block again. Counter again. His movements were stripped down to the bare minimum. Every strike deflected an enemy's blade at exactly the right moment. Then, the instant a gap appeared in one Anbu swordsmanship, the tip of Wataru's kunai sliced across his arm, throwing a line of blood into the air. The Anbu were forced to retreat. They glanced down at their wounds. The cuts were not deep, but their arms had already lost their strength. Wataru had severed the tendons and chakra pathways controlling them. Standing atop the ruins, Wataru felt his entire body warming up. He threw back his head and laughed. Now this is a fight. His laughter echoed through the air, filled with the exhilaration of something that had been suppressed for far too long finally breaking free. Then he moved. Rather than waiting for the next attack, he charged straight into the crowd, plunging among the ninjas who were still forming hand signs, throwing kunai, or rushing toward him. His eyes turned scarlet. The three-tomo Sharingan activated. Anyone looking closely would have seen his eyes moving rapidly within their sockets, capturing every person's movements, every incoming trajectory, and every opening. His speed increased again. His body became a streak of lightning racing through the crowd. No one could withstand even a single exchange. An Anbu swung his blade down at him. Wataru turned aside, avoided the strike, and swept his kunai across the man's wrist. The ninja blade slipped from his fingers and fell. A Hyuga branch ninja struck at him with both palms. Wataru leaned backward, allowing the hands to slide past his chest. Then he kicked off the ground, sprang upward, and drove his knee into the man's stomach. The ninja released a muffled groan. His eyes bulged, his mouth opened wide, and his face twisted as it turned red. Jutsus flew past Wataru from every direction. Fireballs. Water bullets. Wind blades. Walls of earth. Not a single one touched him. Someone cast a Jinjutsu in an attempt to disrupt his vision, but the Sharingan saw through it the moment it activated. It failed to affect him for even a fraction of a second. Taijutsu was blocked and immediately countered. Sword attacks were easily parried with two kunai. The moment an opponent pulled his blade back, Wataru's kunai slid down the flat of the weapon and stabbed into the fingers gripping the hilt. He tore through the crowd from one end to the other. Behind him, ninjas covered the ground. Some clutched their wrists. Some held their legs. Others lay face down, unable to move. For now, no one else had died. At least, they were still breathing. But every one of them had lost the ability to keep fighting. Wataru landed on a nearby rooftop. He casually swept a hand through his hair and laughed toward the sky. Ha 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 ha. Even the clouds overhead seemed to answer his laughter. At some point, they had begun gathering, and the sky was steadily growing darker. Before his laughter faded, a flash of lightning attacked from behind and to his side. It moved with astonishing speed and came from an extremely difficult angle. A figure wielding a short blade appeared behind him, lightning-style chakra wrapped around his body. His movement was utterly silent. Even the surrounding air had barely been disturbed. Only the edge of the short blade flashed coldly as it cut through the darkness. Hatake Kakashi. He burst from concealment, thrusting the blade directly toward the back of Wataru's neck. Wataru did not even turn around. The kunai at his waist rose and casually flicked backward, as though he were merely reaching behind himself to scratch an itch. Clang. The tip of the kunai struck the edge of the short blade with perfect accuracy, producing a clear metallic ring. Kakashi's weapon was stopped. Its edge remained less than an inch from Wataru's neck, yet it could not move another fraction forward. Hatake Kakashi. Wataru's voice came from ahead, calm and unhurried. I killed the men responsible for your father's death. I could forgive you for not thanking me, but why are you attacking me? He paused, his voice turning faintly amused. Do you have no heart? Kakashi's pupil contracted slightly. His body paused in midair. Then he withdrew his blade and retreated, landing on another rooftop several meters away. He knelt on one knee, his left hand braced against the edge of the roof and his right holding the short blade with its tip pointed downward. But his exposed eye remained fixed on Wataru, brief shock visible in his pupil. "What did you say?" His voice was quiet, but every word carried a tremor he could not suppress. Wataru turned to face him. His mouth spread into a grin, one that looked especially cruel beneath the darkening sky. He tilted his head slightly, as if looking at a child who did not understand something obvious. "What? You don't believe me?" Wataru raised his hand and pointed the tip of his kunai toward his own temple, as though prompting Kakashi to think back. "Did you really believe your father, Hatake Tsukumo, died simply because he couldn't live with his own decision?" His grin widened. "Heh. Danzo Shimura was behind the entire thing. That old bastard spread rumors and manipulated public opinion until the whole village was calling Tsukumo a failure who abandoned his mission." He lowered his hand, spinning the kunai once around his finger. "Your father couldn't endure the torment, so he took his own life. And now that I've killed Danzo, you should be thanking me." Kakashi's breathing grew faster. His right hand trembled, causing the short blade to release a faint metallic hum. Shock filled his eye. Confusion. Anger. And something even he could not clearly name. "Don't listen to his lies." Hiruzen's voice came from the distance, carrying unmistakable urgency. He stood at the edge of the ruins, several newly arrived ANBU behind him. "Kakashi, attack." At those words, Wataru's smile grew even wider. He turned toward Hiruzen and raised his voice so everyone present could hear him. "You know damn well whether I'm lying." His gaze struck Hiruzen's face like a blade. "Who the hell are you pretending for? You think you're some spotless saint?" His laughter echoed through the air, his tone becoming more delighted with every word. "Without your silent approval, could the entire village have turned against Tsukumo like that? You stood there and watched as the village he loved drove him to his death." Wataru paused. Then, as though he had thought of something truly hilarious, he finally stopped holding back and burst into laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha." Kakashi's blade slipped from his hand. It struck the rooftop with a clear metallic clink. His body remained frozen in place. In his exposed eye, the pupil had already lost focus.